but we got that special something. Say it like you mean it, I won't fake it and believe it when I see it. But for now, I just be breathing, doing nothing. I won't cave in if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. You should let me know. Oh, I will be clear now. Patience is really not my key, but if you play your cards right, I might just think about it twice. Yeah. Say it like you mean it, I won't fake it and believe it when I see it. But for now, I just be breathing, doing nothing. I won't give in if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. We can go easy, boy. You should let me know. I've been giving clues and you're acting all blind. Trying to make some moves, but you're staying behind. How come you don't get it when I say it like that? Like that, like that, like that. I've been giving clues and you're acting all blind. Trying to make some moves, but you're staying behind. How come you don't get it when I say it like that? Like that, like that, like that. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, always busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, always busy. You know we always can go easy. You should let me know.
You hold this map, I'll hold your hand. Take this love around the world. Don't mind those crows buzzing around your head. Nothing's gonna hurt your girl. I believe we're here for a while, then we die. But I believe this love is stronger than you and I. Let's take the Jeep, belong to my dad. I know just the thing to do. Don't mind the law, hard on our heels. No one's gonna come for you. I believe we're here for a while, then we die. But I believe this love is stronger than you and I believe we're here for a while, then we die. But I believe this love is stronger than you and I. I wanna be where the sun comes out with you. I wanna go in the thrill of the chase is new. Seasons are changing, love is amazing. Everyone's waiting for something worth craving. So I wanna take it, take love around the world with you. You hold this map, I'll hold your hand. Take this love around the world.
could walk through fire, blow up the storm and see the light, yeah. I told my friends that I could run on water, and they said nobody can. They'll see me flying through the sky, yeah. Play hide and seek behind the clouds. I show my friends that I'm not scared of dreaming, and I'll do that again, over and over again. Suddenly, the heart and chest feels heavy. The calm is just a memory. It's failing me, and I know I could never surrender. My beating heart, it won't give up. As long as I am here, I'll never stop. They say I can't, I say, so what? Just watch me go like a supernova. My beating heart is like a drum. You know I run through life forever, yeah. They say I can't, I say, so what? Just watch me go like a supernova. Light up the dark, I'm superhuman. I'm spreading stardust into oceans. I wanna go up high and close my eyes to places nobody found. I'll never come down. Suddenly, the heart and chest feels heavenly. The calm is not a memory. It's here with me, and I know I will never surrender. My beating heart, it won't give up. As long as I am here, I'll never stop. They say I can't, I say, so what? Just watch me go like a supernova. My beating heart hits like a drum, you know.
And we're back once again, Counter-Strike on Australian shores here for ESL Challenger Melbourne. Round number 2 at the Melbourne Olympic Park as part of the DreamHack Festival. 6 international teams, 2 local heroes. Come find out who's going to take it.
It's going to be really exciting just to play against all these different teams that we don't usually have the opportunity to play, especially Australian teams. We don't really ever play them.
Like, any chance that we have, we just need to take it. Raising a trophy in front of a home crowd, like, that would be insane for everyone involved.
Never been here, and I'm loving it so far.
I would like to see everyone in the crowd just cheering for us and giving us energy because we really need it.
When I'm playing, I'm definitely gonna get the fans engaged, and I'm gonna, show them a good time in game. So you'll be seeing some highlights from me. That's all I'm saying.
So this time we'll be here with our full roster and a coach as well. So it'll be good to see us playing in front of home crowd.
We are going to come with full power.
We're going to show some good China CS.
Cheer for us, and we'll give it our all. We'll win this tournament.
Australia #1.
Let's go.
Well. Good morning, Australia. And for everyone else watching around the world, welcome back. The event last year that was so good. They gave us round number 2, ESL Challenger Melbourne, down here at, of course, Margaret Court Arena as a part of the Melbourne Olympic Parks here for the DreamHack Festival 2023. There's going to be 8 teams, 6 internationals, 2 local heroes, all duking it out for a spot at ESL Pro League and 100 grand. I'm not going to go with you guys for too much longer. Let's get right into it. Give it up for Counter-Strike! Yeah!
ESL Challenger is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, 1xBet.
Hello, Melbourne! It's time to get started with the first ESL Challenger event of the year here in sunny Australia. 8 teams enter, 1 team will be crowned a champion here to start the Challenger run of 2023. 2023. I'm Darth Mike, and I'll be your host all weekend long. And joining me here on the desk, got a couple beautiful faces here, bright and early and ready to rock on out. We got Alan Hender, and we got Hedgie as well. How are we feeling this morning, afternoon, whatever time zone, folks?
That's how it works. Yeah, I mean, we're feeling pretty good. It's been a long wait since Rotterdam. Feeling the withdrawal symptoms from Challenger, but it's back. We're back in action, back in the arena, and Melbourne was definitely one of my favorites last year, so can't wait to do it all again.
Yeah, it feels marvelous to be mic'd up again, and I'm going to be going all in on the wordplays this event.
Unlike per usual, Heggy, you're really going to be bringing the puns here to change things up. But, I mean, let's talk about the Challenger circuit, right? Because last year, Challenger was quite the exciting series of tournaments, and actually coming off of the back of it, we saw the team that did best in that Challenger run, Outsiders, win a major immediately following that Rotterdam victory as well. That was one heck of a test case for the value of these tournaments.
Yeah, and absolutely. And of course, this time around, we're getting back into the major cycle. And yeah, Outsiders now under the Vertex Pro branding once again. Winner of the first one last year, that was online. Grand final of Valencia, and definitely could have won it up against Movistar. And then, of course, did win Rotterdam, and that was the perfect setup. So certainly, in terms of getting in the groove, getting match experience in some of these new lineups, this is a great experience for them.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I think it's just a great testament to how, despite these teams being maybe the favorites, right? They're high seeded, they're coming in, but every team that they're facing up, the opposition, everyone is just so good. So for Outsiders, I think it was, or Virtus Pronouden, I think it was a great experience for them to come in hot off that Melbourne event and just smash all competition at the major.
It certainly was. And looking forward, I mean, you talked about it, we're right back into that major cycle, right? We're in the thick of things. We've got 3 teams here who are going to be looking to make their mark on the last ever CSGO major in history. And so this represents a prime opportunity to sort of prove yourself early here, to have that momentum, to have that energy coming on through if you can do well here in Australia.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, all of these teams going to the major, no doubt, will be boot camping before that. A lot of focus, a lot of preparation, but there is a difference between playing offline, playing in theory, and doing it on the server. And certainly getting that match experience, playing through the prep cycles, do these new rounds work, do these new positions make sense? This is the best place to prove it, and you're in front of a crowd, you get that aspect as well. So yeah, certainly for the teams going on to Paris, this is the best preparation they're going to get.
Ideal wedding stone to sharpen up the blades. Let's talk about the teams that we've got going on here, because they're not all defending the major, but there are some with a whole lot to prove. We've got 8 squads in here, 2 groups as well. And in my view, there's sort of some tiers to this, right? There's the expected favorites coming in. You talk about your complexities, you're talking about your Bad News Eagles. There's the hometown heroes with stuff to prove, talking about your Greyhounds, your Vertex. There's a lot to love as we unpack these groups, Heggy.
Yeah, and seeing, for example, Ecstatic in winning the European qualifier, a team that we not necessarily have so much knowledge and haven't had the opportunity of watching. I'm just amazing that we're gonna have teams like that who are able to come in and compete, because that's the whole point of the Challenger, ESL Challenger League and the circuit is exactly that, to give new teams, up-and-coming teams, the opportunity to show themselves.
Now, there may be one slight surprise here for folks tuning in. You see the replacement invite there for the Movistar riders. Unfortunately, the Mongols could not attend. They withdrew from the tournament, so Movistar have come back in, a champion of an ESL Challenger event last year in Valencia, now with a chance to maybe do it again and get some of that momentum back in their favor, Alan.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, you've got the kind of juxtaposition of some of these teams using this for experience. And we can only presume from the outside that the Mongols made this decision in lieu of thinking about Paris. And I'll be honest, I think they probably made the wrong decision if they did do that. And some of the teams that are here are going to get that experience. Movistar, unfortunately, won't be in Paris. But as you said, good performances last year. They are on a bit of an upturn now after a difficult 6 or so months. So in terms of a replacement team, it doesn't really get that much better than that.
No, it really doesn't. And I think that's one that's going to be very intriguing as well. It does feel like we've got somewhat of a, I don't know, I don't think there's a very clear-cut path out of these groups. I think in either Group A or B, we could get a little bit of chaos injected in here. And I think even the heavy favorites are going to have to be very nervous here on day 1, because as we know at these Challenger events, day 1 can be a bloodbath. When you're into the best of ones, when you're into the quick knockdown into the lower bracket, I mean, that could be very tough.
Yeah, it could be. And I think we are looking at several upsets that we have, because there's potential for it, and the teams, the skill level between the different teams it's not that great. And of course, anything can happen when it's the best of one. And yeah, so I think we're gonna see something very interesting today.
Could be
I
pretty
have
spicy.
put down something in my notebook for some surprises.
Ooh.
Yeah, do you want to hear my bold predictions?
Yeah,
hit us right now.
Hit us with one.
Yeah.
Hit us with one.
I think in Group A,
Okay.
Complexity and Ecstatic are gonna be the two teams making it out.
Really?
Yeah, and I think Evil Geniuses, they will not win a single map.
Wow. All right. Those are some bold predictions. Might be trying to come here and break my little NA heart. But let's talk about our first matchup. Let's get into it a little bit here because we do have Ecstatic and we do have Complexity. And if you're looking at Complexity, I mean, this is a team that's been battle tested. You can see the Group A bracket that we have going through here. This will be the first one. But if you're talking about Complexity, right, they had a good run at Katowice. They've had some really strong results. They qualified through the major from the North American RMR. This is a team that's very much vying for that top rung of competition.
Yeah, I love Complexity. I love what they've been doing with the roster. And, you know, I'm biased. We are biased, Mike, because there's a Norwegian guy on that team. And, you know, with the North America and the Norwegians combining, it's the recipe for success, right?
It certainly is. I mean, they both start with N, so there's natural synergy there. That's how it works, I think. But no, I mean, Halsrik, I think last year really proved that he can hang in this roster, right? That he belongs, and I think he brings an ingredient that's helped push Complexity to move into that upper echelon and to move into that upper level. But if you want to be that upper echelon team, you can't just have sort of good runs at the big events. You also have to prove it when you're here at a challenger to show that you are a cut above the rest, Alan.
Oh, and absolutely. And in terms of the way the group format plays out, opening best of ones, which in terms of major preparation is very good preparation for high stakes best of ones. You lose those, suddenly for a team like Complexity, not winning the group is a big problem because you might have to play a bad News Eagles earlier on in the playoffs. So yeah, for these teams, you don't want to muck about. You want to come in well prepared. And what we learned at the last Melbourne was jet lag, unprepared teams. They were big factors in terms of losing those opening games and throwing all of our predictions right out the window.
They were indeed. And I mean, if we're looking at this Complexity team as well, they're not a team that hasn't been without their wobbles, right? As much as when they're on form, they look very good, they are a team that has had some slow starts. They are a team that has had some wobbles in the big moments, right? And so getting off on the right foot against Ecstatic is definitely going to be a key here, Heggy.
Yeah, it has to be. They have to get going from the very first round, I think. You can't be sleeping on your opponents, and you should be sleeping on the plane over. Not when you start not when you get on the server. So I think it can be a challenge for them. What we know from the European teams is that they are all very close when it comes to in practice. This is a team that probably practices against a lot of the top tier teams.
Absolutely. And I mean, talking about Ecstatic, because let's just dive into the meat of it, right? Danish CS scene just constantly a font of crazy talent flowing through. And when we look at this squad, there's one young name who I'm very excited about, and that's Salazar. They're young opper, 18 years old, super young player, super inexperienced, but a lot of flair, a lot of fire there, and I think a name to watch here, Alan.
Absolutely punchy. And in terms of the qualification route, they came through the EU qualifier for this tournament, which was rammed with good teams, and Ecstatic were by no means a favourite to make it. They're probably 5th, 6th in terms of teams you'd rank with a possibility to get in, and Salazar was absolutely sensational. He was aggressive, he was proactive, he was all around the map, and he was thoughtful about his positioning. So in terms of a young player, a new Danish AWPer on the scene, I'm seeing kind of shadows of device.
Ooh. That's a bold player to put him in the shadow of. Let's talk about the map that we're going to be getting here, because it is just a best of one. So there's only one map that we can play, and we've got our veto coming through. What are you feeling anything in particular here, Hege, in the veto?
Yeah, I mean, Ecstatic, they are trying to run the full map board, but they have 2 weak maps, right? Mirage and Inferno. Mirage is actually the permaban of Complexity, or at least it used to be. So, as we're seeing here, they're banning out Inferno, but Anubis is actually taken down by Complexity. And I think that's clever. And Vertigo as well. So no Mirage ban by Complexity, Alan. What do you think
I mean, we'll
of this?
see who floated the furthest. I think for both teams, it's kind of neither wants to play it, so it's a big game of chicken. If I'm Ecstatic in this veto, I'm sending it the whole way. I want every advantage I can get, and it looks like they're doing so. And what are we at? Nuke and
Ancient. Now just Nuke.
Now
just Nuke. So it is going to be Nuke indeed. Both these teams play a lot of Nuke, right?
Yeah, Ecstatic has like, 18, 19 nukes played the last 3 months, which is absolutely crazy. And but they're 50-50 on the win, how much they win it. And it's the same for Complexity. So this is actually kind of on the paper, and statistically speaking, it's kind of a toss-up. But when you're thinking about the competition, the level of competition that Complexity has been facing the last 3 months compared to Ecstatic, of course, they have the advantage.
It's going to be an interesting one. I mean, one of the things that I always look at with Complexity's Nuke, right, is the outside yard. I think Fang's usually responsible for that for them, and at times it works very well. At times it's been a major point of weakness. And if I'm looking at opportunities for Ecstatic to challenge, you'd imagine that Salazar with that AWP outside, that could be a focus, trying to pick off Fang, trying to find that space early and see if you can't press that advantage.
I mean, let's talk about Fang. I'm not sure it's going to be highlighted in this matchup, but for me, he's the player that needs to step up the most, particularly on the CT side. There's a lot of really important positions we can influence the map, and CT side of Nuke playing that outer area, probably the most so, where he has so much control over the game. Fang, he hasn't been bad, but in terms of, we do have this question of Complexity winning a tournament like this, pushing through into the top 10, Fang needs to be a star player on the CD side, and a great way to do that is by dominating Ecstatic.
Well, he was promising it. He was promising it early. He was saying he's going to give the crowd something to watch. He's going to give them some highlights. And if you think he's going to give you something to watch, well, now it's time to let your voice be heard. It's time for our Twitch vote to let us know in chat who you think is going to be taking this game. Use hashtag Cole to vote for Complexity. Use hashtag ECST to vote for Ecstatic if you're feeling ecstatic for this one. I'm curious to see what the Twitch results are going to be because I feel like there's probably a heavy favorite in this one, but especially in a best of one, I don't know. It's a little bit more
It does
neutral.
help that the Complexity fans are awake.
Yeah, true.
Versus the Ecstatic fans, which, I mean, if the hardcore ones are up for this,
look, they're gamers.
I respect it.
They're gamers. They're up. This is when they thrive.
Yeah, how do you know that the whole Asia and Oceanic region are all secretly cheering for the Danish teams?
I mean, if I'm a Greyhound fan, I'd love Complexity to lose and give me a great route into the playoffs. So take that angle, guys. If you're an Aussie fan, get voting. Ecstatic.
Get voting indeed. Well, we'll see what they're going to have. But which way are we leaning? Well, who's going to be the key here? Who's going to be the key to deciding who takes Nuke?
Well, I think Fang is a factor. I think Complexity are a more solid team. They've got better fundamentals. They've got more depth in their players. So I like the Nuke ban going in that way in the end. I think it is a stable map for them. It's just a comfort ground. So it makes a lot of sense. I think if Complexity play their own game, play a solid Counter-Strike, it will be quite easy. And the only way I see that being disrupted is if Salazar does what he did in the qualifiers, which is just be the biggest nuisance humanly possible.
Yeah, I will have to agree with you on a lot of that. But I also think that if someone can stop Salazar, it is none other than Halzerk, right? The Norwegian sniper sensation. He needs to get off to a good start, though, because he struggles when he doesn't have confidence early in the game. So he has to get going from the get-go, and then Complexity is going to have an easy breezy game on Nuke.
Well, we'll see if the Mullet Man is in fact thriving. We've got someone from Complexity with a little bit of their words about how they're feeling about this matchup. Let's give it a listen.
Yeah, Static, we haven't really played this team at all. I think there's one or two players I remember playing against back on my days on Extra Salt. And, you know, they weren't a bad team at all, but coming to, you know, this event with our team now, I think, you know, we're just here to dominate and just, you know, prove that we're here to play. So not really looking too much into them, mainly just focusing on, you know, coming to the game, getting the win, getting out.
Well, there we go. Not so focused on them, focused on yourselves. It's kind of a classic mantra. We just got to play our own game. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. It's useless filler speech. I wish they would stop saying it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, but they kind of have to, right? There's a politics of it. I mean, come on, you are obviously going to have done your research on the team that you're playing in the first match of the day. It doesn't matter if if they're low on the world ranking. You will have prepared, and you will have some stuff. You're not only going to be playing your own game. No one does that.
Yeah, it's worth saying there's a very thin line in these scenarios between confidence and then having an ego too much and getting, you know, being a little bit arrogant about these sort of matchups because, as mentioned, these guys might not have played a lot of top-tier competitions. They can hit hard. They can play some really aggressive Counter-Strike. Yeah. And if you don't know what you're doing going into this sort of matchup, a best of one, lose both pistols, make a few mistakes, you can lose that. And as kind of talked about earlier, in terms of framing going into a major, you can't go into matchups like these and, you know, underestimate your opponents. There is quite a lot of data on these players and this team, and you have to make use of it. You can't muck about in these opening games.
No, certainly not.
And looking at it as well, Complexity's been boot camping in Europe for the last couple of weeks. They've been over in Poland getting ready for it before coming through this. But over on the other side, we got a team that's constantly competing in Europe. We got a team that's trying to rise through the ranks. We've got Ecstatic. Let's see what they think about this matchup.
Yeah, the first game against Complexity, I played it. Like, my own personal experience with them was that I played a final against them in EU when they were called Extrasalt, which is a long time ago. I think the core is still the same. And we beat them back then, so I have plans to beat them again.
Plans to beat them again? Old grudges perhaps coming through? A little bit of revenge on the table for Complexity? Or will Manx get another one through here for Ecstatic?
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting. And of course, the teams have changed. It's not Extrasalt anymore. They've had a Hallstark come in. And of course, when you get a Norwegian Opera on the team, it's going to be easy peasy. But funny he's talking about personal experiences, because the one player on this team that I've had a personal experience with is Queenix. He was a part of this like gaming, reality TV show that they did up in Sweden, way back, like 2015. So for me, it's very, very fun to see that this kind of show actually managed to produce some talent. I think Queenix and Brollan. Fun fact.
There you go. Came they owe it all to Hedgie. They owe it all to Hedgie.
That's how it works.
I came in and had to play the winner of that time's AIM 1 vs 1 AIM champion, and I was like, what do you mean I have to play 1 vs 1? I hate playing 1 vs 1.
Did you win?
Of course I won. And I was queen of the house.
There you go. Absolute champion there. But Queenix now one of the more experienced players within this roster alongside Manx, right? They're the veterans, quote unquote, leading, trying to lead the troops because their teammates coming in. We've got Kragen, we've got Salazar, and we've got the new kid on the block, Nodios, as well. What do you make of him, Alan?
I think he's a very interesting pickup. When they picked him up, they said the reason was they felt he was too good of a player to not pick up when he came out of contract for Tricked. So they clearly feel like he's someone they can build this team around. He's been given a lot of positions and they move things around. And I've got to be honest, it's very early days. I'm not quite seeing that potential. I'm not seeing this team necessarily being better than they were with the former lineup with Cabby. So based on what they said internally, there must be potential in this player. But hasn't materialized quite yet. Well, Melbourne would be the best opportunity for him to really hit hard on the server.
It certainly would be a time to shine. Now it's time to find out if we think that potential's ready, because it's time to get your predictions. It's time for you to put your names and your reputations on the line and tell us what you think. Alan, who's winning this best of one?
I'm taking Complexity. There are worlds where Ecstatic win this, but it's going to take Complexity making mistakes and Ecstatic to get almost everything right.
Yeah, I think if Complexity is not winning, Complexity is themselves the reason why they are losing. They should win, they will win.
Well, I'm glad you all agree with the side of sanity, which is that NACS, best CS, Complexity, all
Norwegians,
the way.
Norwegian CS. Norwegian
Full
CS too.
faith in the North Americans, never in doubt.
And the Norwegian.
Never in question, and we'll take the Norwegian.
Yes.
Look, I mean, with the hairdo, with the give me them damn ops, I think he's already North American. We're working on the citizenship right now.
I should have cut my hair.
Into a mullet?
Into a mullet.
Exactly.
Please cut your hair into a mullet for one of these events.
I will get you some wigs.
We'll do it
later.
one day. We did see some wigs downtown.
We did.
Was thinking about bringing those through, but not available right now. Let's talk about what you've got. Let's see if you're better than our analyst, because we've got our Twitch chat poll result. 70-30 lean for Complexity. That does make sense. It feels like it is the favorite. I mean, it aligns with what we're doing here on the desk in terms of the way we're looking at this opening matchup. But these are the prime opportunities here in the best of ones for Ecstatic to surprise and pull off a shocker.
Yeah, you say it. The prime opportunities. Because I think the operas are going to be key. Alan was talking about it, how Fang has to have full control of yard. And of course, when you have the opera, you have the rotation player. Like, you can't put your opera just holding ramp, right? You need them to be active. And both the operas, Salazar and Hallstark, are going to be all over the place.
Well, it's time to check on in with our casters as they get ready to get into the matchup to let us know what they think. We got James Bardolph and Mr. Pilski. How you guys doing today?
Doing great. It's the first day in Melbourne, obviously, in Melbourne. Melbourne's in Melbourne, isn't it?
I think so.
I'm pretty sure that's how it works, yeah. It's pretty good. The stage is looking awesome here, and we are ready to go. Who do you think is going to win this one?
I mean, everyone's leaning towards complexity, right? But the crazy thing about, these events that we get here down in Melbourne and down under in general is you get all these teams from different regions that have barely played each other, and then you throw a little bit of jet lag and a bit of a time zone difference in there and a best of one, and you never bloody know what you're going to get.
Yeah, I kind of want to lean towards Ecstatic, but I feel like Hege would never forgive me if I went against the Norwegian, so I think I'm compelled to pick complexity. I mean, they should win. Indeed, they should be the favourites here, but I think that it is possible.
You did have a Danish just before though, so there might be a little bit of bias creeping in there.
I did, yeah. The bakeries out here are insane, man. So is the coffee.
Yeah.
Pretty damn good.
A lot of good food, a lot of good culture. So, throw in a little bit of Counter-Strike sprinkled in on top of that, and it's really just the perfect combination. Why wouldn't you want to be here?
Yeah, yeah. Coming from Europe, I can't even tell you how easy or hard it is to adjust to the time zone. Because, for me, I can't really sleep on the plane. It's more about passing out eventually here and there. And then I arrive and it's kind of okay, but I'm not really, I'm not really sure. I feel like playing earlier would be better though for these players. So first game of the day might just be okay for these squads.
Yeah, it's a best of one. It's not going to be a massive endurance test either. I feel like once you start to get into some of the deeper days, playoffs and things like that, that's where it can get a little bit draining, where you're playing, maybe sometimes multiple best of threes, or sometimes you have a little bit of a break, and it can be quite hard to kind of bring that stamina when you're kind of thrown in for a little bit of a loop in terms of the time zone. But at least for, like you said, morning game, just have some brekkie, maybe a quick workout, go grab yourself a quick best of one game of Counter-Strike, and it shouldn't be too much of a bother to you.
Absolutely. Very curious to see what the remaining best of ones where they'll end up in terms of the maps as well. I think Nuke has become a common one. Yeah. Wouldn't be surprised with some Inferno. I think the likes of Anubis may be left out in the cold, at least until the best of threes come through.
People just don't want to take risks on maps like that a lot of the time. But I mean, I'm looking at a team like Ecstatic, and I'm not surprised that they've had a little bit of success here and there sprinkled in. They've got so many reps, man. I was saying this to you before, but at least for me, being a caster down here in Australia and watching the local Australian teams, I'm looking at team stats, and it's like, oh, they played this map 6, 7, 8 times. That's a lot of reps. Ecstatic playing some maps 15 plus times on 4 or 5 different maps in the last 3 months. They just play so much Counter-Strike butt off.
Indeed they do. So then, our first map of the day, our first best of one of the day, will take place on Nuke. I see Horzak's got a kangaroo on his desk, but where's the koala? That's what I want to know. They'll start on the CT side then. Grim will have some Julies, as will Horzak. 5 pistols on the CT side then, as Ecstatic start to move through. Salazar made the raid boss with the P250 and the Kevlar. JT will spot many heading towards Secret despite the flash. But there's one lurker in Max who's waiting for a rotation, maybe racing for some sound cues. Fang sees many coming his way, falling back to work with his teammates now as they focus on double doors. But here they come, Ecstatic making their way through, but Floppy will try and do what he can. He's got some more to do now as the bomb carries in front of him, but only Grim and JT remain. 3v2 for Ecstatic, made one as Grim comes through on the ramp. 1v3 as the bomb is planted for Ecstatic. So far, so good for the T side. More work for them to do, though.
They're going for a wrap in through windows, so trying to set up a bit of a triangle crossfire with Decon. And for someone like Grim in this situation, pretty low percentage. Don't hate the decision to hold on to, Flash, Kevlar, a bit of dualies, playing the long game. Pretty low percentage pistol, especially the fact that he doesn't have a kit. It's going to be pretty hard to get in there and find all of those players just tucked away in windows and Decon and whatnot. So it's a good start for Ecstatic here. I mean, just kept it simple. One smoke pretty deep in towards the outside yard, flash over the top, and you can tell they're playing with confidence and they're kind of rolling with the punch-ins already, just pretty up-tempo kind of play to kick off their T side. And that's always a really good feeling, especially Nuke T side. You get that pistol, can kind of settle things a little bit and get you off onto the right foot. So we'll keep an eye on complexity here. We'll see if they're going to force second round and try and shift up that momentum a bit that Ecstatic's already starting to build.
Both Grim and Salazar will escape with perfect armor, so they get that cheap helmet for 350 if they want it.
True. Sometimes you get someone who grabs himself a couple of kills, and this is exactly what I was going to say. Grabs himself a couple of kills, or could get a raid boss Famus, or could get even a A1S with how cheap that is nowadays. Quick outside smokes here for Ecstatic. They're just going to make their way across the secret, leave Kragan in the backside of lobby. Just the classic kind of 1-4. to try to minimize the risk in the anti-eco here, just taking their time, moving through in towards Secret, and Floppy's going to be here to receive.
Always nice to have that latecomer as well, in case the CTs try to flank through the smoke. Floppy will have control of control, but not much else going his way. Oh dear, made a few steps there as well. Position will be compromised, but he is moving elsewhere. Halzak here to hold some angles as well. If he can maim some of these plays and stay alive, then maybe there's a chance he'll do better than that with the opening frag. Straight in the dome of Nodius. Crown's keeping the CTs honest elsewhere. 4 on 4 then, as Phoenix starts to make his way over, but Grim has got a great position for 2 with the FAMAS. Complexity have got a good opportunity now. Manx doesn't really have the range even to fight this main position. Less than ideal with the Mac-10, starts to make his way closer now as Fang will hold position with the Desert Eagle. Oh. Straight in the face from Fang as well, and Crown is left in a 1v3. He's got much work to do here with the Galil. You can see Fang making some steps, but that bomb defusal is coming through, and it's Floppy going for that 10-second diffuser. Swing comes in, but they haven't planted for this side. Comes off it, and they'll work together to get that kill, and they'll get the round as well. The force buy has worked for Complexity.
Yeah, really nicely done. I mean, you could see the Ecstatic boys just wanted to go for those outside smokes and take secret control, you know, use the mollies to take further control down in towards lower and minimize the risk. And with that player backside of lobby who caught JT, they felt like they could wrap up vent in towards upper. And after the initial play towards outside, they would have pulled enough rotations across from the CTs. But this is just where the individuals for Complexity made all the difference. Great shot from Halzak to open it up, and then Grim doubles up on that FAMAS. That was the main player with the majority of the firepower. So like I said, I mean, already a massive momentum shift in from Complexity here, and they're going to force Ecstatic on the Tech 9 bite, who are going to go for a quick one into uppers here, Bardolph.
Indeed, the HE straight into main will do some good damage, but what is the follow-up? We've got some chain flashes, it looks like, from the likes of Salazar as Crown swings through. JT looking towards the hut now, but who gets the first opening? Crown won't get anything from that. JT will start to deliver, but the rest seem to have made their way downstairs, and Floppy will hold angles, but he's only good for 1 with the M4. That could be a nice pickup for Ecstatic if they can make it that far. First, though, they've got to prioritize that plant. 3 remain versus the 4 of Complexity, who come together through the ramp. Halzak sees the rifle hasn't been collected just yet. That is fantastic for them. Manx will still be dangerous, though, from very awkward angles. Tech 9 players can put in work elsewhere, try to run distraction for him, give him the information, allow him to swing. Hole made through the door, so Queenix can have a look and see where these CTs are. And there's Max delivering now. That clock is ticking as well. Only Halzak has a kit, so bear in mind his position. Manx now trying to be a nuisance and succeeding with the Max 10. Still 3 HP. He's on the bomb, Halzak. Can he get there? He can't. And there will be a defuse just in time. 2-1 Complexity.
Yeah, really nicely controlled from them. I'm surprised. I mean, I am surprised that they grouped up ramp, even with the numbers advantage. Sometimes I feel like that could be a bit sketchy. You're running in through Megaton when one of the sides is smoked off, and you know it's a close quarters angle against Tech 9s or Mac 10s. But Complexity able to just control things with the spacing well enough to secure that round. With the plant though, and it all only coming down to 2 CTs alive, you're really wondering whether they're considering the force here, Ecstatic, and they're going to take a timeout to have a think about it. This could be one of those interesting buys where you have some of the boys drop over AKs and swap for some Deagles and maybe try to put 3 rifles together. And with how fragile Complexity's economy is on the CT side this early in the game, it's one of those risk-reward plays that you really do consider.
That second round rotation up top was so awkward for Ecstatic. I think it was Queenix who was flying out the vent first, who has to take the crosshairs away and just absorb the bullets.
See less people use that jump throw flash like off the vent nowadays. I mean, you're obviously you know, in the moment running up and down the vent pretty quickly, and you've already seen a lot of vent usage this early on for Ecstatic, so I'm interested to see if later on in the half, especially once they start to put together some more solid buys than what you've been seeing this early on the T side, whether they're going to start using a little bit more ramp room control and start to link up with the secret players. Again here, quick wall of smokes on outside, just leaving Crown in the lobby there on the lurk, and the rest of the boys going straight down lower. Same rotation from Floppy over to Windows to try to keep this one in check and control things, but he's actually not going to rotate into Windows, just straight into the lower side, and just going to allow the T's to have free reign all on the back of Decon and Vent side.
That smoke will help with the rotation should it be required, but I do wonder what Ecstatic might have in mind here. Slowly clearing positions. Floppy will have some action towards the B bomb site. 1 for 1 they go. That's great for Ecstatic. Looks like the bomb plant will come fast as well. Orzak has to be careful because Crown is on the way. Not sure if they saw an elbow there. Certainly seen him now. Org is out for Orzak, and almost everybody's been dropped already for Ecstatic. A question of damage now for Queenix, as he's maybe got another kill to get. Not on this occasion though, as Fang will get the best of him. 3 survive for Complexity as they go 3 to 1.
And that's where they really stabilize the game. Although the loss bonus building up a little bit for Ecstatic, I don't think I mean, it's up to them, I guess, with how comfortable they are on something like a Galil Force, but with 3 CTs surviving, the reset potential is getting less and less all the time, so feels like Complexity stabilizing the game a little bit more. You got a little bit nervous for them when 2 of the MAC-10 players found kills. You had a momentary man advantage for the T side, but Complexity turned that around so quickly. And that's where you see the individual brilliance on some of these riflers shine a little bit, able to multi-frag with ease. And now Complexity stabilizing their position a little bit more. Will have a chance at an anti-eco here. Just need to keep guns up so they can start to get rolling on this CT side a bit more.
Potential promise there, but Orzak be a thorn in the side of Ecstatic early. Love to see an Org on the server.
See Complexity quite happy to just sit all the way back, Fang backside of warehouse, very low risk. Just using the util to cut down the angles, nice and easy. If they can just survive with 3 or 4 guns up in this round, they're going to be quite happy with how it's gone.
M4A4 Enjoyer, JT. Be stopping anything from happening here for Ecstatic, who are obviously trying to do some economical damage to Complexity.
Wow.
But they will not be able to do so. Everybody stands at the end of the round for Complexity, 4 to 1.
That's going to put a little bit more pressure on Ecstatic now, because not doing any damage in a round like that means that you're in this position where you have to start converting multiple gun rounds back to back. At least they've got the loss bonus behind them, Bardolph, you know. So all these bomb plants allow them to put together easier and easier buys on this T side, and they can keep trying to crack in. Probably be more of a case of just doing it over time, keeping some of these rounds close, which means they need to start getting on the board. Salazar's going to grab the AWP out, so that might change things up a little bit. Quite catch Fang, I think it was, yeah, slipping into secret there. So we'll see how much they're going to be aware of a position like this. The util's a little limited already on Ecstatic. You haven't seen any like outside wall of smokes or anything early on in the round, but they still don't really have that much to work with. 3 smokes. So if they're going to commit to outside wall of smokes, although they might have dropped them on outside so that Nodios can throw the wall of smokes by himself or something like that, then they won't have any for later on in the round. But it seems like Ecstatic going to have a bit more of a contacty kind of approach to this round. Try to look for a pick in towards ramp room.
Salazar be creeping. Oh, great peek from Floppy. Doesn't overstay his welcome either. Luxury of not just holding the angle, but popping up back and forth every now and then. Ecstatic still chasing. Floppy may call for rotation now. Where has he gone though? They haven't heard a door squeak. He finds the second one. That's the bomb as well. Found a third. Looking for the 4th. Floppy. Deleting everybody on the ramp, and there'll be no frags whatsoever for Ecstatic. That is a great solo ramp hold from Floppy.
And that's a nightmare scenario for Ecstatic. Complexity's economy now on the CT side is absolutely rock solid, and especially it's going to get a little demoralizing at this point. They did no damage with the pistols, then they try to go for a bit more of a dry contact kind of ramp, and you just get multi-frag by 1 player. You're going to be feeling a little bit sheepish looking down the barrel of the next couple of rounds on this T side, and this is where they need to kind of get themselves pumped up as well, because this is where a team like this, who's got somewhat limited LAN experience in a tournament like this, they played a lot of online CS in EU, they might not have the skill set to kind of put the pieces back together on this T side. I guess we'll find out.
What? I did like no damage.
I mean, classic CSGO HEs, right?
Yeah, straight robbery. But they have made their way to the B-bomb site, maybe looking for revenge on Floppy, and perhaps they'll get an opportunity to try and find it. Door opportunity is open. Got a teammate on the ramp here. That is Fang. He'll be forced forward by the molly. Now he knows there's one more to catch. That's the bomb carrier as well. Denying a bomb plant would have been great. Maybe he won't get the chance to do that though. Minute 10, and Ecstatic will maybe try and go for a round win. 2 versus 3. A lot more on the table than a bomb plant, even now for Queenix. Will the sound cues be heard though? Has he made one too many steps? JT by Squeaky, and indeed Baby's position was conceded. 6-1, it's a big start for Complexity on the CT side of Nuke.
100%. This is where we'll keep an eye on Ecstatic and see what they want to be going for. Had a lot of kind of up-tempo play, a lot of vent usage in the first couple of rounds. They tried to slow things down, go for the dry ramp contact with the ult purchase. And not a whole lot has been working for them. So be interested to see how they're going to sequence things in a round like this. Maybe like outside wall of smoke like they were doing earlier into like an uppers timing or something might go all right. Seems like they're just going to take things relatively standard. Wall of smoke's invested in outside.
Whoa, look at that drive-by from Nodius. Fang's got big issues. He can't really go and chase that frag because who knows what else is outside. That's a strong position for Ecstatic, but will they get anything from it? The round might slow down now as the threat of Nodius behind enemy lines might be a problem.
They're going to play for the lobby contact. This is such a weird position, right? You've already got Nodius all the way through outside. You've got multiple Ts in lower. This is where Complexity just need to make sure they know what's clean and dirty and try to make the right decisions in a round like this, but it's almost impossible.
They'll have to make their way towards the ramp then. Crown in that anti-eco position will surely start creeping soon. A long shift walk for Complexity as things start to speed up towards that ramp. Floppy engaging his turn on the Org. Is that flank going to come from the T side? Crown makes his way towards the vents instead. Fang is dropped. JT and Grim remain. Oh dear. Into the hands of Salazar they go then. His first two frags in this game of Nuke. Joins the scoreboard and JT will do some damage as he leaves, but it will be a second round finally for Ecstatic.
That's what I was kind of wondering, like what were they going to do to change things up? And it was actually the quick one straight off the top of Annex. The moves from Nodios, man, he just absolutely sent it, flew straight through outside with the flash timing and found that opener, and that completely sent Complexity for a loop.
Very, very nice. Not easy to get that timing around the corner as the flash goes off. Great coordination from the T side, but we saw they were capable. I think even after they lost to 4 spies, it had enough utility to offer some executes and some double pumps on the A bomb site, showing some depth here. Is this the start of a comeback then for them? Looks like they're going straight into the A bomb site. Manx having a look, trying to find Grim behind that smoke. There are a lot of CTs here actually, and they're going to get cut to pieces. Grim with 2 on the heart. That's an important second frag for him, leaving Salazar and Crown in a 2v3. There is time. It's not going to be easy for them. They cannot afford a trade frag now in this situation. Some clues for Crown as to where one of the 3 players is. There's another one, and that's the kind of trade that they couldn't afford. Salazar in a clutch now, 1v2. What's his scope heard? He needs to go and find that bomb. He's got a minute to do it. I have half the information, Ecstatic, as to where these CTs are, but of course every second that information gets old. Grim being very, very active, and scoped in will be a problem for Salazar, of course. Alarm scope. Walk into the hands of Hallzerk, who's active as well. 7-2 for Complexity.
You can see what Ecstatic was trying to go for there. They've been throwing the outside wall of smokes and sometimes the progression smoke, front side of Squeaky, and just doing different little iterations, trying different things. I thought they were going to go for the uppers timing in the gun round before that last one we just saw, but they went for the outside dive. And then this time they went for the uppers timing. After that just worked for them, maybe expecting Complexity to shift something, maybe dedicate that extra player to outside or quick vent rotation or something like that. But Complexity just shut that down pretty easily. And I think in the 3-on-2, and especially a lot of the XVXs in the mid round, that's where Complexity has been a whole lot better. Especially in the early rounds, you saw a lot of that. Even if they're able to get the entry down onto lowers or they're able to get the entry into the site, Complexity is spacing themselves really well and being super active on the map and just trading out way, way better.
Best of ones can be quite dicey. Well, looking great for Ecstatic at the moment. Just 2 rounds from their T side of Nuke. But there is still plenty more on the table, and they will have a buy in this round.
Got some extra cash as well, so more bomb plants and the loss bonus that they're working with means more and more buys. Could see Fang trying to be aware of the vent dive. And it feels like Complexity's already done their homework. They've been very aware of Crown on the lurk. Looks like it's going to be an uppers timing here for Ecstatic on the contact.
A lot of Molotovs as well 4 mollies to be deployed by Ecstatic, so I think we're going to see a flame carpet on this bomb site. It's going to be hard for the CTs to stand. That's going to make it even harder for them. In the smoke, though, is Grim looking for 2. Close, but not quite. 4 on 3 for Ecstatic now as Fang pops out, but there was the trade. Crown of the Mac 10 will be enough. Floppy's up top now, trying to buy some time with the flash. Crown needs to try and switch for a rifle here. Sooner rather than later. Might not get the chance, though. Full commit to the bomb plant, and Floppy's going to say hello. Here's that Mac 10. That'll give them some confidence now. Crown's got all the information. Surely trying to get into a better position. Didn't have the tool for the job. And Complexity will secure the retake.
Yeah, their fundamentals are winning them this game. The way that they're approaching every man advantage situation, every XVX situation in the mid-round has really just been worth its weight in gold. And that's where you can see the chemistry of the team coming in. They're obviously prepping pretty hard for the major, putting in a lot of prac, making sure that they're nailing down all those small details. And right now that's doing them a whole lot of favors. You can see Ecstatic, they've definitely got the reps, you know. They have all these different variations. That time an uppers execute on the timing with the mollies. They've shown us a lot of depth already on this T side, but just the issue is less so the overall approach in the early round, but just what's happening in the mid round. They're just not putting enough frags together to be able to lock down enough.
Complexity are placing themselves well around these smokes defensively, just disappearing, reappearing at the right time.
Looking like they're in really good form at the moment.
Very nice.
A little chip nade from Floppy on the lineup. This time they got Hallzerk down in lowers, so Floppy's being a little bit more active towards the ramp room. Ecstatic creeping through outside. Only a couple of smokes left. They're going to deploy an outside wall of smoke there. Close towards warehouse side. Molly exchanged by Fang just to try to gather some info about who's crossing in towards lowers. But it is going to be actually a walk into warehouse here for Ecstatic.
Very nice lineup for Hallzerk. He has some important information in, and that will make Fang wonder as he hears no one else going. He will deliver on the outside. Looking for a third one as well. Queenix will trade. 4v2 though. I think they've lost too many already. As I say that, Salazar drops, as does the bomb. And now Queenix is in the clutch. He needs a ace to try and find this round, but there are too many man on road. And Complexity secure another on their CT side.
I mean, we were having a little joke about just hitting your shots and being a little bit sharper, but that's what it feels like for Complexity at the moment. That multi-frag on outside from Fang on warehouse is a perfect example of it. He's getting away with 2 frags there, where the T's are very intentionally, that whole strat is designed to walk into warehouse, have the extra player following up on credit card. You need to trade this kill, and it's pretty clear that Ecstatic is just not feeling it in this best of 1, and that's not going to be good enough to get across the line against the team that's preparing for the major.
Plenty good coffee here in Melbourne. Hopefully they've had theirs, setting it straight into the A-bomb site now. Completely different change of pace. JT will be traded. Chances are here for Ecstatic. They could still get 6 rounds from this half. Moving around in A as we see the CTs repositioning now. Again, the smokes are up, giving them some dirty angles. Fang forcing the issue here as Crown will trade. Trying to catch them off guard as they look for a bomb plant, perhaps. Floppy and Hallzerk remaining. Minute 10 on the clock. Still some presence in heaven. Hallzerk popping through once again. Crown on the reload there. Is anyone here to help him, though? They'll get there eventually, but Hallzerk's found a 1v1. He's on the op. Can he find the angle? How did they lose that round?
Unreal. And that's been every round, really. Complexity just a little bit better in the mid-round. I've been saying it, feel like a broken record, but that's a perfect example of it. You were asking, who's the player to trade from Silo there? He's just 2-3 seconds too late. It was the same thing on outside warehouse. Ecstatic are not snappy enough on the trades on this T side right now.
You don't bet against Norgare. Yes, another highlight for Hallzerk. Very, very awkward. I mean, Complexity were trying to make that situation awkward for them when Fang pushed around that smoke. It's a big clutch from Hallzerk at the end. And again, there were so many rounds possible for Ecstatic. They didn't even get as far as the bomb plant there.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, it's all the mid to late rounds. And this one, you know, I didn't even mind their approach, to be honest. They cut sound, and that's what prompted the push into heaven from Complexity. They had no information. There's so many angles to hold. on CT side Nuke, so you got to go be proactive. Let that round go by the wayside, though, as Nodio sends it once again, this time straight into Secret, but he's lost a lot of HP on the way. He's found Fang, though, and this feels like this is the round Ecstatic must convert. Man advantage, free pick on outside. They need rounds.
Yeah, they still have an opportunity to... If they can just break Complexity's money, then they could make something of this half. That certainly won't help them. Floppy's been the pain point on the ramp, and maybe that encourages them to head back there as Floppy tries to find position. Hulzerk, they will tag at least. Quinix down to 16 HP, 3-on-3 as Grim will secure the B bomb site. Surely, there goes the bomb. And the information as well. Salazar has time though. Looking to catch a CT on the rotation. And he might just do that. Hulzerk on a pistol once again, looking for the flick, but Hulzerk with a P250 is just as dangerous as with the AWP.
Once again, I mean, man advantage, and it all falls apart in the mid-round. They spot Floppy on outside, and that's what prompts them to make the quick mid-round rotation. They call the audible and head straight through ramp. But even Floppy, you can see he takes one with him. Even though they're trying to hit it on the timing, they know where the CTs have rotated to, but they're just not quite able to convert that. And especially Complexity in the mid-round there, they went for a two-man contact towards Secret, which meant Grim had already got pole position down in towards Windows, and there was another player in Secret, even if they got through him.
Tech9's then a very dangerous round still. Trying to play the numbers game, but maybe the AUG is the worst one to go through. Floppy doesn't scope though. Will do some good damage on Tenodius and Crown. Fang's already in position. Can he get two from this? Oh, the cavalry's already here. The horses are trampling on Ecstatic. Tenodius will be the last man standing. See how much damage he can do. Not enough as we head towards the last round of the first half. A dominating scoreline so far for Complexity.
Yeah, they've just run away with this half. They've never had to worry about their money. They've never had to worry about whether they're going to have to take an eco or anything like that, which just goes to show at the end of the day, you know, people focus a lot on frags in CS, but especially on the T side, if you're not putting enough kills together, you're not pressuring the CT economy. You're going to allow them to kind of sit back. They're going to have access to orbs, all of the utility. You're not going to have that reset potential. And that's where Complexity has just been way too comfortable for this whole game.
Hello.
There's another pick on outside. Nodius has not been doing too bad work on outside, to be honest. But again, this is another man advantage that they must convert.
It's a good start. How will the mid-round look for Ecstatic? Poking towards main. Towards hut, rather. Low health player's going to go in first to take the bullets, but will their trade be there? Eventually, a laboured frag for Crown, but one nonetheless, and the trades will continue. 3v2, advantage Ecstatic. Hulzerk still alive though, and that means an issue for Ecstatic. Getting away from the A bomb site as those smokes go up once again. Those one-ways by Complexity. But there might be a clash on the ramp here. Floppy's got the scope, but he hasn't got the frag. Hulzerk now will see the information in the clutch once more. 1v3 once more. Can he do it again? 12 for 2, Complexity and Hulzerk, but it will be a third round at halftime for Ecstatic. We're going to head to a break. When we're back, we'll see if they can lead with the pistol.
Same old feeling. Don't know what's right or wrong. Searching for meaning. I've been thinking about it way too long. So whatever you long for, don't give up along the way. Just don't give up along the way, you know, and cherish the moment. Come on up and just let go. Come on up and just let go.
seem misleading. Just until you stop and make your choice. So whatever you long for, don't give up along the way. Just don't give up along the way, you know, and cherish the moment. Come on up and just let go. Come on up and just let go. Let it 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 go.
Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night. And I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. Is it wrong of me to think
After a massive half by Complexity, Ecstatic are basically on crutches. If they can win this pistol round though, they might be off to the races on the CT side.
It's so hard to chase these scorelines on CT though, especially when you can't let your economy build up too much. You're always feeling like you're on the edge of reset potential. I feel like in this version of CS, with the way the economy is, you have to have the dream start to the game to put together a comeback. Doesn't matter what map it is.
Nodius will be made Raid Boss. Julie's on the CT side. Fang with that P250. Raid Boss on the other side, looking for those longer range engagements. But up close will be Queenix and Floppy. Good, promising start then for Ecstatic, but there's still many Complexity players to find. Crown may have seen the bomb there as he's got control of control. They have to give it up though to try and fall back of his teammates. Ecstatic looking good on his CT side then, on his pistol round so far, but now it gets close as Hulzerk and Fang deliver. 3v2 for Ecstatic, but it's going to be retake territory soon. No kit that we can see on these players who stand, but Hulzerk will fall, leaving Fang in a 1v3 at P250. Could be crucial, but Queenix delivers another nice headshot. Ecstatic storm the pistol round then on the CT side.
Yeah, it's a start. You know, still plenty more things that they got to do to get back into this game. But step one complete. Keep an eye on what Complexity's going to do. They did get the bomb plant down on lower, so plenty of money for a fourth. They want to try to throw one of those in there. It's kind of been the meta. See a lot of Galil forces, see a lot of AK drops, things like that. Little mix buys. And indeed, will be a force pretty limited util.
That's a hell of a force buy though.
Yeah, a lot of contact play going to be happening in this round. Early, already one smoke thrown to front vent and the door blown open with the nade.
Yeah, they've got no flashbang at this point. No flash whatsoever. Big priority on dry engagement.
Yeah, and with Floppy getting down vent, that's going to be a massive, massive boon to the T side. This is where they can keep a round like this simple, but they've got a lot of players on outside, so they can't just contact through ramp and meet up with him. Seems like they are trying to take a duel on this outside player here, and they will find him.
Salazar could be there for help though, but he'll be denied. He'll get Grim at least. That was a nice peek from Hulzerk though. Complexity very confident to go for these peaks. Now Hulzerk's got that 2 HP on that AK. That's a very useful weapon, and there you'll see the switch. He will be given the Desert Eagle then of JT, and high health JT will take the AK.
You can see Floppy's just been waiting in vent this whole time for the rotation. Fang keeping an eye on Squeaky. Get the reposition back towards lobby side.
Heading towards the 45-second mark. On a map like Nuke, there's still plenty of time. Horsak fishing for a quick D, but JT will be the one to get it. Then down goes Max. Big problems for Ecstatic. Snodius may have to go on that rotation as Floppy finally gets what he's been looking for. And what can Queenix do now? Anywhere else he chooses to go, it's going to be a long rotation. He's got to walk to start with to not give the sound cues away. Queenix and Salazar then 2 versus 3.
No kids. Might even just consider the save. You're so far away on the rotation, and exactly that. Like, you're not getting that round. It's the same thing as Horsak trying to retake through Megaton earlier on. The time will get away for you. The T's can just sit backside vent, decon, windows. There's too many positions to clear. You can't retake lowers when you're that far away on the rotation. It's just not going to happen.
Floppy and Horsak might want to get their skates on, because they need to run a fair bit to try and stay alive here. But that is a great response from Complexity, who looks strong on either side. Again, a hell of a force buy with those rifles. And they delivered and then some. 13-4. Ecstatic are going to have to do this the hard way.
Yeah, this will be a force from them. And if this doesn't go well, that's probably just going to be the end of the game. Unfortunately, you know, it wasn't looking good for them. The pistol got us a little bit excited, but Complexity immediately flexing their muscles after getting that bomb plant, going for the full buy. They only had 4 nades. They used them all in the first 10 seconds, and then they got it done the old-fashioned way. The 4 nades got Floppy in vent, and that's what they were looking for. And then the contact on outside, good spacing, good trading. Exactly what they were doing on those CT retakes.
Double nades coming into the A bomb site. No connection made on this occasion. Complexity in a great position now.
You can see they're anticipating aggression, sitting in lobby. Lobby crunches, very high percent kind of rounds when you have this little util when you're using the pistols. A lot of times, you know, it can be a reactive play to the outside wall of smokes, but you can see Complexity taking their time. Look at the mollies straight in towards ramp.
Posting up on their angles. There's a lot of CT players here though, but who is going to find the first kill here? Crown says hello. You can see Manx jiggling, showing some shoulder as well as Horsak starts to move through. 5-7 still very dangerous. That'll force Complexity away, realizing they're walking into a trap. Still got a minute on the clock here. Odious will have a chance to try something. Now he finds the bomb and a second kill. Trying to find a rifle, and JT's in the clutch. 3 more frags required to not have the same fate that Ecstatic had in their first half. Trying to give himself some space now. Getting tagged though in the corner. And now the CTs can pick up all the toys that they can find around that bomb.
Yeah, the best case scenario for him was smoking himself off at Hanix and just making his life a little bit harder, unfortunately. Connected a little bit onto Manx. Bit of a span through side of heaven there. Really, I mean, JT, all he's looking for here is damage. Playing the long game, Complexity is so far ahead that every single kill that you get, every single gun you take away from the CT side is going to add up over time and open up that window where you can reset the CT economy, and that just might be the game on a silver platter if you do it at the right time. Regardless though, great response from Ecstatic, holding on to those 2 rifles instead of throwing them away in towards lower, and then the little stack in towards ramp side. Works a treat. Good patience shown by them. Not aggressing in the early round. That almost certainly would have just played straight into Complexity's slow kind of defaulty play.
Some confidence there from Ecstatic then to fight their way back into this. But again, the margin for error is getting smaller and smaller. With Complexity just 3 rounds away from the victory. Hero AK for JT. Look at this push though from Ecstatic, and the numbers are here to trade. Surely they will. 3 kills for the CTs, but 2 AKs for Grim and Floppy. And they've got 1 minute 30 on the clock. You can smoke it off now, but this is surely going to be a nervous situation for Ecstatic.
Yeah, we'll see what they're going to be going for. And this is the issue when you end up in these XVXs on Nuke. There's so many angles of approach. Complexity, theoretically, with how quick that round started, have got plenty of time. They could wrap Secret in towards lower. But they're just going to play this one by the numbers, sit in radio, wait out the util, and try to take some duels in towards lobby side. Look, a little bit of a high-low. This is cheeky.
Floppy is naked, no Kevlar whatsoever. But if he is going to get shot, probably going to be in the face. Kind of how Pro CS works. Again, cutting noise. It's up to Complexity to try and figure out the angles that Ecstatic are likely holding.
They're just waiting for Ecstatic to get worried about the outside wrap.
There is the bomb. And there are 2 CTs. Floppy though. Beautiful stuff. Really made it work again. Not easy with no Kevlar to even get that first kill. Got everything from that they could.
So we're JT 2.7. Doesn't have the best of spawns. You'd love to throw him a Mac 10 or something, but Complexity going to put together a buy, no issues at all anyway. Going to be a little bit limited on util. I was surprised that the CTs went for a lobby crunch anti-eco there. That can work out pretty horrifically if you hit the wrong timing and run into a pistol at close range, but crisis averted.
Fast one into the A bomb site. It looks like everybody's blind, but look at the frags for Ecstatic. Only 2 plays remain for Complexity. Almost one, but Hallzerk is still standing for now, trying to rescue the bomb if he can. And he will.
JT trying to activate in the mid-round through outside here. You can see Ecstatic. Crowns, I think, heard that in the backside of Warehouse, so they're well aware of what's going on here.
That is half the information. Nice luxury to have for Ecstatic. Swinging around, Crown has found JT. What a Hallzerk then. Man's got so much clutch in him. 1 versus 4. Again, he can, at worst case, still make it pricey for Ecstatic, a situation they would rather avoid.
Yeah, this is the round where they do need to stabilize their economy. Realistically, I mean, Cold's only got 13 rounds. It's not like even if there wasn't a reset here, that Ecstatic would find themselves in a situation where they wouldn't be able to recover from that. But especially in a round like this, you just completed that anti-eco pretty well, and now you're going to survive with 4 players up. They're going to be quite happy that they've been able to steady their economy, and that is going to make this realistically a situation where they can actually start to make a bit of a comeback into this game. Like I said, it was going to be difficult, especially after they lost the second round force. You don't see the CT economy really recover from that too often.
Yeah, this is an interesting pursuit from Nodius, who loses his gun. He's got $1,200 in the bank. What do you think of that?
I don't think that's worse, but at the same time, it's like Hallzerk holding onto an AK and armor in towards the next round could definitely take a few guns away. Either way, he's going to get both. But like I said, the CT money is so fragile this early on in the game that like throwing away the 4th gun is not the worst thing in the world. If you're going below 3, that's where it starts to get a little bit dicey, but still it's a bit unnecessary, especially in this kind of position on the CT side. If you got like 5+ K on all the boys, yeah, why not?
They'll have a good buy in this round. Maybe the short-term target will be 10 rounds for now. Bite-sized meals.
Yep.
Head towards 13 a bit later on. Complexity looking for opportunities. The double nades again. We saw them miss the first time, but on this occasion, they've got great opportunities on this A-bomb site. Crown's got a spray down, though. The garden hose is out. That leaves JT and Fang remaining with the Glocks.
Yeah, and they can't really get close enough to put their hands on these rifles, unfortunately. Fang's kind of looking for a timing on outside, though, and with how low Crown is, that's, you know, realistically something he could maybe put together at some point. Might even be trying to swindle his way into ladder base here, perhaps.
Surely they try and find Crown here.
There you go. Straight through the smoke. Uh-oh. With Glocks, James?
2v2. Fang's going to be crucial now. JT's the one who's been showing the presence, but Salazar's taking nothing for granted. CTs have helmets as well, which will be very important. 45 seconds. This will feel like eons for Ecstatic to hold. There is Manx now. Not so much Fang can do. Really trying to squeeze every drop. Landed 1 headshot at the very least, but won't be able to land another. Ecstatic will survive with 2.
Got a couple of people already turning out for this first best of 1. Preparing perhaps for some of the Aussie boys to play pretty soon. That's pretty exciting. Got both Greyhound and Vertex playing some best of 1, so plenty of opportunity for some excitement or some tears. I'm anticipating probably a little bit of both.
Do you cry a lot?
Yeah, look, it's okay to cry, you know.
It's a brave new world.
Sometimes you just got to let it out, you know.
5 rounds for Ecstatic to try and recover. That last one was expensive, but it could have been lost without that spray down. Let's focus on the next round. 1 at a time. Minute 30 for Complexity. See what kind of pace they offer in this round.
Pretty slow one. Working outside. Waiting for maybe some initial utility from the CTs, seeing if anyone slipped through on towards that T-red position. And after not a whole lot happening, you're going to get the deeper L smokes in towards outside. Molly into secret. A lot of spam damage onto Crown, who was trying to slip into the corner of the smoke. Well done from Complexity to find that pick.
Yeah, you're not getting that for free versus Complexity. He's had his pie hole absolutely stuffed. 1 minute on the clock then for the 5 of Complexity. Oh, the timing for Salazar, that's not comfortable, is it?
It's got space now. They're going to contact into lobby instead here.
Can see Manx coming in from the ramp as well, but Floppy, does he have a good enough angle? Look at that snap from Floppy. It's not ready for Manx though. Great instant trade from him. 3-on-3 will still be to Complexity's advantage. But with these frags, Ecstatic will find some information. Fang trying to clear spawn. Plenty of footsteps to be heard now as Manx heads towards that B bomb site. Salazar caught, and is Manx as well. Suddenly it's Nodius versus the world.
I mean, those are exactly the kind of trades that were winning Complexity's game on the CT retakes. They're just so snappy. We're watching it from Ecstatic's POV. And as soon as he peeks someone, you just get deleted. It feels like a favorable engagement for him to take coming up from Megaton there. You know, you anticipate him to get 2, but Grim just instantly deletes him. It's got to be a bit demoralizing to play against.
What is the play here for Nodius? A late ninja? Probably not. Hiding in plain sight?
I mean, looking at their money, they need this extra rifle. This is the difference between having 4 M4s and 3 in the next round. But this was the reset potential that Complexity have been looking for, right? Like Ecstatic, it's been good to see them trying to make inroads in towards this game. But...
That's why he's hanging around, loitering
They're still a little
B.
bit too broke, though, you know? 3.5 is not going to cut it.
Hey, an AWP is often enough. Sometimes it's all you need on the CT side. But will that be the case this time? 14 rounds to the 8 that Ecstatic have. Again, that margin gets smaller and smaller as Complexity creep towards a potential victory here.
Yeah, they're taking attack timeout because they recognize that this is the game on a silver platter. The CT money is absolutely broken at this point. They convert this round, and especially with the saved rifle, you're really expecting the CT team to force up here. Don't know that they're necessarily going to be aware of the AWP, so we'll keep an eye on that, what kind of utility that they're using, how dry they're peeking, whether you're going to get any shoulders or anything like that. Complexity playing super well across the board, though. They're all within 2 kills of each other, and we're, 22, 23 rounds deep into this game. That's not super common most of the time.
Always nice when everybody turns up. Of course, not easy to do on the CT side, especially depending on the position you play. Here is an AWP from Salazar, a full force around it. Quite a reasonable one as well. MP9s are always good.
This is cheeky. Little boost up into the top of the boxes can make this MP9 look a little bit more menacing. You can see Complexity, similar to what you saw earlier on when they're anticipating the CT force. Very slow play. JT searching for outside on lobby. The rest of the boys sitting in radio.
I like the setup here with Crown holding a more direct angle on Secret. Manx starts to slip away now. Salazar, this would be a disaster if he died. 4 HP. So awkward now, but Manx and Crown will deliver elsewhere. Complexity in control of ramp, maybe with an opportunity to head towards heaven as well. That would make things really awkward. Heading towards 40 seconds on the clock for Complexity to make their play. 3v4. That can change very quickly indeed. Floppy heading towards JT now in that main position, but again, it is Hulzak who's made his way up towards heaven, playing off the distraction, but Nodius and Queenix are ready for it. There's a trade from Queenix as well. Salazar survives with the AWP just about, and an AK will be collected.
How did they pick up that round? That was like the anti-timing. You could see just how fidgety Ecstatic were in the early to mid round there. They had a setup, they boosted Manx up, they posted Salazar up on elbow side, little crossfire on outside. And then in the mid-round, they start shifting things around, and Salazar almost gets caught with his pants down, but they still somehow managed to come away with that round. That was a cute little double sight setup, especially later on into the round. You're not going to be clearing that with a molly.
Surviving by the skin of their teeth. You can see the angles for Queenix and Fang. That should be a nice HE grenade. Goes a little too far on this occasion. Queenix will reposition. Have to be careful about where he stands around those boxes. So much wall banging we've seen in these rounds.
Complexity just waiting out that initial utility. Grim's only got a Mach 10 to work with. A little bit lighter in terms of the punching power of this buy. Mostly Khalil's. Holzerk going to be the main man with the Krieg, probably put in towards the clutch position. Looks like it's going to be a smoke. Wall of smoke on outside thrown by JT. They may look to try to push and pull the CT rotations and then try to find a timing into upper, but that's actually a little misthrown. Both of the smokes hit the same spot, so you can see Salazar is still on the outside angle, has full information that there's no one out there, so there's going to be no change in rotation for the CTs.
Complexity with bad intentions towards this A bomb site. Smokes are dropped, but the first play goes the way of Complexity. Queenix dropped by Fang. And there is the bomb in the middle of the A bomb site now. That means full commitment from Complexity. Space being made as the trades come through for the T side, but there's that smoke paying off. Later on, that was dropped earlier, forcing the hand of Complexity through the smoke, and suddenly we have Ecstatic on 10 rounds, just 4 behind Complexity.
Yeah, that wall of smoke not connecting on outside made a pretty big difference that round. You could see Complexity were trying to hit that uppers timing after throwing outside smokes, and they just ran into a brick wall. 3 CTs there, and then Salazar coming in on the rotation from ladder base locks it down. Double digits for Ecstatic, a chance to build up their cash. Their money is still so shaky, so they have to complete this anti-eco without dropping too many guns, but Complexity well aware of that. Look at the investments in the Deegs. They want to make this one expensive for Ecstatic.
Many of these rounds have been expensive for Ecstatic as well. Crown will see the trajectory of those grenades and know people are close outside. So far, so good. That's the bomb scene as well. That'll be encouraging for them. There's only 2 players remain now for Complexity. Crown's got to be careful. Been punished around these smokes before, and he'll be punished again by Fang. Now he's got a rifle. They're only a man down here, Complexity. And again, this is a round where they're just looking to do as much damage as possible. They could win the round at this point.
Even just one more kill and you're sold. With how shaky the CT money is right now. Complexity haven't picked up the bomb yet, though. And with Queenix on silo, this is a bit of a precarious position.
Precarious for all concerned, really.
Sharp.
Burst fire with the MP9. JT has an opportunity, but Manx keeps on moving. And Ecstatic will survive again. And I think this game has been about survival for Ecstatic, and they've been able to do that, keep Complexity off match point, and reduce the gap to 3.
Yeah, they haven't looked like the better team in the server for the majority of this game, but it's still nonetheless a winnable game. They're hanging in there. I don't really think they're even playing their A game today, but they're still keeping this one competitive. So you'd say what you want about Ecstatic. Had a really rough start to the game, and they're slowly starting to get into the swing of things. Complexity now a little bit of a different timeout taken. The last timeout was, we're on the verge of winning this game. We just need to pick up this round, and it's done. And now this timeout is a bit more of a, well, got a bit more work to do. CT money's built up a little bit. You need a couple gun rounds in a row. And of course, this is where Holzerk will bring out the ult.
"20 kills for Holzerk, but 21 for Queenix, but 23 for Crown. Everybody's turned up to some degree. More standouts, though, on the Ecstatic side. Salazar will be looking to catch up himself. Fang's got a good angle, though. Got to be careful now. Could be led into a trap here, Salazar. Flashes will be avoided.
Trying to spam him out of the corner. There's the molly. He's got to move. Oh.
Ooh. Manages to escape. In the meantime, we've got big problems on the ramp. Complexity take control again. Minute 20 on the clock. So much time with so much map control. The Salazar's rotated fast. Misses the shot, however. Not quite the strafe cancel he was looking for. Smokes up on control. Salazar there with the AWP. The CTs are smoked off. Complexity needs to get this bomb planted quickly. Hole in the door now as Grim holds an angle, but Holzerk's the one to deliver. Problems compounding for Ecstatic. They've lost the bomb site and they're losing personnel with no response. 4v2 for Complexity. There's a hunt match point.
Crown.
They can't avoid to lose all these guns, but Crown's got 2 here. Coming in from the ramp, he's found a 3rd as well. Turning it around. Fangs in the clutch, 1 versus 2, and he's on the A bomb site. Will they commit to the bomb defusal here? They've got the kit and they will full send. The flank from Crown is unreal as he makes 27 frags.
Massive impact from him. Complexity just not even ready for that wrap through ramp room. That's a huge, huge play, and the trigger discipline not to be able to pick up Holzerk there, especially when things are getting really tight towards the end of this game. That's some star impact right there from that man.
You thought this game was lost after the first half, especially you thought this round was lost as well, but indeed the trigger discipline allows him to pick up the first 2 and sheer skill to collect the 3rd. That's a fantastic comeback again. It has been rough for Ecstatic, but they continue to survive. Just when you thought it was safe to reach 15. They've got the bomb plant, they have the tools for the job Complexity.
Yeah.
And that's another failure for them.
Which is the case pretty much every round when they're maxing out the loss bonus at this point. Holzerk will be looking for a bit of ramp contact. Outside wall of smokes with the molly into secret yet again from Complexity. No rotation into lower here for Ecstatic. I think they're looking to put pressure maybe towards lobby at some point, or picks on outside.
Crown moving through the smoke. He's got to act fast. There's the bomb. Another multi-frag for Crown. Queenix as well. Suddenly JT's wondering why no one's on the radio. Didn't even get to mention the Krieg that Holzerk had in that round. Nothing doing as Ecstatic are growing with power, it seems.
See the investment in that. Complexity just trying to hit the hard timing. He had enough money for the AWP if he wanted it.
They're not going to plant the bomb in this round.
No.
They plant the bomb, they get 4,200. So this might be eco territory for them. He might need to try and save this AK.
Could consider Galil Armor. You also got a couple of richer players. Crown's warming up, man. 30 for him. And it's not just him as well. You're getting a couple of the other boys, like Queenix is multi-fragging for Ecstatic as well. Like some of these individuals for Ecstatic are just, you know, doing enough by themselves.
This is an awkward spot for Complexity.
Yeah, this is a weird position.
What do you spend if you are to lose the round and Ecstatic find themselves on 14-14?
I don't mind like an in-between approach, like couple techie armors or Mac 10 armors, and then you put like hero rifles on Fang and Holzerk. That could definitely work out. Give yourself a reasonable shot at winning the round.
I feel like the more you spend, the more you must plant the bomb in this round as a minimum. Does that compel you to send it into the A bomb site or the vent?
I feel like those quicker plays are exactly what Ecstatic has been shutting down though. They've had really good protocols and reactive util. And that's what happens when you play, you know, 15 officials or 19 officials on Nuke in the last 3 months, you know? You know how to stop an uppers rush.
The scouts in the hands of Holzerk will suggest a longer round. We've got the smokes for the outside as well.
Go back for the bomb. That'll slow things down a little bit. Seems like Complexity very intentionally waiting out the initial wave of util from the CTs. And then if they throw wall of smokes on the mid-round timing, that's where they're really trying to create a timing a little bit after that. And it's exactly that. Wall of smoke, or one smoke invested on outside. The other boys aren't actually in position to throw theirs. So it's just a singular smoke on outside for the time being. And Complexity potentially looking for a bit of a ramp contact here.
And they've got some flashes. There is the first one. Manx will need to cut them. Oh, the timing. They've got the ramp again, but they've had the ramp, I feel like, in many of these recent rounds, Complexity, and still haven't been able to convert. Yes, some of the rounds have required some individual brilliance from Ecstatic, but here they are, just one round behind.
Yeah, Ecstatic are just holding on to the middle of the map and using those vent rotations.
Nodius has control of controllers. The T start to make their way in. Smokes the rifle, get his reload in. Crown will open the door. They'll announce their presence from multiple angles. Queenix disengaging is really smart. Still down to 6 HP already, though. Doors will be closed once again. Grim caught on the reload. Floppy's made his way up, though. Only Floppy and Holzerk remaining. 2v5 with a Tech 9 and a Scout. This would be beyond a miracle. There is a tag. And 4 will survive for Ecstatic. It was always going to go their way at that point. Team kill won't matter so much. 14 apiece.
and their money is stabilized at the perfect position. 14 apiece, and they're going to be able to buy through the last couple of rounds of this half. Complexity with plenty of cash with the plants. Be able to get whatever they want if they want an AWP, but exactly like you mentioned, Ecstatic seems like they're playing around that ramp room. They're not interested in really holding on to it most of the time. They're just using the vent rotations, and you could see, especially against the low buy, they were quite happy to sit back in decon and control room and play the angles. Keep Complexity locked into the lowest site with a bit of a one-dimensional kind of approach, trying to hold on to the post plant. Much harder for the T's to convert those post plants without any decon or Windows control. Holzerk looking for that annex cross.
That molly's so important to hold him off the angle. I think he may have found something there otherwise. Good detail. Well, it's crunch time, isn't it? It really is. 14 apiece. Who gets the match point first? I can't believe Ecstatic have made it this far, and credit to them for doing so. So many ugly rounds. But there's more work to be done. Pop flash for Manx, no. But he eats it. It's a little bit too low for him. He's going to have to peek dry, and that's not going to work out. Very, very awkward, and for that to happen at this time as well. Crown running out of bullets just as Fang and Horse go into his path, and the dream might be collapsing for Ecstatic. 5-on-3 for Complexity as they head towards B. Salazar posting up on angles. Can't be missing this time if they are to head in. Still a minute on the clock for Complexity. They'll create some space on the bomb side with the smoke. Great molly as well. Angles being compromised. Horzak moving in for a bomb plant. They can buy in the next round regardless, more or less, Ecstatic. So surely they go for this one. That'll make it even harder then. Queenix and Salazar remain versus 5. No easy way into this bomb site. So many guns trained on them. They'll fall one by one. Very rough round for Ecstatic.
Yeah, it's going to be a little tilting as well. The flash catching Manx, who was looking for the timing to pop up from Secret. What bloody entries from JT in a critical round like that, though. Just one taps the player on the headshot line in Secret, and then one taps Nodius on the entry in lowers, and then you put Holzerk in a post plant. Safe position like Silo with an AWP. Just play the angles around Megaton. It's an easy lockdown for Complexity. Like you said, though, Ecstatic, plenty of money to reinvest. Actually missing a couple pieces of utility, though. A couple mollies here and there, and a kit, but nothing to really be too upset about. Wall of smoke across outside again here for Complexity, and JT seeing if he can sneak through Annex on the timing maybe later on into the round.
See if smoke heads that way again. He has had problems dealing with that, trying to poke on either side. He has died on either side. Complexity cut noise, minute 20.
They're going straight into the ult.
But will they land some shots? Salazar lost his angle, goes back to the well. You can see Horzerk trying to tag. He knows there's one on the other side. In the meantime, Cran will stop that wrap from JT. Odious needs to keep his gun out here. Bunching up now in the lobby are Complexity. 1 minute on the clock. No frag for them just yet. I think they're going to the roof to get some grenades into this A bomb site, but the grenades are coming in very well timed by the likes of Ecstatic.
They're out of util now, though.
But they're not out of guns. See the molly being deployed by Horzerk. Nodius positioned himself, I think, for this to try and avoid it if he could. Can't avoid the gunner floppy, though. Very labored push from Complexity. In they go now as the trades here on the A bomb site. Cran will be traded by Horzerk in the clutch once again. 1v2, has to get his reload in. 25 seconds on the clock. He's got the bomb, but where does he go? One was in heaven. But what is the situation now? Heading towards 15 seconds. Looks like it might have to be this bomb site for him. Not going to get that frag he was looking for. Oh, he's going to go for that late rotation then, but it is going to be quite the gamble.
Got it.
Both CTs up top, and there's plenty of time now, and there's also plenty of cover. He can isolate a fight here. If they both come from the ramp, they may have just seen him. Did they see Horzerk go into decon? Manx and Salazar, they have a kit. Lining up now. Salazar, down he goes. 1v1 versus Horzerk. Manx is going to full commit to this one. And Horzerk will deliver the clutch again. Complexity take the first game of the day.
A little bit of Zerk there to finish things off as he brings through some magic to keep Complexity in it to propel them over the line. That one got exciting, Hege.
Oh, that was super, super exciting. I mean, I was ecstatic when we see this close series, and it wasn't quite the complexity that we were expecting.
All right, let's just get her out of here. Get her out of here at this point. Pretty sure that was a crime right now. But Complexity managed to close it out. A little bit shaky there in the second half. Alan, a 12-3 scoreline coming out of it. It was looking like pure domination. They win the second round forced as well in that second half. It should have been Complexity all the way. What happened there?
I mean, absolutely. After getting that reset, the game should have been over. 13 rounds and barely anything on the opposition. Massive economic control. And a few small mistakes. Certainly, Ecstatic got more into the game. The individuals like Kragan were absolute monsters during that second half. But I think Complexity, as we said, going into this match, maybe a lack of homework, maybe getting a little bit flustered, maybe getting ahead of themselves with such a massive lead. They were very lucky not to lose this game. And a couple rounds go the other way in the first half when Ecstatic had advantages, and they would have lost. And it would have thrown this whole group into chaos.
Yeah, I noticed that there was a tendency there because their T-sides approaches looked quite similar to each other. So you're basically playing against yourself, and of course you're gonna know exactly how to stop your attack.
That little
if
fight
you're playing
with the
against
mirror.
yourself, yeah.
That's maybe an interesting thought. I know that Pilsky was talking about it in the first half, right? Complexity were playing well in the man-up situations. It felt like the exact same situation comes back to bite them in the second. There's so many situations where they have an advantage, where they have a post plant, where they have good wraps, and they just can't quite to get that killing blow. Now, maybe that's just a little bit of magic coming through from Ecstatic, but based on what we've seen now for the Danes in that second half run, I'm a little excited to see them further in.
Oh, well, I'm super excited. I was thinking that these two teams could potentially be the teams going out from group. And with this performance by Ecstatic, of course, Complexity making some mistakes, which Ecstatic could take full advantage of. But these Danes, they're here and they're ready to play.
Yeah, if you're Greyhound, you're nervous now because you've just seen that players of this caliber like Kragan, like Queenix, can absolutely go against some absolutely world-class names on Complexity. And despite going so far down, they have composure, they play well, they get in the midst, they really disrupt the way Complexity wanted to default and split those sites. And yeah, certainly if I'm Greyhound, I've just been put on notice because this group is not a slam dunk to get out of.
No,
yeah,
certainly
exactly.
not.
And now we haven't really seen Salazar step up to the plate yet. And, you know, if he gets going, gets comfortable, things are just going to look even better for Ecstatic.
It was the more veteran presences that were really bringing them through. I mean, you had Queenix performing, you had Kragan obviously pulling off some crazy clips there to keep them in it. But Nodius and Salazar notably lacking, something that we were highlighting in the pregame and something that really didn't come to fruition here for Ecstatic.
I mean, I think if you're looking at their T side and maybe where it went wrong, maybe Salazar could have taken more opportunities. He had a couple rounds where he did have the AWP and he wanted to go for picks and it didn't work out. But I think as a team, their system was showing flaws. There were some fundamental gaps. They looked really flustered to me at the start, and I think their comms were a bit all over the place. So I don't know. It looked like to me Ecstatic didn't really hit the ground running, and it's a real shame because the second half was brilliant.
Yeah, and of course also Manx. He was invisible the whole game. And he is supposed to have experience. He is supposed to be a veteran player on the roster. And he really needs to step up as well.
So we've got a little bit of an interview standing by. We got Conky over on the sidelines. Let's see who he's grabbed.
What's up, guys? I'm here with JT, who obviously just came away with a 16-14 win. Mate, look, what a crazy one. You know, 12-3 half. Got a little shaky, but you managed to pull it through 16-14. How you feeling?
Feeling good. Happy that we got our first win and the crowd jitters out of the way for the rest of the team. So just happy with the win. Obviously, we struggled a little there on the T side, but I think we got caught off guard by a lot of things that we should have been aware of. But I think the scoreline got ahead of us, and I'm just happy we closed it out.
Yeah, a few big rounds from yourself and Hallzerk, but obviously, you know, managing to get that comfort back. Now, you guys got here Tuesday. How are you settling in with jet lag and everything like that?
Honestly, I can only speak for myself. I'm pretty tired still, but it's nothing that we're not used to. Like we're happy to be here, we're happy to play, and we're able to play tired, so it's going to be fine. Yeah.
Brilliant. And obviously, Pro League kind of didn't go the way you really wanted it to, but then you turn it around, qualified for the major, everything's ready to go. How's the form feeling coming into this event?
Honestly, it's feeling pretty good, but it's always been feeling good. I just feel like we're a team that we're able to beat anybody, and we're also able to lose it to anybody. So we're just trying to find some consistency right now. And Yeah, I think we're playing pretty well. I think Holzog especially has been playing really, really well in the scrims and in practice and even at the RMR. So I'm happy with our progress right now.
Brilliant. And it's your first time in Australia, which surprises me. So many South Africans always end up either in Perth or something like that. So how are you guys enjoying it so far?
It's been nice. I've had some really good food, and we went to the zoo on our day off, which is a little random, but we all wanted to see some kangaroos and koalas and stuff like that, so that was nice. Besides that, just been resting and stuff. We haven't been here that long, but I've enjoyed it so far.
All right, well, I'll leave it to the guys. Obviously, good congratulations. We'll see you back this afternoon. Take care. Back to you guys.
I'm glad they took him to the zoo. It's nice that they do a lot to try and make Floppy feel at home.
Bro, what? You're...
He's an animal. He's an animal. What can I say? In the server, out of the server.
Okay, Mike, you know that when you pull out a pun like that, and I don't think it's good, then it's like extra bad.
Conversely, I think that if you don't think it's funny, that probably means it is. Now, looking at the board here, you know what's funny is poor Kragan, unfortunately. Tragedy and comedy are sometimes the same side of the coin. This dude was insane in their comeback. He did so much, but his team couldn't get them over the line.
Yeah, his team to power up monstrously towards the end. And not like he was a non-factor in that first half, but in terms of swaying rounds, having massive impact kills, it wasn't quite to be. So Kragan, he'll be disappointed, but at the end of the day, Ecstatic were not expected to win this matchup, and he just had a heck of a kind of an international performance.
Yeah, he did indeed. Now, looking at the actual flow of that match, we're going to cast our minds back to the first half because this guy was instrumental in Complexity's strong CT side. I'm talking about Grim. He went completely missing in the second, but it looked good early here.
Yeah, let's focus more so on what went right in this game for Complexity. Of course, recency bias makes us look more at the T side, but the CT side was extremely clean. Very fundamentally strong. Grim was an absolute monster on that A-bomb site, and this is where he plays best. An anchor, he knows how to play players' position so well. He really interplays well with his other teammates, and I thought Grim was brilliant. Second half didn't go his way, but they would never have that round lead if Grim wasn't superlative.
Yeah, it's a little bit the positions that he's playing on the T side. We can see him be really good, but it was JT who was really excelling in those few rounds that they did manage to pick up. And of course, someone very special, dear to my heart, that we will probably talk about. Mike, why don't you introduce... if we are already getting to that.
Yeah, let's talk about him. Let's talk about Halzik, the mullet man himself, down under and still on top of the scoreboard. It turns out not everything's upside down. Halzik's still the consistent contributor here, bringing a lot of the firepower to get Complexity over that line. That final round, of course, typical of it. Also, that first half, that round from Heaven.
That clutch round. And this is he's so explosive, he's so solid, but he also is amazing at these clutch rounds. This guy, one of the players, maybe the player who has the longest win streak on Faceit ever, consistently streaming all his games, still winning. I think he had like 100+ wins in a row, which is absolutely insane. And he is showing that he is very capable of winning rounds.
Apparently,
also in the ESL Challenger
ESL Challenger
Melbourne
wins.
Tournament.
You know,
that was
it's just consistent
completely
here.
off topic. I do apologize.
Derailing the conversation. The Hege special here, but let's talk about what we did have in the server. We've already mentioned him once. This guy, Kragan, I mean, for Ecstatic, it's got to be a bit of a heartbreaker, but it does show so much promise for going forward, right? For the next runs, for the competition, whether it's going to be Greyhound, whether it's going to be the Evil Geniuses squad. This is a team that is ready to show that they want to hang in this tournament, right? They don't want to just get knocked out early.
I mean, think about this sort of matchup from Kragan's perspective. I'm not sure he's played a lot of big international lands. This is almost certainly the biggest match of his entire career. And he comes out, and despite his team being down enormously, he's the one that has the composure. He's the one still getting aggressive, trying to be proactive. So Kragan, I'm sure internally is disappointed, thinking he could have done more. But honestly, in his first game in a big tournament, he couldn't have done better than that, and I thought he was absolutely amazing.
Yeah, absolutely stunning. And that round with the trigger discipline, where he just mows down the entirety of Complexity, was Fang already trying to find saving teams on the hunt?
Yes, it did seem to be. He was up top. But let's not worry about that right now. We need to look towards the future. We need to get ready for our next matchup because it is going to be the Greyhounds taking on the Evil Geniuses. And I don't know whether it's going to be the dogs in them or the brains in them that are going to take it in this one. But we'll find out after this break.
your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Smurfs, your time is over. Go yourself.
To all the 817 imposters using my name on Faceit, go yourself.
For all Tox players, go yourselves.
Go yourself. Go yourself.
Go verify yourself for free today. In 4 easy steps, you can join the battle against Smurfs and compete with confidence against real accounts. What did you think they were saying?
I'll keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You still live rent free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind, but I am not too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. You keep slipping away. I learned the hard way. But something's gotta stay. Don't let it go to waste. Do you remember all of the long nights, warm in my bed, nightfall to sunrise? That's what you said. You held me so tight each time again. I'll keep your picture in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. Done with silly games. Don't leave me hanging on. Keep me hanging. Said it once, I'll say it again. Your love is what I want. Do you remember all of the long nights, warm in my bed, night for the sunrise? That's what you said, and you held me so tight each time again. In my room, I'll keep you safe. Don't stay away too long, pulling back and forth. Still got me paralyzed. Got what you came for. One thing that I've kept. I'll keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You're still rent free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind, but I am not too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. I'll keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You still live rent free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna with you. Cause I'm never sober when I'm with you. When I'm down and can't push through, I know you're the one I can turn to. You make me feel like someone new. Cause I'm never sober when I'm with you. I couldn't imagine where we would be now. I wish we could somehow live in a moment in time where I was yours and you were mine. Cause when I'm alone I get lost in my head, and I try to think back to the things that you said. But living without you is taking a toll. Feel like I might lose control. When I'm down and can't push through, I know you're the one I can turn to. You make me feel like someone new. Cause I'm never sober when I'm with you. Cause I'm never sober when I'm with you. When I'm down and can't push through, I know you're the one I can turn to. You make me feel like someone new. Cause I'm never sober when I'm with you.
I'm a wall of danger, and I'm addicted to the wild and nature. If you give me your heart, I'll break it. I've been known to lie, I've been known to lie. I was sitting all alone on the sidewalk when you caught me by surprise. I'm a lone wolf, I die by my own rules. I know when to follow my prey, and now it's right in front of me. Right in front of me. Right in front of me. I'm in awe of the mayhem. I would chase 100 more highs to trade. In it for chaos I'm creating. I've been known to lie, I've been known to lie. I was sitting all alone on the sidewalk when you caught me by surprise. I'm a lone wolf, I die by my own rules. I know when to follow my prey, and now it's right in front of me. It's right in front of me. It's right in front of me. Right in front of me. Right in front of me.
The Hounds are set to be loosed in the halls of Melbourne, and they're ready to fly the flag of Aussie CS high. In the domestic event, the hometown heroes now make their way to this stage, and they're going to be up against America's finest, the Evil Geniuses, but not the main roster. Evil Geniuses Black in their international debut here. This is a banging matchup, Alan. I'm excited.
It certainly is an intriguing one, I think, from both perspectives. Obviously, Greyhound, it was a really big disappointment last Melbourne that they just couldn't play with their full roster. Unfortunately, Vexite had already played in the qualifier with, I believe it was Vertex, and he just couldn't compete because of the rules. And those rules are in place for a reason so that you can't just jump between teams. So it did make sense, but it felt like we never really got the crescendo. We never really got that big moment where Greyhound could play in front of their home crowd, play their best Counter-Strike, and we could actually showcase the best that Australia has to offer. So hopefully this time, and especially this sort of matchup to open up, we can see the best of Greyhound, and we can please all the fans and show why we have these events in Australia in the first place.
Yeah, and it's surely going to be very fun for our Vexite to finally be able to play on that stage in front of the home crowd. So I think we are in for a treat here in this matchup. It's going to be very exciting.
It should be, and it might be his first time in front of a crowd ever, now that I think about it. Not really sure if he's had the opportunity before. Young player, new addition into the squad. But there's no excuses for Greyhound, right? This should be the best form that we've frankly ever seen from them. They're headed into the major. They secured that spot. They've got some good qualifications, some good results, some good showings behind them now. Starting to be a bit of a groundswell, and here in their home turf, it's time for the Hounds to mark their territory.
And Pro League was also a good run from them. I know if you look overall to the placing, it says, about 20th, but that's where Greyhound is in the world. They had roughly the right placing that they should have had. The RMRs are extremely clean for them, and of course, just getting that major slot for the last major in CSGO is enormous for Greyhound.
Now, it's not going to be easy. Over on the other side, this Evil Geniuses squad, it's a team that's got a lot of excitement building behind it. I mean, there have even been calls for them to potentially get opportunities over the main roster, and I mean, here they've got one to show it off. Bringing in Junior, him frying, Walco coming back into the in-game leadership. There's been a lot to like about this roster, and with Hex coming back down from the main squad with his new additional experience, there's a lot of excitement here, Hagen.
Yeah, plenty of excitement. I think for Hex, he might have gotten the better end of this deal, right? You're kind of getting demoted to play for the second team for EG Black instead of the main roster. But when you look at and compare how these two teams have been playing up against each other, it's actually more exciting and more interesting, and I think more opportunities for this roster rather than the main team in the future.
Maybe some brewing, but let's see where we're going to go in this matchup, because this is, again, just the opening best of ones, so Avito is going to take us to just one map. Anything weird we should be expecting here, Alan?
No, I don't think so. I feel like both of these teams have not necessarily similar map pools, but the middle ground, the maps they like are very similar. I really do think this is going to be Inferno. I think both teams just love it. And I think if you're either side in this one when it's a best of one, I don't see why you wouldn't push in that direction.
Yeah, exactly. Inferno is the map pick of both teams. So why would you pick anything else? And look, exactly. I noted down in my notes for the Vito. Teams are gonna ban whatever, and we're gonna end up on Inferno. Like, of course, Evil Geniuses, they don't want to play Anubis, and Greyhound don't want to overpass, and that's it. But both teams absolutely love Inferno, so that's obviously what we're gonna see.
I will say, as an NA boy, this Vito makes me nervous, because I've watched a whole lot of Evil Geniuses Inferno, and it can be a little bit of a mixed bag. Their defensive sides look phenomenal, generally speaking, through and through, but it's in the attacking halves where things can sputter. One of their issues in the past has been the mid-rounding, right? If their initial plan into rounds isn't working, sometimes there's these sort of sputters and these stalls, and they wind up going into sites very late, not leaving themselves enough chances to cross the T's and dot the I's. And Greyhound, I think that's an opportunity to exploit here. I think that if Greyhound can get off to a nice start, stymie some of the initial moves that EG try and throw, I think that combined with the international travel could lead to some early stutters, and in a BL1 you just don't have that opportunity.
Yeah.
I mean, I think either way, I'm very excited to see this Evil Geniuses essentially academy team, because we don't have all the asterisks attached to the main team. That's why it's a little bit depressing to watch the main team, because we know the level of investment. We know the things spoke about behind the scenes, saying we're finally going to get this project together. We're going to hold on to Cirque and Breeze for absolutely ages and not really get anything out of those scenarios. I just feel like this team is so much more exciting. It's so much more exciting. We don't have all this headspace around them, and they can just come here and just try and play their best Counter-Strike.
They certainly can. It's actually something that Hex talked about when he moved back down into this team was he felt like, you know, maybe he had lost himself a little bit, lost a little bit of that confidence. The pressure was different, and coming back down here, you know, it's shrugging that off your shoulders. It's being back with a familiar in-game leader, someone that you've played with for years at this point in Walco, having that comfort level and being able to show the individual form again, to show why you moved up in the first place. It's something that he's been able to do.
You know, it's so important when you are a young player that you are feeling comfortable in what you are doing, and we see that with Greyhound as well. That Vexite coming into the team as a superstar new player who was gonna perform and take them to the next levels, not really been quite able to fulfill that role, and Ins obviously taking a lot of his spots and a lot of his that space with the mid-run calling.
Now, hopping into the votes here, you can let us know who you think is going to be winning. Hashtag EG or hashtag Grey to see who's going to be making their way through. But to hear from the teams, to hear about how they're feeling headed into the matchup, we got a little bit of a check-in with the players. Let's go ahead and give that a watch.
Yeah, I think Greyhound as an opponent is definitely really exciting. Obviously, they are the hometown favorite, and they're from Australia, so it's going to be really cool to actually play against, like, in that atmosphere where the team is like, or the crowd is cheering against you. So that'll be really cool. But from them personally, I think they're going to show up, and then they're going to have a lot of fun being on home soil, and I think it'll be a good game.
I like how they have his name right under the collar, just in case our lower third wasn't working very well. You know, you definitely know that that's Walco.
That I noticed that too, and I thought the same idea. Really cool to have it here.
Nice little detail. Keeps it in the content. Walco, though, stepping back into the reins of in-game leadership within this roster back in October, taking them back from Stanislaw. He then left the roster in January-ish when Hex came right back in. This is exciting, right? I think Walco's matured a lot. I think he's developed a lot as an in-game leader, and I think that he brings a lot of promise to the table.
I mean, obviously, in terms of when we're talking about some of the issues in the past for this sort of lineup, the only way to get through them, to improve the communications, to improve mid-round calling, to improve the stability and how you play through different situations, is to play LANs, is to play big matches, is to make ultimately mistakes on a bigger stage. So for them, either way of how this goes, this is an amazing opportunity for some of these players to learn more. And I've enjoyed what I've seen from this team so far. I think some of their players are brilliant. And I think focusing on one of them in particular will be Junior, because domestically, he's looked sensational. It's against, let's be honest, a lower tier of competition in a lot of the games they're playing at the moment. And he's someone that, when he has had the chance in the bigger teams, hasn't always capitalized upon it. So I'm very intrigued to see in this LAN if Junior is going to be a force.
I think the perspective sometimes that's lacking in the conversation about Junior is how young his career actually is. He has not been competing at any level for that long. I think 2019 was when he started playing with like pug squads at the main level, you know? So he's still very fresh as a player. And I think that first stint in Tier 1 might not have gone the way, but we're seeing in the move down that he's taken a lot of lessons from it. And that's going to build him back up into the kind of player who's ready to threaten again.
Yeah, what always impressed me so much when I was watching Junior when he just got started was how innovative he was, how explosive he was. Now he's taking a little bit more of a cautious approach to APing, and you can see he's like changing up his style a little bit, being more passive and taking a bit out of James' playbook from time to time. But we know what he's capable of doing. It's just for him to figure out the little details, how he's going to do things.
Now, looking at the other side of the server, we've already talked about them a lot, but it's time to hear in their own words how they intend to welcome EG down under. Let's hear from the Greyhounds.
I think EG, obviously, you can't underestimate them. They have players like Rush, Junior, Hex, I think he's playing this event for them. I'm not 100% sure, but you can't underestimate anyone here. We're obviously going to just look at them the same way we always prepare. We are confident still that we can beat them, obviously. I think anyone's going to say that they're confident. Like, if you're not saying you're confident, then you're just going to lose. So I think that's what they're trying to say as well.
Don't know if it's the best sign for their prep that INS didn't actually know who the 5 players were going to be over on the EG side. They played with a consistent roster for a while now. That's got to have you a little bit concerned if you're an Oz fan.
Yeah, that has me very highly concerned. We just saw the 16-14 match between Cool and Ecstatic, and now we're going to have a Greyhound who's going to be absolutely not prepared for what's coming up. I don't know, Alan. What do you think?
I mean, of course, remember the Greyhound is now coachless. Kingfisher has moved on, so maybe there's aspects of maybe Kingfisher took on a lot of the prep. I mean,
yeah, that's usually.
How does Inns not know what lineup they're playing? That's unbelievable.
I think, okay, so charitably for him, what I will say is Hex played the RMR with the main roster, but that's because he had to. They couldn't get Refresh over in time to do it.
Exactly.
So that was the roster that they registered. That's what they had available. But Hex was always going to be on the CG Black roster. They've only announced him like last week or yesterday, I think. Yeah. But he's been playing with them since February. So this one's. Yeah, that's a very concerning interview.
Maybe it was tactical from the evil geniuses, this organization. You never know. They have so many players in the blueprint that you never know what you're gonna get when you actually arrive on LAN.
You never know. But it's time to see if we know.
Genius.
That's the brilliant move. Time to see if we know who's actually going to be winning this one. Let's get into our predictions. Let's see, who do you think's taking it? Alan?
Greyhound handedly.
Ooh, all right. Interesting one. Heggy, how are you feeling about it?
I don't know about handedly, but I'm sure Greyhound is going to be hounding this victory.
All right. Well, I was not sure, but I'll be honest, that pre-interview has me a little bit nervous because I think if you underestimate this Evil Geniuses roster, I think there's a lot of firepower.
Are you, as the North American representative here, nervous or are you thrilled and excited?
I'm excited. I'm thrilled. I think EG have nowhere to go but up. They have nowhere to go but prove themselves as an exciting roster, and I think Evil Geniuses are going to shock the world in this best of one with an early upset here. I'm going with EG Black. You know I had to do it. But how are they going to win? How are they going to win? What's going to be the key here? Because in my eyes, I want to see something from George. George, in this roster, since Hex's return to the team, some of those roles clashed in terms of taking opening duels, and I think he's maybe faded in the background a little bit, but I know what a player he can be, how explosive he can be, and to me, he's one of the keys here for this team.
I mean, in terms of the project and building up new players, this is a massive opportunity for him to now get to play on LAN in a big competition and go through this experience. But yes, you're right. We need Hex. We need George step up. We need Junior to be consistent, which he hasn't always been in the past. And yeah, if they want to beat Greyhound, who do have a consistent floor, they have a level they will not drop below. Yes, they do need to have very good individual performances.
Yeah, I was thinking a little bit in the similar lines with George because he's so explosive. Their problem is always the mid-round calling, right? But if you just win the round during the first 30 seconds, there's no mid-round, and there's no way you're going to be losing, right?
Well, I'm actually really curious to see the results of this Twitch vote because we've got your answers here, and I don't know which way the audience is going to lean.
Oh!
That makes sense. That is close. I thought it might be a little more heavily towards the Greyhounds because I assume the Aussies are the most awake of any viewing base, but this is a really close split. I'm excited to see what it's going to be in the server because I think this one could be another 16-14. I think this one could be a banger. We're about ready to hop on in and check out how this match is going to go. So let's see if the boys down under are feeling the Greyhounds or if they're also a little bit nervous. Pilsky is the Aussie representative. How you feeling about it?
Always nervous. Yeah, you can't not be at the end of the day. It's the best of one. Anything can happen, but it makes me feel a little bit better that we got Inferno in this best of one as well. That's definitely gonna make you feel a little bit more safe about this prospect.
I know. EG said that they were looking forward to playing against the crowd. Greyhound definitely have a crowd advantage, but is the crowd here for Greyhound?
Hey,
including this guy. I can see you watching anime on your phone. You better pay attention to the match as well, buddy. Everybody, I want to hear lots of noise for this one of the hometown hottie teams here. It's going to be a great opportunity for Greyhound to deliver. Nice crowd early on a Friday.
Yeah. Getting in there for the best of ones. We've got a couple of Aussie games coming up as well. You know, after this one, we will have Vertex playing as well, so we'll have to stick around for that one. EG, though, I mean, I'm pretty familiar with some of these players as well. I remember doing NA Premier a while ago and watching, like, Walco and Hex play together in, like, RPG. Then you got Rush mixed in there. Everyone's raving about George in NA at the moment, and then mixing Junior in. I think this is a pretty solid-looking team. They got a good mix of, like, younger players and experience. They got a nice little balance of roles. I actually think, you know, they could be a little bit underrated, and I'm interested to see what they're going to be bringing into a tournament like this, because obviously it's quite a task to head from North America down under, struggle with the time zone and all that kind of stuff, and try to be on point and prepared, because, you know, unless they've done a really good job of flipping the sleep schedule, this is nighttime in NA from morning. That might be premium gamer hours though, James.
Dude, I don't even know what's going on. I think my body's in space at this point, but I'm feeling good, and I'm sure they are as well. You know, people like Rush especially are going to be no slouches to traveling constantly. And I think, like, physically, that guy is Team Wedge. You know, he's in prime condition.
He might be able to bench the rest of his team of his team by himself.
Absolutely, yeah. So I think they'll be absolutely focused on this one. And I think, you know, at the moment, I think any EG brand team is going to be an underdog in most matches. But indeed, Greyhound, I'm sure there'll be some viewers at home who aren't so familiar with them, but it's time to get familiar because Inferno is about to begin. Our second best of one, EG and Greyhound. And Melbourne's here as well. Let's see what these teams have to offer as we get into our first pistol round then.
Let's get around it, see how they... See how they make their way through the T side here. Everyone's already getting nice and hyped up. We'd love to see it. There's plenty more games. Only into the BO1s on the first day, boys. Save some energy. As see Greyhound lining up this B executes. Just Wolco to play retake with the HE nade, looking for a kill or a little bit of chip damage if possible. That's a really nice timed HE though, Bardoff. That's a lot of chip damage on the Ts.
Yeah, into the B bomb site they go. And it's the retake situation for EG, as we can see. They left Wolco on an island, and now the island has sunk. Alistair will plant the bomb on the B bomb site. Sicko's got the angles. Vexite's going to be the bait man as Rush started to wonder, but he's been decapitated as well. Sicko, not quite. Hold on a second. EG are turning this one around. Now it's getting awkward. Ins and Alistair don't have all the range with these Glocks. Oh, down. He's just watched his teammate go. They were supposed to have a crossfire. Now he's got it all to do. So far, so good, but George is here for the trade. And maybe this pistol round will be stolen by EG. Indeed, it will be.
Really nicely controlled retake there for EG. You got to give them credit. 3 players just steamrolling their way up banana. Really snappy trades, quick headshots from the boys. And that's going to kick them off on the right foot. Start that CT economy building up. And with the plant, though, I dare say Greyhound considering a little bit of a force buy. We already saw a little bit of that in the first best of one.
Are we going to see some junk thrown at evil geniuses? We'll find out soon enough. An explosive start then, but a strong retake as well. But we want to see competition. Don't want to see a complete landslide like we did in the first half of our first series today.
No,
very one-sided affair.
I don't think this game is going to be a landslide. I think EG, you know, like I said, I've seen a lot of these players. I think they've put together a pretty solid-looking second roster, to be honest. And being a Greyhound fan is never easy. It never goes easily. It's always multiple overtimes. It's always losing to pistols and barely scraping through games. And, you know, you're always in a state of anxiety. It's very anxiety-inducing to be a fan of Aussie CS. Even going back to the Renegades boys, they love losing against pistols and really dragging games out that should be relatively easy to win.
Fondly remember the Oceanic League we used to have in the Face It League and the turn-ups at LAN. Very fun. Great to actually finally be here in the Oceanic region as well. Just take pause while a microphone issue is solved.
Yeah, I think EG, you know, they've mostly been playing in NA lately and playing a lot of the tier 2 opposition. The thing that kind of excited me then when I was going back through some of their results recently is I saw that they took out Furia in one of the Blast events, like the Showdown events or something like that, and which was basically a qualifier into the main circuit. And they 2-1 Furia, and Junior had like a 1.5 rating, which was kind of insane to me, against a team of Furia's caliber. So I'm interested to see if he's going to be bringing that same level of form over here to the other side of the globe on LAN.
We shall see. Smoke up banana from the T side. Try and stop a full take from EG. And indeed, we will see the force buy then from Greyhound. 3 Galils on deck. Big armor penetration afforded with those rifles. A rare UMP from Alistair, something you don't see every day since that damage drop-off at range was introduced to the weapon.
Yeah. 2016 were the golden years for the UMP. Still remember buying UMP armor and a little bit of util. You were good for pretty much every range. Sitting in drop on cobble. It's a bit of a different era now, though. Bro, 2016 was 7 years ago. That's a scary to think about, to be honest.
For the MP5 enjoyers, the UMP 45 is the successor to the MP5 with the folding stock and such. MP7 is something entirely different. Heading towards the 45-second mark here, and Greyhound are yet to make their play. A few grenades in the hands of Liaz, Molly, and Alistair, but namely guns in the name of Vexite. Gets the opening frag of the round. Rush has got a nice angle, now the flash has come and gone. Surely he gets something from this, he might even get two. How does Sicko respond? He doesn't. Rush finds two, but he will be traded by Ins. This is the strong plant, this is the good plant. Got to face the wall to try and defuse this one. And Greyhound are in the pit, so that will be hard. Ins forced around the corner, flashes are here as well. Walco and George on that retake, trying to find what they can. But this will be very hard. Quite likely they lose everything here if they continue to pursue this one. Yeah. George will get an upgrade, but off they go.
Going to be hard to get back in there with the kit at Haycard especially. It's always a bit rough when your side anchor is the one buying the kit. If they dive deep into the site, you're trying to complete a retake. Can be almost impossible to put that back together. It's good stuff from Greyhound though. Initial util trade coming in over towards Banana, just limiting the info of the CTs. They kept them pinned back in bracket side as well, and that enabled them to just get a pretty fair kind of execute over on that A site and wrap on through jungle. I think Rush honestly got more than he probably should have that Moto, and it was still a pretty convincing round.
See what EG are able to bring into this one, surely. Very important opener from a jiggling Vexite coming around the corner. Chance there with Rush getting that second one. Very hard rotation, but Ins was able to trade and get that bomb plant. Relatively happy faces for Team Wedge, aka Rush. See some nice damage done early by Greyhound. Consistent smoke up towards the half wall. So we'll see the force buy from EG then. Always curious to see a scout on Inferno. I feel like it's really hard to be effective with a weapon like that.
Very player-specific buy. Oh, contact in from George, and look at that swing from Ins. Instant as soon as the player over towards Broom takes contact, but that's a massive boost up over the top mid-smoke to even the numbers.
Yeah, that was the bomb spotted. They will be trying to protect it from that position, but EG are being very active. Multiple players seen towards A, send the forces towards B, then trying to reinforce that situation, while Rush will remain with the Desert Eagle. A minute on the clock for Greyhound. They still have Vexite lurking now, so we'll see how the timing works out. She won't be lurking for long.
This is pretty smart from EG. B is often the high percentage site in the XVXs that you often do want to hit. Bit of pressure towards jungle side here from Vexite. Trying to see if he can bait out any kind of reaction and detect some kind of a stack. The contact in from Walco gets deleted by Ins.
Yeah, I really wonder if he compromised his position. I wonder if the silencer was maybe poking out there. That was a big weapon to lose as well. If you look at what's left on the B bomb site, the scout and the 5-7. Rush defending the A bomb sites in the meantime, so there won't be no late rotation. But they still need to get this bomb planted. They haven't really fully cleared this bomb site just yet. As we enter the 15-second mark, Ins will find Hex in a dark spot. That's an important frag. Liaz will go for that elevated plant, which makes it harder to spray the bomb planter there. You can elevate yourself on the coffins, have a better time of things.
Pretty slow crawling game. Just a lot of contact play around the map. It's good stuff from Greyhound. Vexite seeking some information, applying some pressure over towards bracket and jungle side. Did kind of prompt a little bit of a push from the CTs, even though they had a 3-man setup on B. They were a little bit concerned that the A-Rap was coming in, which would be pretty difficult to deal with if you're Rush alone on that cold box with nothing but a Deagle to your name. So just that little bit of util pressure makes that a much easier round for Greyhound, and not to mention the fact that Ins with a really, really nice 3K.
Progress being made then by Greyhound. Not going to be the best situation for EG in this round, so they can build some momentum heading forward. Lovely headshot from Ins.
You got all three that round. Rest of them just saved.
Really important third kill there with time on the clock. There was opportunity for EG until there wasn't.
Gonna have to take a save now. Keep an eye on Junior and Rush. That's a nice connection just to soften up Sicko at the start of this round.
Yeah, you really don't want too many of those at the beginning, while the rest of the team are fishing for things. Pop flash, speaking of fishing, Very simple but effective, and Vexite is finished off. That might be a rifle to collect later on.
They probably just juggled that one away, I would say. Inns has taken Nana control in the meanwhile, and Greyhound contacting in towards Apps now. See Inns applying that utility pressure towards B.
Showing some presence over towards that B area. Stop EG from concentrating their efforts into one place. This is the driest force buy I think I've ever seen. 2 USPs on the A bomb site as they start to make their way in. Very careful indeed. Hex with the USP. Whoa, he's done better than I would have expected. That one kill, props to him for that one. 3 on 3, but everybody else is double OP out of position. That bomb will soon be planted. Safe plant by Liaz, a name we've been talking about for quite a while now.
Yeah, it's been doing really well since coming back into Greyhound from the Extremum boys. Often been their highest rated player. I feel like a lot of people will have a lot of hype around Inns and Vexite in particular, and Alistair's always very flashy with the ult when he's popping off, but Liaz always in those anchor roles, just consistently putting in numbers.
Can only assume that a spider's bitten the cable somewhere. This is Australia after all. Junior just holding on to his AK-47. That is a gloriously ugly AK, I must say.
A bit of a skin enthusiast, Bardoff.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I can certify that one is hideous. 3-1 for Greyhound. A promising start from them, but EG will be returning to a bye now, and the game will really start.
Yeah, and EG's been chipping in a little bit of economic damage here and there. They did a good job in that last round with the guns that they saved over and the USPs. So the money's built up a little bit for Greyhound, 2K plus for most of the boys, or 2 of them at least. So without a bomb plant, and even with a bomb plant, this might be a reset round for EG where they can force the T's on a single save.
Seems we'll see some more aggression from EG. You can keep an eye on the utility on the radar there, as there will be a take of that banana position.
Quick A execute though, straight through jungle side here.
Yeah, very fast indeed. What does Rush do here? He's showing some presence at the very least, but they must read that there's 2 players on this bomb site. They will continue to push. But where does the first kill go? We've still got 10 players on the server for this round at the moment. Very awkward for Junior though, and soon those smokes will be gone. There is a crossfire of sorts there for EG as Alistair tries to find 2 towards top mid. Are they going to go back towards the B bomb site? George could be in some trouble here as there's only 3 players remaining for the CTs. Sicko's dropped in the meantime. Everybody around the A bomb site. George still lurking, but as Rush falls, he's going to start to try and find something. Liaz still in position on short as the bomb heads towards B.
Dexter's going to catch him though. Evens this up into a 2-on-2. No util here for the CTs, but they do have a kit on George who is going to go and clear out bracket. Process of elimination. EG well aware that Greyhound should be making their way towards this B site. It's going to be an Oranges plant. Interested to see where Greyhound play in this post plant, and Vexite does have a flash to play with, so could potentially set up Inns to take a peek here. It is actually thrown over to Inns instead.
Does that make them think that somebody's on banana? That flashbang that we just saw, I wonder. Either way, they're both going to be playing from construction. George has got it all to do, and it will be a 4th round for Greyhound to make it 4-1. Very happy with that. You can see the pumps down the line. That's an important round to win.
It's going to reset the CT money. Now a chance for an anti-eco, and they could build up cash on the T side, and this is exactly how Greyhound loves to play their Inferno. The mid-round decision-making there was so snappy as well. That was a very weird round. Like you said, 10 players alive. Greyhound were kind of stuck in no man's land on bracket side, and you could see when George makes contact, they thought about wrapping back to B. They get the pick on jungle side and immediately wrap straight through, and Liaz stays put in towards Dig. Mid-round calling on point for the time being. It's good stuff on the anti-eco. Liaz just clearing out carpets in tandem with Vexite. T-side default. Working like a treat right now.
Very nice indeed. And it's just great to see his movement after engaging, whether he frags or not, trying to limit numbers abuse by the CTs in an eco situation. Very efficient there. 5-on-3 then. As we'll see Walco trying to do something dodgy. And he'll get there eventually. Heading towards the last player on the B-bomb site then, as it's a good anti-eco so far. Rush will be left in a 1 versus 5. Not much for him to do. Fantastic start then. Again, bearing in mind it's the best of 1. And Greyhound, you know, they need to please the home crowd, and so far so good.
100%. They're in the driver's seat. You can see the cash starting to build up on all of the players. Haven't lost any guns to the half buy here in EG. This is where you'd love to see George dropping the AWP over to Junior for next gun round, and he can try to have some impact with it because he's been pretty solid for them online over in NA the last couple of months, putting up some good numbers. But it's been a pretty slow tempo game, honestly, and I think that's intentional from Greyhound. They're just working the map on the T side, taking their time, not really trying to rush anything. They're well and truly within their element and within their comfort zone.
Very nice. Keep on keeping on. EG, despite the first round, have been somewhat cold in this one thus far. But again, they haven't had that many buy rounds just yet, but another one is just around the corner. Greyhound using the numbers well, trying to limit the threat that might be in front of them. Nice movement on the replay here, but this is a tougher round again as EG will be back on the buy once more. Junior eating some flashbangs towards top mid.
Going to be pushed back on bracket. A little bit of a nade stack over towards main, and Sandbag chips Walco for a little bit of damage. See the CTs double stacked the nades on half wall there, and they're looking to contest from this Sandbag position. They don't want to let Greyhound get top banana control. Now Greyhound going to throw a little bit of util towards brackets. It doesn't seem like they're in a rush to take any control just yet. There's a little bit of responsive utility from the CTs. And now I think Greyhound going to head up into bracket on the timing.
CT's being forced away from that short position. Very nice molly, very important molly. Denial of information is here for Greyhound. With good timing as well. They have a minute on the clock. Junior still on long with that AWP. Often you'll find late round, if the AWP is towards short, they'll be more daring to re-emerge towards top mid and find that information. See if Junior does that on this occasion. He'll find a great angle onto Alistar, which is not going to be traded just yet by his opposition. Oh, he's seen a hand, and Junior will deliver another one. Ecstatic gets dropped. Really tough to deal with. They've got the smokes, but they don't necessarily have the position. Junior will post up now on that sofa and realize that nobody is on long, focusing back towards the B bomb site where there's still only one player.
He's got a molly though on the timing straight in front of the smoke. That's going to slow them down an extra 2 seconds. Walco with the supportive util as well.
Yeah, and there's 15 seconds to get this bomb planted. Beautiful. But look at the flashes here. One by one, they will fall stick over labored spray. Get there eventually, instantly traded, for survive for EG as they find their second.
That's just really good fundamentals from EG. They were rotated quite heavily towards that A side of the map where there was a lot of pressure, but everything played down perfectly to a T from them. You got to give credit to Junior. His AWPing on jungle side was so impactful here, taking out half the team before the round gets out of control, and then a perfectly timed molly from George. Walco comes in with a secondary molly from CT and a flash over the top of New Box, and that's all she wrote.
3-round lead for Greyhound. Junior emerges mid again. Oh, I like this aggression.
You can see him shaking his head on the flare cam there. He knew he let it go a little too early.
Yeah, it's like, damn it. It's very risky, though. Very easy to outstay your welcome, making a play such as that, but I love the aggression. It's the kind of aggression that you want to see from a CT side.
And confidence.
Oh, I think Walco was being pop flashed in, but Alistar had the right timing to get the kill regardless. So we have a 5v4 for Greyhound with position on top banana. We'll see if they try to clear out top mid as well. The EG are very close indeed. 2 players on that short position as Junior will be here along with Hex. Maybe Rush will have to rotate over to support his teammates now. Might need those flashes from the well position, or at least that's what's being threatened by Greyhound. Maybe the smoke has baited him over.
Yeah, B-site util has definitely pulled the rotation over from Rush, who's trying to help George out, effectively giving Greyhound a 4-on-2 on this A site. They're controlling the map. They're anticipating some aggression from the CTs in the mid-round, but they're not being given any. It's really going to be on Junior to have some impact here before this Carps bus comes in.
Yeah, that all from the short position then in the more aggressive spot, but Hex has got a lot to do. This will be a very awkward crossfire. Junior makes his way into the side just in time as the swing comes in on short. They're lining up in the apps though. This Junior will try to focus. He's got a chance for the headshot here. Doesn't make the connection though. 3v2 for the CTs. Junior tries to make some space for himself, trying to buy some time for his team. Has he done enough? Rush is here. A swing and a miss from Alistar, and down goes Liaz as well.
Gonna get a pause from Greyhound.
There we go. Hello again. They're doing some tech stuff in the background. Don't worry, we'll be back soon.
I think I kicked a cable out.
Spiders, isn't it? Isn't that the excuse?
Oh, sorry,
It must
my
be
bad.
spiders.
Yeah. Whatever animal. Thanks, Mac. I would stick around until later, though, and you might get to see Mac dress up a little bit. Put on his fancy clothes. He's got a few people he wants to impress, I heard.
All right, then. We've got our game sound back. Marvelous.
Yes.
All right, 3-5. We've got Greyhound on the pistols. Ooh. Junior, you nasty. Walker's got to be careful. We've got boys on the logs. Not dropping logs, hopefully. There's legals and P250s for Greyhound. Well has run dry in the short term. EG stabilizing on their CT side.
Beautiful.
Closed casket funeral for Inns then.
I'm honestly kind of vibing the way EG's playing these CT gun rounds. They're starting to work their way back into the game. You can see the pieces coming together. Junior's getting himself warmed up. This is an absolute farm here, and you can see them playing with confidence. It's the small things that make you feel like EG's confident in this game to some degree. The way that Junior, he didn't re-aggress jungle side that other round.
Give it to him, lads.
He said it in the interview.
Round difference.
We can't talk smack to Rush after what he did to Order in IM Sydney. Can't talk smack.
All right, then. Greyhound back on the bye. Let's get back into the game. Down mid they go. The barrel gives the position away, but Alistair keeps moving forward. This could be awkward. Hex is full committed to this one. Shotgun mode, but Vex side's there to support. There's an advantage then. Really trying to stamp their authority on this round early, EG, but this time they are denied.
Aggression in the mid-round, though. Rush was looking for something from balcony. I think spotted there for a second, maybe by Liaz. You can see Greyhound just cutting the brakes, waiting for some aggression out of the CTs, but they're not looking in the right places right now. With Rush clearing all of second mid, this could prompt a bit of a B stack. Look at this, Junior on his way over. George has got a smoke to delay for long enough to get him in position.
Look at the confidence from Rush's info. Look at the confidence. We see the full rotation from EG. Rush coming in from the back. Liaz, he's watching the flank. He's also the person carrying the bomb, which is awkward. And they will change position. That's important. Over towards the logs, Alistair will deploy those God flashes as they move through. Vexai will delete one, and the frags will go in either way. That's an important one. Junior's losing his angles now. That flank is coming in, but it's been denied, and Junior's in the clutch. 1v3, bomb getting planted, grenades flying through. There's Sicko. Will there be a trade? No. Liaz plays it safe. They're in a 2v1 situation. He needs to play it that way. Liaz and Inns trying to work together. Inns is so far away, though. So far away. He's on the rotation. Now he's getting close down to the Deagle. Is Junior. Can he find a headshot? No. Greyhound back to winning ways.
That was a massive read from Rush in the mid-round, though. He almost converted that 4-on-5, but maybe a little bit too much patience on the flank. And it's not too often that you actually see the 5-bullet AWP nerf have as much impact as that, but that was the perfect textbook example of it. He had to try and complete the 1-on-2 with the Deagle. Just ran out of bullets. Tuck time out here for EG. They drop this round, they will be broke. George can drop at least one of the rifles over to one of the other boys. Someone might have to go down to a FAMAS or an MP9, but they can put a buy together here. And looking at Greyhound with the 1900 loss bonus, they're actually quite resettable. This would be a big swing round in the middle of the half here. Round number 11. Could make all the difference.
George can drop a rifle for a teammate. Wonder what the utility situation will be for the CT squad. Well, now we can see it on our screens. Looking reasonably healthy. As you mentioned, this will be an important round for both squads. Great momentum to be had, especially if you win by elimination in this one. Junior, back to his tricks once again. Barrels, beast spin! That is disgusting from Alistar. Straight through the wall, straight through the head. That's not a pair of headphones, that's just lead. 5v4 for Greyhound then, early doors, and surely that stops Junior from making a play like that again. Seems Greyhound aren't even done with this one. Carrying this momentum through to the A bomb site. They're going to go straight for the pop flash play. Where are the flashbangs? Are they coming in just yet? Or are they creeping out? Either way, they're making their way forward. Bombs heading towards short. Now Hex caught with a grenade in his hand. Down he goes. And you have to start to wonder if this is a safe situation for EG. Saying that as they had 3, now they've got 2. George moving forward, though, to his doom. EG expiring on the A bomb site in round 11.
It's a massive swing round for Greyhound to win, and Inns is just going to hold on to the bomb. They want to take every single gun away from EG, buying an extra 10 seconds just to slowly set up this net here. Liaz working through CT in tandem with Alistair up Banana. Sicko clearing out apps. Trying to make sure that they've got every little bit of map control that they can before they finally hunt down Wolco. And not a single gun will be saved over. Greyhound breaking the money.
Real nice. And again, that surely deters EG from those aggressive plays down mid. They've really got to think about it, because you must know. You must know. Look how deep that is, man.
Picked up the pace straight away after that as well on the timing into A. Could see EG, after losing those first 2 picks, wanted to save but never got the opportunity to. So now in the anti-eco, this is where Greyhound could start to swing for double digits on that T side. And I'm sure they're going to be happy with this as a best of 1. I mean, this is their ultimate comfort pick in a lot of best of 3 series for the longest time. This is the map that they go to. They've played it in and out. They know the map front to back.
Anti-eco test once again. We know Greyhound have the discipline. They move with the numbers. Got some mollies as well as the execute starts to come through. 5v4 then as they make their way onto the B bomb site. Of course, the 5th being over towards A. And it will be a lawnmower of Greyhound going through this B bomb site. Nowhere to hide for EG in the short grass.
Yeah, just seeing if they can find a pick or 2, pick up a rifle. Maybe it could be a bit of a different story, but relatively low expectations for EG in a round like this. And I think in a half like this as well, the money will have built up here if these last 2 players that are quite low don't go down for Greyhound. The T-side economy is probably going to be beyond the point of breaking, and that's where you're shifting your expectations more so to looking at chipping in 1 or 2 gun rounds if you can towards the end of the half and trying to make it a 5-6 round half for EG.
Very nice. Crowd pleaser, Liaz. Looking for that last one. Sicko will be the one to take it. Strong start on Inferno for Greyhound. First half is looking good, but there are still some rounds for EG to claw from this. They can still keep it close at half time. That would need to start now. Guns will be coming back out once again. The question is, what will the beginning of their round look? They've had a lot of urgency to find something down mid, and of course they have been punished time and again.
Yeah, 3-man lean towards Banana indicates that that's where they want to take control early on here. Deep smoke right off the bat with a molly to Broom. Greyhound are going to contest this part off.
Indeed they will. They've got the lineup for the flashbangs as well. Int has been dropped over. Sicko is here. Looking for a second one. He's behind the smoke, and George has got a 180. Finds Sicko on his 6th. That's the kind of start that EG were looking for. 4v2. They're still in control of top mid as well. Junior creeping on short will be good, but Liaz will get past the angle. Might have a read on what that means. Put himself in a position to make a play now. As we see Rush on Speedway and Junior. Ooh, who saw whom? Big headshot from Rush. And they've got a 2v1 on this B bomb site all of a sudden. George is going to have to perform here. Smoke will be up to isolate the fights at the very least. And he is position unknown. Liaz creeping forward, but George has good timing. Does that encourage Alistair to make a play through the smoke? He's still respecting it for now. But Liaz is here again. Cuts off CT, but they're both coming in from a different position. That bomb plot has to come in soon. Does Alistair play the fountain afterwards? Hex creeping forward now. Lines up the AWP shot, leaving Junior in a 1 versus 2. He's picked up an AK. Can he find both? He can't find either. Liaz forces his team back into the round.
How have they put together that 2-on-4? That's illegal. George did so much work in Banana, like just smooth moves around the smoke. He played that perfectly. And I feel bad for him on Ruin's side as well, because you can see he had the molly out and he tried to left click it. It didn't come out of his hand. He quick switches, and then the molly that he throws the second time is a little bit too late, and Liaz picks him.
Very nice from Liaz. Forced. He's the can opener for his team in that round. Promised for EG with all the kills on Banana, and yet still denied.
They had the right read. Just couldn't quite make it work. Now against the half bar here, Greyhound feeling out brackets, but not feeling confident enough to push their issue too much.
Half by for EG. It is ropey indeed.
Spamming through the smoke. Easy as you like. In's probably going to lead the charge up in towards Nano here. It's just Wolko with the smoke.
Yeah. Superb half for Greyhound thus far. 10 looking likely. Wolko's got some work to do with this 5-7. Hold on a second. He's given his team something to fight for at the very least.
Gave it a crack. I thought we were about to see some kind of highlight reel there.
Well, I wonder what they'll do. I mean, they can buy in the next round regardless. I don't think Hex wants to be playing the MP9, so they've got to go for this.
Yeah.
Can they find anything else? Maybe a fortunate wallbang or something. Hex starts to move forward. They've got a smoke as well. What do they do with it? They don't have a kit, so this time is not in their favor to be waiting around. But Junior's still pretty far away. Might be a question of trying to steal an AK or something at this point. The round's basically conceded. So Greyhound will soon be making their way towards 10. They don't need to leave the bomb site either, because they can buy the next round regardless, so why even leave? They'll just stay, wait, get their kills, pad their stats, and move to 10.
You know, double digits secured for Greyhound. And like I said, I mean, the dial kind of shifted after that reset round, the big swing round in round number 11 for EG. Try and see what kind of rounds they can scrape together. And if they can get themselves a 5th, then maybe we're talking Wolko. I almost saw it coming together for him, I got to be honest. 5-7 at that range behind a smoke. His movement was good. He was anticipating the players peeking the right angles. See if EG can make this a 5th. Again, pretty slow, tempered pace for Greyhound. They've been working this map slowly but surely. It's running their default. Pretty early on here, they've left Junior over on the B side of the map. This is not something that we've seen from EG yet. It's going to be a bit of a bracket stack.
Stalemate then, as we head towards 1 minute. Greyhound all of a sudden cut noise.
See the flashes thrown over Banana. Both teams trying to make it look like they're taking Banana control when neither of them are. Try and push and pull an extra rotation maybe.
There's the flash. Wolko will be denied though. Greyhound ready for it. 4v4 very quickly indeed. 30 seconds. What is the play? EG are devoid of information on B. A, there's plenty of action note. Back and forth, both teams fragging, 3-on-3, 20 seconds to plant the bomb. Liaz in the pit. He knows George is in that graveyard position. Alistair needs to make his way down short without failing. 14 seconds, Rush reveals himself, and that opens the channel. Now the bomb can make its way, and Junior's in the clutch. He is miles away. 1v3 as the bomb is planted. AWP fully loaded. Creeping forward, he has a kit. He's got to deliver the frags. Pick up top, not revealing. Popping out at the right time. A landslide of rounds for Greyhound at halftime, 11-4. What have VG got left? Let's find out after the break.
Got me feeling some way, like I might be stuck in a dream. Stay here till the day breaks, feeling like I never wanna leave. Keep moving till the sunrise. You're taking my mind out to sea. Fall in love at low tide. I'm thinking we should never leave. So let's keep going till the night is almost gone. 'Cause I feel like singing let's keep going till the night is almost gone. 'Cause I feel like singing
Second half is upon us then. Greyhound lead by 11 rounds to the 4 of EG. 4 rounds on their CT side is going to be a difficult task to overcome on their T side.
For sure. I feel like sometimes, though, you get rolling on that T side and comebacks can come a little easier to you. Put pressure on the CT economy and a few more anti-ecos, and the rounds can really stack up fast, but it's got to start with the pistol here.
Indeed it does. 4 CTs on the A-bomb site then for Greyhound. And a slow start for EG.
Seems like they're anticipating an apps pop, maybe. Putting a lot of premium on holding carpets, and they'll be correct about this read.
George and Rush making their way into a potential trap here. That's a very nice peek though. Lia's lucky to be alive. Alistair creeping behind the lamp, trying to find these headshots. Super Mario Brothers will be good for EG though. Give them a lead in this pistol. Still more work to be done. 3 CTs remain on this A bomb site. They've got possession of top mid, but what does it mean? Where is everyone? Many questions to be answered, mostly by pistols and hot lead. There's a big headshot then from Rush, who he's got places to be. Vex sights in the pit, as is Inns. Trying to defend now. Now they start to get to work. George will trade frag though. Dropping in and dropping Inns as well. It's a hell of a frag from George. That leaves Sicko in a 1 versus 4 then. It's got lots of work to do here. See one lurking on long. That's going to be hard to deal with. 1 HP and a dream. And now that dream is over. EG win a much needed pistol round.
Good patience shown by them. If they picked up the pace a little bit too much after that initial pick, then that round really could have fell apart for them. But that was really a lot of the entry work done by Rush. It's what he's been known for a long time. Just B-hopping his way through carpets, gets the second pick onto balcony as well, working the angles perfectly. And then George in the mid to late round, especially on this T side, I'm keeping my eye on this man for some of the clutches and the post-plant plate.
Wow, that is a crappy buy that we're seeing from Greyhound, but it's one that they could still be very effective with. A lot of pistols and an MP9. Looks like EG might just go straight into the B bomb site here. Perhaps they'll be deterred by the utility on display from Inns, at least for the time being.
Yeah, I thought they might have juggled him some extra smokes, and they might be a little bit further back towards the other side of main. He throws the smoke from main side and then throws the HE over from oranges to make it look like there's more players on B than there is. Now you're going to get a shift in the rotations here from Greyhound. As EG, after taking banana control, they cut noise and allow George to apply some utility pressure towards bracket.
Oh, Alistair with the CZ, he's creeping. This could be very dangerous for George. CZ still a dangerous weapon. Did he see the tip of the spear there? I think he may have. It's an important frag, gets away as well. Surely that raises the urgency for EG towards this bomb site. But what is on this bomb site? They don't really have any idea. They've isolated some of the fights now as we have a traffic jam for Greyhound on a B bomb site. Vex side said they didn't check for Sicko. He's close with a 5-7. The flash is the hero as well. Walko's left in a 1 versus 4. He's got so much to do here and he can't even get up. So awkward. The grenade comes out, the rifle comes out. The round goes the way of Greyhound. That is the tightest bait setup that I've seen at those oranges.
It made all the difference that Vexi got the first with the MP9 as well. He did a bit of a wide strafe. And George working that bracket control by himself gets left wanting. And that's the kind of round where you're already at such a big scoreline deficit that it's going to be very, very difficult to recover from. I'm interested to see what EG is going to put together here. They're going to take attack pause, but with no bomb plant, that's max loss bonus. Like this is like a Tech 9 force or something. Mac 10 force, very limited util. And that's something that's super readable on the CT side. You know, you only have so many options if you force into a round like this as EG.
Very hard round to win. See some dejection on the faces of EG now.
Great flash from Inns.
That flash was godly, and then it was just so awkward at the very, very end there, no matter what he chose to do.
The pistol forced out from EG. Playing at a pretty big utility disadvantage, so they're going to get shut out of Nana initially. I'm interested to see how EG paces this round. You can see they're taking their time early on, allowing George to explore carpets by himself. The rest of EG are grouped up towards T-stairs. Oh, George, that's the second time that he's been caught looking up at bracket, looking up in towards boiler, and losing his life early on.
Continue to creep forward. I think he just saw Hex as that flash went off. Delivers second one as well onto the pistol. Has he done enough? Vexlight's been rotating towards B in the meantime. Might just get there in time. Indeed he will. Love the flash and pull as well. Doesn't need to swing through it just yet, but is Woko full sending this? Looks like he might be trying to find something around these barrels. Now Liaz is here as well. Alistair at the bottom of Banana. Rush is fine. That's a great angle from Liaz. Wolko in the clutch, committing to the bomb plant. In fact, like sweeping forward. And Wolko won't get anything else done. The bomb plant, but not the round. Greyhound go to 13.
And they just don't have the loss bonus to really even force into a round like this, I don't think, EG. Even with the bomb plant, with 3 guns up as well, the reset potential is fairly limited. So I'd probably say single save next round and then try to play from a 5-14 scoreline deficit. Unless you really think about cutting some corners and maybe go for some kind of weird like Vegas Squadron Mac 10 buy or like Galil half buy. Bit of a throwback.
Shout out to Vegas Squadron. Good times. Great times here in Melbourne for Greyhound so far as well. In's delivering as much as he needed to. The rest of the team understood the mission.
It's a pretty well-rounded performance from the boys, similar to what we saw last game from Complexity for the majority of it. No standouts, everyone's kind of stepping up, everyone's performing for Greyhound. It's promising signs. As expected from EG, they take a single save here, but they've got a massive scoreline deficit to chase. And in order to do that, you know, rounds like this do matter. Even if they're not winning them, you want to see them taking away a couple of guns and opening up that reset potential so they can close this scoreline deficit later on.
Liaz on the edge. Just being careful with that flash coming through. So EG have made some space for themselves, but that's all their flashes used.
The Sicko on Moto side can drop himself a molly for some space. Oh, it's actually Vexite. Same can be said though. Molly to hold the T's at bay for a little bit longer. With the player over on Banana, you'd anticipate a wrap through CT here maybe.
Alice is going to line up some flashbangs for his teammate. There they are. There he goes. He will be traded though. At least he sees where the bomb is. But an AUG's been collected now, and that could mean some damage for EG. Could see Rush swinging, trying to draw the attention while the Desert Eagle comes through. Hold on a second. We might have a round here for EG. 2 and 4s remain then. Sicko not finding anything around that long area.
They're going to save. And realistically, I mean, if you want an EG comeback, they need a round like that. They needed to cut a little bit of a corner somewhere, have a bit of an economy swing. You know, I think bringing back this game from 5-14 with gun rounds is going to be almost impossible, but winning with the half buy with just the pistols, picking up a couple of guns, and you're actually in the conversation, to be honest. You've got yourself a little bit more space. I think particularly with Vexite on 4.4 here, though, this is almost certainly going to be a buyback, maybe even an AUG dropped over to Alistair. I could see that.
Always a nice way to even the odds, or at least head in that direction. So a bump in the road there, a pothole for Greyhound, but they will keep on trucking.
This is what they do best, though, Bartolf. It's like I told you, you know, they were winning too much. They got to give us a heart attack. They got to lose the pistols at least once, let the game get a little bit closer. Everyone gets a bit upset. It's the Aussie way.
Big buy in for both squads. Junior will have the AWP as well as Alistair.
A bit more limited on the util this time is the big issue. Smoke gonna shut Hex out of Banana, limit the info, but EG also have a smoke on half wall, so no one really knows what's happening inside Banana right now for either team. And they're both quite happy to just sit and let the time work down a little bit. I think a longer round, especially if Greyhound doesn't find anything in the early to mid round, will probably favour EG here. They've got a lot of util to work through. They can trade down the util in the mid to late round, find themselves in a good position.
Alistair moving forward with the AWP. Oh, I think he saw a bit of waste there. Grenade sailing in his direction. Trying to avoid the flashbang, but how does he find the angle? Looking to his right, but the elevation from Hex will prevail. And now Inns is in trouble. This is a big round for EG if they can do something here. Looking more and more promising now. Great flashbang. Greyhound have had no response to any of these frags just yet. Their money has been completely decimated here.
Everything on that default was picture perfect from EG. Flashing Alistair off the line, the half wall boost over the top. pinpoint flash, like literally a pixel line on the corner. Catch ins at top Nana, and Alistair gets picked on the re-aggression on the dig side line from Rush on an AUG, which you wouldn't have been expecting him to be taking into this round, but he's picked it up from Vexite last round, I think. And that's going to be Greyhound reset, and this game is now going to get a whole lot closer than it's looked.
We just may have got ourselves a real match here.
Same as the first game. This seems to be the trend. Really, really strong first half from one of the teams. And you see a bit of a comeback. That's, you know, small little detail, but smart from George just to juggle the AWP out of the map.
I think psychologically, with a 7-13 scoreline coming the way of EG, they've got to think about every round being worth 2. As long as they're efficient on the half buys, the eco rounds. But
yeah,
that said, I mean, you know, that's normally the way you'd think about it. But we already saw Greyhound essentially steal around away with pistols.
Yeah,
they'll be dangerous regardless.
Good couple of exits for Sicko, but not super impactful, just given the state of EG's money. They've got a ton of cash on T side. And that's why I was so impressed with Ecstatic's comeback in the last game, because they were making the comeback on that CT side. I feel like that's always so precarious. You can get reset. EG, this is exactly why the T side comebacks can be a little bit easier in terms of the economy. Obviously, you know, on the T side, you are the team that has to take the initiative. You have to be assertive, and sometimes that can be a bit daunting. But outside of that, in terms of how the economy swings over, especially winning the half-buy round, you're not really fearing that reset potential, and the comeback can feel a little bit more tangible sometimes, rather than always being scared, oh, we dropped that one important round and the game's over.
Right then, Sicko, the only one with a rifle, and he's far away from the action. Rush getting his bell rung, but he's the man to tank the damage with the max 10 hit. Everything in its right place in that regard then. Tiliaz tries to hide in plain sight, being absolutely hunted. That is a clean A bomb site for now, but Sicko is here. Try and get something done. Oh, he's found himself in the middle of nowhere. Whoops. I think I'll just exit this situation.
Tried to hop on Inz's head for a sec.
Yeah, but he wasn't even there. Inz can go fishing.
Sicko saving this AWP. I mean, I'm not even sure they have the money yet, but I'd be interested. Whenever I see a rifle saved, if you go into a double AWP setup, but with like 2K plus on most of the boys and no one with a whole lot of excess money, it's probably just going to be the single AWP, maybe dropped over by Sicko. If that, they might go fire rifle. EG looking super good now on T side though.
That's what you want to see. Walko needs to
that's free.
Get some more damage in. AK on the CT side is always nice.
Yeah, Junior might have a crack. Hold on.
Yeah, is it worth it though? If you lose AWP, no, he's fine. He'll steal it away. No AK for you.
When do you clean that angle? You never clear that as Junior. I feel like that's the first time I've seen someone die there in ages.
Right then, 5 rounds between the two squads. Where's the crowd gone? Get your hands out of your pants. Come on, focus. 13-8. Greyhound still have a good lead. They'll start with 3 over towards B. Standard stuff. Lots of junk being thrown by both squads.
Yeah, looking for this banana control here. Starting out with 3 towards B. Bit of a nade stack. But you can see EG not even interested in banana control. After hearing that much utility, though, it looks like they're going to pick up the pace in towards this A site. It's going to be pressure on Alistair and Laz.
Yeah, they're going to have to get busy very, very quickly indeed. Ilias playing the tightest angles he can. There's no help coming anytime soon. He's going to have to pop out and help his teammate because he's getting swung upon. Now Liaz has it all to do, sees a bomb, but doesn't see much else. That's the round over.
Yeah. And Greyhound, they just did not rotate to that. I don't think that they thought EG would actually execute A. It's always a bit of should I, shouldn't I rotation situation sometimes. After a little bit of util pressure somewhere, like a jungle wrap smoke or a bracket smoke on jungle side, and you're thinking, is this going to turn into an execute? Most of the time, no, but EG, these A executes have been working a treat for them.
Greyhound will try and hold on to these rifles. Again, three is that key number.
Yeah, when you're maxing out the loss bonus. Keep 3 alive and every round's a buy round.
AK would be nice.
Would have loved Vexside to upgrade that Famous, but not going to be the case, unfortunately. And EG, this is where these last couple of rounds, I mean, the T-side default has been finding a lot of success, and then that round the A execute finds success, and you're looking at Greyhound and wondering how they're going to start to adapt. Because especially on the CT side, when you're this far ahead, you've got plenty of space for your IGL or some of your players to start to read the tendencies and start to make some adaptations. This is a really weird buy. Alistair's 4-sport MP7 armor.
Love it. It's an acquired taste, the MP7. The MP7 enjoyer. Junior has spotted players making their way towards second mid. It's not more, I mean, it's more than one. It's a lot of people here. 2 for 2. Could have been worse for Greyhound. They still got more work to do, though. It seems that Liaz may be detected here.
Bombs at T-stairs, and Hex has found his way up banana. There's no way you're thinking there's a player top oranges in an XVX right now. I'd be interested to see if he's going to check it. I think he's just going to control the rotations over here, see if anyone's going to push in the mid-round. EG just cutting the brakes. They're waiting for someone to make a mistake. Wolko's looking for information.
This is a horrible situation to be in, though, for a T side where the CTs could be anywhere. Does Junior check the corner deep? Oh, he's shown some elbow. He's shown some skin! Deagle versus Deagle. Confidence from Junior. Left the bomb in a safe place. Delivers the kill as well. Then, which bomb site do you go to? Alistair's pretty much stuck here. He can't really jump off just in case someone's lurking and he gives a sound cue away.
Yeah, I feel like Wolko this whole round has been sort of setting up for this jungle lurk. He knows in the XVX, the CTs can't hold every lane. And often jungle is the position left open. So Wolko's actually read this one relatively well. Especially after they took banana control with Hex. They're going to wrap onto Alistair and beat.
Wolko won't see Alistair immediately, which could be a problem. Still being very careful. But look at the clock. Alistair dropping off at the right time. 20 seconds, trying to do what he can. But it won't be so much. With Alistair on $150, Vexite probably won't hold onto this rifle.
Yeah, and then he'll drop over an AWP, and they'll be totally fine. So the force buy doesn't really do a whole lot of anything, but isn't going to have a lot of an impact on their next buy. Regardless, though, EG is playing a stellar T-side right now.
Yeah, they really are. Our second comeback that we're seeing now. First one didn't go all the way. EG have still got a bit of space with Greyhound on 13. Again, it's down to Greyhound to change their fortunes now as EG are rolling. Double figures for both squads.
See somewhat of a change up that round for Greyhound, obviously with the kind of weaponry they were bringing into it. The second mid-aggression is something you can kind of throw in there to see if it's just going to gimmick you around. You can catch some T's wanting and find yourself an early man advantage. Credit to EG for navigating their way out of a very sticky situation in that 3v3. All about timings. Key kill on Junior there. If he loses that duel, the bomb is stuck at bottom of T stairs, and then you have Hexed top B and Wolko working his way through Carps, and someone's got to do something. Here's the tack timeout for Greyhound. They've seen a couple of different plays for EG. They've seen plenty of tendencies that they can start to try to read into, make some adaptations. But at least for now, nothing seems to be working for them. They've maxed out the loss bonus. So every save is the gun round here, and you can already see a little bit of conservative play in terms of the economy. Even Alistair's holding on to a bit of extra cash to see if he can get an extra AWP with that max loss bonus later on, perhaps.
Round 24. Don't let the boys forget that you are here. Melbourne, come on!
Some aggression into Boiler from Liaz. You got a full brackets take in here for EG, and if you're Greyhound, you are worried about this A execute, but this time it's just a bit of a default play. Rush slips up in bracket into the jungle smoke here.
Now George makes his way through. He's got the information, hasn't got the frag. What does Rush make of this? He hasn't been seen, and now he's behind enemy lines. However, Sicko's moving through Speedway. Does he have his gun out? I think he does. He's wondering. if maybe somebody slipped past. But I think Rush is going to have some audio cues here. So things are about to get weird. And now the trigger discipline is here as well. This could be a great collapse for Rush as he really is behind. The CTs have got no idea. The one tap. Ins will trade though. That's an important frag. Vexsight's in the back to clear CT. But now there's more work to be done. Oh, there flashes here. There are. But he eats them and down he goes. HE towards the default plant. Bomb's not there just yet though. Alistair makes his way over. He's got a flash now at this well position, which maybe Vexsight can swing with. There's the flash being lined up. How much will he get from this one? Catches Walko close, but there is Hex to trade. Down to a 2-on-2. There is some util for Greyhound if they can find the angles. There's an incendiary for Alistair. That could certainly help. You can see Hex by the oranges. There's a kit, but only for Liaz. He might be the one who has to defuse this bomb as this clock is ticking. HE towards Dark Spot. He's found another one. Goodbye to Junior. But where is Hex? That clock is ticking. Can he trade the frag though? Alistair has to. He's going to get a kit as well. Is there time to defuse the bomb? It's going to be a close one.
Really, really tight round. But those are the kind of rounds that put a lot of pressure on your economy, Bardolph. Reduce that loss bonus when you're broke, 2.9. And the EG just has so much cash on the T side, but that is ludicrous from Alistair.
All about momentum, and Greyhound have forced it back into their hands. Great start to round 25.
He's mobile. Changing up the angles over the dig side now.
Sisiko's jump peeking. Some util over towards B. This smoke from very far away. And down goes Rush. Alistair is comfortable, showing presence in that short position. What do EG do now? Unable to respond to these frags so far. Bodies strewn across mid.
This is Alistair at his best. Back on jungle side now. Loves taking contact and then just floating across to a different position. EG trying to resolve this round in every man disadvantage for the longest time on Inferno. Try getting that B site, hit a couple entries, and you could still win.
40 seconds on the clock. Alistair is on the way. He's holding down long for now, though. Even with 5, a bit stretched here, Greyhound. This is dicey for EG. Walko goes to his doom, and there's no one here to trade. Junior begging for someone to peek in, but Greyhound have got all the angles they need. Fire everywhere, and now they've got to be terrified, EG. They may die after time here. They may be forced forward. They're so paranoid about Banana. Sydney decided to run to their doom instead. There's the trade, and there's match point for Greyhound as well.
Need one more to seal the deal here. Starting to get a little bit more mid-round aggression in there has been the key for Greyhound. Alistair picking down the numbers before EG can start to get that massive snowball going in towards the A site. They did a really good job working the map with their T side default earlier. The A executes were going excellent. But it feels like Greyhound, with the massive scoreline lead they got in that first half, their T side has given them enough time to actually start to adapt.
20 kills for Vexsight, thinly in the lead. Rush on the other side with 19. Greyhound, though, are the ones with match point. That is the difference maker, ultimately. Starting with 3 towards B. Vexsight sending it. Doesn't see anything at the bottom of mid.
How does EG respond, though? They might just go straight for a Carbs contact here. They got a lot of personnel in there.
Oh! In the face!
Alistair is everywhere right now. You can't avoid him. And this is just going to be PTSD for EG. They've been dropping picks to the AWP, moving their way through the map. They got to complete this 4-on-5, but they're smoked up in carpets. The util's holding them back here.
Creeping out towards mid. Inns will stop a push on long with that smoke. Greyhound getting cheeky towards Banana as well. Walko's looking for information, trying to avoid the flashes. There's Junior with the AWP and the bomb. So awkward for the squad. He still manages to do something. But how much do EG have left on Inferno? 3v4. Still the numbers are down, still creeping, still edging forward, wondering where Alistair is, and he might show them in the worst way. 40 seconds remain. Rushes halfway past the choke point. A rare miss from Alistair. Where does he throw the molly? Over towards short then, as Liaz will start to move forward, catches Rush, and now it's just Junior. 1 versus 4. 30 seconds on the clock. Gets the kill onto Liaz, but he got tagged. Down to 17 HP. Jiggling, trying to find angles. 20 seconds, scoped in. Limited vision. 15 seconds now. Alistair doesn't need to show. Inns is here as well. And there's the last kill. Greyhound deliver the goods in their first match of the day.
Massive win for them. Going to be a confidence builder. Settle the nerves in a BO1 on Inferno. They're going to be happy with that. So hopefully they can keep up this form in the tournament. But credit to EG. They really tested them with that T-side comeback.
Tense towards the end, but gave the crowd what they wanted.
A little bit of a late comeback there from the Geniuses, but the crowd's energy enough to propel the Hounds towards the finish line. They caught that rabbit, they caught that early win, and now they're set up well, heading forward with a date with complexity.
Yeah, looked good the whole way through. I was very impressed by the way Greyhound played this game. They looked very composed. They had a couple mistakes there. They lost one anti-eco, which really kind of upset their economy in their second half, but outside of that, and maybe a couple rounds there, I was unbelievably impressed. That's some of the best Counter-Strike I've seen them play for a while.
Yeah, it was really, really good. And one little detail that I picked up on, or that everyone, it's kind of like a fun fact, is that all pistol rounds today has so far gone to the underdog team with no conversion of the second round. So we are 4 for 4. And I'm wondering if that's going to be a statistic that we're going to keep on seeing.
It's just the current meta of Counter-Strike. The force buy is too strong. Just can't overcome them. But speaking of not being able to overcome much, they weren't able to do much in the EG side, especially in that first half, right? It looked a little limp. There were moments, perhaps, but the complete picture never really came through. And so you just see a Greyhound team that, at least early on, didn't have many impediments to victory.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, from my perspective, the way EG was playing was incredibly default at the start of the half, and then they feel like it wasn't working, and they had to move into something else.
Well, we, I think, have an interview standing by here, so I think we're just going to go ahead and... not quite yet. We're going to check on with them momentarily. We got Conky standing by, but he's still roping down the player, and I believe he's caught them. I believe he's hog-tied them, and I believe he's ready to give them a chat, so let's hear what Conky's got for us.
Like the, Liaz and... ready to go? Alrighty, here we go. We got the big man Inns, obviously, for a big win in front of the Aussie crowd, mate. Second ESL Challenger in a little while. How you feeling?
Yeah, happy to be in front of the home crowd again. You could hear them the whole time. Probably gave us a few clues in the game, but nah, it's sick. I love playing in front of Melbourne, so hopefully be in IEM Sydney later this year. That'd be sick.
Hopefully, let's really give it. That's why I need the crowd to be like as loud as possible, right? To really, really cheer everyone on. But nah, look, you guys have been showing some hot form recently. You qualified for the RMR, a couple of decent through the RMR rather, a couple of decent scalps over at ESL Pro League as well. You guys have made some minor sort of positional changes. How's that been affecting the team?
Yeah, so I think at the moment the main thing is we're just confident. Me and Declan of Ecstatic made a couple of changes because some of the positions I'm playing now require a bit more like talking and like leadership roles. So we kind of swapped that around and put less pressure on Declan to just do his thing. He's just a sharp kid with a lot of firepower. So that's just the main focus, just get him confident.
Absolutely, and off the back of that, I've actually noticed that like your most recent video, comms have been super clear. Team seems to be a bit more cool, calm, and collected per usual. Use like scrappy, high volume comms in the past. Has there been a change and focus on that recently as well?
I think that's been the focus for the last, honestly, 2 years. Just like calming down in big games because we go into big games and we just wouldn't play how we play in scrims. So that's the main focus for us, just in practice in Australia. Just focus on our comms and focus on ourselves.
Brilliant. Anything to say to the crowd before we sign you off?
Keep up the loud noises, boys. Let's go.
Beautiful. You love to hear it. Back to you guys on the desk.
In's loving the crowd support here, and we know he's got a little bit of support close at hand from that interviewer, but I think Conky nearly did them in there. He couldn't resist the temptation to slip a little tweet in. We had this one come out, and I think shortly after we had like a 6-round run coming back for the Evil Geniuses, so shout out to Conky, did his best to sabotage the boys.
Yeah, but he couldn't do it all, you know. It was a valid attempt. We were counting the rounds, and just how long ago did EG start taking rounds? Oh, when did Conky tweet? Oh, the timeline just fit perfectly.
He just can't help himself, can he, Alan?
No, absolutely not. But I don't know, maybe we should check for some corruption with EG. I'm not sure what's going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, a little something. But speaking of what did go right for Greyhound, apart from Conky tweeting, two of the guys on the server who are absolutely crushing it for them. Hege, you wanted to highlight these two players. Why don't you talk us through what we're about to see?
Yeah, it's Vexite and Ins, and I'm so happy that we got to have a word in with Ins prior to this, because like Ins was saying, these two players, they swapped out some positions. Vexite being a bit more of a quiet kind of type. What he is not quiet on is the firepower. He is starting to look more comfortable and more integrated into these new roles that he has, and today on Inferno it was really showing.
Yeah, I think on a lot of maps Vexite has taken more of a backseat, but actually Inferno he still plays boiler, kind of the mid position, gets in a lot of entry duels, so it's not like he's had to go to a lurking side of the map and he can't get involved, whilst Ins now is the primary banana player. He has a call around himself. It's always the most dynamic position on Inferno, so Inferno is definitely a map where you look at this team, you look at the roles, and you just say, this just makes perfect sense.
I mean, it's all about the Inferno, but I thought it was interesting what he talked about there in the interview, right? Switching Vexite into roles that require a little less communication, cleaning up the comms, and I think you see it reflected in their ability to put away that late comeback, right? Because normally that kind of a comeback's where you'd see a team like Greyhound get flustered, and with the cleaner comms,
and completely collapse. That's why you always say it. 11-4 half. It's the most 11-4 is the most dangerous score.
Shout out
because you get you get that comeback potential. As soon as they hit 10 rounds, it was like, okay, they have double digits now. Is it going to be a bust or Greyhound is going to take it now? But for the comms, when you are a little less experienced or a little need a little bit more focus on what you yourself is doing, that's when communication can be very difficult.
Yeah. It's always good to lead from the front as well here, Alan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ins, in terms of his positions, he's always going to be a focal point. He's always going to be getting in aggressive, and he might not have been top of the scoreboard overall, but for me, absolutely no doubt that he was the MVP of this game. I thought he called an excellent half of Counter-Strike in that first half. A lot of slowing down, a lot of mid-rounding, and in terms of this sort of matchup, that's how you dumpster them on a T side, is by being better in the mid rounds. And EG played into that quite a lot with their default play, but I was so impressed by Ins, and that's why it's the Inferno, Mike.
It is. I feel like those team av stats are doing him dirty here a little bit, but it's all about the impact. It's about the quality, not the quantity, Hege.
Yeah, exactly. And early in the game, that's where he was shining the brightest, right? Switching over to the CT side, it was a little bit more difficult. They were kind of laid back, but I think still with the point, what we want to point out is, of course, he's the in-game leader. He is making the calls. He is the reason that that Greyhound managed to take it.
But it's really promising results for them going forward, right? They're a team that's looking to make it out of the group. They've got a chance now to make it out as the 1 seed if they can topple Complexity. And the things that we want to see for Greyhound are hitting, right? You've got Vexite playing well. You've got the whole team playing well and consistently. And you've got the team playing well as a unit as well. So got to be very encouraging for the fans in the arena.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone was contributing, right? It was so difficult to pick an MVP of the match and really pick out the stats when everyone is performing. So I think for Greyhound, this is looking very promising and super excited to see what they're going to do against Complexity later.
And it, of course, helps when you've got the 6th man out there, the crowd cheering for you, propelling you on forward. But it's time to get ready for our next round of matchups. And before we do that, before we get ready for the Bad News Eagles and Vertex, we're going to take a little break. We'll be right back with you.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Smurfs, your time is over. Go yourself.
To all the 817 imposters using my name on Faceit, yourself.
For all Vertex players, yourselves.
Go yourself. Go yourself.
Go verify yourself for free today. In 4 easy steps, you can join the battle against Smurfs and compete with confidence against real accounts. What did you think they were saying?
It doesn't matter. We seem too young to understand. For the better. The weather changes when we dance. Belong together. Catching sunsets, riding waves. We stay forever. Where the rhythm never ends. 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 We seem too young to understand, for the better. The weather changes when we dance, belong together. Catching sunsets, riding waves, we stay forever. Where the rhythm never ends. 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 Let's love, love for the night, night. Slow dance, dance till the sun comes up. Let's touch, touch under lights, lights. Slow dance, dance till we're high on love, high on love. 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 Till we're high on love. Till we're high on love. Till we're high on love, high on love. Till we're high on love, high on love. Till we're high on love.
Ooh, I can't stop this feeling. It's setting all my doubts on fire. Ooh, like you won't believe it. Won't let a moment pass me by. Too late, can't win, I'm giving in. 'Cause I can feel something coming, coming over me, holding me till the morning. And it keeps me dancing when I feel something coming, coming over me. I just keep dancing. Ooh, morning light so blinding. It's on the ceiling and the walls. Where is my name? 'Cause I can't find it. Those early memory lane walls. Ooh, but I know it's the price that you pay. Ooh, for living it up on Saturday. I can't win, I'm giving in. 'Cause I can feel something coming, coming over me, holding me till the morning. And it keeps me dancing when I feel something coming, coming over me. I just keep dancing. The time that it takes. Feeling this great is worth the wait. I can feel something coming, coming over me, holding me till the morning. And it keeps me dancing when I feel something coming, coming over me. I just keep dancing. I can feel something coming, coming over me, holding me till the morning. And it keeps me dancing when I feel something coming, coming over me. I just keep dancing. It's when the morning glows. I cannot hide myself from you. It's when my feeling grows. I'm coming back to you. When I step out, when I step out, when I step out, when I step out of the light, I come into the light. I will be happy, happy, happy. How could desire. Hey, shout it out in words unspoken. Shout it out above. When I step out of the
Welcome back to ESL Challenger Melbourne, where we've just had our opening matches of Group A, and now it's time to shift gears. Now it's time to dive into the depths of Group B and get started with some of the action here. Exciting matchups. We just had a hometown hero, Domestic Kings in Greyhound, win their opener. Now it's time to see if the little brothers can do the same thing. Vertex here looking to make their mark early against the Bad News Eagles. And this one could be a little bit of fun, Alan.
I am excited to see this Vertex team. Of course, we did see them play internationally a couple times over the last 6 months of 2022, but the problem was the roster was so in flux, recent changes, players coming all over the place, and finally we do have a stable lineup, and for that reason alone, I'm just excited to see them play with a stable team.
It's good to see, indeed. So we are diving into B here. And the Bad News Eagles, meanwhile, talking about them, Hege, that's a team that there's a lot of excitement about. There's a lot of groundswell coming through about this B&E team. They're headed to the major. Obviously, here's a great chance for them to gain momentum.
Yeah, certainly. And like we were mentioning in the at the start of the day, we all agree that it's a good opportunity for them because, of course, Bad News Eagles, they're heading over to the major and they want to get this LAN experience. They want to be playing in front of a crowd. They want to prepare themselves in the best possible way. And I think playing up against the home crowd of Vertex is going to be a brilliant example of this.
I think this is something they've talked about as well over the last year, 2 years that we've really gotten to know this roster. This is a LAN team, right? Bad News Eagles, they thrive in this kind of environment. They thrive with a crowd. Even with the crowd against them, I think they're still going to feed off of that energy of having the live audience, of having this experience. And so they're just thrilled to be here and have this opportunity, you know, get in the server on LAN and show what they can do, because we know there's a lot of fireworks when the Bad News Eagles spread their wings.
I mean, I think the big part of the Devil will come in and their transformation is trying to add more of that stability, more of the structure, more of the things to fall back on, because that has been a problem in the past. And it really is true that over 2022, it really was only the major cycles where they stood out. Online was a bit of a disaster actually towards the end of the year. And for them coming into this one, it's preparing for that major, and also getting the Pro League spot is incredibly valuable for this team when they don't get so many invites. So for them, probably more than any other team, this tournament is of enormous value.
And I like the fact that you highlighted Devil Walk, because one funny narrative that we've got going here is last year for the first Challenger event of the year, Challenger 48, Devil Walk was here on the desk. He was one of our analysts. So it's been a heck of a journey for him since then. He's now standing behind the team, the man who, has won a major, done a little bit of action himself. Now he's back in the server, getting ready for another major cycle as a coach. And it's cool to see Devil Walk in a different role, but still here at ESL Challenger.
Yeah, and I think it was an excellent pickup by the Bad News Eagles, because all of his experience, he has won a major before, and like Alan was pointing out, the recent form for this team has simply skyrocketed after they added Devil Walk as their coach.
Now let's talk about the map that we've got going on here. It is just the best of ones again. Any curveballs?
I don't think so. If I'm Bad News Eagles, I'm not messing around. I'm just going for my comfort maps, and I just don't think Vertex in this matchup has the opportunity to put them out of that comfort zone. So we'll see how it plays out, but I'd be surprised if Bad News Eagles are nervous about this map that ends up on.
Yeah, we see some of the standard maps coming out from both the teams, and we are now looking at between Anubis. Yeah, I was thinking exactly what you were thinking, Mike, but no, we are heading over to Vertex.
Vertexigo? Is that how it works out, little Verdi?
Apparently, I'm really surprised Anubis made it that far. Neither team likes it, and if I was Bad News Eagles, I would have taken it out very early.
Yeah.
Just saying, I don't want a world where it ends up on a map where we're not comfortable as players, because in this sort of matchup, as long as you're getting onto cover map, and Vertigo is one of those, I just feel like they have so much more depth that it should be okay.
I think this is a perfect example of this like game of chicken, where you are not going to ban out the map that you know your opponent doesn't really like to play either. And this time I feel that it's Vertex who totally won that veto. Vertigo is a very comfortable map for them, and they actually did beat big brother Greyhound on it just a couple of weeks ago.
That's very encouraging, right? I mean, if you're a Vertex, you're looking for any of those edges, anything that you might be able to find a little bit of an advantage here, and it's certainly promising that this one might be more exciting. So if you think that Vertex might be able to pull off the upset, if you think they might be able to give us a little bit of a surprise here, now it's your time to get into chat. Let us know. Use hashtag... why didn't we just do VRT?
Bad. I like it.
Vertex and hashtag bad. That's a little bit of it. You want them to do well. I don't know if you want to use hashtag bad. Don't worry about it. Our hashtag's always a good time, but get in there, get voting. Let us know who you think's going to be winning. We'll see if you can pick better than our analysts. But now it's time to talk about the matchup itself.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're bad to the bone, and that's why, you know.
Oh, there you go.
Michael Jackson Thriller.
I like it.
Amazing.
Let's hear what they have to say, because we're going to get a little bit of a check-in with Bad News Eagles to see how they're feeling ahead of this matchup.
Yeah, playing Vertex is a nice feeling. If the first games are with crowd, I don't know. It's always good to play versus a team where the crowd loves them. Obviously, they're going to cheer for them because it's Australian teams. We saw them playing in Pro League. They're decent team, I think. If they don't get much opportunity to play the good teams in Europe because of the hyping and other stuff, but as I saw, they're a really good team.
I like the counterintuitive thought that he wants to be the villain. He wants that crowd energy for his opponent.
Hence the hashtag, right?
Hashtag bad. They're ready to be the bad guys, these Eagles.
Yeah, I mean, well, Counter-Strike needs more villains. That's just a fact. We need more villains in the top scene, and I'm not sure Bad News Eagles are villains. I think in almost every context, they tend to be incredibly well-loved because of the storyline. But I guess on this soil, give them all the booze. Why not?
I don't even know that if they want the booze. They just want that energy. Even if it's not directed towards them, they want to get the vicarious experience of an excited crowd.
I love that word, the vicarious experience. I've never heard it before. That's why it's always so fun to be on these kind of panels with English experts, because I can always learn and expand my vocabulary.
We're here to expand the vocabulary, but let's talk about who's been expanding the strat book for the Bad News Eagles, because you mentioned it already. Devil Walk coming in has introduced a ton of structure into this team for a team that maybe had a little less of it in prior iterations.
I think that's safe to say. It's emerged in interviews anyway. What we all suspected, where they're playing off the individuals, they're taking space, they're taking spawns, and when that doesn't work, there wasn't a lot of a B plan, let's say, and it could go a little bit off a cliff. And that's why Devil Wars come in particular on the T-zone and said, we need some structure, we need some options to fall back on. If we're playing a team where being aggressive isn't going to work, we need a different play style to go into. And I'm not sure they're quite there yet, but that transformation has been reasonably fast, and they're definitely on the right path.
Yeah, it's good that they're not going to be going off any cliffs here, because it's a Vertigo after all, and you don't want to be losing players like that, just falling off the map. It's been quite a while since we've seen this.
We'll hope they're not playing against gravity, but they do have wings over on the Bad and Eagle side. On the other side, maybe not so much. Let's hear from Vertex to see how they're feeling about taking down the EU competition.
Bad News Eagles are a really strong team. They've had some good results recently, but I think they're a very individual-based team. They like to work with their players, and they're not too structured, so it'll be interesting to see how our style plays against them.
It'll be interesting, he says. I don't know if that's exactly optimistic, but it will be interesting, I suppose.
It certainly will be, and what he's hinting at is there might be gaps in their play, or maybe you can abuse them. The problem is, in this sort of matchup, Bad News Eagles are a wrecking ball, and I'm not sure this Vertex team, even if they're playing at their peak level, necessarily has a method of stopping that. I think just on an individual basis, they could be in a lot of trouble.
It feels like sometimes there's a bit of a checklist against BNE, right? And the first one is, can you stop those individuals?
Yeah.
If no, don't worry about the rest of the list. You're not gonna do anything.
Stopping them is certainly going to be the #1 priority, and I don't think it's going to be an easy peasy job for Vertex.
Cut her mic.
I got started, okay?
Alan, just step on the mute.
I'm just completely addicted to these lovely pants, and I had that one lined up.
Gonna walk away.
Walking
away from this one. No, but I mean, a promising young player here in Addict.
Mike, just brace yourself for this upcoming.
I'm taking away the notebook. She's got them prepped. Here. Let's talk about the team here, right? Because genuinely, Vertex is one where they've been a little bit of the little brother of the AU scene for a while now, right? They haven't necessarily had the same opportunities internationally. Greyhound is really seizing most of those qualification chances, but there's a lot of young talent here, right? When you're looking at Addict, when you're looking at players like that, you're looking at that next crop potential of Australian players, where you're really looking for that next star to shine through in what is historically a pretty limited talent scene.
It's actually quite surprising that they've outlasted some of the other teams and now been established second best at the Encore team, of course, formerly looking for Org, the team that was Order before they were dropped by the Org as well at the start of last year. And surprisingly, this core of players has stayed together. I think it's Brace and PZ. I've just played together for something like 3 years and just stayed together in the scene and reformulated around themselves. So it's quite an incredible homegrown project, and to even make it to this sort of competition is quite an achievement for a team that doesn't have necessarily all the resources.
And then, I mean, you look at the veteran leadership that someone like Malta is bringing in, formerly of the Greyhound team over on the other side, right? He's got a lot of experience. He's been traveling. He's been competing against international competition for a lot of years, and that's what he's trying to instill into this much younger core.
Yeah, I love it. He is in some way the glue that's keeping them together. And to have someone coming in and be able to take that experience back to Australia is super, super valuable. I think other players, other regions could look to that and learn from it. Not going to mention any names, but you know what I'm talking about.
He's burning our list right now.
Norway, exactly.
Prepping a list right now, trying to bring that talent back. But no, I mean, looking at this matchup, right, what are the keys going to be? We've already highlighted the first, which is, can you stop the individuals? If you're looking at BNE and the way they like to play like a Vertigo, they love the ramp push. They love the ramp push on the CT side. They're going to be jumping down, trying to just headshot you in towards the forklift room immediately. And that's that first line of defense. But what's the method to success here if you're Vertex, Alan?
I think throwing a curveball. There's two ways to look at it. You can play your standard game and try and get maximum value in terms of presenting that in an international tournament, or You can throw the kitchen sink at it, get a bit funky, aggressive pushes, timings, really wacky stacks. That might be your best opportunity on this sort of map, because I really do believe that if we're playing default Counter-Strike, they're going to really struggle at it, just in the fights and mid-rounding as well. I think Bad News Eagles probably going to be quite a lot stronger.
I think at least what Vertex has going on for them is that they should be well prepared. They should be well aware of the place that Bad News Eagles likes to go with. So they shouldn't be caught off guard here, and they have to be ready for the match.
Well, we'll see if your faith is actually with the Vertex squad, because it's time for your predictions, and well, apparently we've all predicted Challenger to start. Hey, who's going to win this one?
It's certainly ESL Challenger League, but I think I have some good news, and it is Bad News Eagles.
Good news for people who love Bad News Eagles. Alan, who you taking?
Certainly Bad News Eagles. I do think Vertex can play some good Counter-Strike. I just think actually this is a really bad matchup for them, and Bad News Eagles are likely going to go to town.
It's a tough draw early on, but I know I want to see Devil Walk drop his pants on stage again, so they got to win some trophies to do so. I think BNE, he's going to take it. They're going to take it. You got to imagine they've got good odds here, so I'm going to go with the Bad News Eagles as well. So, we'll see which way they're going to bring it, but let's find out what Twitch chat thinks, because we've got their results as well. They let us know, and they are the most wise. As always, Twitch chat knows all, and it seems like they're leaning heavily towards the BNE. So we're all in agreement, Twitch and also all of our analysts. Not a lot of Vertex faith here.
I have been a little bit disappointed by the Australian Twitch chat channel. Maybe they're all in the arena and they can't, vote. Maybe that's the answer, but we expect better later on. This is a weak performance.
Yeah, bring out your phones, bring out the Twitch chat, and make sure that you
get your mum's vote and get
in
the Twitch chat. Why not?
All I'm saying is at this point the BNE fan base is waking up, right? It's like what, 7, 8 p.m. over there, or AM rather. So they're starting to get active. They're live in, and I know they've got a rabid fan base.
Come on,
as well.
if you're a Bad News Eagles fan, you have had your alarm up for 6 o'clock this morning because you want to see this match.
Absolutely. Want to see the start to the tournament. It is going to be an exciting one, though. Let's see what's actually going to happen, because we are going to be taking a quick little break before we hop into the server with our lovely casters. They'll be taking you through all the action after this.
Why did you say goodbye? wherever I go.
We return to Melbourne for the third match of the day. It is going to be an interesting one on Vertigo, but before we start, just have to put the gentleman over there. No nipples in the crowd, please. That's against Twitch TOS, all right? Just keep it calm over there. Thank you very much. We have another hometown game on our hands, don't we?
We do, and this time it's even bigger of a interesting one because it's a bit of an underdog story. It's the last seed versus the first seed. I think Bad News Eagles are a really scary team for anyone to be going up against in this tournament. And picking up on what Alan said, I think there's a lot of motivation for them to be picking this one up and go to Pro League because they did miss out with the ECL slot. They've missed out here and there on a few things. They couldn't quite qualify for Rio, so it's not like they're a shoe-in for all of the events. They can't qualify every time. They don't always get invited. So this is exactly the kind of event that they're looking at and they're wanting to win. And Vertex is just another stepping stone from them on the way to a win here at Challenger.
Last seed versus the first seed. Well, it's a great opportunity for Vertex to make a name for themselves and cause some problems as Bad News Eagle head towards the major against the big scalps taken. The likes of FaZe Clan beaten recently.
Yeah. Also done quite well in some of these online events, even a LAN event against some of the other teams. Vertex, on the other hand, they've had a couple of disappointing tournaments, not necessarily only in terms of results, but more so in terms of circumstance. Over at the minor, they had a player that got sick, so that was difficult to deal with.
Vertigo will be the battleground for our third best of one. Seeing some tense action so far here in Melbourne. I wonder if this will be the same. Vertex have it all to do. A mountain to climb versus the likes of Bad News Eagles, who start on the T side here on Vertigo. And the action will start quickly as Malta says hello on the ramp. Falling back now as Fennery comes in from short, looking for the first engagement, the first headshot rather. No big damage done just yet. Very fast on Vertigo though. Action very quickly, back and forth. Look at these headshots we see from Bad News Eagles into the B-bomb site. They go. One flat true closing the distance now. This PZ will be dropped. 5 on 3 now. And they have really taken control of this pistol. Race between a rock and a hard place. B&E then start off on the right foot. 1-0 on the T side.
I mean, you said it, man. There's breaking and entering everywhere. All of the players just pushing over on the A side of the map, B side of the map, one lurk through mid. The individuals on Bad News Eagles just so confident taking duels with the Glocks. Pretty much unassisted, and Vertex couldn't deal with it, and I think they kind of hit the nail on the head on the desk. Vertex is a team that sometimes does struggle with firepower, and particularly at this level. BNE can definitely run over them if they're not going to stand to the task of winning some of these aim duels.
It's going to be a very punishing game if Vertex start to make mistakes. The upper echelons of Counter-Strike don't really give you the space for error. Snopsy swinging. We'll spot that second player on short. Still to be dealt with. Malta with the Deagle. Finds himself a second. 2v3 now. If he continues to run distraction, BNE will wonder where Hazer is. Now it's only Hazer left. Looking for a headshot of his own. Won't get there. 2-0 BNE.
Unfortunate Vertex couldn't convert that force buy. So they will have to take a single eco, and you can already see Bad News Eagles playing with full confidence, showing no respect over to Vertex, just the way that you'd expect them to. And Vertex, a team that, look, I think I like their approach to CS. They're a team that, you see a lot of up-and-coming teams. They, make progress in some of the minor scenes off the merit of maybe individual plays here or there when they're unpunished in a minor region. Vertex is quite the opposite of that. They're a team that's done a lot of slow progression over time, playing Counter-Strike the correct way, trying to learn the fundamentals and play properly. But unfortunately, in a game like this, all of those things can go by the wayside when you have someone running at you with a MAC-10.
Yeah, it's good to have structure, but bad to be rigid. Rifles will be coming out for Vertex then. Always nice to win the pistol. The buy round is where the action really begins.
It's good to see Hazard on the A4 as usual. He's an A4 enjoyer. Pretty sharp with that gun. PZ's got the AWP out first gun round here, but without too many frags picked up here from Vertex, the money on Bad News Eagles has already started to build up. AWP out for GXX as well. PZ looking for the opening pick on ramp. And Bad News Eagles not really giving too much of an opportunity. There you go, GXX just scoped up on towards that ramp side, able to open up this round.
Forced away, trying to force an opportunity with the utility there, but Vertex will not be allowed to. They've got good percentages on Vertigo. Of course, they're not playing the likes of FaZe week in, week out. So it is a very interesting situation, but indeed, it is into the meat grinder. They go one by one.
This is going to be a bit of a hard lesson learned, I think. I'm already getting a sense for it. Addicts left wanting as well. Bad News Eagles are in their opponent's spawn, showing no mercy right now.
Only Malta has kills so far. I'm sure this will be a nervous situation for them. Always a nice monkey to get off the back. Early lessons learned here on Vertigo. Plenty of time for recovery as well, but again, BNE are rolling. Got to give a shout out to James Banks as well. I know he is tuned into this one, watching the boys go, and they are going.
I think without a lot of these opening frags for Vertex and keeping the early couple of rounds competitive, though, it makes this game 20 times harder. Because you can already start to see it. Round 5. Who's the poorest player? 3.7 on GXX, who purchased himself an AWP. The rest of the boys, 7k plus.
Full momentum for BNE here. Looks like Vertex aren't started just yet. Some promise in a Desert Eagle of Malta, though, finds his third. In the next round, his team will need to start catching up with him.
And the rest of BNE going to see if they can meet up with Regan, who's got a lot of space on secret and ramp side here. Going to call the audible and make a move over towards this A side of the map here.
45 seconds on the clock. There is one molly and some smoke grenades as well. So BNE can try to isolate the threat somewhat, and Vertex, unfortunately, are not really giving them the kills they're looking for. That's certainly a good angle, though. Down goes Malta. More work to be done as the smoke starts to come in. 26 seconds, though. That bomb still needs to get planted. That's an important trade. 2 HP in a dream for Hazer. 17 seconds. Will the bomb plant come anytime soon? Regan will cut the numbers. And now Hayes is down to 2 HP. Played a really patient game here, B&E. Very dicey though, down to the 1v1. Hayes are being careful. Needs to get that reload in. He's got a flashbang. It's all about the kill though. Teneri has disappeared. Smoke has been deployed. Surely, oh, I'm not sure if that's gone far enough. He's definitely going to be exposed, but where is Teneri coming from? Holding down 2 jobs now. Is he over to the left or over to the right? Well then, off to the races. They have been from the beginning, B&E. But now Vertex will be back on the buy, and the question is, can they slow them down?
Yeah, good attempt in the 1-on-2. And Hazard couldn't quite put the pieces together, but on an eco, it's decent damage done at least, taking at least 1 more buy of guns away from Bad News Eagles, but that's not going to bother them too much. They have got so much cash right now. So look, it starts with the first gun round, but Vertex, they are going to be playing this half on hard mode.
No shift key on GX's computer. Running all the way.
That might have been what that 10-minute pause was about. Trying to sort that out. He's opted to play without it.
Rid of it.
Yeah. True. There you go. It's doing wonders for him. He's found an opener.
Yeah, big problems on this B bomb site. The last bullet of the burst will do the damage. And Addict has been put to rest. Angles will continue to be forced away. What do Vertex do here? 3-on-3. Rotations coming through. Bomb will be planted uncontested now. 2 of the 3 players have a kit. There is a lurk, as we can see on the X-ray. Deploying the grenades to the right person for this retake attempt. You can see Synopsy keeping an eye on the 6. B&E looking for number 6, looking to keep this sheet clean as Vertex starts to move forward with some pre-fire. They haven't seen anybody just yet. Look at the double swing after that first frag. Malta really trying to race forward and do what he can, but it will be 6-0 for B&E.
Winning all the opening duels, winning all the late round engagements in the post plants. And Vertex just don't really have an answer. And I think this was the concern looking into a game like this, that they just weren't going to be able to deal with the firepower of a team that cuts their teeth on some of the best in Europe.
Bad News Eagles are not going to give Vertex respect unless they take it by force. It's that simple. They will need to give B&E a reason not to W all the way. Of course, it's going to be a lot easier on this occasion. There's another example. Oh, any error will be punished by the likes of B&E. And that's the rough thing about being so far away from Europe as well. With the opportunities you get being few and far between, the less practice you have, the more you're playing like your locals and so on. Get into habits of doing things that you can't get away with when the likes of Bad News Eagles turn up to your tournaments.
Yep. It's a hard lesson you got to learn one way or another, though, on the path to success. And not everyone makes it. Attack timeout going to be thrown on out here by Vertex. See if they can find an answer for this. But it's a multifaceted response that they're going to need almost. First, you got to deal with whatever tendencies you're being shown, with whatever aggression you're being shown. Then you got to deal with whatever the adaptation is going to be from the T side, because you have got to play so many gun rounds back to back. You've got to beat them 3, 4, 5 gun rounds, and even then, the loss bonus is building up. The plants are coming in. This is going to be such a difficult half to even try to get anything out of for Vertex at this point, and that's what happens when you have such a slow start.
0-7, still looking for number 1. B&E again, they are so hungry with these AKs. They've got the right tools for the job, but Hazard is ready. Flashbang's not quite working out on that occasion for B&E. Some team flashes will give Vertex a great opportunity.
They just can't let this round fall apart, though. Because the quality of the players on B&E, with the confidence that they have right now, can still turn around a 3-on-5.
Really abusing the T side with the numbers, with the AKs, with the confidence and the individual skill. This will be an interesting challenge for them then to try and find a way back into this one in a 3v5. Some grenades to be deployed then. Some walls towards CT. They've still got more mollies as well. Addict rings the bell, but he will be instantly traded. 2v4, it's not quite working out for BNE this time. GX versus the world. Bomb needs to be collected. Smokes are still up, and they're being very careful about this, Vertex. Very careful indeed. Many smokes on the site. Don't want to get caught as they dissipate. So they'll retract. Jake's still looking for the round win. How much space does he have to go for a bomb plant? Seems he might have a fair bit. Who knows what's behind him, though. He'll continue to press forward, it seems. Instant trade from Hazler, and they're on the board.
Three guns up as well. Not going to build the money up too much. And that's something they need to be careful of. Because like I said, Bad News Eagles with the start to the game like this can continue to buy, can continue to apply that pressure. Yeah, that was a great start to the round. You can convert a round 2 for 2 with 3 players alive when you start with a 2-man advantage, but you need to see the same consistency for Vertex when the going gets tough. They can't just let these rounds fall apart when they lose the opening pick either. GX hunting for that with the AWP here, looking for that same angle he found onto PZ earlier.
How do they find the right engagements? Vertex. We see the efficiency with utility as well. Malta taking heavy damage. He's already been a very key player for the efforts Vertex have been making.
Yeah, Malta's often, in important games, been a big game player who can output a lot of frags, have a big map for himself, even if statistically it doesn't necessarily show that.
Held onto that smoke for as long as he could. Fishing for anything. BNE are here though. PZ will deliver. No trade fragger. 50 seconds on the clock as BNE will try to take more position towards the safe bomb site. There goes Malta. I think the rest of the CT side have been static until that frag came through. Start to gravitate more towards the A bomb site now. Not seeing much of anything, going back into the angle, and GX is waiting for him. But Brace is here. Addict is dropped. 3v2 as the frags continue. Hazard out. 1v2. There's the bomb carrier. And he knows he's got the advantage. Seneri presses forward now as he takes a passive position. He's got the shadow advantages. If Seneri pushes forward, he'll see him coming. There's the money to try and stop that plant. Oh, it's connecting now, forcing him to the side. And there's a second round there for Vertex. Super happy with that one. Great support for the lads.
Absolutely. Got to get behind the lads. Bit of a sheepish grin from Malta there. He knows, look, it was a great clutch, but going to need more than that. Going to need more than 2 rounds against BNE right now.
You can see BNE they were waiting for the peaks at the bottom of the ramp for ages, and I think Vertex understood this, so they didn't give them anything early. Malta held onto his smoke for as long as he could, stuck it on the sandbags, if you will. Tried to delay them for as long as possible, but now Bad News Eagles.
Bad News Eagles.
I don't know. Oof. They can see the adjustment that Vertex have made. How do they respond is the question. They've been booking it up the stairs towards B or A. Will they continue to play in the same fashion?
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Vertex, I mean, they've won 2 in a row, so 2.4 loss bonus, but they've got no cash left over. So this is reset potential for BNE. And they still have plenty of money. This is exactly what I was talking about. You're playing CT side on hard mode. Every round is a potential reset unless you're surviving with 4 or 5 players. So you're constantly strung out under pressure as Vertex.
So you saw a quick attempt of the AWP. Apart from that, it is a slower pace from BNE. Look at the util they've got. They've barely used any of it. Maybe expecting Vertex to dump their util, but they've held onto it well as well. Very nice from Malta. Again, the urgency we're seeing is fantastic when it delivers. Being very, very careful, slinking around these corners as the AWP is hunting for him.
Brace with his patented looking down the glasses at his monitor. My favorite thing in the player cam.
Oh, Malta will continue. Really making it doable for the rest of the squad. Fighting fire with fire. See Brace holding angles now. Seneri tries to jiggle. He knows there's an AWP somewhere. There's the AWP. Down goes Regon. Down go the rest of the squad. Holding ramp. Building some momentum now.
Perfect flash work from PZ as well. Posted up on that secret side, drops the flash over towards ramp and just posts up. Devil Walk getting animated.
Devil Walk's a flipping legend.
He is.
One of the first players I ever met in Counter-Strike. Spent 2 hours in London showing me practically every smoke he knew, every nade he knew on every bomb site, on every map. Drunk out of his mind. It was great.
He actually came down here a million years ago to like a nationals event. Back when Zubu was a thing.
A Zubu on a helicopter.
That's exactly the kind of round that Vertex needs though. Malta with 2 against a slow ramp play with the AWP is posted up looking for that. You know, that's GX looking for those opening picks over the top of the smokes, over the top of the box, and Malta's still able to get away with that with an A1S. It's surprising.
Another fast one, looking for that urgent frag and being punished for it. Malta ready for it. Look at the position he was holding. It's like he knew what they wanted to do before they did.
Yeah, he's starting to see some adaptation for Vertex. They are a team with, you know, strong calling presence. Good with their utility. Know how to play the fundamentals.
Changing their setup as well. You can see Brace's position. PC's lost his angle. Oh, he's gone back with perfect timing, though. Down goes Regon. What is your plan B, Bad News Eagles? This one's falling apart consistently. Brace showing some presence, falling back. They don't need to take risks now. They can play a safer game, play it together, shoulder to shoulder.
Sitting back, playing it by the numbers. Still got PZ on the secret line.
Look at this double peak being set up here by Vertex. Again, the discipline is fantastic to see. The trajectory tells a story, and PZ is still here to deliver another one. Yes, there's a trade frag, but it's a 4 versus 2. Bomb's been spotted as well, but Juan Flattery's coming in. And now it is just him in the clutch, and this is getting urgent real quick for Vertex. What has happened? Bomb collected, 30 seconds on the clock, going for a fast plant. Hazza is alone now as Juan Flattery plays the game and lands a massive headshot towards the end. 4 kills just like that. BNE show their power.
Just a split second. Whole Vertex team is deleted, and that's just the rifling prowess of this Bad News Eagles team. Just look at this sequence. This is insane. At the same time, though, Malta playing anti gets caught off guard. Not sure if he thought that there was a player up on Heaven's side or whether Brace was still playing next to him. But it's those small mistakes that when you're this far behind on CT side, all it takes is one round, one big play.
Whoa!
Oh, Malta.
Oh, he likes that one. He likes that one. How many dig shots is that now?
He knows.
That's a drive-by.
He's having a game.
Ferrari peak. More pistoleros on the way. No assumptions made by Juan Flattery. Malta and Hazza remain then. Money's being broken. Beanie heading towards the 9-3 scoreline. Or are they? You start to wonder now. They're in a 2v2. Malta's still creeping, and Hazza's got himself a rifle. Double peak coming in. He's dealt with. That leaves Hazza alone once again. Considered the molly. Seems to hold on to the AK-47. 30 HP naked.
Got a molly as well. So small little bits of util, extra $600 he won't have to spend. All adds up.
Yeah, those are expensive on the CT side.
Yeah, Vertex, I think, a little bit of extra cash, could opt into a double AWP if they wanted to. They did start to chip down at that BNE economy a little bit, but I still don't know if they're going to have that reset potential anytime this half. 9-3 though. Look, Vertex, they chipped in a couple of good gun rounds here and there, and they're definitely converting, you know, some nice openers to the round, but at the end of the day, you're still staring down the barrel of a 9-3 scoreline.
Oh.
He got another one as well.
He's warmed up.
Yeah.
Malta is absolutely warmed up round to round. Clearly the key player on the CT side. Let's see what the next round looks like then. BNE having fun as well. 9-3. One Flatru and GXX on 15 frags apiece. Lots of individual skill on display. That was a great clutch to watch. And now it's about round 13.
Yeah, slow play on the ramp side. See, BNE are thinking about contesting stairs. There's a crossfire here from Vertex, but with the slow play on the T side, they seem to be aware of it.
That trade will be good enough for BNE. They've taken position. Hazard will show that there are still people here, and they've taken big damage. Can he get that molly out in time? Will it land it? That's good enough. Tenery's in trouble. Tenery's been barbecued, mate. More players to come, though. Hazard and Braced with stereo frags, leaving one Flatru in a 1v4. Time to clutch again. Can he do it again? 1 minute on the clock. Flashes are coming through. Utility continues. Bomb collected. There's Hazard's a trade fragger. But PZ's the one who will deliver that last frag. And a 4th round has been found for Vertex.
I mean, last few rounds have looked more and more promising. They're chipping in some good gun rounds here and there, but this slow start is going to be difficult to recover from. At least 4 alive means that they'll stabilize their economy a little bit more. What's the money looking like for Bad News Eagles? Yeah, they're going to force. They were starting to run low on cash, so Vertex, this is a potential reset round against mostly pistols and 2 AKs, where if they manage to convert it, they're versing a, 2K buy, something like that. This could potentially be a 9-6 half for Vertex if they convert this one. Seems like Bad News Eagles want to go for a B split through mid.
You can see the Tech-9 is the initial engager to swing wide. Take the focus away. Oh, Braces, he's in trouble. There is the Tech-9. Hazard is here, though. There is damage being taken by BNE, but they still have the numbers for now. 3-on-3 will be favorable to them, especially with the position they have. That one might go too far. Indeed, it will. Awkward now for Vertex with the position that BNE have taken, with the time they've got on the clock. That HE will also be avoided. Really dicey stuff. One Flatcher with 1 HP. Nice peek from PZ, though. Sees the bomb as well. Great flick from him. One Flatru. It gets harder every time. 1v3, 1 HP. Not this time.
Good discipline in the mid round from Addict. Much more winnable for him now. Just a 2K buy to deal with for Bad News Eagles. They don't have much that they're bringing into this round, but they're bringing a lot of pace.
Yeah, the end of this first half might be a relief for them, and it looks like they'll come away from it with a good enough score. BNE trying to abuse these numbers, but they're taking big damage from grenades. Speaking of, there goes Brace, and there goes Malta. Got drone strikes on Vertigo. Scope will certainly be heard, but they can spread, they can trade the frag, and that will be enough. Or can they? Trying to bait the shot now from PZ. That might be enough, though. How is he alive? Hazard's coming through as well. What is going on? Shaky BNE towards the end, and GX gets punctured, leaving Regon alone. He's got a bomb. Running over towards the B bomb site. PZ and Hazard remain, and it's 1 versus 2 for BNE. Making his way towards B. There's a big flash. I think he may have seen Hazard there. That's a big headshot as well. But where is PZ? Both players are low. Bomb getting planted. PZ on the way. Regon focused on CT. Half his body covered. Such an awkward situation for PZ now. Regon might see the shadow. Indeed he does. There's all the information he needs. Just the one shot, and it's 10 rounds. Double figures for BNE at halftime. An exciting first half, and I'm sure the second will be no different.
endlessly. If you don't believe in me, don't you be like that. I will love you forever. If you don't believe in me, yeah, don't you think like that. I will love you endlessly. If you don't believe in me, don't you be like that. I will love you forever. If you don't believe in me, don't you like that.
Vertex are fighting. 5 rounds at halftime, looking rough at the beginning with a 0-7 scoreline, but they have clawed their way back into this one, and they've given themselves a chance. Second half pistol is upon us, and if they could take that, then things could get very juicy indeed. They're a very difficult opponent, obviously. Bad News Eagles, top seed in this tournament. 5 rounds to claw back. Melbourne! Let's see what Vertex can do on this T side. Brace will have the grenades for the squad. BNE's turn to defend. If they're patient enough, maybe they'll go on the attack once again. See if we'll have a slow start. Synopsy is going to get curious and not check his angles. Someone get that mana protractor. 5-on-4 for Vertex as they start to move forward through mid. The numbers are here. Seneri trying to find a one-tap, falling back. That'll be good enough. Evening the numbers. Seneri, that's nasty from him. And now Juan Flattery comes through the Julies. 2v4. Make it 1. Things have turned around in devastating fashion as BNE take pistol number 2.
Just look at how they swarm them once they find their way into some duels, into some numbers. You're on the Vertex POV and you're just seeing 3 or 4 CTs just swarming you, running at you from every angle. Every single player getting insta-headshot. It's got to be so demoralizing to play against. No plant for Vertex, but they're going to force round 2 anyway and try to get it done with Tech 9 armor.
With the kind of team they are, they might have an execute for a round such as this. When you see a Force 5 so much utility, you have to expect some kind of execute. We see double nades in that short position, but Regon's not close enough. They will defend BNE.
Yeah.
A brick wall in round 17. So again, we saw the plan there from Vertex.
Good flash. Straight down the ladder.
Yeah, no respect from him.
Yeah, you're totally right though. That I mean, Vertex kind of team that loves a Tech 9 Force or any kind of pistol armor buy and then throw a set plate. And you could see what they were going for, but BNE were having none of it, right? They're sitting all the way back on the site. Completely chilling. Outside of Juan Flatro, who I think sent it straight down the ladder immediately.
Handily dealt with then, that force bite. Now they'll send Vertex into eco territory. Might be a rough one in the second half. Pretty much starting as the first one did, with sheer brutality from BNE. This will put them in a very strong position, heading towards a 13-5 scoreline. Do not envisage much being done about that for Vertex in a round such as this. See a simple bait set up now. So it is hammer time for BNE. Brace and PZ remaining. It is still brutal, isn't it?
Try to get the max value out of the Glocks. I think Vertex were trying to take an old school tack and just have a chat, and BNE was straight downstairs, giving them no time to discuss what they wanted to do next round.
Yeah, they want to see Melbourne. They want to be out of here fast. Well then, the big guns are out for Vertex, and this is where the game really begins. Now, with how aggressive BNE are, I wonder if that forces Vertex to start in a default, hold the angles, see if they make a play. That might be what they wanted to do anyway, but it might not be. Let's see if they play their own game, as the interviews always say.
Gonna go and take some stairs control. Indicates that they're looking for maybe a set play towards B. Addict ready with the utility. Probably a molly onto the jump up there in middle. It's gonna be a boost. On stairs, set up Malta in the pole position. PC in the meanwhile holding that A side of the map. Nice entry from Malta.
Chain flashes as well will help to a degree. Elite One himself eventually. And GX will be able to trade, but position has been taken by Vertex. Using the mollies just as BNE did. Take those angles away, get that bomb planted fast. BNE making some space for themselves. Such good utility in return as well. But Hazza has the angle and the frag. Regon dropped. Synopsy and GX remain now as he gets exploded, but I think he may have done his job. 2v3. Synopsy and GX trying to clear these angles. Tanking damage through the smoke. 12 HP in a dream. The only man standing now is Synopsy. Strong play into B from Vertex, and they find their 6th round.
Good little set play, just boosting up Malta onto the wood wall. Scaling in with the flashes over the top. Gonna be the first of many they're gonna need to start to close this scoreline gap, and haven't earned themselves a reset just yet. It's an area on 1400, but especially with the FAMAS saved over and a fair bit of cash in the back pocket for Bad News Eagles, they've definitely got a buy here.
Big entry there from Malta. Love to see the chain flashes as well. Malta's been so important for the squad, but I think he's only 3rd in frags for his team at the moment, which is great to see. Not the only person turning up. Obviously, been very visible on that CT side towards the A-bomb sites earlier on, but there are other people here as well. But can they trade? Indeed, they can. This time it's Hazard. 1 for 1 early is great for the T side. They'll take that all day.
And Malta, the entry player last round, but often you see him on the wing. Over on the lurk, having a look towards the stairs side. He's going to slow down the pace in this 4-on-4, anticipating some kind of a mid-round push maybe. Waiting for the rest of the Vertex players to start to make their way over to B. PC still locking down the ramp, but with another smoke thrown out from Juan Flatro, they're probably going to have to slow this one down.
Seen through the corner there. No harm done though. See PZ lining things up. CT's getting curious on the ramp. Trying to identify where Vertex are going. Could be lurking in either direction at the moment.
Progression smoke on ramp side and a flash to try and take some space, deny some info to the CTs, but Regon not really respecting that.
Falling back now on B, and that's an important trade as they will continue to press on. Addict moving forward. Oh, gets his bell rung. But can he answer back? He's up against the FAMAS. He's got most of his HP. Seneri really trying to stay alive, finding a frag onto Malta now, giving his team an advantage. 30 seconds left. PZ sees one and frags one. He's got his angles as well. Delivers on Synopsy. Regon coming in from the back now, looking for a second frag on this B bomb site. 1v1, 20 seconds, and Addicts will deliver 7 rounds for Vertex.
Slowly but surely chipping away, and that's the big one. That one-on-one from Addict earns them a reset on that CT economy. It's going to allow them to potentially get a foot into this game. This is what PZ does best, just post him up in these stable positions. Bit of a turret on the AWP in the mid-round. This is where Vertex need a good anti-eco.
Yeah, they've given themselves a great opportunity to start catching up to BNE now. Again, the beginning of each half has been a struggle, but they adapt quickly, Vertex. And you wonder how much promise they have in them versus the top 1 seed here at DreamHack Melbourne.
If you're going to get it done at all, it'll be a best of 1. To be fair, that's how BNE got done at the RMR. They dropped 1 to one of the Russian teams, but then again, some of those Russian players are pretty scary, man.
An important round for them to deliver on. So far, so good in that respect. Cleaning, bleaching this bomb site. Just the one play lost, absolutely fine. Some more confidence for Vertex. Happy faces as they continue their catch-up. Not going to be easy though, but they're clearly focused.
BNE's economy still not caught up yet. I'm interested to see if GX is going to have enough for an AWP already. We'll be able to put one together, but somewhat limited on the util, and only 1 kid on Synopsy. He's going to be that rotator player in through middle, so pretty safe position for the kit. Definitely don't want to be losing that on the wing. Pace from Vertex, straight up ramp, similar to the second round Force. HE stack on secret side. They're going to try and take some A control here.
Really good control they've taken so far. You saw GX wanted to go for that aggressive peek. He heard the footsteps and decided to disengage, and indeed, they run up the ramp with double nades again, Vertex. But it's BNE who are making the connections. PZ, the second one to drop now, and it's 5-on-3 for BNE, who are still fighting for the bomb site. But look how things are turning around. Addicts has found himself 2 in the red, not dead just yet. GX looking for the flick, has to avoid that molly though. 2 HP for him. Numbers keep dwindling on both sides. Addicts finally finished off, but has he done enough? The grenades are starting to stream through now. Seneri down and out as Vertex make it to 9. BNE have gone missing on Vertigo.
Where did that 3-on-5 come from? An attack timeout now for BNE. Have a chat about how this game is going. The CT side is starting to slip a little bit. They got to take another single save after this round. But realistically, that round was going fantastic for them. They found both of the opening picks. But then in that 3-on-5, Addict multi-frags, and then both Hazard and Malta follow him up and find 1 each.
This is very curious body language we're seeing from Bad News Eagles. You know, I think a lot of people thought this was a shoe-in. I said shoe-in, not shoe-y. But Vertex, they're getting threatening. They're becoming more and more dangerous as these rounds continue.
Well, you saw that in the first half as well. They had an incredibly slow start, but once they started to get the confidence and the money together, things started to turn around. This will be a classic round to lose, though, for Vertex here, Bardolph. Just pistol armor.
That is not good news. But they've cleared the angles well here, Vertex. And if they can run back what they did in the last round, then they might be okay. They might be. But again, you still have Desert Eagles and 5-7s to contend with.
Good progression utility just to minimize the risk up through secret, clear out the sandbags. They've got some space now.
No flashes for BNE. No surprises in that regard, but they do need to do something about these numbers soon. One Flattery creeping around the corner. Look at that swing from him at a 5-7. Here we go, and it begins. Jiggling with these pistols and delivering. One Flattery coming through. And indeed, maybe the dream is collapsing for this round. Malta's in the clutch though. Got to keep his gun out now. Sees one Flattery who falls back with the AK-47. Bomb's been lost also. Much work for Malta to do then. GX by the sandbags, inviting the peaks now. A fair amount of information. You heard 2 of the 3 guns, but there are too many angles, then indeed they will lose that round.
Gun rounds are no issue, but once it comes to the pistols, bar off, impossible. Can't win. Too strong. That was a big swing from Juan Flatro, and he just kept going. You know, picked up that AK and just kept peeking. And Vertex was completely oblivious to that.
Yeah,
a 4K from him.
Tunnel vision on the bomb site there towards the ramp. That'll be some good confidence for Bad News Eagles, who have been quiet for a while, and suddenly they're happy again. I think they might have been worried, you know, with the run we saw from Vertex there.
Yeah.
And there's still work to do, but that's had a horrible impact on Vertex's money. What a time to be economically crushed at 9-14. That is causing so many hard decisions and big problems for them.
Yeah, this is very Australian of them. They are going to try and force in this situation. Like you said, a bit of a sigh of relief for Bad News Eagles. Things are starting to get a little bit tighter. But now Vertex, that's going to be crushing for their confidence to drop around like that. And they're going to try and turn it around with mixed bag buy here. 2 Tech 9s, handful of AKs. Hazard trying to get some space over towards Scaffold here. Love the sledging. Keep it up.
There we go. They must deliver here, Vertex, trying to keep VNE off of 15. Oh, where's that gone? Heading towards the minute mark. Malta takes a big nade. Regon's able to escape. Still wants to dance, though.
Going to be ready for PZ on the offie. Doesn't spot him out. Both him and Synopsy fighting ramp. They feel like they have some space. PZ trying to throw himself a one-way and take a duel. Lovely stuff.
Very nice indeed. That takes many eyes away. Bearing in mind how much time Vertex have, that's crucial information lost by BNE.
The rotation.
Yeah, they could build up to either site now. That's really, really rough. One Flatcher's got a reasonable angle, but he eats all of that flashbang. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner in that flash. And they've taken position now. The force buy is working so far. Now the question is, how much money do BNE want to throw into this one, bearing in mind their economical situation? Do they really send for this one? Regon has a look-see and he will be traded. Senery's here as well. Only the orb to lose now. GX hiding in plain sight here, trying to run away. We'll see if they chase him, 6 HP. But Vertex have kept BNE off of match point and they make it to 10 themselves.
Just massive impact from PZ. That one pick he gets on ramp side changes the whole round. Pulls the rotations back away from the B side. BNE was set up really well for that. They had 2 to 3 players floated over to that mid side. With the orb saved over, are BNE forcing up here? They've got plenty of rounds of space.
Such a key frag. Pure denial of information. Beautiful pop flash on the B bomb side as well.
Which, this is exactly how this Vertex team is meant to function. Got Brace throwing perfect util for the boys and sending them in.
Oh, they've gone for the force there. Quite a reasonable one as well, and that was a good start. Quickly back into Vertex's favor, but GX finds a nice angle. Very nice angle indeed. Fast round of Vertigo. Not often you see this kind of pace on this map.
BNE, the amount of times these guys have found space pushing on the CT side, finding their way into T-spawn and bottom of ladder, I'm not sure that Vertex are going to be ready this time.
Yeah.
Oh, this could be crushing.
How deep does the spatial awareness go?
No.
Not deep enough on this occasion. And the CTs are trying to delay elsewhere, but maybe they can still force the action on this bomb site. Hazard takes 98 damage though. That'll make life really hard, but not impossible. Anything can happen with an AK-47 in the right hand. GX moving forward. He's missed his shot. That was a big chance, but there's no return. Brace in the 1v2 now. That was an important clutch for him. An important trade. Here we go. He still has 45 seconds. Doesn't have the urgency just yet on this bomb site.
Synopsy was last spotted T-spawn. Like, where do you think he is? He could be bloody anywhere, Bardolph.
Well, he's got to clear something or make a play. Holding the angle for now, 30 seconds. Convinced of where he might be, but it's his clock which is running down as well. Synopsy playing it super safe. He doesn't know what's happening either. Neither player with the info. 15 seconds to plant.
Synopsy thinks he's rotated over towards the B side of the map. Plant goes down, no kit. There's one on the site there.
Does he get the sound cue? I think he might have. Oh, there's plenty of sound cues now. Synopsy running into the angles and still delivering the kill with zero respect. Match point for BNE.
The tiny bit of crosshair placement makes all the difference. 2 body shots.
Your confidence on that retake. Just W all the way. I guess I'll find him. Oh, there he is. Now he's dead. What do Vertex have left in this one?
I mean, they've got to force either way. With only 1 gun surviving there for BNE, they're actually very resettable. No cash in the back pocket, 1900 loss bonus. And with the plant, the buy's not terrible for Vertex. Pace straight through middle right now.
I like this urgency. It makes up for their lack of util if they can trade this frag. Not like that, surely. Synopsy with 2. And he's still got more bullets to go.
Oh, dear.
Oh, my days. Oh, he's going to do it. Well, the brutality continues. A lightning-fast round towards the end there for BNE as they close out the series. A noble effort from Vertex. Some hopes and dreams, but in the end, BNE were too strong.
Yeah, some promising rounds here and there, but way too slow to start. Can't be going down at an 0-7 deficit against the #1 seed in the tournament, but we'll see if they can recover in the lower bracket.
Map was rich with lessons to learn for Vertex. Very nice work from them, but they'll have to wait for another day. Over to Darth Mike.
Over to me indeed, but it's also over for Vertex on this map. A little bit of a run back, but look, we set up the checklist in the pregame here, and the first step on the checklist was, can you stop the individuals? And the answer was mostly no.
Mostly no.
Yeah.
I mean, we had the Hazer. He was giving it his best shot, but in the end, the individual performances of Bad News Eagles just reigned supreme.
Yeah, I mean, the way they started that first half was, I think we kind of set it up perfectly. It was just a bulldozer. They were just so aggressive, taking all the spawns. A lot of these A-ramp rounds of just peeking up together and keeping it simple. And that's a very valid way to play Counter-Strike if you do feel like you're going to win a lot of those fights and get into good positions. But certainly, as that first half dragged on, and particularly in the second half, I do think Devilwalk is going to regret not calling more pauses and not slowing the game down, because that match took a very ugly turn at the end. And in essence, and look at the whole tournament here for Bad News Eagles, it might kind of be good that they got a wake-up call, because that was some freaky Counter-Strike in the last few rounds.
GXX with 101 kills, really crushing it in that one, doing the weight of many men, apparently. But, I mean, I think it was kind of one of the recurring bad habits, shall we say, that we see from the Bad News Eagles, which is, ironically, when they get off to too good of an early start, they maybe get a little over-ambitious about some of the fights they take.
Yeah, someone says it's showing good confidence, but others would call it you're being too cocky. You need to calm down a little bit, hold your horses, and lay back. And no, but the Bad News Eagles, no chill, and they're just going in. Like that last round where they almost lost that 1 versus 3 3 versus 1. And they're just peeking and swinging out, taking unnecessary risks, unnecessary duels, almost letting this round slip away.
Yeah, getting a little risky, especially in the man-up situations. It felt like sometimes, maybe I'm sure Devilwalk in the coaching, he just wants to put nails in their feet sometimes and leave them on sites, and they're not willing to do that. They are free-flowing, they are free-flying, and 2 of these guys were flying very high indeed, as we've got a little bit of a head-to-head here between GXX and one Flatcher. That dude, I mean, he had so many 4Ks, I don't even know where he ended up by the end of it, but I felt like he was always one moment away from pulling off a massive multi-kill.
Yeah, he had 8 multi-kill rounds, and GXX had like 6. These 2 players were just absolutely unstoppable.
we had a little bit of an attempt from Hazard, of course, but just. I mean, look at the ADR. You can barely see it here. It's so big.
I think it's about his shoulders, man. He's been hitting the gym too much.
Yeah, so plus 100 ADR, obviously. You're taking out more than a player every single round. It's really astonishing numbers from both the players.
Especially considering the op. I mean, yeah, normally you don't see the ADR popping on those. But let's talk about Vertex, right? Because they did have a little bit of a late run back. They did have some good ideas coming in. Maybe, perhaps, we saw some of those nade protocols, particularly in B, catching Bad News Eagles off guard. It felt like, at times, they were a little bit more of the buttoned-up roster. It's just, at the end of the day, when one player can rip 3 heads, you're going to have to be perfect all the way through. If you allow any gap, the Bad News Eagles are just going to come crashing back in.
I'm not to talk myself over too much, but I kind of feel like I was right at the start when I said standard Counter-Strike in this matchup was not going to be a good way to go. They were playing pretty standard CS in the season. They're trying out a few different looks, but they just ultimately couldn't hang on to either of the kind of contested areas of map control, be it, you know, the B lobby area or the A RAM control. And from there, it's just kind of impossible to play that CT side. Towards the end, I liked the T side. It was simple Counter-Strike. They were playing together. They were making good on the gaps that Bad News Eagles were opening. Bad News Eagles may be making mistakes, but you still have to have good team play, good interplay, you know, good fragging power at the end of the day to exploit those gaps. And it's just kind of a shame they didn't have a little bit more of a buffer as we got towards that late stage of the game.
I'm sure the crowd would have loved to see it. I liked some of the chants we had going in there. It's crazy. I mean, this day one energy is already on point. But a guy who I know is bringing a lot of energy into the server as well. We got him standing by for a little bit of an interview. We got Conky with Juan Flatro to talk to us about what just happened in the server.
Here I am with the king, Juan Flatro, who dropped, I think, 31 kills inside that one. So, mate, you had a long trip over here. How's everything been feeling in the event so far, coming in as the favorite?
I mean, we're still kind of sloppy. We're just, the sleep schedule is kind of fucked up. We're sleeping like 3 hours a day, 2 hours a night. We don't know what's going on, you know, like our head is kind of shaky still, but we're still trying to recover from it. I think it was a really nice first game and a really important first win to kind of get the confidence boost a little bit. And yeah.
Absolutely, and you guys have obviously been playing around, you know, EU for a little bit now, qualified for the major, feeling really good on the form. Has practice been going well for you guys recently?
It's been going pretty good, actually. We've done a boot camp before the major, we qualified for the major, we continue with the practice and everything. We prepared pretty good for the event here in Melbourne. Things are going pretty smooth, and yeah.
Absolutely, and at the start, you guys were basically just running at Vertex, like no respect, you guys were playing really, really good, but then they started to reel it back a little bit. I heard Devil Walk sort of get up and give you guys a bit of a talking to. How'd that guys go?
I mean, we're known for that kind of aggressive style, like no disrespect to any team. I mean, we're just gonna play it against anyone, but we're trying to like kind of balance it, you know, sometimes kind of go in a slow style, sometimes go back to our crazy style, kind of mixing it up, see what's working, see what the gaps of the enemies that we're playing, and just working around that, yeah.
And you guys also fight back against the crowd too. It sounded like it got really good, so it actually boosted you up. So how's that feeling so far as well?
Oh, I mean, we really, really enjoy playing LANs, and wherever there's big crowds like here, we really get energized and pumped up for the games, and it's really, really good feelings, yeah.
Absolutely. I'm sure the guys will be cheering you on soon, so good luck in the next game, and I'll speak to you soon.
Thank you.
Cheers. Back to you guys.
Well, I know the crowd wasn't with them on that one, but I feel like the Bad News Eagles might have earned themselves a few more fans. It's hard to not when you got the kind of flair that Juan Flatro's bringing into the server. This guy's spicy.
Yeah, I think it's always fun they're kind of unapologetic about their playstyle. They're not ignorant that they play really aggressive and individually. It's just the way they came up through the scene. It's worked for them against elite level teams. So in that sense, why not? But they have the headspace now that can't be the only option. We can't have one brand of Counter-Strike. That just isn't how the top level works. So, yeah, it's a bit shaky here, but at least we know they're going in the right direction.
Yeah, they certainly are. And I will have to say, you know, I love to watch this kind of style of Counter-Strike. And it is refreshing, you know. It is run and gun, W all the way. Just shoot, click hands and win games. But you know, it's important still that you are able to take it easy. And I was a little bit concerned because we were talking about them seeming maybe a little bit too confident. And when he is saying that, oh, now they got the confident boost, I'm just like, I'm scared for how like confident. When is it too confident? You know, when is it enough? When do you have to like ground yourself a little bit? I mean, they are the Bad
bad news eagles, so they are soaring up there in the sky. But I mean, a little bit more down to earth, and I think that is something that Devilwork, a true Swedish person, can bring to the table.
A little bit of humbleness. You don't want those wax wings to melt if you get too close to the sun. But right now it seems like they're going to soar ever higher. And at this point, they've got themselves a date over in that upper bracket, which means we need to figure out who their date is going to be. We've got Rare Atom taking on the Movistar Riders. Rare Atom, the representatives of all of Asian CS with the Mongols out, and Movistar, the team that wasn't even supposed to be here. Let's see if they can continue to make their way on through when we come back from this break.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Smurfs, your time is over. Go yourself.
To all the 817 imposters using my name on Face It, yourself.
For all the toxic players, yourselves.
Go yourself. Go yourself.
Go verify yourself for free today. In 4 easy steps, you can join the battle against Smurfs and compete with confidence against real accounts. What did you think they were saying?
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel.
Never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you. Hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you. Kick back, relax, there's no rush. And wrapping things up for good. Feels like you're my first crush. Back then in the neighborhood. And higher we fly, higher. The beautiful things you do. And higher we fly, desire. These moments just with you. With you, with you, with you, with you. Oh, with you, with you, with you. Oh, with you, with you, with you. Oh, yeah. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you. Hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you. Hold on. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you. Hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you. Hold on. I can't believe it's all true. Whenever you touch my hair, I'm feeling closer to you. Nothing else can compare. And higher we fly, admire the beautiful things you do. And higher we fly, desire these moments just with you. With you, with you, with you, with you. Oh, with you, with you, with you. Oh, with you, with you, with you. Oh, yeah. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you. Hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you. Hold on. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you. Hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you. Hold on. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you. Hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm
back. I need you to stay by my side. Feel like I'm in floating, comfortably detached. Will you stay if I lose my mind? And I want to let go. Don't let me even if I try. But I need you to know that I don't wanna lose this high. But I need you to know that I don't wanna lose this, lose this, lose this, lose this. I don't wanna lose this, lose this, lose this, lose this. I don't wanna lose this. You got me feeling some way, like I might be stuck in a dream. Let's stay here till the day breaks, feeling like I never wanna leave. Keep moving till the sunrise. You're taking my mind out to sea. Fall in love at low tide. I'm thinking we should never leave. So let's keep going till the night is almost gone. 'Cause I feel like singing Let's keep going till the night is almost gone. 'Cause I feel like singing
ESL Challenger is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, 1xBet.
Welcome back to the ESL Challenger Melbourne, where we have already seen a lot of teams moving on, a lot of teams moving down, but not yet any eliminations. And now we have our last opening matchup to get underway here. It's Rare Adam taking on the team that was never supposed to be here in the Movistar Riders. And we've got some new joining us here on the desk. We've got Neo, as I've recently been corrected into saying, joining us to chat about the games. How you liking the action so far, Neo?
Hey, there's been some cracking Counter-Strike, right? At least the domestic teams are being competitive. Even Vertex, who we weren't really sure how they were going to fare against B&E, they put up a fight, right? 10 rounds was actually not bad. We need to see a little bit more out of them, but I'm at least pleasantly surprised with what we've seen from the domestic boys.
I think the crowd was getting a little into that one too. Now they don't have an obvious rooting interest, so I'm kind of curious to see where the Aussie crowd is going to lean in this one out.
Yeah, it should be a bit of an interesting one. I think Rare Adam are the most interesting team in this tournament because I don't know what Counter-Strike's going to be produced. I think they realistically could semis, maybe on a freak result make a final in this tournament. They have that ceiling, but I am just their LAN results are so bizarre, so inconsistent that it's just impossible to nail them down. Online they look consistent, but as soon as it goes LAN, different story.
Feels like we've had a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde with this team where they could win the tournament, they could go out last. It's hard to know until you're.
I mean, I'll say straight up, I think Mercury's the most skilled player in this tournament.
Wow.
His mechanical skill is unbelievable. He's really, as someone that coached Boros, who really is a generational talent from that region in terms of mechanical skill, Mercury might be better. He is unbelievably skilled, and if they can just utilize him in the right way, he's just a complete monster. He can do things that nobody else in this tournament can do.
Oh, we love that. We love that potential. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, the Movistar Riders as well have a guy with a crazy mechanical ceiling, it seems, and Martinez. He's come in to replace, some Pius, but that was a long time ago at this point. But this is a roster that had some high peaks, won Valencia last year on the ESL Challenger circuit. Now they're looking to reclaim that spot with the opportunity to come over here and compete in Melbourne. I think this is a Spanish squad that, again, can threaten to make a really deep run here.
Yeah, 100%, right? I think it's still very it's old news to say they're still reeling from the loss of some Pius, but it is still true in a sense. With some Pius, they had this win factor. They now no longer have this, right? And even when Marteza pops off, we still don't see this team guarantee wins. And that's the thing that's awkward for me.
Well, we've got our veto here. What do we think of the veto between these two squads?
I think it's a really intriguing one because I think Movistar might want to play Inferno. It used to be their pick. They used to play it in a lot of series. They're still picking into it in some games, and I'm wrong. It's not going to be out in this one, but at least they recognize that because I have seen in previous ones, they keep playing Inferno, even though of late it hasn't been quite as good. So where we go from here, I'm not really sure. If I'm a Movistar team, I don't think I'm going to go massively left field in this veto. I think I know my map pool fairly well, whereas Rare Adam, I'm not sure they do know their map pool super well up against international teams. They went 7 maps. In fact, both of these teams have actually gone 7 maps recently. So what are we down to now? Overpass and Anubis.
Okay.
Anubis!
Rare Adam aren't the best Anubis team from the games I've seen. Granted, it might have been a little bit of a gap since they played the last one, but I need to see why they let this go through, Mike, because an Ancient might have been an easier option.
It's a little bit of a curious one. We've seen them go for some bold picks before. They did a similar thing at the RMR. They're trying to go for some surprise picks, some unexpected moves in the veto. But there's the difference between maybe catching your opponent's prep off guard and still being able to pull that off in a BO1. This feels like a big risk. Now, what do you think with the spicy map coming through? Time to let us know. Get in the Twitch chat. Use the hashtags, which we'll see popping up in just a moment here, and let us know who you think is going to win. What do we got? What are our fun hashtags here? We got hashtag Radam. That's almost their entire name. And hashtag Movi over on the other side. So pretty straightforward on these ones. But get in there. Let us know who's going to be winning here. Let us know what you think. Let's talk about this. We're on Anubis. interesting territory for Rare Adam.
Yeah, and just to mention, I did the online qualifiers from the Asia region for this tournament, right? And I watched them play. They played it twice, both times lost, and it wasn't pretty. Against the Eruption, which is kind of the remnant of old IHC players here and there. They just don't play good Counter-Strike, at least back then. This, granted, was about 2 months ago, 1.5 months ago. It's just not a comfortable map for them because their individuals can't shine. Kaze really struggles to get space, right? And he struggles to do what he does best, which is, you know, individual, stepping up, finding these picks. Jam Young as well can't do his magic that he normally has in tournaments, and that is what really worries me about Anubis. You need your T-side rifling to be really, really strong, and it's not great for Rare Atom on this map, from what I saw the last time I casted them.
Well, I'm curious to see what they think about it. We're going to go ahead and give it here to what Rare Atom's bringing to the table here. Let's give it a listen.
Movistar Riders are, I would say, they're quite a strong team for this event. They are I would say they are number one for this event. After adding in their new player, their new AWPer, I would say they have improved really well. So I would say it's a tough match against them. So it's not going to be easy for us, I would say.
Talk about giving respect to your opponent. The #1 team in Kaze's view headed into this. That's quite a lot of praise for the Movistar Riders.
Where does that come from? The only angle I can see is we looking really far back in terms of Movistar, but that was with some Pius and Defs on the team. I don't know how isolated they are as a region, but if they just missed the last 6 months of Movistar being completely up and down and having a lot of issues, only in the last couple of months that they have started to get it together again, have started to look like a functional team, because they had a 15 lost best of 3 streak heading into the start of this year. That is not #1 material when complexity is in this tournament.
They're giving some respect to the opponent. That you can't say they're underestimating them. You cannot say they're
go the other way too, Mike.
Over on the Rare Adam side. But let's talk about the strengths of Rare Adam, right? Because we've talked about the inconsistent. We've talked about you never quite know what you're going to get with this team. We've also highlighted the mechanics. But when this team is playing the CS that we know they can, they look really damn good.
Yeah, and you need the individuals online. That's what makes this side so scary. You already spoke about Mercury, and he's an unbelievable player. I have to agree with Alan there. Jam Young as well. He is seen as one of the star boys of the region. He is one of the kind of the futures of Asian Counter-Strike. And when he gets playing to the way we know he can, this team actually becomes very scary. Kaze, in terms of experience as well, another player that we've known for ages from the old Vici days, way back when. He is a bit of a legend of the scene, but he still does it in the server. And this is the big thing for me. I think the real problem at times that steps up is a couple of individuals go missing over towards Rare Atom in very important games, and then they're left playing this sort of 2 versus 5, 3 versus 5 situations, and they just can't find wins where they seem to have this mental block.
You know, it was last year actually at Valencia, if I'm not mistaken, which was the event that Movistar won, where we saw Rare Atom, where they came over to compete in Europe for and really impressed us, really showed us that they could hang at that level, that they really had the capacity to do it. Now we're not quite in their region, but we're closer to it. So it's a question of whether they might be on the welcome again for a Movistar squad. They might be able to maybe impress us, maybe topple the Giants here.
They certainly should be able to. I think the thing about Rare Atom is that they're one of those lineups you look on paper and you're like, that makes sense. That makes sense. We've got the right mix of players. Everyone seems to be in the right roles. We see some of their games where it looks really good, strategically very solid. But in other ones, it kind of falls apart. And my read is maybe few too many fundamental issues, maybe playing on LAN isn't quite ready for them yet. I'm not sure what it is, but they definitely have all the pieces to make it work.
It's a prime opportunity here, but over on the other side, I know the Movistar Riders aren't going to be making it easy for them to hear how they feel about the game. We got a little bit of a listen in.
Our first game is going to be against Rare Atom. To be honest, we didn't see a lot of things about them. We are not able to be chilling against them. We need to be on fire because they are really good shooting. Maybe if we are talking a bit about tactically, maybe I'm not sure about it, but at shooting they are really good. So we need to be wake up when we are inside the game. Otherwise, they are going to stomp us.
Wise words there. No room for stumbles in the best of ones. You got to be flawless all the way through to make sure you take it. But It's on Anubis, which is a map where we really do tend to like these Movistar riders now.
Yeah, and there is some fundamental core problems over towards Movistar riders that still need to be fixed. We already spoke about that, kind of how with the lack of some pious, Martes are coming, very talented individual, but he's not a win factor anymore, and that's a problem for me. This Movistar riders side aren't guaranteeing wins just off the back of one individual player stepping up, which it kind of used to be. But for me, the big core issue over towards Movistar is it has to look towards Mopos. I think for me, his mileage that he used to get in terms of his T-side entering was unbelievable. It used to work so well for this Movistar riders team, and now no longer are they having this sort of confidence in him individually. And Anubis is a map where you need your T-side riflers, especially your entry fraggers, really performing at a top level. And if Mopos is kind of still in this bit of a rut that he's in at the moment, that's when I get worried.
I think Davey G's had a really poor run of form recently. Actually, during their peak periods, he was not necessarily going to be the best player on the server, but he had his moments, certainly had rounds where he was a focal point, and he struggled a lot over the last 6 months. And I'm not sure if roles have moved around a little bit, if they tried to fix some issues. Maybe Source will come in, has pushed him around, but whatever way it's going, he is a little bit of an anchor for that team right now. And yeah, maybe in this matchup and potentially looking further forward in the tournament, they need to figure out what's going wrong. It might not be him, it might be an overall team issue, but you just can't have a player underperforming that much. It's just too much of a weight to carry.
We'll see if they can climb back up. I mean, it's not familiar territory, but it's familiar footing in a tournament, right? ESL Challenger, maybe a little bit of comfort back in, and it is a place where we've seen teams climb back into those momentum positions, where we've seen them gain speed headed in. Now it's time to figure out who we think is going to be bringing the speed into their opening matchup of this event. It's time to get your prediction. So now, who's winning it?
I'm going to go Rare Atom. I think for me, I know it's a wild pick with the Anubis, but I'm just looking at pound for pound individuals. That's why I'm going to lean in favor of Rare Atom. I love Asian Counter-Strike. I really like this Rare Atom side. Meraki Jam Young, individually brilliant. And I'm going to bank on the individuals, not the stats around the map. That's where I'm leaning. I'm going to go with my heart, not my head. That's why I'm going to go with this.
If they'd banned into practically any other map, I would have taken Rare Atom. I do actually believe they are a better team, but they have done goof in this veto, Mike, and they're going to lose this map.
The surprise pick has Alan against them, and I think I got to lean the same way. And mine's more about faith in the Movistar riders. I think just recently, I know it's been a rocky year for them, but I've started to see the growth back in. I've seen some amazing clips coming through from that Movistar riders side. I think they're finding their mojo again. I think your Mopaz and your Martinez is bringing that mojo back. So I'm feeling the riders. I'm feeling the returning champions. They won one last year. Maybe time to make a case again this year in ESL Challenger. I'm going with the Movistar riders. Now the question is, which way did Twitch chat lean? We had our votes. We had our statistics. I'm curious to see what they think. And it's a lean towards Rare Atom as well. All right, so the Rare Atom fans turning out strong here. They're feeling your prediction here now.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely some sort of backing just because of what the individuals can do, but I feel like they're still slightly reeling off the back and not making the major. There's definitely stuff that needs to be fixed over towards this roster. They need to bounce back of what has been a rough time when it comes towards LAN tournaments. Now's the time to prove that they actually can compete at LANs because they've had a pretty bad track record.
Well, now it's time for us to get into our game. It's time for us to get over to our casters, and we've got Big B and the Solid P ready to bring you through the action. Take it away, boys.
Thanks. Big B and Solid P.
Okay.
Better than a...
Are we releasing a mixtape or what's going on?
Soft P?
I don't know. I'm feeling a little excited about this game, so maybe not, to be honest. We always get around the Chinese CS Down Under. Obviously, Wings Up had such a good Challenger Melbourne last time around, and obviously there's such a strong history between Australian teams and Chinese teams over at the minor. A lot of these Asian teams, we love to get around them. And you can see they've turned up for this event in style, ready to get behind Rare Atom already.
Yeah, there's a lot of support for Rare Atom in this crowd. I can't wait to get into the action. It's going to be a very curious game. I think it's going to be a difficult one for Movistar riders to solve, for sure. A lot of support. They've kind of taken over the stadium, actually, for this one, which is great to see. So I'm hoping we're going to see and hear them all throughout this match. Anubis as well. I've been waiting for this all day. Love seeing the new maps in
a best of one as well. I mean, look, couple of reps for Movistar riders over in Europe against a variety of teams, including playing Furia on it recently. Rare Atom struggling to even take wins over their domestic competition, but they're going to back themselves in a best of one here at ESL Challenger Melbourne. We'll see. We'll see.
I love it.
Advent is quite big brain, but I don't know if he's maybe a little bit too galaxy brain at the moment, and he's not looking at the small picture for once.
Very curious to see what happens once this one gets underway. Again, very hard to predict on a map like Anubis, but it will be certainly exciting.
Interesting. I wonder if it's going to be like a bit of an underdog mentality with this veto, or whether they're just really backing themselves in the practice. It's something that, you know, you can look at the results on paper, and then sometimes, you know, it can kind of be a situation where you're not sure how things are going in the practice, or maybe they have a specific approach, a specific read. Because I feel like letting it come all the way down to this in a best of one, it's almost a bit risky, you know. A lot of teams have been avoiding it. I'm not surprised that we've seen things like Nuke and Inferno a lot of the times in these best of ones.
I support the risky decisions. I'm all for this. I'm actually also fascinated, just on a side note, by the lack of full-size keyboards that we're seeing on average now. It's taken a while for the filthy casuals to catch up with the hardcore keyboard nerds, but they finally have. Sense. It does. It makes a lot of sense indeed. Yeah, that function layer. You really don't need that full-size keyboard unless you're an accountant, but the Brofists are in, which means that we are about to get into the action.
100%. Rare Atom, a little bit of a rougher run at the RMR, didn't qualify for the major, but let's see if they can make up for it here at Challenger Melbourne.
Anubis then for our last best of one of the day. I can't wait to see what these two teams have to offer each other in this single map series. Here we go. Rare Atom will be starting on the T side there. Let's see what they can serve their opponent, starting with a pistol, of course.
Yeah.
They have some junk to throw at their opponent. Two players with util. Yam Young's going to be the raid boss with the P250 and the Kevlar. Sorzel with the Julies coming out. Waiting to creep round this corner. Davy G holding the angle. Such a tight angle as well. Baiting him into Sorzel, but he takes one in the face immediately. Creating space now as they start to stream in. Oh, Davy G's blocked his teammate Smoke Grenade, but it's working out so far for them as Mopos delivers. But there's Advent to trade. He finds himself too. Alex trying to defend from the back of the bomb site now. They're running low on the numbers, Movi, as the bomb is planted. Down to a 2-on-2 though. See Mosey moving forward now. Can they work together? Martinez low, but he's still alive. All he needs is a headshot. Simple as that. 10 shots in the magazine. Where is the other player? Doesn't realize that he's moved away. Who's going to engage first? Trying to work together now. They've got to try and swing together. It will be Rare Atom who take the pistol on Anubis.
The crowd presence and support for these Chinese teams in Melbourne has always been immense. Wings Up, like I said, had a bit of a miracle run. We even had Rare Atom down here at the RMR pretty recently. Obviously not the most recent one. That was a little bit further away. But it's a great start here on Anubis for Rare Atom. Kicking things off on this T side. No force buy from Movistar in the second. They're just going to send it straight through on the B side. Jamyang wants to try to mop up. Traded well by Mosea. And it's looking like Movistar will probably only take one gun away here.
I love the support for every single frag. Beautiful stuff. There is one more BO1 after this, excuse me. But it's our last BO1.
And that's all that really matters, really, James, isn't it?
Indeed it is. Promising start then from Rare Atom. Some early momentum, great support from the crowd, but now the big guns out, the primary weapons are here for both squads.
Last cannon for Martinez. And my experience with Movistar is obviously seeing Sun Pius emerge as such a strong AWPer, so Martinez has got a big shoes to step into, and he's been doing it for a while. Movistar doing reasonably well for themselves. And obviously considered one of the big dogs at this event, coming over from Europe. Rare Atom slow pacing in this round, holding on to a bunch of the Galils from the previous, starting to make their way over towards Boat. Looking to take a fight onto A main, similar to the pistol.
I love an AWP setup with rifle support. This one's going to be really hard to trade. Oh, Martinez forced away from the angle, though, and the trade frag is instant. Not going to outstay their welcome either, but I don't think they've got any flashes left for this particular angle, and Martinez will get one. Rare Atom forced to go forward into the AWP once again. Look at that flick from Martinez. cleaning up on the bomb site. 1 versus 4 then, much work to be done. Smoke grenade to create some space, but Martinez will deliver the 4th in the round, and Movistar are here to play.
So tentative from Rare Adam. Up against the glass cannon, you wanted to see them scale in and just punish him before he's able to cut down the angles and fall back to a safer position. Aim punch could have been a real factor, but as soon as, like you mentioned, James, Rare Adam ran out of util, didn't have a flash to push him off the line. They just gave him so much respect, and he has punished them for that.
Lessons to be learned in that one then. Martinez won't forget to pick up armor on this occasion. Well, they did before. But sometimes people will play around like that, glass cannon, and just forget to buy armor afterwards. You won't make that mistake.
It's a cute boost over the top to allow that player to slip through the smoke. Kaze taking a look through mid here. Rare Adam maybe a bit of a different approach in this round. A lot of the time they've been working it downstairs towards boat. A lot of pressure on that A side of the map.
They'll know that this area isn't for free. Look at the swing with the Tech 9 getting stuck now as the cavalry is coming and being denied. Look how they just forced their way in, Rare Atom. Advent here as well. Martinez looks to clear the right, killed from the left. Very expensive situation for Movistar now. 2 players remain. Not much in the bank.
No kids. I mean, realistically, this is not a retake situation. They are wanting to save these weapons over. And realistically, I mean, 2.8 for Davy G, 2.1 for Alex. Could put together something next round. I don't know if it's going to be a convincing something, but it'll be something. Good recovery from Rare Adam, though, after a slip up against the glass cannon AWP. They've actually picked one up on Mercury. And we know that Kaze loves the big zoom banger. It's one of his faves.
Did the basics well in that round. Given space in mid, they took it, and then overwhelmed with the numbers on the T side. T side number abuse is the main aim of the game, and they did that very well indeed. You can see big Rare Atom support there, throwing shade at Tyloo. I love it. Great name as well, Rare Atom. I quite like that.
Tack timeout, yeah, for Movistar. They're trying to have a think about how they want to approach this one. It's an awkward money situation. You know, you got to be in one of 2 minds. Are you going to even up your money by spending it all, or are you going to even up your money by taking a save? This early on in the half, usually it's going to be the former rather than the latter. But with 4 players surviving for Rare Adam, the reset potential is not really there. So it's going to be a bit of a struggle, even if they do force and win this round. Unless it's going to be a convincing one, then the half really still kind of hangs in the balance. I would say Rare Adam in a great position on this T side already, though, and they look relatively comfortable.
Traffic jam in CT spawn as Movistar riders try to string together some more rounds. Another MP7 comes out. Seems to be growing with popularity ever so slightly.
Get a bit of a pocket meta in this tournament. Chuck a couple MP7s in there. Here's Rare Adam over towards this B side of the map. Different approach this time, James.
Yep. Sure, giving a different look. Alex is getting lost in Mopos on an island, but not for long. Look at the flurry of frags from Rare Atom. That's it. That's game over on this round again.
These executes are just so powerful right now. And to be honest, I'm not super surprised. You know, you see this a lot in Counter-Strike. A new map comes out, and for a while, if a team has a good read or has a good game and has some good executes that you haven't played against a lot or haven't necessarily become meta, sometimes you do get these kind of games where the CT team can't even really defend. You just hit a really nice timing on the execute and you're not really sure how to play around it. And sometimes you can't work that out on the fly during the game. It's something that you have to go and review. Jam Young on the hunt here. Looking to take the last 2 guns away. Traded by Martinez, but look at the rest of Rare Adam. They're all over him.
Momentum is in Rare Atom's favor. Enjoying the amalgam of rounds they have been furnishing their opponent with so far. Very different looks.
They are very broke. take a full save here. Maybe some slight investments in pistols, but realistically, with another clean round like that from Rare Atom, they are flying economically.
Yeah, lots of advantages to be had in that respect. The more momentum they have, the harder and harder it will be for Movistar to dig themselves out of a hole here. Fast eco round is a good eco round. Scorsel and Daviji.
Where's he off to?
Remain. Oh, there's an AK collected.
Jamyoung's bloody lost, mate.
Very awkward fight for him. Let's see what Movistar choose to do here. Hold on to the AK or take a chance at the round, take a stab at the round, if you will. 5-1 on the way. And again, Movistar have had to suffer so many different rounds, different directions from Rare Atom. We've seen them send it into both bomb sites and through mid as well.
Yeah.
So it's hard for them to figure out what's coming, but 2 AK-47s found will certainly help. That's pretty big. That can be the difference maker.
Playing the long game, these 2 extra AKs really going to help you shore up your economy. You can put together double AWP if you so choose to, especially once you start to stack up the loss bonus and have a bit of extra cash. Could be a consideration. Mopoz with the 6.3. That was less of a clean round for Rare Atom, but it's going to be less of a concern for them because their money is so fantastic right now. But you're right, they are going to be pretty hard to read. They've been really mixing in a bunch of different approaches, but with the AWP coming back out for Movistar, which is their main success factor over on Martinez before, we'll see if the CT side can have a few answers.
Movistar investing 2 players towards mid at the beginning, having to deal with the util from Rare Atom. Look at the focus from this T side. Putting the CTs in positions where they can't, they're like getting 1 kill isn't enough. This one might not go their way though, Rare Atom, because Mopoz is lurking, but he gets absolutely nothing from it. He had to do something there, was behind the smoke, ate all the flashbangs though, and disaster strikes again. 3 players alive. You wonder where Martinez is off to. Yeah, they're just retreating. That's
save.
it. Flash in the pan and the house is on fire.
It's a pleasure to watch Jamyoung. Ever since he was picked up into Vici, I mean, Advent's just done such a fantastic job of scouting players in China.
I feel like the meat and potatoes of these rounds, especially on the B bomb site, is maybe 7 seconds and then it's done.
Yeah. And it's like I said, you know, it's the perfect storm of events. It's a newer map. You haven't got as many reps on it. You know, the meta hasn't fully developed just yet. And you're on the other side of the world playing a team that you've probably never played before. You know, you can watch as many games as you want, but you're not going to be familiar with their style. And that's what I love about a tournament like Challenger Melbourne. You get all of these teams from different regions that barely play each other. You know, the tier 1 teams, even if they're in different regions, still have some reps against each other, still play the top level events. But these tier 2 teams, definitely less of the case. You're kind of more so pigeonholed into your regional events a lot of the time. Attack pause for Movistar. And this is where I'm very interested to see if they can figure out Rare Atom on a short time frame, because Rare Atom is one of these tricky teams where they do have these really nice executes. They really do have great set plays, good reads. They can come into a game with an excellent game plan. And it's not something that's so easy to figure out on the fly. It's more of something that, okay, once they use it, that's a VOD review, and then I'm not sure how well it's going to work for them next time around. And I see it in so many tournaments. They come in super strong at the start. Let's see if Movistar has an answer.
Much wider spread this time from Rare Atom. Maybe waiting for Movistar to make a play. First will come the util to slow things down. Pretty standard stuff towards the A bomb site with that smoke. Not the first time we've seen that from Movi.
Yeah, it feels like they've made a very intentional adjustment, trying to keep Rare Atom at arm's length.
We'll have a look at this then. Rare Atom maybe giving Movistar a chance to hang themselves, and that's exactly what will happen. Jamyoung stays alive. You can see the urgency from Alex as he tries to make a difference. They've got to try and claw something back. Maybe it could be presence, maybe it could be some control in this area he puts a lurk smoke forward, there is a threat of being on the other side of it. Indeed, he's done exactly that. But elsewhere, there'll be action towards A now. So they start to make a play. You can see Movistar are trying to get into this one somewhere. But Mercury's popping out. Martinez has found two, though. Stroke of fortune in Movistar's favor, and suddenly it's a 3-on-3.
Yeah, Rare Atom dumping all their utility on A, but not committing. And now Movistar looking for information. The push towards A main. Kaze is ready for it.
Beautiful. That is the bomb spotted on the radar. Only 2 players to start rotating now. That's half the info for Rare Atom as Sorsal makes his presence known. Kaze posting up. He is far away from Jamyoung with 11 HP. Might be heading towards mid. There's 20 seconds on the clock though. Kaze, he's showing presence here. He's basing for his teammate, but Jamyoung's got to start running because they need to have time to plant this bomb. Oh, this is really going down to the wire as Kaze continues to show presence. But Sorsal ready for it. He knew there was some kind of trick being played now. Does he commit to this, Kaze? He can't make this happen. There will be another round for Movistar Riders and a second AWP.
Yeah, I think Rare Atom may be overcomplicating things a little bit. Holding the default, they're expecting the CT aggression, and they were able to punish it, find the man advantage, but then going for that execute, they were really holding around the map, anticipating some CT aggression in the mid-round. That's often what you expect in the 4-on-5 situation. From the CT side, they need to push something, even up the man advantage, find some info somewhere. But Rare Atom, I feel like, overcooked it a little bit. They threw the
collateral certainly helped.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. Looks like, again, it's going to be another one of these B set plays from Rare Atom. Double orb this time.
There's lineups towards the CT angles for the smokes. Try and isolate the fights again, abuse the numbers. Mopos is having a horrid time on this bomb site so far. 1 for 6. There are many CCs here though, but Jamyoung's angle will be very important. They'll hear that bomb being planted. Mopos trying to find a lineup. A re-smoke as well. That's the smoke which came over the wall as well. Cut these players out. Jamyoung behind the pillar. Can he survive though? They're lining up for him, but it's Movistar with almost all the kills here.
Beautiful.
Kaze's got so much to do now. 1v3. Sorsal's taken one for the team. Can the rest of his team find the angles though? Kaze moves to the other side, flashes are here as well. But someone's got to get on this bomb. It's half ticks already. They do have kits, but can they find a good enough angle? Alex takes some damage. Oh, he's moving. Can he find the angle? He's in the red. The knife's out. But Movistar take the round anyway. They defused it in time.
The collateral through the leg. Not quite enough for Kaze. What an excellent little adaptation from Movistar, though. You saw up against the B set play. This time they played retake. They sat right back, let Rare Atom use all of their utility, and then a pop flash through from Alex to send the boys in after the plant goes down before they can get themselves comfortable in post-plant positions, and they absolutely rocked Rare Atom. Kaze almost makes that round look way more competitive, completing a 1-on-3. Aggression towards Catwalk this time from Movistar, unchecked.
Wow, talk about perfect timing.
They've got a great read now.
They really do. They have no presence towards mid though, but that can be picked up by Davigi, and I'm sure that will happen in time. So Movistar immediately have all the information they need. Martinez can take a shot fall back, take a shot from somewhere else, and that'll be a painful existence for Rare Atom as they continue to push forward. Guessing each time as to where he might be. Grenades coming through as well. This should be a massacre, but Jamyoung's found two. And the T's are here to trade again. Davichi's found two as well. It is kept even, but will they be ready for this flank from Mopos? Had so many problems towards the B bomb site, but he might be able to clutch it on A. There's Kaze, drops Mosey in the clutch now versus 2. Dancing around the smokes, trying to be position unknown. He's got to kill some time for the CTs as well, but he needs to find one and make it a 1v1. You see Alex waiting for Mopos to clear these angles, swinging through now. Do you know where Alex is? Oh, he's so close. One bullet away. Movistar, by the skin of their teeth, will survive in this round.
Yeah, and this is where this Rare Atom play style of playing execute heavy, hitting on the same timings every single round is starting to get a little bit one-dimensional. You can see Movistar already starting to adapt. They're holding their utility to disrupt these executes. They're pushing the orbs up on lines. Aggression in the early to mid round over towards that catwalk side, worked out a treat. Gave them a lot of information.
They're barely winning the round though, Movi.
Yeah, it's still, I mean, at the end of the day, you get in the side and you get some trades on the T side, it's still competitive, even if the other team has a read.
Advent has $7,900 in the bank, so there'll be pain coming Movistar Riders' way. And again, surviving with one player just leaves you very, very brittle indeed. So opportunity knocks for Rare Atom. They could still have a landslide of rounds heading towards halftime if they can be successful here. Really key round for Movistar Riders. And again, Movistar had the information immediately. They made a great forward play through B, had the flank on the way, but still the multi-frags from Rare Atom made things very painful on the A bomb site. Davi G fighting back with 2 frags of his own, but still down to that last player.
See if Movistar can hold their nerve, keep their money together. As they drop this round, they're going to get reset, and this half's going to get painful. Aggression straight into middle. It's a crunch onto Mercury. He almost gets caught. But after they don't find him through dark side, Movistar going to slow things down, at least for a moment. But then there's the pop flash into B main.
Wow, this is a lot of pushing. And again, if they lose everything here, they are going to be smoked.
This is where it gets rough. Feels like Rare Atom have the whole map right now. Sitting right back in middle. They punish that B main aggression. It's going to be a mid-round push towards A main here.
Wow, they are pushing everything. Time.
Oh,
a leg versus a chest. That is a difference that they needed. Again, the margins are so narrow. A Mercury popping back, and Davi G will deliver the goods. This is a very aggressive round from both squads, but Movi are making it work.
That was a classic Chinese CS repeat right there. Rare Atom contacting over towards this B side of the map. Advent's got to pick up the bomb. Alex is really low in dark here, as is Martinez. Both of the players on this side of the map barely clinging to life.
They've abandoned B entirely with 4 players up. They've got no one's got eyes on this. What do Rare Atom make of this? There are 4 CTs on the map, and no one is on the bomb site. This is a very bizarre one. They just kind of rotated out of it. What is happening?
He's playing the numbers, holding for the retake. Trying to stay active in the mid-round. Even with man advantage, sometimes you've got to look for info.
Well, let's see what they're able to do now. No more util for Rare Atom. It's going to be guns out all the way. They have the man advantage, Movi. Advent fighting on the outside, delivering. They know where he is. Jamyoung's got such a strong angle on Soursaw here, but that's a good peek from him. 3v2. Only Davi G has a kit. That clock is ticking and they're nowhere near it just yet. A desperate run as Davi G finds the kill. He's the one who has to get on the bomb. Does Advent have an angle now? They've gone for the retake, but have they got time? It's going to be a close one. Just in time, the 5th round comes through for Movi, and they survive with 3.
Rare Atom just not setting up in the 3-on-4 well enough. They were all playing split up 1v1 angles. Advent was able to win one of those duels on the player on the flank, but you can't just play those 1v1v1s, especially when you're playing from a man disadvantage. You've got to go push, try to make a play. You can see Mosey in a corner by himself. Jamyoung was alone at dark, and Advent's over on flank. They're trying to hold everything by themselves.
Charging through mid now. Davi G realizes he could be in trouble here. Strong angle, but there is the trade. The numbers game trying to overwhelm, but Sourcewell is here for help. Mopos creeping through the smoke, rising with confidence now. Suddenly, Movi find himself in such a better position. 3v1 now for Kaze. They know exactly where he is as well. Does he commit to a quick bomb plant here? Or does he go for some more kills? Minute 20 on the clock. Fair chance at a 1v1 as well. You can see Mopos has rotated all the way around to cover the angle, so Kaze has a chance. Oh, Mopos has seen him though. That is a dirty angle indeed. Movi continuing to close the angles, close the net. Still a minute on the clock for Kaze, but he needs an engagement. He wants an engagement before he goes. Trying to isolate the fights now. Martinez going through the smoke and delivering the frag. Starting a bit cold, Movi, but they're heating up now.
Absolutely, and I felt like they just needed to kind of see what was being thrown at them for a couple of rounds. You can see the tack timeout came in. They very much have started to make adjustments, change things up, get accustomed to Rare Adam's play style.
Fighting fire with fire.
Yeah, straight in there with the aggression. I mean, that's what you want to be seeing against the execute-heavy style. You don't want to face the strongest part of it. You want to try and disrupt. And that's what daviG is doing, straight up inside the smoke.
Great work. Movi stabilizing quickly. Taking the fight to their opponent. It seems to be working for them. Looking to soon take the lead now. Got a hell of a game of Anubis on our hands.
That's classic Advent. Just knife out in the middle of the open, running around. Four alive. Couple of those Movistar Riders players super low, but they're happy to keep those 4 guns up right at the end of the half, make sure that they're not skipping any pieces of utility. Maybe they can go back on a double orb if that's what they want. Because that's been the key, really. I mean, the AWPs have definitely been a big tool for them, but also making sure they have access to all the smokes and the mollies. They've really been changing up the timing with which they use utility and the timing with which they aggress in the early to mid round.
That's a big nade, all the way from A.
Boy, we love these new maps. I mean, the use of HE stacks and little, you know, angles where you can throw them. It's been a big development the last couple of years of CS, so to see a map where, you know, maybe you can mix in a couple more of those kind of things, and maybe even in CS2 as well.
Yeah, but that shows you how valuable the grenades are at the moment as well, when you consider what they'll be able to do with smokes in the future.
True.
That might be a sacrifice, like to make a gamble play like that. But anyway, Movistar starting to get active once again, starting to creep forward. Mosey is here, and Alex certainly isn't, because he's been traded by Jamyoung. An open door, perhaps, on the B bomb site, but Martinez is here. He's posted up. He's had to sacrifice mid in the meantime, but no one is in position to take advantage of that. Looks to his left, and he's lost position and opportunity. Very awkward timing for Martinez. 4 on 3 for Rare Atom, all on the bomb site, but that bomb needs to get planted soon. Flash to try and cross. They'll be able to do that at the very least. Oh, not quite deep enough on that occasion. A risky situation for them. They may lose everything committing to this one. Flash comes in, and daviG goes out. Sourceful traded, and Martinez needs to save this AWP.
Not going to attempt the 1 on 3. Even though the money is still pretty good for the CT side. Probably could have given it a crack, but maybe they can double AWP or something of that nature heading into the next round. Either way, I feel like if you're trading rounds on Anubis CT side, you're quite happy with how the game is going. I'm sure they're going to be quite proficient on their T side as well.
Last round of the first half then. Explosive game of Anubis so far.
See that aggression towards B main. It's been kind of hit or miss for Movistar. Sometimes it's worked a treat, and sometimes it's kind of resulted in them dropping the round pretty quickly. B main control taken by Rare Atom, as well as a progression smoke to Dark. But look at this, Movistar have crunched all of mid in the meanwhile. Mercury's heard all of that. See if Rare Atom are just going to go straight into B here after losing mid control. CT side dumping utility, trying to slow down the execute.
Angles being denied. Martinez trying to cover some area with the incendiaries. The flashes won't quite work. Team flash there, and Jamyoung goes down for free. But now the numbers are tied. Mercury activating. Martinez still on the side, but look at all this util. There's nowhere to stand. The floor is on fire. The floor is lava. Minute on the clock. Everybody around this B bomb site. Movi moving back somewhat though as the bomb starts to get planted. Oh, Alex will drop Kaze. 2 remain. Mercury and Advent turning things around, leaving Martinez in the clutch. Scoped in already, moving forward with the AWP. needs to avoid the trade fragger, but where are they? He wonders. Who is to his right-hand side? Not many. Can he find Advent? He might be able to. He sees the elbow, but Advent starts to move away immediately. Where is the trade fragger? He's got to go deeper. Unscoping. This is ridiculous, but the no-scope is there. His best attempt, but it wouldn't be enough against all those numbers of Rare Atom. They take a lead into half-time. Close to half-time, but perhaps it won't be close for long. The second pistol is upon us as we move into Anubis Part 2. Very interesting map for the best of one series. Very fun action so far. Movistar adjusting quickly to Rare Atom, realizing that they had to fight fire with fire, but now, of course, the sides change. And we don't know what to expect on the second half of this series. Not long to wait, though, as we see Movistar heading towards the T side. Double mollies on the T side for Movistar. Very curious as to what they might offer.
Looks like a bit of an A execute. 5 sets of armor here. Rare Atom push through B main, grab the information early, and they're going to start rotating over. Advent looking to play retake A from heaven over towards backside. CT's being very active in this round, taking a lot of space already. The longer Movistar take, the more dangerous this round gets for them.
No useful for Atom. Full Kevlar, no kits, no nothing, just pistols and guts. But here come the numbers of Moby. Mosey trying to avoid the flashes, goes down for free. They were never coming his way. It's a wipeout on the A bomb site. I don't know if Atom can fight their way back into this one, but they'll certainly try. Mercury going in, and have a look at this rotation from Moby. They're like, nah, we're just going to exit. We'll just leave you in here.
I'd run from Mercury and Jam Young, to be fair, and that's exactly why. Another one-tap dirt nap dished out. And Movistar putting the bomb down on the opposite side of the map.
Matchmaking stress from Movistar.
Around the world.
Through one bomb site into the other. But will it be successful? 3v2 as Rare Atom on the retake with no kit, of course. They need to move quickly. Mopos hiding behind the pillar for now. Quickly clearing positions. Alex is on alert though, so he's got a 2v2 on this bomb site. Jam Young spotted Mopos, who's in trouble. Jam Young will trade, but what about the remaining two? He's still got more work to be doing here. Jam Young jumping around the corner. He does not have time to win this round. He has got time to get another kill though, so get some style points for it. 4 kills in a round, but the kit will betray him, the lack of a kit. And the pistol goes to Moby.
He holds onto his Kevlar though, and he's got 3.2 after getting those kills, so really maybe considering an M4 force here. It's not too often that you see that. You get a 4K from a player CT side and then they save their Kevlar.
Yeah, he could buy an M4 or give it to somebody who buys the helmet and gives him a deagle.
Nah, if you're Jam Young, you buy an M4 and you just buy an M4.
Fair enough.
Because you're too good.
Pair of 8s then. They will not invest into this one.
It's Kaze's ult fund, I think.
Oh, look at that run. That drive-by. Very economical work. Mopos. Lovely stuff. The trigger discipline. I thought he was asleep.
Yeah.
That guy was just chilling.
He might have been. You know, time zone's rough out here. It's getting a little bit later into the day. Oh, speaking of people being asleep, easy one for Mosea. He's found himself an AK.
Get out of there.
When he can find his way around the map.
Always want to hold on to an AK if you can on the CT side.
I mean, look at their next buy. First gun round, I think Jam Young's going to have enough for an AWP on Kaze, and they've saved 2 guns. You don't see this too often.
Cooking with gas.
RIP Gas, we miss you. Last ESL Challenger Melbourne, he was doing damage on Wings Up. That was fun to watch. I think Rare Atom now... I don't know if Rare Atom knocked them out of the Chinese qualifier, but they definitely didn't make it through the Chinese qualifier one way or another. So many strong teams.
All right then, now the second half will really get started. What kind of looks are we going to see from Movistar on their T side, I wonder? Again, they adjusted well. For a new map like Anubis as well, to coordinate so much aggression on the CT side, got to have confidence in your plays to do that. But now they've got the luxury of the T sides. I wonder if we'll see smokes in this position later on. We never really saw Rare Atom offer some smokes here on their T side, and you could see the CTs will get into position to find something aggressive here, or look for something at least.
Similar to what Movistar were doing. It's aggression through dark. They set up the AWP on the line down through canals and into water. And boat, trying to cut the map down a little bit. Disrupt the T's. That's a wide peek from Martinez and a re-peek from Kaze. This man's either very confident or a little silly. Fortunately, in this case, it's the latter.
Maybe not expecting him to just be waiting for that re-peek. Advent creeps through the smoke and is instantly punished as well. An awkward round for Rare Atom. Running out of atoms in round 18 at this point. No answer to any of these frags just yet. It looks like Mosea's been spotted. Needs a multi-frag. Where's Davy off to? Mercury with a third one. And suddenly the numbers are tied up and Movi are hurting. Look how close he is. Will they even expect this? No. Down goes Thorsel. This has turned on its head. Martinez in the clutch. 1v2. 30 seconds on the clock. Bomb plant's getting more and more urgent. Martinez and Mercury, either side of a smoke, and Mercury will deliver, looking for an AK towards the end.
I'm so happy you're here to witness this with me, James. That's the most rare Adam round I've ever seen. Kaze just gets one bead, re-peeking, Advent's AFK in a smoke, and then they 3v5 because they've got these sharp riflers that just make multi-fragging look like a breeze. That was a hell of a shot on a Galil, though.
Yeah, it really was.
Has to be said.
Davy G, he had somewhere to be there.
Got to explore Melbourne. You've been having a little bit of a look around as well.
I can recommend the coffee shops.
Oh.
9-9, and Advent starts to get rolling now. You see Mopos quietly making his way to the choke point. There's a flash, but the molly will keep Advent safe. Bobby trying to answer back then. Mopos moving through. It'll take some space at least.
Take all of A main control with that util, but they've got very little left over. Sorcel's been on the other side of the map with the dig for quite a while, and Movistar having to think about going to link up with him. Mercury still with control of Dark and a fair bit of utility to boot. Jam Young playing that pivot position on the site. Another smoke, and look at this contact from Movistar through the middle of the map.
In the meantime, Rare Atom have cleaned up the A area. They have cleared it out, put a smoke up, and they know no one's lurking there. That will allow them to rotate Kaze towards that B bomb site. And Advent can have some focus to help Mosea if he can. Oh, look at the angle on the smoke, though. Beautiful punish with the FAMAS into the hands of Kaze. There you go. 2v4 for Moby. A Deagle and an AK. This is rough like sandpaper for them. The bomb isolated from Sorcel as well. Slowly creeping towards the bomb site. And what a creep it is. With 25 seconds, he's got a shift walk away. If they are to even try and make a play from this one. Sorcel can take the risk and can go in and find out what's going on here with this Deagle. They might want to switch weapons though if they get an opportunity later on. Sorcel, never mind, he'll take one for himself. 10 seconds, do they have time to plant this bomb? Davy G's with the grenades trying to cross. 6 seconds, down he goes, and the bomb, and the chances for the round as well.
Sorcel gonna save an A1S with light head armor. 2k for the rest of Movistar. It's a very weird position to be in economically. They want to take a save, but with only 600, Sorcel's going to be a little bit poorer than the rest of the lads even next round should they save. Round for Rare Atom to be picking up. Love the mid-round util though. That kind of reminds me of the A main position, the way that happened. Reminds me of Banana on Inferno. T's went and took it, and then the CT util set to retake A main control. And just take that info back.
Saw a HE left in spawn. See if that's picked up on a rotation later on. Or even now, I see Mosea has gone to spawn to pick up some grenades, it looks like.
Boost over the top of the smoke. Exactly what Rare Atom did. Set multiple players having a walk through doors.
Hello. Oh, that's a nice response from Martinez. Gives them a lot of space now. Look how urgent this is. A long swing from Kaze does not connect. And there are some big problems here for Rare Atom. Big problems indeed. So much time for Moby to try and exploit all this map control, but they will get cut to ribbons to some degree on the A-bomb site. The remaining two make it there, though, with some rifles as well. Only one with Kevlar, though, but maybe they've got good enough positions to deliver on this. Kaze going to be going through with the pistol to create space for his team. That is risky stuff, but he is ready to do it. Dying for the cause there as they have the information now. It'll be an expensive round for Rare Atom, but they will be successful. 11-9 then.
Yeah, and those couple of kills that Sorcel gets actually make all the difference. He had much less cash than the rest of his team, but with those kills actually can afford a full util set with the bomb plant to boot. So Movistar deal with some of their economic issues just by putting a couple kills together and putting the bomb down. Now they're going to have a much better looking buy heading into this next round. Not going to have to skip on any bits of util. Maybe they can even pull out an AWP if they want, and that's going to be phenomenal for them given how much economic pressure they're putting on Rare Atom here, who are living paycheck to paycheck right now. 1,400 loss bonus. They'd probably only be put on a single eco instead of a hard reset, but still wouldn't be something they'd like to see at this point in the game.
Hopping up to get slam dunked. Sorsal ready for that action. But Mercury's got position, and that's something for now. Very risky though, and Alex is coming in maybe for a potential trade frag situation, keep the advantage with Movi. You can see Sorsal moving forward. Mercury's dancing though, but look at that peek from Sorsal. Taking advantage of that AK-47, and Kaze could have been in trouble there, but a quick scope, he was ready for it. He could be the difference maker here, but Advent's caught with a grenade in his hand just when they had a chance to come back. It gets worse for them.
Now Movi picking up the pace into A, just as Mosey rotates out, looks for a pick in middle. Finds Alex. Good trade from Sorsal though. Kaze, no kit, 1-on-3. Do you even go for this?
I think he does. Well, maybe not now. Before the bomb's planted, might see what's offered to him. And now he's like, nah. So Movi will be making their double figures then, keeping it close.
You do in this scenario though. They got 1,400 loss bonus. Advent's going to have, what, 2.5? They got a single save around the orb. Like, they can't force this round. So the orb save is less impactful. It's not meaningless. Obviously, you're not going to attempt the 1-on-3, but you wish you could put a buy together. Is he even going to be able to save it? Sorsal. Steps made. Kaze's getting nervous. Hugging the corner for dear life. I think he's going to get away with it. Hide and seek champion.
Well, where's the rest of the song then? Can't just stop with that. AWP could be very dangerous in the next round. I would like to see a good spawn with it. An early play, maybe something that Movi are looking for. Let's see then, it will be a hero AWP for Kaze. I thought it might be a mid play. Oh, a lot of targets, doesn't connect though. What is the response from Movi? They are positioned outside B. Advent pushing over towards the A-bomb site in the meantime, but Mopo's now in his groove. Kaze's here as well. Does he have enough position to get one kill and disappear again? Focus on long, and there is that first peek. Looks away now. Waiting for a swing. He is blind. Let's not forget how few bullets are in that magazine now. He needs to make these shots count. Smokes are up. Don't take too much risk. Movi cutting noise, slowing things down. Falling back. He might go for a reload here while the smoke is up.
Gonna wrap back around. Davi having a look for him. Wants to clear Ninja. Rest of Movistar seems like they want to go towards A. They're really slowing this down. That could be dangerous against an AWP though.
Bomb alone. Pop flashing, Mopo's in. So he sees that the A-bomb site is empty. But does the bomb rotate there alone now? The AWP's headed over there. They're going to try and make a play into the B-bomb site with an empty A-bomb site. This is very, very interesting. And it is working for them as well. Advent rotating over. Mopos misses the angles. This is all over the shop. Kaze finds himself on the wrong side of the map then. Probably goes for a save here. That's a lot of things to think about if you're Movistar in that situation. Two players sitting on the B bomb site, the bomb carrier going with somebody else towards A, flashing that person in, standing alone as they clear A, then going back to B when A is clear.
Yeah. I think they're just very much trying to avoid the AWP in that round. You saw it right from the get-go. Kaze made contact in the middle of the map. They immediately threw the progression molly into E-box and HE nade over the top. Can he hold on to it for a second time though?
Wow, he shot him in the butt. Why did he do that? Interesting. Call that a kink? I don't know.
You haven't had your shots, James, obviously. That's where you get it. Don't you know?
11 apiece.
Util's really not going to be looking good for Rare Atom this round.
Are you favouring a team right now?
Yeah, Movistar on this T side. They've got much better economy. It's Anubis. Rare Atom had a weird money situation from the get-go, but now looking at this round, their economy is not going to afford them very much utility. That's where I think they're going to be pigeonholed into maybe a little bit more of an aggressive strat in the early to mid round, and I think Movistar is going to be more than clever enough to work that out. potentially punish. And Rare Atom, I've watched a lot of this team in its various iterations, and I feel like they very much sometimes do fall down in the CT side, unfortunately. You know, Advent can call a good T side and kind of hide the fact that they have some weaker individuals here and there. But on CT side, you know, if it's that one player that needs to lock down the side that's not having the best of games, that's where things can kind of fall apart a little bit sometimes, unfortunately.
Well, Jam Young still on top with 21 frags. Might not be the case for long, though, with Sourcel on 20. Important round for both sides as Mercury says hello. Just sending it straight through. Looking for Mopos as well. Will there be a peek? Indeed there will. Shotgun mode for Kaze with a quick scope as well. Beautiful. He is everywhere in this round. Everywhere he needs to be. I can't believe that send through A. What a response.
They had to. It's like I said, they had no utility to play out the mid to late round. You know, they can't play this utility trading game versus a T-side team with a better economy. They had to aggress somewhere. But still fall apart here, though. Alex, he's got a bit of a timing here. Davy looking for a pick onto the site. It's been happening all day.
So Davy G's trying to run distraction while Alex creeps around. Kaze having a look now. That's all the information. There is a flank as well on the bomb carrier in the name of Jam Young. Oh, has Davy G seen him? All right then. Now it's a 2v2. Boy, this is so nervous to watch for both squads, in fact.
Rare Atom are going to be broke if they drop this round. They have no kit as well, so they need to speed up this post plant, and Movistar are going to play it from CT side.
They are moving shoulder to shoulder through mid at the moment, Mosea and Advent. What a collapse in this round. Again, what is the goal here? It has to be into the water. It's such a slow approach. Otherwise, pushing out for an AK. But again, the urgency is high. Alex will be the initial engager, deleting Advent. This was in their hands, but it has been stolen away.
That's more than likely going to be the game for Rare Atom, unfortunately. Their economy's broken. The mental's broken after dropping a 2-on-4 like that. The round started so well for them with the mid-aggression. You could see it. Little bit of tilt, little bit of disappointment.
Yeah, you have to be frustrated after a round like that. All credit to Movistar outplaying their opponent with half the personnel. And they have broken the money of Rare Atom. This one should be a free one for Moby. Such promise at the beginning. Quickly became wretched. Again, a pop flash play will prove to have some fruit to it.
Hiding behind the canoe is Jam Young. That's the second time Davy's been caught by that. Man's getting bullied over there.
As long as the round is delivered, it's all good.
Found it.
Nice. That's something. That is something indeed, but another something is Movistar planting the bomb and heading towards 13 rounds now. Rare Atom are going to have to dig deep to find a way back into this one because Movistar feel like they're quite in control now.
Yeah, Cash is going to be a bit better this time for Rare Atom, so they're not as hard pigeonholed into aggressive plays in the early to mid round. They can play it out a little bit more. Money's not crazy for Movistar, so look, economic damage from Jam Young here is actually well worth it. Sorcel's kind of pinned in here, unfortunately. Low HP, so he has to sit around, maybe even push a little further.
Oh, he must have just seen him there.
Oh! They're hunting him. Didn't sound like they made it in time, so I think Jam Young's held on to that AK and taken one more away from Movistar. Now a proper buy here for Vici. Full util, they're going to have the AWP out. They're not really a team that double AWPs that often.
It has to be now for Rare Atom. They have to find success in this round. So much momentum for Moby. Let's not forget how they found the advantages in that previous round, just sending it, as we're seeing now from Mercury. Now, have they heard a player in the water, Movistar?
Yeah, full mid control here, and all of the util used early round for Rare Atom to take that control. Very little to fall back on. 3 smokes, that's it. Progression util from Movistar. I think their smoke might have missed there, actually. So that's not ideal.
Will this setup work then? Oh, you can see the bait set up. Kaze will deliver the first one, and Mercury's here as well. It's about how you finish, though. A great second frag from Mercury, and surely this is enough. Kaze sees the weapons being picked up. 4v2. Not many left then for Movi. 45 seconds on the clock now. And again, we're at them. They felt far behind in rounds. They're not far behind on score.
No. Momentum's shifted with Movi for the majority of this half, but that's a good recovery from Rare Atom. Characteristic mistake from Movistar, though. I'm pretty sure that smoke they missed was meant to go onto Dark Side, and unfortunately, that allows Kaze to have impact with the AWP, which creates more space for Mercury to have impact down in water. Movistar's seen that same play a couple of times, though. The mid-aggression from Rare Atom, the early round aggression from the CT side is something that Rare Atom has been showcasing time and time again, and Movistar, I'm eager to see how they respond to that.
Counter-terrorists win.
Either way, that's going to be a round to stabilize both the economy and the confidence here for Rare Atom.
Yeah, I feel like their rounds are really relying on a super early aggression on this CT side. These very aggressive plays. Let's not forget what Mercury is able to do from this spot. If they're not to find success at the beginning of a round like that, do they have the depth to convert the rounds anyway? That might be the question that decides who wins this best of one in these late rounds.
Sure. This is a big round because they can soft reset Movistar here and potentially play for a 14 to give them the lead. They have a little bit of economy in the back pocket, so even if they drop this round, and the cash that they're holding on to is going to give them a little bit of longevity, and that's why winning that round with 4 alive was so important for them on the CT side. I think with the util they have, a little bit earlier in the half, like I said, they didn't have great util, the money wasn't super good, so you kind of, like I said, are sometimes pigeonholed into aggressing in the early to mid round, but now they could slow things down if they wanted to. They have the util to match the Ts. You can see Movistar after that pause, well aware of this aggression. They're being much more active in water.
Kaze's got a great position on A, which may be allowing them to focus the rest of the CTs elsewhere, because he's got a very forward position and no one's here to challenge or even force him away with a flashbang. So he's been left in situ. Again, the aggressive plays, but not overly aggressive. They will be expected, but will they get the personnel here in time? Rare Atom. Only 2 plays here now. Advent's on the way as the utility starts to fly in.
That one way from Ninja.
A full focus from Movi. The whole team is here. Mosea's making his way over now. So we've got a 5-on-4 as far as the B bomb site is concerned. Davigi starting to move through with the pre-fire. Will announce the presence. Advent through the smoke, and Davigi finds himself behind enemy lines. This one's collapsing for Rare Atom. Confusion in the smoke, and they might have to disengage from this with 3 players alive.
Save and just hold on to what you have in terms of economy and try to fight back in the next round, but that's going to be 14 secured from Movistar. You could see that was a very intentional execute towards B, post-tactical pause. They've noticed the early round aggression from Rare Atom over towards water, in through middle, and on dark, and Movistar just went and took all control of that in the early round, worked their way through dark, and they went for that B-side exit, but they didn't rush things too much. They waited for the reactive utility from Rare Atom. They waited for those one-ways to start to elapse. Any kind of counter incendiaries, any kind of counter flashes. And then they went and they hit the site late, and it worked out a treat.
Crucial rounds now. Rare Atom have all the toys still. with what they saved, what they've brought around it. But they're running out of rounds to lose on this CT side. Jam Young still leading. 22 to Sourcewell's 21.
Slower round here from Movistar. Not going and taking any water control. Both teams kind of at a standoff. Kaze AWPing over on the extremity again. Sourcewell, you can see him anti-flash. Maybe waiting for some B main aggression. Oh, Dabby G caught by Kaze. Eager to see if he's going to stick around or reposition. Seems like the latter. Starting to work his way back through CT. Movistar now getting aggressive towards middle and seeing if they can take some space and pick up the pace maybe.
Yeah, they'll try and use a window where they know Kaze isn't. A window of time. Smoke shenanigans on the way as well. Mercury repositioning. 1 minute on the clock. See the T's focusing towards the B bomb site where that bomb is, and Mercury's well positioned for the time being, but Mopos is in a very strong spot while distraction is being run behind enemy lines, looking for the second frag and delivering. Really rough situation for Atom, but it's still close. 3 versus 4. Bomb not planted just yet. We see it thrown over, and there's nothing Atom can do right now. Smokes up as the bomb is planted. All moving together, but are they moving into their doom here? They can't afford to lose all these weapons, but they can't afford to lose any more rounds either. Mosaic and Advent so far, it's okay. Kaze in a clutch now, 1v2. He doesn't have a kit. You can see one round the corner, but he's got to find both these kills first. He's going to have to fall away.
Oh, barely makes it out. That's a pretty, you know, for a player I usually sing the praises of, that's a pretty big oversight from Jam Young, just allowing that player to creep up through dark and multi-frag in a man advantage situation should never have been allowed. Rare Atom starting to come apart at the seams a little. This should never be allowed.
Very nice multi-frag by Mopos. Second kill, so key. Finding the gaps. Finding themselves on match point as well. More work to be done though. It's not over yet. You can see how focused they are despite winning that round. Rare Atom will muster a buy, a goodbye. But it might be goodbye to this game unless they can turn their fortunes around here.
Cute little boost, but it seems like Movistar taking boat control. Maybe using that as a launching pad into that A site where Advent is all on his lonesome, using utility to slow this down for the time being. Like it's retake A from Rare Atom here.
Advent will need some help soon. Mopos creeping around the smoke. Being careful though. Don't need to put too much risk into this play. Movistar, they've got time to play with, and they have so much util. They've barely used their util in this situation. Advent drops the smoke, but it takes so long to pop. Loses half his health. What is the play here for Movi? Poking and prodding the bomb site.
They're doing the same thing as they did on B, just throwing waves of util. Here's the real exit.
Indeed there is. That Advent will be blind, but still delivers the first one. Repositions, drops eventually. Mopos will trade. 4v4 moving forward. Again, it's going to be the smokes all over the site as the frags keep coming for Movistar. 3-on-3 though. Kaze is still here, and so is Jam Young, and he's got support. Things are slowing down. 25 seconds. Bomb plant pressure starting to rise for Movi as they look for more kills. Martinez doesn't have the angle he wants here. 15 seconds now, and Alex might be a question of damage for him if he can find it. It might even be the round. He's going for the transfer. A dangerous one, but Jam Young is here.
That was almost a heart-stopping transfer for the game. Still has impact. Only one gun surviving for the CT side. And they're down to an MP9 and a FAMAS on 2 of their players. Skipping a couple of kits. Skipping a couple of key incendiaries. These are the small little details.
Whoa!
Oh, gosh, they almost get caught there.
He did get caught to some degree. He's got a fish hook in his mouth. At least he cut the line for now.
Rare Adam picks this round up. Movistar is going to be relatively broke. Could be an easier path to OT. It's been a slow round to start. Movistar just working the map.
The slower the round is, the longer the round goes on for, the harder it is for Rare Atom. That much is clear. You can see the reliance on the early plays there. Kaze just charging into mid. Still standing though. Movi've got the time to wait for a peek, to wait for a play. They've got the angles. Walking into an AWP is a painful surprise.
3 players in dark though. Advent solo on this A side, drops himself a smoke. It's going to be a fake.
Oh, look at this swing from Rare Atom. Sourcewell gets his bell rung and he'll be forced to wait. He's the only player they see there, but Mopos is creeping there as well. They may think it might be a B play with the action they've seen, but look at them line up on the A bomb site. Mosaic could do some damage with the MP9 if his timing is good. Indeed it will be. 4 on 3. Bomb not planted yet. And look how low they are as well. This MP9 could be devastating if used correctly. Bomb planted. There are kits on half the players here. Ecstatic looks to find an angle. That MP9 starts to swing. And Mercury's here to trade. 2v1. Sourcewell with less than 20 HP. He's got work to do. Oh, the molly. That's GG right there. Surely they can defuse that bomb. And they'll survive with 2. One round left in normal time.
Chinese fans out in force right now. It was 1900 loss bonus plus the bomb plant there. Couple of the players on the T side were broke, which means that this gun round is going to be a weird one for the Movistar boys.
Round 30 for survival for Rare Atom. Survival in this game. Here in Melbourne, big crowds on the first day. Not even the weekend just yet, but a fantastic turnout already.
This could be it for OT. Buy is much better for Rare Atom. 1 AK brought to the party here for Movistar. They should be able to get this one across the line. Util's good for the T side though. They've had a tack timeout. They've had a chat about how they want to approach this one. And it's a slow start from them. Same approach from Rare Atom. Leaving Advent solo to his own devices on one side of the map and just so much of a focus on holding dark and holding this B side of the map.
Yeah, and they haven't gone for one of their almost signature hyper-aggressive plays. Maybe reading that they have been somewhat telegraphed in doing that time and again. They understand their advantages. They're changing up their plays. Fair amount of incendiaries here for the CT squatters. Movi will try and make it close physically with this MAC-10 leading the way. Plenty of smoke grenades as they will close in on the A bomb site, and more options towards B as well. Rare Atom don't really know which one. You see a lurker towards the A bomb site, none towards B. Very defensive angles as the flashbangs start to come through. Everybody's going to eat those. Mosaic, can he find a second one? Dancing around the stairs, changing its elevation. 3 on 3, bomb needs to be collected and planted. CC's are here already. Jam Young's on the rotation. Everybody's got a kit this time. Daviji's got himself a very nice angle though. Mopos focusing on the high ground. Who moves in first? It's going to be Kaze and Mercury edging themselves forward, walking into a crossfire though, but Mopos, he's got 2 jobs to hold down. He needs to help with Daviji. Down Mopos goes. Now Daviji's alone, 1v2. And there's Kaze to take this to overtime. Rare Atom are not done yet. More work to be done here in overtime. That is a comeback that many weren't expecting, but the crowd certainly love it.
Made it difficult for themselves, but they were able to stand up to the task. And now with any thoughts of the economy on the back burner, we can just play straight gun rounds to find out who's going to take out this game. Rare Atom continuing things on the CT side here. Kaze not quite caught this time with maybe an opportunity, couldn't quite be converted this time. Rare Atom just sticking to what's working. Pretty heavy pressure and reliance put on holding dark. Just leaving Advent over on this A side of the map. It hasn't felt like Movistar has had a read on how to deal with this CT setup here. This time though, DaviG's taken a lot of space over in A main. They've got water control. Progression Molotov is going to push the CTs back and force them to trade utility.
Movi really looking for a peak. Ratham, they've been so aggressive, but again, they are evolving somewhat in the course of this game of Anubis. Dicey situation for Mose. They had opened a pop flashes here. His head isn't, however. Heading towards 45 seconds for Movi to capitalize on this. I don't know if Ratham realized that there are two players in this position, but they're losing their angles anyway.
That's the second kill for Alex, full blind.
Oh, that's a nasty surprise. This is a painful round for Rare Atom. Not sure what else there is for Kaze and Mercury to do at this point. Frag to frag for Movi as they take the first round of overtime.
They did a really good job working the map that time and applying pressure over towards double doors and mid. Good progression of utility. You saw like the first wave to go and take water. Still sitting right back, holding all the extremities. DaviG went and took A main just to apply pressure and limit the information to the CT side. Then you had the second wave of utility to start to progress up towards top mid, pressured doors, over towards camera. Started to find a couple of openers. Maybe a little fortunate, Alex. I think 2 kills full white that round, but still Movistar get it done, and it feels like they're starting to figure out how to deal with this CT setup.
Does that mean it changes again, though? They start getting more aggressive. Obviously, we still have Kaze trying to get those early picks. Dancing with death in mid.
Would love to see him moved over the extremity again. He had a little bit of success.
See where he's off to. Yep, there will be a change up then. Perhaps based on spawn.
More activity in middle with the util here for Rare Atom. But not the full water take. This time it's aggression. Over towards Catwalk here. The counter flash is beautiful from Alex.
Very, very nice. Shoring up the defenses, and that trade will be good enough. 4v3 is fantastic for Movi. Simply not enough personnel to defend the map now for Rare Atom, which means they probably need to make a play. They pick the right position. DaviG dropped by Advent. That'll certainly help. And then Sentry to buy time for the remainder to make some plays. But Alex is creeping. Alex is lurking. Alex is wandering. Wandering and wondering. With 1 minute on the clock. Oh, the timing is beautiful. Frags across the map for Movistar as Kaze will be spotted. 1v2. Bombs on the other side of the map. Got to go for it this time. Making his way over. Cutting the noise now as Mopos will lurk around the smoke. Things will start to get weird once again. No! No! Oh, he's looking for a second fragger, but as Mopos starts to move, down he goes. Where does he deem Martinez to be? He has a kid. Martinez misses the shot. Where's the bomb planted for? The smoke is up. He's got a molly as well. Can he get on his bomb though? Can he find the bomb? Where's the bomb? Oh my days, straight in the zone. That should not be allowed. No doubt, no suspense. Just straight in his face.
Not sure what I'm witnessing. Movistar applying the pressure now on this T side. 2 in a row. Had a really rough time of things streaking the rounds together, to be honest, especially towards the tail end of that game. But it feels like straight into OT, they're really starting to figure it out.
Rare Atom have to take at least one from this. Dumping loads of grenades. for the players in the back, and Kaze is saying word up on the other side of the map. Big damage. Alex left on 15. Davy G will find something elsewhere for a time. Mercury to trade. Davy G will think. Rare Atom must take a round from this half.
That orb shot slowed everything down. Now Mopoz looking for space in middle, and he's found the perfect timing. Kaze and Jam Young swapping positions. He had some space there if he wanted to take it, but slowing things down and choosing to regroup with the boys. Head over towards B main, just forego any control or space in middle. Try and get it done the old-fashioned way, maybe a bit of a contact on towards the site. Get in there, get some entries, and get yourself in a post plant. Jam Young to defend from Ninja on his lonesome.
Noise is cut, but now the grenades start to sail in. Jam Young, the frag leader, 26, heading towards 30. On an island for now. Molly comes his way. Won't get 27 on this occasion. Again, Rare Atom, they need to find this round, but look how awkward it is around those smokes. You can see the urgency in the way they're moving around. More util or maybe not.
That's
Martinez caught by Mosea. 20 seconds. Things get urgent for Movistar now as they try to get a bomb plot, let alone win a round. Great angle by Alex though. If they can find an angle, Rare Atom, they have an incendiary. Not sure how useful it might be. Mosea and Kaze moving through. Alex is on the outside, down he goes, and now Mopoz has the clutch again. He's delivered a few. Has he been spotted though? He has indeed. And Rare Atom will take a round from this half.
Gun barrel pointing out in front of the pillar. Rare Atom going to try and keep it competitive at least. They're going to move back over to the T side now. It's been a little while since they put some T side rounds together. Give them some energy. Can I get one of those Rare Atom posters? Those are dope. I'll stick that up on my wall. I know one caster in particular who would love that.
17 to 16 then. Rare Atom back on the T side. Again, let's not forget, they had a lot of looks on this T side. Maybe they'll be fresh once again. It's been a while since the sides changed.
Yeah, they were playing very execute heavy initially. Good map control in, layering the flashes.
He doesn't fire a shot though, Martinez.
No, but he's been pushed off the line by a molly. Good util usage this time around. That's been a difficult area of the map for Rare Atom. They've slipped up against the AWP a couple times.
Look at the repeat though. Immediately a pop flash and Sourcewell gets the information. Goes straight back. You see Rare Atom trying to deny the information, but Movistar just pressed forward immediately, and Advent knows that a job needs to be done here. Trying to bait the information. Great shot onto Sourcewell, exactly what they needed.
Look at Mopoz.
Just forcing the rotation. Yeah, Mopoz is behind enemy lines, but does he know how many plays here? I don't think he does just yet. Movistar being pulled across the map as Alex loses his position. Mopoz from the back can't take the bomb, but he probably saw it into the bomb site. They're in a sandwich now, Rare Atom. 3 players only against 2 AWPs, and now it's 2. Kaze is dropped, leaving Mosea and Mercury to try and find these kills, and that is so much for Mercury to do. 1v4, just the 1 kill for him. Movi secured a retake.
Controlled that one so well. As soon as Mopoz gets that kill on the flank, they're well aware that all of the players are locked into the site, and they just cut the brakes, hold angles, they have man advantage. They have all the T's pinned into the site. They don't need to do anything.
Mopoz proactive movement really coming in clutch there.
I mean, proactivity in general. You were talking about the reflash on the line towards the A side of the map, but Mopoz also playing in front of the T side utility in middle and opts to push in the mid round as a result of that. He could have chosen to respect that and sit back and not gather info, but he's gone and won that round from Movistar.
Timeout from Rare Atom. Up against the ropes once again. 2 in a row required to stay alive.
They've already dug pretty deep in the strat book at this point, you know. Most of the executes that they prepared for this game, they've thrown multiple times. Now they're really trying to layer in different approaches. You saw that round they were trying to go and take the A control, keep the CT rotations honest, and then mix in the B execute. And it almost worked. Big entry from Advent over on the A side of the map. That's not the point of the round. Fell apart. But that might be where the game falls apart. Man disadvantage for the T's now. A lot of pressure on Rare Adam.
Those are the plays Kaze was looking for on the CT side. Never quite found it. But Movistar certainly did. Early 5v4 for a 500 HP Movistar. No response of any kind to that kill from Rare Atom. Again, Movistar not going to sit back with the 1-0 advantage, but they're going to keep it moving. Oh. Behind cover for now, Mercury. He will find Sorsal, but does he understand that he's rifle support? That's a great jump pick from him. Oh. Really, really nice. Still a minute on the clock for Rare Atom to play with here.
Numbers are evened up, and Rare Atom contacting through middle, making their way through doors now. Will they turn this into an A split with that boat presence?
Oh, great movement from Jamyoung moving forward now. But where is the trade fragger? Morpos rifle support looking for these bursts. Big fight on this bomb site. Who's going to deliver first though? Starting to drop on both squads. The pistols out for Martinez and the AK as well. A smorgasbord as Kaze finds himself in a 1 versus 2 for survival, to stay alive, to fight for one more round at least. Smoke up to try and isolate the fights, and he will keep moving as well, looking to try and even these numbers at this angle from Alex. Though the barrel of the gun concedes his position, the patience pays off, and Movistar will defeat Rare Atom in overtime on Anubis.
A little bit more solid from Movistar, but it was a damn close game. Rare Atom definitely gave them a run for their money, but a couple of those rounds where they made those key mistakes. Think back to that Jamyoung round. Few other small little details that didn't quite go their way. The execute heavy style on T side just didn't get them enough rounds, so unfortunately they fall to the lower bracket.
Our first game of Anubis here at DreamHack Melbourne was a banger. What did you make of that, Daft Mike?
Anubis always delivers, James, always brings the heat, always brings the fire, and it certainly did in this matchup. Early on, I mean, after that first half, I think we were all leaning towards the Movistar way, but the grit from Rare Atom to fight through, to persevere. They couldn't take it over the line, but golly, did they make a show of it here, Alan.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Mike, sometimes when the night drags on to the early morning, you're wearing those beer goggles, and what is ugly might appear beautiful. And that was this game. That was some ugly Counter-Strike, but I loved it the whole way through, and I enjoyed it in the end.
That's one way of putting it, I gotta say. No, I gotta agree. I think fundamentally there's still a lot of issues over towards Rare Atom. There's a lot of problems that need to be fixed in terms of how they come across, in the way they like to approach Anubis. It's still not a strong map. It's not a map in which we feel all too comfortable from them. We've got to go back to what we said in the pregame, right? It's a rogue pick. I don't actually know why they went to Anubis, being a team that boasts a 7 map pool. Why have you gone towards Anubis? They had something left in the locker, but it never came to fruition here.
It never did as well, and it felt like that star presence sputtered right at the end. Jamyoung was the guy propelling them forward, but in those last few rounds, he goes quiet, right? And they were so reliant on Jamyoung for having these nutty plays that it just kind of falls apart here.
One thing as well for Jamyoung that really annoyed me, especially when we got towards OT, late game, you can see him getting nervous. He realizes that he has to go for frags. He realizes that he is, okay, I've been the one popping off. I've been the one making a lot of the difference here. So he pushes way too aggressive, gets very, very overconfident and overzealous. And in doing so, he gave a lot of opportunities over towards Movi.
I think something that was obvious from the stats anyway, just the parity in the fragging count just from Movistar is so much more than that of their opponents in Rare Atom. And that's just an indicator that, in terms of a team effort, Rare Atom were not living with their opponents in this game, and that really let them down the end. I just feel like it was a real scrappy game, but at the end of the day, it was just cleaner Counter-Strike from Movistar, and that's what got over the line.
Yeah, and I mean, it is one of those situations, right, where, yes, the overall unit, the engine, if you will, that's in the car of Movistar Riders, all the pistons are firing, everything's hitting. Meanwhile, for Rare Atom, they had this nitrous tank. that was Jam Young. And once that ran out, once that started to sputter, they couldn't keep pace. They couldn't keep up the speed. You know, they're rolling off to the side. The car's crashing. It's all coming apart here. So call this man the nitrous tank all you want, but you can't put everything on his shoulders. They needed a little bit more out of the whole package.
He gets let down occasionally as well, right? A lot of his supporting riflers don't come and help him out when he's really needing just a little bit of assistance. Advent had a bit of a slow game, and of course, I don't think that's really rare at the moment for them. I hate to use kind of the pun in a sense there, but he has really had some slow and kind of slightly shocking performances. The RMR wasn't exactly the greatest display from him. Jam Young does a lot for this side to help them through, but he just needs a little bit more. Even Kaze at times went a little bit missing on the AWP, and in doing so, it gave Martinez a lot of opportunities.
Still, we did see a good fight from Rare Adam, and I want to highlight the Movistar Riders. These are returning ESL Challenger champions. They won Valencia last year. They're an exciting team as they start to find their footing again. And when you're looking at the pieces that were working, Martinez with those crazy highlight rounds, that's reminiscent of what we saw in their Valencia run. That time it was Sampayas with the AWP. Well, we're seeing that again. The star power, the ability to flip around, the ability to lock down a site where you're getting overwhelmed and you still somehow find a way to kill everybody. That's the Martinez effect right now.
I mean, Martinez intrinsically isn't a massively different player than Sampayas was, in my opinion. They're both reasonably proactive AWPers. I'm sure Sampayas was more refined in terms of himself as an overall asset, but if you just compare the lineups, the drop-off was actually a little bit startling because you wouldn't have thought that one change would do quite so much. So it did feel like a matter of time until somebody just took a step back and went back to the fundamentals, said let's redo this, let's rework a few things here, because the basis was surely good. It can't just have been Sampayas that propelled them to winning Valencia, making top 4 at Cologne. There's a lot of other factors that were working. And I do think in this game, he had a bit of a poor start, but Alex finished sensationally. Alex is the best player on this team. There's no doubt about it in my mind. He calls around himself. He's kind of the ins, I guess, of Spain in that sort of sense. But I thought he played really well in the end, and I thought his T-side calling was absolutely on point as they kind of reached the kind of crunch time right in the end.
This is, I think, one of your favorite isms to say about this team is that you think that Alex is one of the best fragging in-game leaders out there.
Absolutely. I mean, a crazy stat I saw before the tournament, I was just going through all of the teams. In terms of like T-side win rate, they're up there in the world. Top 5, wow. top 5 in the world against top 30 teams on LAN in the last 6 months. Their CD side suck is the problem for Movistar, and we learned that today as well in this game. So if they clean that up, maybe Alex will be recognized as the greatest of all time.
The greatest. Well, that's let's table that one.
Listen, give me Mercury and then Alex-led team. That's what I need.
There you go. ESL Challenger Hall of Fame certainly here, and he's making another case for it, making a case to be in that ESL Challenger Mount Rushmore, if you will. We definitely would be carving his face on into it. But the question is, can Movistar carve their face on into this tournament? Because they've now moved up 1-0. They get a date with the Bad News Eagles. It's an interesting upper bracket matchup there, Neo.
Another big thing that we have to look towards, which thankfully they fixed here, Mopos in terms of his entries. That's the thing they've been struggling on a lot. These last few months, especially when they were on a kind of 15 best 3 loss streak or something along those lines, Mopos in terms of entry pathing, really poor. The mileage he was getting on that T side was rough, and that's why they were starting to fall flat. Now he seems to have fixed that, and he looks a lot more comfortable. I think they've had a conversation in terms of how he plays his positions and how aggressive, and he's looking a lot more kind of back in his form. And he kind of proved that he really put that CT side under pressure.
Well, now it's time to look towards the future. We're done with our first round of games. We've got our teams figured out, so it's time to head into those winner matchups to see who we're going to be putting through to the playoffs, putting through to the final day of competition here already on day 1. Coming up next, it's Complexity versus Greyhounds to see who our first playoff team is going to be. You'll want to stick around after the break. We'll see you in just a little bit.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Smurfs, your time is over. Go yourself.
To all the 817 imposters using my name on Face It, yourself.
For all Vertex players, yourselves.
Go yourself. Go yourself.
Go verify yourself for free today. In 4 easy steps, you can join the battle against Smurfs and compete with confidence against real accounts. What did you think they were saying?
How can I save you when you're tangled in your lies? Caught up in the middle, I can see it in your eyes. Lonely in the corner, waiting for somebody to come and save you from the cold of night. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? Quiet like the ocean, with the rumble running deep. This is how I see you, when you hide your feels from me. Why you heavy-hearted? Cut the silence, talk to me. Release your mind, get what you need. Easily, we've been falling in disbelief. I think I'm ready for another try, but this feels like the last time. So why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. Why did you say goodbye? It's better to say goodbye. So why did you say goodbye? It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you. Kick back, relax, there's no rush in wrapping things up for good. Feels like you're my first crush, back then in the neighborhood. And higher we fly, higher, the beautiful things you do. And higher we fly, desire, these moments just with you. With you, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh, yeah. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. I can't believe it's all true. Whenever you touch my hair, I'm feeling closer to you. Nothing else can compare. And higher we fly, admire the beautiful things you do. And higher we fly, desire these moments just with you. With you, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh. you. I'm gonna hold on to you. Hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you. Hold on. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you. Hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you. Hold on. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you. Hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you.
I'm a wall of danger. I'm addicted to the wild and nature. If you give me your heart, I'll break it. I've been known to lie. I've been known to lie. I was sitting all alone on the sidewalk when you caught me by surprise. I'm a lone wolf, I die by my own rules. I know when to follow my prey, and now it's right in front of me. Right in front of me. Right in front of me. I'm in awe of the mayhem. I would chase 100 more highs to trade in it for chaos I'm creating. I've been known to lie. I've been known to lie. I was sitting all alone on the sidewalk when you caught me by surprise. I'm a lone wolf, I die by my own rules. I know when to follow my prey, and now it's right in front of me. It's right in front of me. It's right in front of me. Right in front of me. Right in front of me.
carry you wherever I go. You're in my heart till I'm weak and old. I carry you, you brighten my soul, making me glow. I carry you wherever I go. I can see your face in a crowd of millions. No one can take your place. The only one that can guide me through the maze. You're my favorite song on the radio. All of me, my spirit and halo. You're my comfort, my rhythm and blues. You're the headlines in the morning news. I carry you. I carry you wherever I go. You're in my heart till I'm weak and old. I carry you, you brighten my soul, making me glow. I carry you wherever I go. I carry you till I'm weak and old. I carry you wherever I go. Wherever I go.
Ooh, I can't stop this feeling. It's setting all my doubts on fire. Ooh, like you won't believe it. Won't let a moment pass me by. Too late, can't win. I'm giving in, 'cause I can feel something coming over me, holding me till the morning. And it keeps me dancing when I feel something coming over me. I just keep dancing. Ooh, morning light so blinding. It's on the ceiling and the walls. Where is my name? 'Cause I can't find it. Those early memory lane walls. Ooh, but I know it's the price that you pay. Ooh, for living it up on Saturday. I can't win, I'm giving in, 'cause I can feel something coming over me, holding me till the morning. And it keeps me dancing when I feel something coming could walk through fire, blow up the storm and see the light, yeah. I told my friends that I could run on water, and they said nobody can. They'll see me flying through the sky, yeah. Play hide and seek behind the clouds. I show my friends that I'm not scared of dreaming, and I'll do that again, over and over again. Suddenly, the heart and chest feels heavy. The calm is just a memory. It's failing me, and I know I could never surrender. My beating heart, it won't give up. As long as I am here, I'll never stop. They say I can't, I say, so what? Just watch me go like a supernova. My beating heart is like a drum. You know I run through life forever young. They say I can't, I say, so what? Just watch me go like a supernova. Light up the dark, I'm superhuman. I'm spreading stardust into oceans. I wanna go up high and close my eyes to places nobody found. I'll never come down. Suddenly, the heart and chest feels heavenly. The calm is not a memory. It's here with me, and I know I will never surrender. My beating heart, it won't give up. As long as I am here, I'll never stop. They say I can't, I say, so what? Just watch me go like a supernova. My beating heart hits like a drum. You know I run through life forever young. They say I can't, I say, so what? Just watch me go like a supernova. My beating heart, it won't give up. As long as I am here, I'll never stop. They say I can't, I say, so what? So what? So what? So what? So what? My beating heart hits like a drum. You know I run through life forever young. They say I can't, I say, so what? Just watch me go like a supernova. Caught up in emotions, think I'm losing track. I need you to stay by my side. Feel like I'm in floating, comfortably attached. Will you stay if I lose my mind? And I want to let go. Don't let me even if I try. But I need you to know that I don't wanna lose this high. I don't wanna lose this Tell me you won't fall apart. And I want to let go. Don't let me even if I try. But I need you to know It's when the morning glows. I cannot hide myself from you. It's when my feeling grows. I'm coming back to you. When I step out, when I step out, when I step out, when I step out of the light, I come into the light. I will be happy, happy, happy. How could I not be, not be, not be? And hey, do you think I can stay? 'Cause I will be happy, happy, happy. How could I not be, not be, not be? When I'm with you, I cannot sleep at night. 'Cause in my mind there's only you. When I step out, when I step out, when I step out, when I step out of the light, I come into the light. I will be happy, happy, happy.
ESL Challenger is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, 1xBet.
Welcome back to beautiful Melbourne, Australia, where we are about to send our first team into the playoffs of this ESL Challenger event. It's going to be Greyhound, it's going to be Complexity, and one of these teams will skip straight through to Sunday and do it the easy way in the form of 2 best-of-1s and a spot already in the playoffs. It's an exciting opportunity for either of these 2 squads. You either got the hometown heroes of Greyhound, or you've got Complexity coming in as one of the strong favorites, certainly within their group. For either of these teams, this would be a big coup early on here.
I mean, last time out, right, they missed out by 1 game. I think it was Imperial, if I'm right in saying, beat Greyhound to mean that they didn't go on to playoffs. Imperial then went to the finals and lost to Pain. So it'd be really good to see a local team get there, but they have got arguably the hardest team, the #1 seed in this entire tournament, that of Complexity. This is a big proving point to see where they really stand in the grander scope of kind of international Counter-Strike, basically. We know domestically they're amazing. Now can they prove it internationally?
Has to be said, a lot of weight on 1 best-of-1 here. You skip tomorrow, you go straight into the playoffs on Sunday. You avoid, let's say, quite likely a potential matchup up against the Bad News Eagles in the semi-final, so a harder route to even make it to the final, let alone win the title, and of course the bragging rights if you top the group.
Big bragging rights as well. Let's take a look at that group to get a sense of where we actually are within the context of this, because we do have one team that will go home today. That'll be between Ecstatic and Evil Geniuses in our wrap-up matchup of the day, but one team to have all the triumph. There's no tragedy just yet, only triumph in this game. Complexity and Greyhound. Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? It's a big question here. Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win the game, Alan?
Just stop. It's worth saying, I guess, that the winner of the group goes for his top seed. Second in the group for that lower bracket decider will be number 2 seed. So pretty brutal format, but that's just how we like it. Cutthroat.
It's a big one as well, right? Because, I mean, if you're looking at the matchup on the other side, that's going to be B&E against Movistar. If you're the 1 seed, you don't have to go against whoever wins that matchup right off the rip. So it's a prime opportunity in that respect as well to potentially make it through to the final if you come up against the weaker competition. Let's talk about the veto, though. It is just a best-of-1, so it's a quick veto. What map are we playing? What do you think, boys?
It's a weird one when you look across the board at kind of the maps that both these teams like and dislike. There's a couple of different ways you can go. Nuke, in my mind, was a map in which both these teams like. They've played a fairly decent amount of it. It's a comfortable map for both of them. Or Inferno. They were the 2 ways of leaning. The only problem with Inferno, though, is just the fact that we know Greyhound are very good in it. They're on a 6-map winning streak. Do Complexity want to risk it? Probably not. So Nuke, in my mind, seems like a place you'd maybe want to lean.
I think it's definitely between those 2 maps, I think. For both of them, we, of course, saw those maps earlier. They're both comfortable to play these in best-of-1s. They both feel like they're competitive on these. So yeah, we'll see how this one actually plays out. My hunch would be Inferno. Going all the way in this one, I feel like Complexity feel pretty dead set on it. Saw it from Greyhound earlier, and we're gonna get there, Mike. It's back.
Vertigo.
What's it gonna be?
Eventually, we'll get there. Hold on, we're getting there. We're getting there. I'm cheating. It's Vertigo. Is going to be the map here. That is going to be what we wind up on, which is a bit of an interesting one. On paper, if you look at the statistics, it doesn't look great for Complexity, but I will give you some information, which, having watched them on Vertigo a lot, is actually pretty good for them.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing about Vertigo right now, I think a lot of AWPers struggle on the T side to find form. I think that's why when we see individuals like Manesi or Shiro, who are very good at AWPing on T side Vertigo, they look unbelievably impressive. We need to see Horzog find some form, right? And that itself can be pretty difficult on this map.
It can be indeed. If you want to let us know who you think's going to take it now that we're on to Vertigo, it's time for you to get involved in the chat. Use the hashtags. We had hashtag Cole and hashtag Gray earlier to see if they can stay consistent. They have indeed. Who will win? Let us know. See if you can outpick our analysts. Speaking of those analysts, how are we feeling about the confidence now that we know it's going to be Verdi?
I don't know. I think for both teams.
That's why we pay you the big bucks, Alan.
I think they've essentially shaked hands, saying let's both play a slightly uncomfortable map. I don't think either team would, in an average scenario, play this over a Nuke or an Inferno. But both teams look at their opponent's map pool, so there might be a weakness here. And I think you're right, Mike. I think this is a bit of a sleeper for Complexity. The teams they've played are of a lot higher caliber, and I think the stats are a little wee bit deceiving.
Yeah, you're going to be looking for, your anchors. You get a lot of Floppy over on B. He gets left alone a lot. He loves those anchor roles. But let's see what they actually think about it, because we do have a little bit of a check-in. I'm not actually sure whose VT's queued up first, but let's find out together. It's going to be Complexity. I got the voice in my ear, so let's give it a listen.
Yeah, no, playing against Greyhound, obviously they're Australian. I don't think, the crowd or anything will be disappointed, especially, if me and my team are playing up there. I think they'll have a fun team to cheer for. But Greyhound, same thing. We're just here to play. I don't think they're necessarily a bad team. We're not going to underestimate them. But we're here to play. We're here, to just win convincingly and just make it through the tournament and overall just win. So not too focused on them. Just maybe focus on ourselves.
Focused on themselves. It's kind of the exact same statement Fang gave regarding their first game as well, now up against the Greyhound boys. It is very much a Complexity team that's looking to look inward, right? They're looking to take momentum from this into the major, but the same is true for Greyhound as well. The difference is Complexity maybe have already achieved higher highs this year, so for Greyhound, it's about, jumping up and measuring yourself against them.
Yeah, I think when we look towards this Greyhound side, they are slowly but surely starting to make themselves a pretty prominent name in terms of the kind of the tier 1.5 space, I like to call it, where you're not quite a solidified team at the top, but because they are one of the best teams domestically, they get those opportunities like this, like with the major they've just qualified for as well, right? These are big opportunities to Greyhound to show really where they stand. And, they're geographically in a pretty rough space. Scrimming's tough, getting practice regularly, where for at least Complexity a little bit easier. Even still, though, they're providing some pretty decent Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and I mean, here on the other side, as we go through the Complexity roster, these faces who become mainstays of top-end Counter-Strike, they've not necessarily had the big result just yet. They haven't had the trophy lift with this roster, right? But they've had a lot of almost, a lot of closes, a lot of heartbreaks. And I think here now at an ESL Challenger event, this is a prime opportunity for them to turn those into an actual trophy and to turn those into an actual potential title, Alan.
Yeah, I think they're probably actually in their best form ever, I would say, as a lineup right now. I like the way the lineup is positioned. I think Grim is by far the best player on this team. I think he's absolutely brilliant. He's so good at playing these kind of anchoring positions and then at the kind of edge of the map on the T side, and he really fills that role. He's kind of like the North American Nav, you might say, I guess. They're very synonymous players, which is why he didn't work on Liquid, because they clash so much. But yeah, certainly Complexity's in a good place. They probably need to win this tournament. They are a partner team for ESL and Blast. They get a lot of opportunities, get a lot of chances to practice against top teams, massive investment, a lot of options for players, I'm sure, if they wanted to reach out and go into other places. So there is a lot of pressure on them. And if you contrast them against the BNE, they have none of those opportunities. They need to be beating a team like BNE to win this title.
They do, but first, they've got to be beating a team like Greyhound to get into a chance to beat a team like BNE or anyone else. Movistar, who knows? Could be Rare Atom making a comeback. It could be any number of teams. But for now, it is going to be Greyhound, and here to hear what Greyhound think about their potential matchup here against Complexity, let's give it a listen.
Yeah, I think Complexity are a really good team, very solid and structured, like solid across the board. Grim's like a really good player, superstar. And then you have Holzerk, who they brought in from Europe, who's been a good addition for them. But I think for us, versing Complexity is probably like a better matchup than versing a team like BNE or one of those European teams. I think our style is probably better against Complexity, but we'll see what happens if we verse them.
I'm very curious about that statement, to be honest, that they think that that's a better matchup stylistically. Do you agree?
Yes, I do. I think Greyhound is almost certainly one of those teams that they try to play very meta. They try to play standard, might be a bit extreme, but they're not going to go super left field. They're not going to come up with loads of innovative ideas. I think they model themselves a lot off the top European teams, and it tends to be the case that if you're playing, let's say a top flight Brazilian team that's much more aggressive, or even a very informed Rare Atom, or unfortunately Mongols aren't here, but a team like that, maybe that causes more problems. But yeah, I do actually think a Complexity that does play reasonably meta Counter-Strike is at least in terms of, getting themselves in the right zone and playing some decent CS, it probably is a pretty decent matchup.
I just agree with that. The only thing I would disagree is just the local competition they have with the likes of Rare Atom or Lin Vision or Mongols, all from that kind of Asian Counter-Strike. They play extremely poggy Counter-Strike, which is somewhat similar to BNE in terms of how aggressive it is. That, for me, felt like it could be a good matchup. We saw at the RMR, we've seen when it's at international tournaments across the Asia region, they do really well against aggressive, in-your-face side of Counter-Strike, which makes me think against a side like BNE, they could potentially put up a good fight against them, just in terms of putting them in their place.
You guys just keep wanting to talk about potential matchups with BNE. Clearly they're on the brain right now, but again, I'm gonna reel you in because it's this matchup right in front of us that matters so much. Just one map to show things off here, and based on what we saw earlier, this young gun, Vexite, was looking good.
I think a very kind of a good thing in my mind, at the very least, is a lot of the time, especially when we saw last Melbourne or even over the course of the last kind of 6 to 8 months or whatever, this Greyhound side, they were very reliant on ins popping off, right? He calls around himself. When he plays well, the team plays well. He actually didn't have a great opening game, but he didn't need to because everybody else stepped up. Even the likes of Sicko, who's been a bit quiet at times. If Sicko's stepping up, Alice is stepping up, then you don't have to rely on ins to do everything, which for me, I think is really positive. When it's all 5 across the board, finding form, playing well, this Greyhound side becomes extremely more scary.
Yeah, let's talk Vexite, because he's kind of the biggest topic on this team at the moment. He comes into the lineup and it's obvious. They want him to be the star player. They want him to be a focal point for this team. They want to work around him and build him into being the next JKS of this region. And the next player that can actually triumph them forwards into the top 20, into, say, a legend stage or maybe even a major playoffs, that sort of level. And it didn't work. It didn't work. They gave him all the tools. They could put him in the middle of the map. They said, you can call around yourself. You do whatever you want, Vexite. And he wasn't terrible, but it didn't have the result they wanted. He didn't grow into the star they expected. And because of that, they've had to step back, reassess and say, he's not growing at the speed we wanted. He's not able to work in these positions yet. Let's put ins in there. He's more vocal, he's more experienced, he's an aggressive player. He's a great rifler, actually. He'd be a brilliant rifler if he didn't call and he didn't have that weight on his shoulders. And it is working better. Vexite can focus more on his aim, more on his individual play, and you let the more experienced voices do the calling, do the mid-rounding. And whoever made that decision, be it in the team or management, it was a shrewd decision, and thank God they made it, because it wasn't working in the old system.
It's kind of addition by subtraction almost for Vexite, where you strip out the type of things that he has to focus on. You can think a little bit more about the individual play, and in doing so, highlight a little bit more of that individual prowess. That's what they were talking about in the interview with Conky earlier as well. It's really been a focal point for this team, and also they've been working on cleaning up the communication, which has delivered some dividends here. Time to talk about who we think's actually going to be winning, if the changes are going to be enough. Neo, who's taking this? Who's going to playoffs?
I'm leaning homegrown. I'm going Aussie boys. I'm going to go with Greyhound taking this one. I know it's an upset, but I love an underdog, and well, Greyhounds, I think they're going to be not just bark, a little bit of bite as well.
I'm going to stick with Complexity. I don't think it's by a terribly big margin. I just think they're more consistent, they got more depth, and if some of the top players show up, unfortunately, I don't think anybody from Greyhound can live with them.
Well, it's an interesting thought for sure. I suspect most of the audience probably knows which way I lean. There's just a slight bit of regional bias there, not to disappoint the home crowd, but my heart's always in North American Counter-Strike. It's Complexity all the way, baby. Complexity taking this, making their way into the playoffs, setting themselves up very nicely here on the first day of the tournament. We'll see which way it actually does go once we're into it. Let's see what Twitch chat thinks as well. We've got the results right here of the poll. Ooh, going heavy for the domestic boys. Greyhound fans out in force. You hear the audience in person. They like that one as well. They're loving the vote result. They're ready for the action to get going here. They're ready for us to get into the server, but we're not there just yet. So who's going to be the key here? Who are you looking at? We've talked about Ants. We've talked about Vexite. Who's the key piece?
Alistair, for me, I think in this game especially, I'm looking towards Alistair to make a difference. He has to get Horzerk at bay, right? Has to really keep this guy and deny him having a lot of free reign. When Horzerk is allowed to free roam and get, comfortable in terms of how he plays his Counter-Strike, especially in a map like Vertigo, Alistair has to get in his face. He has to play, match the aggression, fight fire with fire. You cannot let Horzerk play the way he played against Ecstatic earlier. I think he finished off like a 1.64. You can't let that happen. If it does, it's curtains, right? It's game set. So I'm looking towards Alistair to make a difference here. Hopefully Inns can put him in the right positions, kind of micromanage him and allow him to sort of do those sort of things.
This is Inns up against JT. This is going to be a chess game. I expect a very slow game of Vertigo. I don't think either of these teams particularly likes to be super overzealous and aggressive. I think they both want to play slow, standard, meta Counter-Strike and make good decisions. And Inns called a great game earlier. He certainly could call them into a victory here. I've just got a little bit more faith that JT can get over the line.
Big JT fan here myself, but I suspect our casters might be a little bit of a fan in the boys in gray. We got Mac and we got Elfish Guy to take you through the action here. How you doing today, boys? Oh, not well.
Not doing too bad, fellas, obviously. Well, we are. We're just hiding from you. Look, I tell you what, Mac, I know there's a bit of regional bias over there in Sweden for the North American teams, but Mac, I think there's a bit of regional bias right here in the stadium.
Maybe. Look, Mike started it, all right? Mike started it. So we'll see how much energy we feel from those guys up there in the bleachers. But for the moment, look, this is going to be sick. Complexity, they've been pretty strong recently. Vertigo, it caught me off guard. Greyhound have played it historically, so they should be relatively okay. But we haven't seen them play a lot lately, honestly.
Look, I mean, it was a bit of a surprise to me as well, Mac. I have to agree with you. I think, obviously, it's not a map that I would have expected Greyhound to sort of angle towards. Yeah. We know, obviously, in these kinds of environments, in best of ones, they love to go toward Inferno. Obviously, wasn't an option. In the end, I mean, obviously going to Vertigo, it's not the worst map in the pool, obviously, for Greyhound. And you sort of heard that discussion on the desk about how it's maybe not the best for either team. Both are kind of angling towards maybe each other's weakness rather than one another's strengths. But yeah, I mean, looking at the international results in particular, for me, a little bit concerned about maybe how Vertigo is going to go. They've only got one international win on this map. That was against NIP in Pro League 16-9. They lost it a couple of times overseas as well. So let's see how they can handle Complexity as we get into the pistol round, and Complexity will kick things off on the T side.
Oh, well, it sounds like the crowd's ready and Inns is ready as well, pushing forward for that third kill. Holzerk trying to make his way through mid, but he's got no hints to coming through, and it's all down to him. Wow. He's going to hit the ground. Team ace almost. Decent work there from the B-Site members, and Greyhound extremely ready for the B-split.
Yeah, and that's a good way to get the crowd involved early.
Oh, I've got the shivers. Stop that. Stop that. Wait a couple of minutes, all right?
Yeah, you're going to get Mac too excited.
I'm too excited already. I've got my monster.
He's buzzing.
Just let that buzz first before we buzz into the bloody game.
I'll tell you what, that's going to be getting under the skin maybe of Complexity a little bit as well. Greyhound will be hearing that too and starting to feel the vibe again.
Yeah.
It's always nice to get out of the gate strong, but of course, Mac, you have to make sure that you lock down the second round. Now, not much of an investment from Complexity. At the very least, should make this one an easy round for Greyhound. Vexite in the perfect spot to farm a bit of cash up as well, and commits to the fight with the MP9, now getting some assistance from his teammates. And this again will be another flawless round from Greyhound.
There you go, the old bait and switch. The difference this time, of course, on that pistol round, they didn't let that bomb go down, so there was no force buy coming through for Complexity. And Complexity pretty happy to just go into the third, get those guns, see what they can make happen. But that's a great start for the Hounds, great start for the Australians. Let's see what Complexity are going to be buying here. Oh, Krieg for Holzerk. All right, let's see what he does with it.
Full set of rifles for Complexity. No upgrades for Greyhound. Does mean that they have a little bit of a disadvantage in terms of the weaponry. Liaz is not able to hold on to stairs either, so he has to back up into the B bomb site. Already some map control lost for Greyhound.
Bang just boosted up, ready for a swing, but Greyhound playing real slow here. Just trying to feel out what Complexity are bringing into the third round. But they're going pretty slow as well. Ali, a little cheeky one way. Try to keep some eyes on the ramp there. Complexity already very thin in the utility department. 4 smokes though, so we might see a late round execute. They're just waiting to see if Greyhound go for something a bit ambitious. JT working the stairs.
Yeah, slow and steady, really, from Complexity, isn't it? They are starting to run down their util a little bit. They have a lot of smokes, but not too many flashes actually to get into these bomb sites with. So the smokes will have to be on point. And Greyhound still holding on to ramp control as well, is giving them a lot of information. Look at that peek from Inns. Doesn't see anyone at the bottom of ramp. He's going to go looking for a little bit more.
Making a move. Fang seems ready. But it's all going to boil down to how long this smoke holds up. Liaz, though, in the meanwhile, deals with the B bust.
Okay.
Inns, how's he going to go? And has he heard that drop? Fang looks back, but the smoke fades in Inns' favour.
This could well be 3 rounds in a row where Greyhound does not lose a player. Inns is creeping forward into Grimm's crosshair.
Ooh,
can't quite win the duel. Can't quite put the cherry on top. And rub salt into the wound of Complexity. But at the end of the day, these have been 3 very dominant rounds from Greyhound. And it is going to leave Complexity reeling.
Grim, he's ready. He'll clear it. Ali just having a sniff of the smoke there. Definitely cost him. Oh, knife gets pulled out. And Sicko able to find the final kill.
I think he's gone and tried to find Ali's gun as well there. So in the end, it would actually only be a couple of SMGs lost for Greyhound, which is not a massive deal after round 3.
They had their moment. Liaz had his moment.
He did indeed. Good that we get the replay of that one. Now you see the full investment from Greyhound. The upgrades across the board.
Yeah.
Complexity, of course, they don't have much to play with.
Decent mollies there, looking to slow down the push. No one over towards yellow just yet. Sicko, that nade. Gonna go straight between the T's, but Ali might be able to find a little bit more. Inns over towards Sandbags, goes down with 1. But the numbers still favouring Greyhound for the moment. In the meanwhile, Holzerk picking up the AK. That could be dangerous.
Yeah, Alistar needs to be a little careful lest his head gets ripped off, but able to back his way up and restore a bit of semblance of normalcy to the round. Liaz has pushed and taken a lot of map control, so Complexity are really being strangled now. And it's kind of on to Fang to really open something up here. I don't think you're going to be seeing much of a push from Liaz. He's not really going to fall prey to Holzerk just watching the back. Maybe Fang with that Tech 9. If Alistair misses a shot, still got Vexite there, so it's tough to win it from here from Complexity, but I'm going to send Holzerk forward. Take the plant. Bit of a peek coming here from Alistar, but not going to fall prey to the push from Complexity just yet, and will allow that bomb plant to go down now. In that meanwhile, of course, Liaz is starting to work his way up the ramp. And so he is going to be that pincer strike that might be necessary. Holzerk somehow finds 2, and Liaz has to get it done alone.
So slow creeping in on this flank now, but 1 bullet should find the first, and he's still untouched. Smoking a flash. Hit on the belt as well.
Got to move fast.
15 seconds remaining here. Needs to make his way forward. Holzerk with a big green. Slow peeking into the crosshair, and Jay takes it down. Liaz, a 4th, and a very clean start on the CT side here on Vertigo.
Yeah, 4-0. The start for Greyhound, I'll say that round at the very least maybe a bit shaky in the end, but they get it over the line, and it's got to be another little nail in the coffin for Complexity. It's kind of early to be saying that, though, so let's not get too far ahead of ourselves just yet. I mean, 4-0, it's a great start. CT economy should still be pretty good, even though they lose a lot of guns in that round, but Complexity are starting to make inroads, whereas previous rounds they really weren't getting anything done. So they have started to get their way into this game, and now they've got an opening frag, so that will change the way this round plays out.
Yeah, B-Stairs is there. Liaz hits the ground. With the numbers disadvantage, we might see Greyhound try to get aggressive. You can see Ali having a cheeky peek, but Fang's in a really nice position to deal with this if he takes that 1 step further.
A little bit of a peek still from Alistar. He's really committed to this one, but he's the only defender right now on this side of the map. So if he goes down, Greyhound are really going to be in a bit of a problematic situation.
Oh, how's this timing? He's looking for something, but Grim with the grab walk managed to find his head. And that's going to be ramp control now, 2-man disadvantage. Greyhound, they don't have a lot of money in the bank on a couple of the members, so they might think about saving if they can't get a pick as Complexity make their way forward.
Well, Ollie's going to go in from the CT side, but that's not really going to keep Complexity at bay. And I think at this point, Mac, you're right. This will end up being Sicko to just try to keep the guns alive. And Inns is hanging around, but at the end of the day, Sicko's already over toward B. So they're not going for this one, and that'll be the first round that Greyhound gives up. Money's still looking pretty good on that CT side, though, right? You've got Alistair and Liaz above 5k.
If they keep these two alive.
Well, I think they'd be okay. Doesn't really look like there's too much of a push coming through from Complexity to sort of try and chase those guns down. Just Floppy. But he's still quite far away from Greyhound and those two members saving. So Complexity will find their first. It has felt like it's been a long time coming. I mean, you don't often sort of see such a dominant start.
And there it is, Complexity on the board. 5 alive economy going to boom a little bit. Let's see if they can find themselves a second here. We'll see what buy comes through from the Greyhound side. And here's that opening again. JT just beating the molly. Liaz not quite ready for that shift in pace. And both these teams really love slowing it down at the mid-round, right? Sometimes they'll look for an opening if they get a decent spawn. But it's just going to be a battle of patience. It's going to be a long best of one. Unless Floppy keeps on hitting these.
Yeah, Greyhound are going to have to be pretty aware of this because Complexity, again, are going to go fast toward that B bomb site. This time they're actually committing to it as well. But they've got in front of that Molotov a couple of times. It's going to leave Vexide under a bit of pressure. He decides not to go through the smoke. But does end up finding that timing for the one. It's not really enough to keep Complexity at bay here, though.
That bomb's not down just yet. Fang looking to cut off the mid-rotations, and Greyhound are aware that he loves to lurk here. Slow creep and in strikes. He's looking good.
Well, that's pretty sharp from Inns, and that's given Greyhound a way back into this round.
A lot of control, no flank coming through. It's just the one approach. Over jump up, Sicko falling, Molly over towards that back of Jen, and Halter decides to go aggressive, forward, on the line, and Inns is never expecting that one. 2 at the end, and a second on the board for the Americans.
Yeah, I mean, Greyhound starting to get dictated a little bit here by Complexity. I mean, that round, like you could see, Complexity were the ones, they were the driving force. They were really pushing that round along. And it just sort of felt like Greyhound, I mean, in this case, at least got caught for pace, but even on the retake, they kind of get caught for pace a little bit with also being able to push forward, catch a couple off. Sicko and then Inns. And sharp shots from Grim.
Yeah.
Put it to bed. So Greyhound back to square one here. We'll have to take a save.
Ramp controls here. Complexity slowly but surely going forward. In the meanwhile, Greyhound trying to make a move towards the B side of the map, and they'll find the stairs control, but nothing more. You can see Floppy waiting, lurking deep over towards Maze there.
I mean, Greyhound certainly had a bit of wind in their sails in those first 4 rounds, and even after Liaz grabbed that clutch. But you do get the sense that that wind is now starting to die down a little bit. Crowd's been silenced a little as well. So Complexity are definitely working their way back into this map. And they're doing it methodically as well, Mac, right? They're not rushing anywhere here on the anti-eco. Taking their time.
They're a damn structured team. And they're going to be picking up a couple of eco frags, I'd say.
Yeah.
JT found that one, and he wants more space as well. 2 men set up over towards Hell and Heaven there, so might be a world where we see one gun go across to the Hounds, but I feel like that might be the best case scenario.
Yeah, I mean, Inns and Liaz might be liable to do a little bit of damage here with the upgraded pistols, but you're not seeing any over-aggressions from Complexity. They're looking pretty disciplined so far. Another smoke in the face of Inns, so I mean, if you really thought something was going to happen here, it's unlikely at this point now. It'll have to be on the backs of Greyhound just doing something silly into the bomb site, charging their way through, catching Complexity off guard a little bit. But look, JT's got that one down on lock. Grim covering him off. Inns, unfortunately, might not quite get there, but JT does at least go down to the bomb. As far as Greyhound is concerned, not really a whole lot achieved in that round.
And another one for Complexity.
Yep.
I'm thinking back to the C9 with Sonic at the lead. A few of these members were there at that point. I'm pretty sure Fang, Floppy, and JT used to all play here, and they started creating that meta where you'd throw those smokes from bloody everywhere that land on sandbags. You'd control ramp for so long. They were innovators. That was probably like 3 or 4 years ago now. But they've played this map a whole lot since it's been out.
Yeah, indeed. And this time, instead of going fast towards B, they've gone fast towards ramp and started to try to take control there. Greyhound are fighting for it. At least in some cases. Inns is still hanging around. But JT very nearly catches him as he escapes back into the bomb site. Sicko is still there, has been spotted out. Holzer backs away as well. So a whole lot of nothing actually at the end of that. There was like 2 dogs on either side of a fence barking at one another, but once the fence opened up, they all just ran away.
And all right, you guys have that one. I'll join you later. That's all right.
Complexity going to work their way back in the direction of B. They've still got plenty of util to play with. And there's not really that much of a hold on B right now. Liaz is going to get there just in time to spot Floppy jumping up, but can't land the shots on the cross, and so he's going to have to play retake. Bit of spam through, won't connect. Going to be a good old-fashioned 5-on-5 for Greyhound to get back into this bomb site.
Oh, and they've only got 1 flash and a smoke to do it. And Ali, he's looking to be the hero, create a whole bunch of space for the rest to try to mop up. But Holzer, he's locking down the hatches right now.
Yeah, 3v4. Greyhound are going to have to seriously think about what they want to be doing in this round. Do we commit? Well, Liaz and Inns step up large. And it's just Grim now left alive. Plenty of time for Greyhound, but no HP for 2. Inns will grab it. Inns will save it. How many times have we seen a very near clutch in a 3-on-1 today? And how many times has it actually gone across as well?
Yeah.
That was too close for comfort.
Certainly was. And that's going to be a big hit to the economy. Greyhound only just starting to get those guns going again after working up a bit of a round loss.
I mean, that could have gone very wrong for Greyhound, right? Not only in the 3v1, but also when they were retaking the site, the player coming through jump up gets dealt with very cleanly, and that won't happen every day of the week. So that's a really clutch round from Greyhound. This time, again, Complexity are going to slow it down a little bit towards B. Sicko's going on an adventure with the MP9.
And that's dangerous as well, because we've got a 3-man stack from Greyhound over towards stairs. That's a pretty long rotation if Complexity went faster, but now it's going to boil down to the timing again. He's just hitting the smoke and waiting for the push through. Gets at least 1 and the second. That's the bomb! It runs down the magazine and 3rd with the USP!
You're kidding me!
No!
How does he get away with that? Well, Grim's into the bomb site as well. Let's not get too excited, ladies and gents. Sicko might have to win this round for Greyhound. He's got an AWP in hand. Ooh, the shockwire won't quite go through. The flash is in there, and this still ends up being a little bit awkward for Greyhound. They've lost full control of A, so even despite Sicko's heroics, Greyhound have to work hard to win this round and could well lose it.
This is looking like, I think it's a 2v5 if they manage to pull this one off. Still 3 more to get past, and Greyhound, they've got some util to get back on in the site, but they've got 1 less man now. Vexite going forward. The trade's not favouring the Hounds at all, and Floppy, he'll just stand there and knock at their door saying no.
Yep, massive round from Sicko, but an even bigger one from Floppy. Sicko gets 3. Floppy says, well, hold my beer, I'll get 4. And instantly, a timeout comes through from Greyhound. That's got to be a tilter of a round. I mean, Sicko, I don't know how he gets away with this. Bang's going to, not enjoy looking back at that one, but end of the day, Floppy saves the day. That is really the half resting in the balance, though, for Greyhound. If they win that round versus if they lose that round, this is a very different half, and, well, now they've got to deal with the repercussions of that.
Great time to take this tactical, though. Make sure that the heads are level. Decide what they want to do with this economy. A little shaky. Sicko could drop a couple of pistols, maybe save for the AWP. We are going to see Ali pick this smoke up, so maybe a gamble of sorts.
Yeah, 5-man stack somewhere.
JT as well knows exactly what's coming from Greyhound this round. He's gone for the Mac 10, looking to be the money man. Let's see where he looks for this info. Looks like it's going to be over towards ramp.
You have the stack on that side of the map from Greyhound. Alistair going to be playing in sandbags. That's why he's opted to go for the smoke. Boost here from Sicko, P250 in hand. Little bit of presence over toward B and mid from the CT side, but nothing really to write home about.
Mid pressure. Looking like that's just around the corner, but so is Vexite. Up on a sneaky offline. JT, the perfect man to be going in first in a situation like this. Cops the bink.
but it's not enough there. JT living and just finding the rest of these little pistols. Yep. Liaz going to be able to clean up just one, and maybe Greyhound can find some more damage, but Complexity, you can see that they're fully clearing the site, waiting for the Hounds to reveal their hand, and they found it.
Yeah, a couple of confidence-building frags there as well for Fang. So it should be a freebie for Alistair. There you go. And he's got an AWP now in hand, so let's see what kind of magic he can pull off. Has been good so far at this event. That's a nice shot.
Hello.
And it's a 1v2. I mean, look, he's got time, but he doesn't have a defuse kit. So, Mac, this would have to be something miraculous for him to pull it off. And he opts for the percentage play, which is going to be to save the AWP. Still, you know, you get a little bit of a sense of that pizzazz that Alistair does possess.
In the meanwhile, though, Complexity have done wonders with the economy. Oh, Ali. Getting out of there is not going to work. Grim too quick on his feet. Yep. And we're all tied up with 5 apiece.
Really nice chase. Really nice chase. Denies the save door. Obviously, that's going to cost Greyhound a little bit extra cash in this round. And so Complexity rolling pretty nicely through this half so far. And we've gotten to the point in the half as well where the CT economy is obviously quite precarious.
Nasty.
Yeah, and he goes for more as well, doesn't he? That's Alistair in a nutshell. He's going to hit that shot, and he's going to look for another frag. And this time, he's going to take a look down the ramp. Hasn't seen too much. Again, Greyhound are going to try to get aggressive on ramp, and Fang has a hole in the smoke. This is danger for In.
Well, he hasn't seen him.
I don't think he spotted him, but he's gone past them. They've gone past him.
It's all going to go down to the fade now. Holzerk ready and Complexity out on top. Neither of the Hounds could trade there. They weren't given an option.
They're going B, though. And Vexar's right here. Again, a bit of an awkward timing for Greyhound. This round, really unfortunate for them. Liaz is trying to hold on to B. And he's done a good job of that, but he's died to the molly. And Alistair's left alone on A. End of the day, the bomb's going B. They know they've cleared that side out. Alistair probably just has to save this AWP again.
He's got to find a safe haven, though. Complexity have been pretty good on the hunt. And they've got a lot of space as well. Floppy all eyes on flank. Fang clearing out CT. And expecting Ali to maybe be lurking underneath the window at mid again. But that time's just ticking. And now this is where Complexity finally in the lead. 6-5 after this round. And Floppy's going to have 5 figures in the bank. Man's balling. So's Grim. And the rest of the half is going to be extremely hard for Greyhound to try to salvage too much here. I'm getting a little bit worried for him at the moment.
Yeah, I was going to say the same. Both teams tend to favour the CT side as well on this map. So, I mean, that's great news for Complexity, who are getting the job done on T and moving to their favourable side, whereas Greyhound moving over to T may be a little bit more of a difficult task for them in the second half.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what they go for. Serious faces on Greyhounds there in the player camps. And they've just gone for the half buy around the AWP in the hands of Ali, looking to keep that money cranking. And it's a faster pace through mid this time. Complexity looking for the opening. Ali in the meanwhile finds another.
Yeah, it's good from Alistair. Needs to find a way to get involved, but Liaz, he's gone one better. Looks to finish it off himself. It'll end up being Sicko, but that is clean. And I was just getting ready to ramp up there and say, yeah, you know, the AWP, you want to get that involved early, pistols, blah, blah, blah. Liaz just says, no worries. I've got an AWP in my pistol.
Yeah.
It's called a Deagle.
Liaz selling tickets to the pain train. And there's that opening that we missed. But
that's crazy.
Let's watch this again. Oh, 3 bullets. 3 little flicks. Oh, he's gone for the 2 taps.
He's gone for the 2 taps on the second and third player. So it ends up being 5 bullets. But hey, 3 kills and 5 bullets, you'll take it every day of the week with the Deagle. 100%. Yes, Greyhound right back into the swing of things, but very fast up the ramp here. Complexity, and Alistair knows he's in trouble. Has to back off. Extra presence toward the B site. Greyhound starting to shift their troops.
Looking like we're going to see a real early round execute coming through here. Greyhound, we've got decent utility, but someone's going to have to help out Ali. Man's on an island. He's going to be helping himself here. Fang able to trade, and that's going to be site control for the moment, but the numbers still strong for the Hounds.
Yeah, Greyhound have been a little bit susceptible to the faster plays so far on this map. And Complexity trying to read into that. Hasn't necessarily worked out this time around. Good shot in there, though, from Hallzerk. Sicko will get banged out of the round. But even still, Complexity haven't quite found their way onto the bomb site just yet.
That pick shifting the momentum of the round, and Greyhound respecting everything that Complexity is doing.
That's a big nade onto Floppy. 50 HP for him. Hallzerk 18. But Greyhound are all filtering through from the same angle, and we saw how that went the last time they had to retake A. Didn't go fantastically for them. This time, at least, they've got a little bit more util to play with. Smoke's going to go onto the bomb. Here comes the swing. Flash wasn't good, but Vexite was. And Hallzerk misses the shot. The three-peat from Vexite gives Greyhound the lead again.
Just sending it right on back. The crowd excited. And the Hounds go back into the lead now. So we thought the half might have been a little bit shaky for them, but
pretty awkward.
That round with the pistols, with those shots from Liaz, that might have just re-sparked the fire.
Good spray control in the end there from Vexite on the third player. Again, fast from Floppy. He loves this play, but Liaz has learned. The nade's going to follow through as well and give JT a bit of a tickle on the way out.
Greyhound ready for it. Fang, is he ready for the aggression? That molly, it's burning. Ali, he's just trying to stay alive here. Can't hit the shot he needs to, but he will survive.
Hot-footed, that's for sure. But, I mean, look at the damage they've done, right? Fang down on 12 HP, JT's on 50, already a member advantage for Greyhound as well. They are looking good to put this half toward a 9-6 scoreline. But with that said, Complexity have also been pretty clutch. And Grim has kind of been the standout. Floppy's been good in those clutch scenarios. He's out of the picture for now.
Yeah.
Kind of feels like to me, Grim and Hallzerk maybe are the danger in this round for Greyhound. Vexite on a bit of an off angle there, going to be helped out by Inns.
Falls off it. Maybe the worst possible moment as well, but we do see a flash coming. Vexite, we'll get team flash. So has to slow down, drops the nade instead.
I mean, they're still doing a really good job of harassing Complexity on their way in. Trade from Vexite, can't get more, but Sicko is also there. Massive numbers in mid from Greyhound, and Complexity just can't get past that.
Good flood coming through, great coordination, and the Hounds in a 1v3 are able to close it out.
Well, one more round in the half.
Look at them all. They're so handsome. You all put your best shirts on today, didn't you?
What's the scoreline going to be at the end of the half, though, Mac?
Good question.
Tech9 comes out for Floppy. Little bit of a substandard buy for Complexity, but still enough to work with, that's for sure. Doing a good job of taking a bit of early map control as well. They've kind of forced those players back into their bomb site, the exception being over toward B here. Nice little hole in that smoke for Inns. Alistair is still at sandbags, but they've lost control of bottom ramp here, Greyhound. So it's pretty important, actually, that Inns is getting a bit of work done over here.
There's a lot of space, a lot of info. Vexite ready for the swing, but not the second. But Sicko's right next to him, and the fight is won by the Hounds again. A 4v2 now. Looking to find 9 at the end of the half hit.
Yeah, Floppy, Fang have to try to get it done. Again, though, we have seen results in similar circumstances, so let's not get too far ahead of ourselves just yet. Alistair, he wants to put those rumors to bed as quickly as possible, goes for the re-peek as well. And Floppy can't get it done this time. 9-6 the scoreline at the end of the half. Greyhound leading on Vertigo. Welcome back to Margaret Court Arena. We're here at DreamHack Melbourne for ESL Challenger. Of course, the best stage in the house. We've got Counter-Strike, we've got Greyhound, we've got Complexity, and right now, Greyhound, the hometown heroes, up 9-6, Mac. Looking pretty good here on Vertigo.
Yeah, a pretty solid scoreline coming from that CT side. Of course, Complexity. Let's see what they can do on the defense now. Greyhound, a very strong pistol to kick off the series, but what can they do on the T side? Looks like they might find the A site for free.
Yeah, they got something up their sleeve, don't they? Alistair with a Molotov in tow. Inns has a flash as well. So they've got something in mind, but they've ended up going a little slower than anticipated.
Just taking that space, cutting sound, seeing if Complexity go a little too far forward, but in comes the XC. Nice Molotov to force JT back, and he's the only man here, so Greyhound, bit of research into this round.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wonder if that's a bit of a read from Greyhound. They seem to know exactly where Complexity is going to be and when they're going to be as well. Nades do come through, but not enough to deny the bomb plant. And Liaz will still survive, but he's getting pressured a bit now. If he even gets one, he'll be lucky. Trying to see some heads popped off, though, and Vexite, he's been given room to breathe, and breathe he does. Floppy deleted, and Greyhound take both pistols.
How's he allowed to do that? The young man.
Stand and deliver. He's a turret. He's literally just standing there shooting heads and no one's doing anything about it.
No one's shooting back.
That is not the kind of player that you can let do that. That's literally Vexite's role in this team, is to shoot heads.
Just happened. 20 bullets in the clip. Uses pretty much all of them there.
Used
and
it
was
well.
enough. Double digits in the bag of the Hounds, and it looks like we're going to see them maybe slow it down, split up a little bit.
Force by through from Complexity, so they have something to say in this round.
Mid pressure coming through. Complexity, 2 men set up, maybe expecting a late mid-round push. And that's exactly what we're seeing.
A bit of presence being shown. Sicko, Mac 10, Grim, head ripped off. Did a good amount of damage, though, onto Sicko, who's down to 6 HP, but you're going to get that re-aggression from JT, very nearly punished by Inns. Again, Greyhound reading the play quite nicely on this T side so far.
Paul Zerk. Let's see what he's got for us with the scout here. Just waiting for the swing. Looks like there's a decent amount of util, though, and Greyhound, they go dry, and that one could cost them. Paul Zerk looking for a little bit more, shifts around. And gets the body shot, but it's not enough.
He's got a lot of damage done there, though, and that actually put this into a winnable position for Complexity.
29 points of health, 28 points of health.
Yeah.
One deagle bullet. These boys are dunsies.
You'd really want to be seeing Alistair get an opener here as Greyhound hit the A-bomb site. Because if not, that's going to mean it's down to Inns, Sicko, and Liaz, and between themselves, they've barely got above 50 HP. So, good Molotov again here from Greyhound. And lots of util getting tossed in. Should allow them into this bomb site safely, but it's once they get there that the problems might arise. Liaz needs to try to get the plant. There's no util to cancel that out, so Inns, big job to do here. Does it well. JT will chime back in with one, but jumps up into the crossfire, and he's done. So Greyhound uphold their end of the bargain, grab the second round of the half.
A little bit scary for all the low health individuals. But it is going to be another round strung together, and now they know that Complexity went for the force buy. So this third round of the half should be a walk in the park on paper, but you never know. You never know.
Yeah, let's not count our chickens before they hatch. That said, what I will say is I think Greyhound have been a lot better about that than most Australian teams.
Yeah.
And
lately.
forgive me if I've just cast a cursed it.
Well, we'll see. Inns, he's got a Mac 10, he's hungry. And Sicko not too far behind, but it is going to be young Vexite doing the cleanup.
Yeah, they've done really well there. They chose the correct bomb site to go to. They mollied off the rotation from Complexity, so really not a whole lot in that one for Complexity. They basically didn't have a chance.
Yeah.
Which is exactly what you need to be achieving on an anti-eco. But this is the real test now for Greyhound, right? They've got the lead. They're up 12-6. It's their map on paper now. But we have yet to see what Complexity can show us with the gun rounds on the CT side.
Yeah.
If they start to get a bit of the ball rolling, I mean, we've seen a lot of close maps today. We've also seen a lot of comebacks today. So, jury's out as to whether this is going to go to Greyhound still.
Who knows, man? Who knows? This round, Definitely going to test them. They've gone for the bonus round. A couple of Mach 10s up against the M4s now. And Holzerk getting that AWP in play. So this is where the danger begins. But 6 rounds, the gap. Oh, that's a pretty large one to close already.
It is.
Flash in. Grimithy. Can see that money bag round the corner.
Yeah. Is Liaz aware enough to expect the swing? Does have the assistance of Vexite. Nothing yet coming through from the CT side, but as you say, I think they're well aware. And Floppy's got another smoke here to play with as well. So when the explode does come from Greyhound, if Grim even gets one, then it's bad news for Greyhound, but he doesn't. And that's going to pick the pace up for the T side. Liaz straight into that bomb site. Fearless. Khalil in hand, looking for Floppy. Can't see him over the flames. Eventually does. But the shots come back, and now Vexite deleted as well. Floppy has been the arch nemesis of Greyhound in this map so far.
JT ready for this flank now. Sicko, a little bit more damage, but it's down to Fang to close the
They don't know where he is.
He's coming in and, going to be able to find that first, but Inns gets off the plan. Easy trades coming through.
Alistair hyping up now as well. And that is when Greyhound are at their best.
13-6.
Expectations are high for Greyhound right now.
Yeah.
We've spoken about it. When they went to Pro League, they played really well there. Got a couple of international scalps. They went to the Asia Minor. They took first seed for the first time in 4 years. So they're at their best. This is the best Greyhound we've seen in a long time. And they're showing it on home soil. Bang goes one better with that 5-7 and maybe starts to alter the storyline a little. This would not be the round to lose.
This would certainly not be the round to lose. There is money in the bank if we're thinking that far ahead, but we'll see what Greyhound can do to salvage the 4v5. Not too many weapons in the hands of Complexity here. His Deagles.
It's a big stack, Mac.
The molly's good.
Lots of players on this bomb site. Liaz, he does well for 2. But he can't hold on against Grim, and it still leaves the numbers advantage with Complexity, which is a danger for Greyhound.
And Grim just using his teammates as bait, essentially.
Yep. Alistair and Inns playing as battle buddies, and Alistair, is he going to expect another? That's the real question. Of course not. So it's on to Inns, who has the info as to where both these members are, so entirely clutchable. But Grim, it's a fantastic shot and gets Complexity back into the half.
Doing just enough work. I love how Complexity played that one. Just sending the pistols in, getting those trades. Grim, real sharp on a good day.
Yeah, and just when you think Greyhound have pretty much gotten it over the line, there's another twist and another turn to this story. It's still going to have to be a big comeback from Complexity. But that said, I mean, it's not over yet, right?
Yeah.
We haven't seen 16, so...
Winning the eco, of course, just giving you everything you want and more. And Complexity are taking more. Look at this. Nice little setup. Fang and Holzerk. The high-low over towards the top of the scaffold here, but it's all going to boil to the timing. Holzerk, nasty little line. No one's seen him just yet, but Vexite strikes. Do they expect the second man?
Again, you probably don't. Bit of Util getting tossed in that direction, but Fang is not getting connected by it. They still seem to know Fang cannot get out of the fire. And in the end, it is looking clean here for Greyhound. Vexite confident, but perhaps that confidence will be his undoing. Liaz is exploring B.
Ooh. He'll go down.
Yeah. Starts to get a bit awkward now for Greyhound. Particularly with this push from Floppy, that could actually be a round-winning play. If he gets in behind Alistair, who is holding the bomb.
We need to pay attention to Greyhound's space in here. You can see Sicko is looking to group up with Ali. Try and set up a trade here. He's going in with Inns on lane instead, and Ali. Man's low, just looking to hold the flank down. But, he could be on the money with Floppy coming.
He is keeping enough pace that Floppy can't catch up to him. Oh, never mind. I've spoken too soon. And in the end, Inns goes down as well as that bomb's being planted, so Sicko's going to have to get it done. Thought he spotted someone, gives away his position with that shot, but is able to find the timing to duck back into side hall.
How's he going the clutch here? Oh, crosshair looked good, but Not a lot of damage. Flash as well, just to make sure no one's defusing just yet. Invest the second. Oh, Grim on the offline. That's going to be so hard to deal with. And now he's got to go for the full coverage, and Grim does it again.
Yep. Big one to win for Complexity, and again, another deficit that gets pulled back by some intelligent map play by Complexity. As soon as you see Floppy pushing down those stairs, you think, uh-oh, this could be dangerous for Greyhound, and it was. And they've still got a big lead.
But they don't have a lot of money.
They've got enough for a buy. Tech 9 on Alistair.
And they've got the crowd on their side, of course. You got to remember that.
Well, you wouldn't expect any less.
There's cheering, there's barking, there's lots going on up there. But this round, a little bit of a slower start from the Hounds. Ho, 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 ho. Why don't you bark too?
I'm not a dog, Mac.
You're not a dog. You don't have the dog in him, boys.
I don't have the dog in me. But Complexity pushing their way down the ramp. Might just catch Vexside out here. No trade from Greyhound just yet. Gonna look for it, but they are going to be walking into a big stack. Somehow, they at least trade 1 for 1, which seems unbelievable given the circumstances. Liaz is unable to do too much there either. This round has kind of fallen apart a little bit for Greyhound. They haven't really looked very threatening in it.
Let's see what space Sticko can take here. And it might just boil down to the timing. Offline from Fang won't work for him, but Sticko's so low now.
Yeah.
The round looking more and more unachievable, even with that kill.
If nothing else, Greyhound have to be thinking about the long game here and thinking about damage. They can take another gun or two. That could be important later on down the track.
Saving grace.
Also, pushing his way forward.
Oh, he's scoped, he's made noise. But, he'll find him through the damn tarp instead.
That's going to give time.
Ali wants the money. Yep. He's getting it with the plant.
I mean, what can he do from here? This would be a miracle to win from it, but he's got the bomb plant down, hiding behind that smoke, hoping for some aggression from the CT side. Won't get it, and Floppy spotted him out. So 9 on the board now for Complexity. They are closing the gap, but it is still a pretty rough situation for them.
Sounds like they're taking a cheeky tack.
Yep.
Deciding what they want to do to shake it up here before Complexity get too much momentum.
Well, that is the big benefit of the lead that they've got, right? They have time to adapt on this T side. They can look at this and say, what have Complexity been doing? Where have they been getting the better of us? Obviously, that push down ramp from Complexity worked out quite nicely, so something that Greyhound will be prepared for now in the future.
Yeah.
Don't feel like Greyhound have really explored mid as much as they do in their domestic games. So maybe that's an option as well. See what they come up with. It's just going to be the pistol armor buy. But oftentimes that's enough to get it done. And Liaz has that deagle in hand again, so let's see what he can provide. JT takes a tick, but backs off as a result, which might be his saving grace.
I think he only saw one member there, but either way, gives them a lot of respect all the way back to spawn. And Greyhound just creeping back and looking for this tarp control at yellow. Oh, Fang. He's not having the best game.
I mean, he's doing enough.
He's getting that info, being a bit of a nuisance around this lane area.
There was a nicely timed smoke coming through from Complexity as well. Just there inside hall, keeps Greyhound at bay. But they are now starting to explore their way up ramp. Just, I think they were expecting or hoping that it was going to be a contact play, but that little bit of noise is going to give the game away to Complexity. Hallzerk steals himself, needs a little bit more than that, and doesn't quite get it, so In somehow gets away with murder.
He's living.
I've seen him do some dangerous things with the Tech 9 on Vertigo before, but he's opted for the M4 instead.
Gets that reload off as well. No one's traded him out just yet, but in comes the swing, and Ali now looks like he wants to get his mitts on the rifle as well.
I haven't seen him
have an opportunity to do so.
No way! There's no way.
He won't get past Grim. No way. Certainly not.
Well, spotted, so ends up being no way indeed. But the fact that he even got that far seemed a little bit illegal. But either way, Complexity, they do convert, which is the expected result in a round like that. But pressure's going to be back on now.
The thing about the scoreline, though, is Greyhound are in a very solid position with the lead that they had. They build up a bit of economy, and they don't have too many more rounds that they need to close this out. And it is just the best of one, right? So 3 more rounds by the time Complexity get towards that 13 mark. That's when Greyhound are just putting that pressure back on Complexity's economy, or you'd assume so. Let's see how this round goes. Complexity looking to dominate ramp again with some of this util, bringing a third man to the party this time. And Greyhound just going slow. Respecting all this util. They want this round more than anything, and that's a great way to kick it off.
Good stuff from Alistair. He's dead to the grenade, though. Was ready for the molly, but not the nade, obviously. Diaz is just spending a bit of time over toward B, waiting for a push to come through here, but that's not going to happen either from Complexity. Still one member on this bomb site, Floppy. Grim's 20 and 14, but I feel like Floppy's frags have been really impactful. So,
Sicko's found a good timing, gets the info as he spots JT's shoulder.
Where are they going to go, though? Are they going to exit?
They are. They're just going to throw a little bit of util, draw those rotates, see if Vexite can find some space here at 8.
They haven't got a lot of time to work with. 35 seconds to get onto the other side of the map and get the bomb down is going to mean at a certain point they're going to have to pick this pace up. Bottom of ramp, 30 seconds left.
This molly they've been throwing over towards heaven, if they can get that out again, get the wall of smokes up, then there's definitely space to plant, but it's just the post-plant where they've been a little bit weak. Let's see how it works on the Exi.
Well, smokes are going out. Hallzerk not quite going to find too much. Grim very nearly does. And through the smoke, Sicko will go down. Vexite knows he has to make something happen here. Jumps up above that smoke, catches one, brings it back to 3-on-3, and he's going to do it again. He's going to go for it again. Smokes are fading, though. You can't stay up there after the smokes have faded.
And In's happy to take this first contact, being the low man, and hoping the rest of the troops trade him out.
3 on ramp. Are they going to be expecting 3 on ramp? Or maybe just 1 or 2? Vexite down now as well. But Inns is low. Grim ready for it. Knows exactly where he's coming from. Head spotted. And the defuse is on.
He's done it again. Grim. He's just constantly putting the dogs down. And that's going to be 11. But again, Greyhound, big financial damage to the economy of Complexity. 1 surviving. Barely.
That's only going to be relevant if they can win a round. And right now, things are looking pretty grim in that respect. So another timeout comes through for Greyhound.
Taking that third tactical. Not too worried just yet. Are you guys worried? Nah, all right. We're not worried, Jordan. We're not worried.
I mean, speak for yourself.
Are you worried?
I'm getting a bit worried. There's like 500 people in here just barking. I don't know why that doesn't worry you, Mac.
That's normal.
Is that normal? Is that normal behavior?
That's normal behavior. You're not normal.
I don't know if that's normal behavior, guys.
You're the weird one.
I guess I'm the odd one out in this situation.
We got barking kings and queens here in Margaret Court Arena.
Well, Greyhound still in the lead, but that lead is very quickly depleting. So, at this point, back to 5-on-5, of course. Greyhound just trying to work their way through the map.
in another sneaky one. He's playing a nasty line all the way from hell to ramp. We'll see what the Hounds decide they want to do, but it looks like, again, it's just going to be a minute mark attempt on the execute.
All right, 14-11. Still very much hanging in the balance for Greyhound. And they are biding their time on the ramp at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah. That time's ticking.
Slow and steady wins the race, at least as far as Greyhound is concerned. But you've got the full stack of Complexity members over toward the A bomb site. So Greyhound are going to go into 5 CTs, and they're going to have to make something happen. Fang gets one before he goes down. JT there for the trade, escapes back through the smoke, but Liaz is hunting, searching for more. He's down on 14 HP, but he's fearless. And the bomb plant goes down as well. So 3-on-3 post plant for Greyhound.
In and out of there. In looking to stay close, though. Dangerous game.
He's got to make it happen with the Mac-10, so he wants to stay close, like you say. But Sicko is the one getting it done at the moment. Ins, spotted by Grim. JT might be the one to swing, but he'll be the one to go down as well. And Grim, 1v2. He's been the standout for Complexity so far on this map, but Sicko with the AWP shuts it down. 15-11. Greyhound now 1 round away.
Ooh. Ooh. A sigh of relief in the arena as Grim's finally taken out of the round. Man's won one too many clutches for my liking.
Yeah.
And for the crowd as well, but he's doing a lot of work here. 23 and 16 leading the charge for Complexity, who's taking their second tactical.
This is the worst case scenario for Complexity, Mac.
Yeah.
Look at their money. What are they going to buy?
It's gone.
A ticket to DreamHack Melbourne. That's what they could afford that.
They could do that, yep. Flights as well, you know, maybe a hotel. If you can't afford a hotel, come stay in my room. Look, I've got a double bed. You could fit at least 3 people in. That's half a team.
With that said, they can't really afford to buy much in this round. So they might have gotten themselves to DreamHack Melbourne. But DreamHack Melbourne has not been kind to them so far.
No.
And they're going to have to pull it off with, well, yeah, a Deagle or 2, a 5-7. Scout, I mean, Halsey did a lot of work with the Scout last round. He had it. But Greyhound on a bit of a roll after that Vexite clutch. So they're looking to close it out right here, right now.
Cheeky deep nade coming through there. Not too much value for money off the back of it, but Greyhound actually changing it up with the mid-pressure JT. Is he going to get caught in transition? He will be. Vexite ready for the headshot line, and in comes the bust, in comes the split. B, it's in danger.
Yeah, Vexite is the difference maker right now for Greyhound. 4-on-2, 4-on-1. Fang, the last member alive for Complexity, and it seems like they will have to play tomorrow. Greyhound will take the lead in the group. Unless Fang can pull off an absolute miracle, Mac. I just don't see this happening. He's stuck behind a smoke. Deagle in hand, he'll try to make anything work. Vexite wants it. He wants to be the hero, and he will be.
That's the one. That's it. That's the money. And the crowd are loving it.
As you would be. Greyhound have delivered today a much different storyline to what we were selling at DreamHack Melbourne last year. ESL Challenger, I mean, coming into it, we weren't too sure about them last year. This year, we had high expectations. So did everyone in Australia. What did the Desk think? Well, they predicted elsewhere.
Yeah, what does Mike think, huh?
And they've been proven wrong.
Well, they say hungry dogs run the fastest. If that's the case, then these Hounds were starving for victory. I may have thought against them. I may have predicted against them, but I was wrong, Mac. I was wrong.
Hey, I mean, Mac and Jordan saying, I didn't predict, I always knew.
You're pandering, get out of here.
I always had the faith.
As the logical people here, that was quite the showing from Greyhound. It was looking rough there for a while. That Vexite ace, though. He's the young gun. He's the one under the spotlight. He's the one they were hoping would be a star, and in this match, he shone bright.
Absolutely monstrous. Absolutely monstrous. There is a world where that is a dominant performance from Greyhound. That is probably the best Counter-Strike played by an Australian team in, from memory, at least 2 or 3 years. The other example people bring up would be the Cloud9 victory at Rio. That was better Counter-Strike than that. And I definitely challenge the Australian talent on this broadcast to name the last time they had a victory as big as that. That was unbelievable Counter-Strike of Greyhound. If they play like that, they can win the tournament.
And that involved still losing two 2v5s.
Yes.
2v5s, Neo, and somehow they bring it back.
Yeah, you can still see there's a couple of rookie errors creeping in, right? Fundamentally, they're not completely sound, but for the most part, this Greyhound side, man, they are so impressive to see. And not only the likes of Ecstatic, we're seeing individuals who are notoriously a little bit quiet at times, but Sicko was unbelievable. Again, as a supporting rifler, really stepped up to the plate. I'm so impressed, man. This is what we want to be seeing out of domestic Counter-Strike from Australia. They can compete against big team international rosters.
So this is the eco from earlier on in the game. Very pivotal moment. Save Dorp, top spawn comes through, and Alistair takes down Hulzuk on the other side, who equally had the top spawn, and here's that 3K in mid.
Oh.
It is monstrous. First kill is good, second's better, and the third is the cherry on top. That broke the money, kept them in that first half, and maybe Complexity played it wrong, maybe it's a little bit fast, but it takes some serious individual skill to pull off around like that.
I feel like, honestly, it wasn't so much about Complexity necessarily making errors in situations. It was about the individuals from Greyhound stepping up to the occasions. Big plays, big multi-kills coming through, big clutches coming through when they needed them most, to maybe even paper over some of the mistakes of the overall macro,
Yes.
but to make it so that you could get away with those.
Complexity won more 50-50 rounds in that game. More clutches went their way, in my opinion. More of we had the 2 and 5 losses from Greyhound, which were a little bit distressing. A couple of them weren't actually, well, one of them wasn't actually nearly as bad as it looked when you actually watch it back. But yes, certainly Greyhound had better macro, better calling, better individual plays right up to the clutches perhaps. And as I said, overall, monumental performance.
Monumental performance indeed. I mean, the crowd's loving it. We know the crowd's loving it. We know you're loving it there in the arena. It's an exciting one. I mean, they're our first team through, and who better than the hometown heroes than Greyhound, the team that the Australian fandom is hoping is going to carry all of those hopes and dreams of the CS scene going forward. I mean, what a better way to book your spot into the playoffs.
I mean, think about the last Melbourne where they couldn't play with Excite. They couldn't play with their full lineup. They put on a decent performance given the scenario. They could have definitely made playoffs, but here they did have Excite. He pulled them through in the absolute biggest moment. If he doesn't ace that round, probably overtime at a minimum, let's be honest, but unbelievable, and I am so happy for them that an Aussie team really performed on home soil.
And to mention as well, right, they're an extremely heavy kind of momentum side, right? They're so reliant on confidence, and now they've got a lot going in towards playoffs. They definitely will, have to come against some pretty tough teams. Let's not beat around the bush. B&E, or even if it is Movistar Riders, it's still going to be tough competition, but they've got confidence. They've got the home side alongside them as well. There's a lot to like, man. This Greyhound side, they're starting to really impress and really kind of show what it's all about down under.
Let's talk about the Complexity side for just a little bit here, because obviously it's going to be a very disappointing loss for them when they look back at it. I mean, even with some of those rounds that they managed to bring through, the 2v5s, multiple clutches coming their way, not able to close here, not even really able to get within striking distance.
Pistol rounds early half didn't go their way, to be fair, in this game. I do think the T side was called pretty well. At least from the start. So I'm not too many qualms about that, but when the sides flipped, they could not offer a lot of resistance. And when they thought they could, Vexite ended them.
He really did. So the young gun propelling the hometown team into the playoffs. It's a storyline written perhaps in the stars, but we're going to take a break here, and when we come back, we'll be into our next winners matchup. Another team will be booking their spot on Sunday.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
So you say you got a new one. I know that you're trying to believe that you can fake a whole scenario just to make me jealous. Your shadow keeps talking, and we should stop talking, but we got that special something. But for now, I just be breathing, doing nothing. I won't give in if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. You should let me know. Oh, I'ma be clear now. Patience is really not my key, but if you play your cards right, I might just think about it twice. Yeah. Say it like you mean it, I won't fake it and believe it when I see it. But for now, I just be breathing, doing nothing. I won't give in if you won't make a move right now. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, now it's busy. You know we always can go easy. We can go easy, boy. You should let me know. I've been giving clues and you're acting all blind. Trying to make some moves, but you're staying behind. How come you don't get it when I say it like that? Like that, like that, like that. I've been giving clues and you're acting all blind. Trying to make some moves, but you're staying behind. How come you don't get it when I say it like that? Like that, like that, like that. Oh, why do we go 360? You're hesitating, always busy. You know we always can go easy. Won't you let me know? Why do we go 360? You're hesitating, always busy. You know we always can go easy. You should let me know.
You hold this map, I'll hold your hand. Take this love around the world. Don't mind those crows buzzing around your head. Nothing's gonna hurt your girl. I believe we're here for a while, then we die. But I believe this love is stronger than you and I. Let's take the Jeep along to my dad. I know just the thing to do. Don't mind the law, hard on our heels. No one's gonna come for you. I believe we're here for a while, then we die. But I believe this love is stronger than you and I believe we're here for a while, then we die. But I believe this love is stronger than you and I. I wanna be where the sun comes out with you. I wanna go and feel the chases new. Seasons are changing, love is amazing. Everyone's waiting for something worth braving. So I wanna take it, take love around the world with you. You hold this map, I'll hold your hand. Take this love around the world. You and I, we're like dynamite. Got plenty of reasons to take you home. Shining bright with those diamond eyes. Ain't no way I'm ever letting go. Boy, I'll be loyal to you. No need for drama. Feel royal with you. Cry like Impala. Is it important for you? There ain't no bother. No, no, no. Hey, this chemistry. One look at you and my heart explodes. Just let me be the one you keep. I'll be right here through the hot and cold. But I'll be loyal to you. No need for drama. Feel royal with you. Cry like Impala. Is it important for you? There ain't no bother. No. Hey, 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be sure. No. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, but alright. 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be sure. No. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, but alright. Just come over. Won't you come closer? Yeah, just come over. Oh, hey. 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be sure. No. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, but alright. 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be sure. No. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, but
I'm out of focus, I need a spark. I can't keep living in the dark. Nothing feels right, my thoughts are unclear. I just wish that you were here. 'Cause when I'm alone, I get lost in my head. And I try to think back to the things that you said. But living without you is taking the toll. Feel like I might lose control. When I'm down and can't push through, I know you're the one I can turn to. You make me feel like someone new. 'Cause I'm never sober when I'm with you. Cause I'm never sober when I'm with you. When I'm down and can't push through, I know you're the one I can turn to. You make me feel like someone new. 'Cause I'm never sober when I'm with you. I couldn't imagine where we would be now. I wish we could somehow live in a moment in time where I was yours and you were mine. 'Cause when I'm alone, I get lost in my head. And I try to think back to the things that you said. But living without you is taking the toll. Feel like I might lose control. When I'm down and can't push through, I know you're the one I can turn to. You make me feel like someone new. 'Cause I'm never sober when I'm with you. Cause I'm never sober when I'm with you. When I'm down and can't push through, I know you're the one I can turn to. You make me feel like someone new. 'Cause I'm never sober when I'm with you. Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night. And I pray the same way. Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night, and I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. I don't know what you're thinking, but my mind is full of fear. 'Cause I felt this world without you. I feel safer when you're here. It's been a couple months now, feels like time's been moving slow. And I can't tell where my head's at, so can you let me know? Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night, and I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. Is it wrong of me to think of you all the time? Even though I'm with somebody new every night, and I pray, and I pray, and I pray that you feel the same way. I keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You're still a friend free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. You keep slipping away. I learned the hard way. But something's gotta stay. Don't let it go to waste. Do you remember all of the long nights, warm in my bed, nightfall to sunrise? That's what you said. You held me so tight each time again. I keep your picture in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. Don't win silly games. Don't leave me hanging on. Keep me hanging. Said it once, I'll say it again. Your love is what I want. Do you remember all of the long nights, warm in my bed, nightfall to sunrise? That's what you said, and you held me so tight each time again. In my room, I'll keep you safe. Don't stay away alone, pulling back and forth. Still got me paralyzed. Got what you came for. One thing that I've kept. I keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You're still a friend free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. I keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You're still a friend free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I
ESL Challenger is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, 1xBet.
Well, we've already seen one team make their way into the playoffs. Greyhound, the hometown heroes. They booked their spot, and now it's time to send someone to join them to win that early prize of a day off in the beautiful city of Melbourne, Australia. We've got Bad News Eagles taking on the Movistar Riders for that privilege, for that chance, for that opportunity. And one of these teams is going to be very happy about their day off in just a few short moments as we get into the game. Nao, how are you feeling about this matchup?
Good. I think one thing that's really important about them getting a day off, they get to adjust to the jet lag. I know the B&E boys are still feeling it a little bit. We kind of saw the interview where he was saying, I've had terrible sleep, I'm all over the place, right? But they're playing good Counter-Strike. That's the main thing. So just having that day off to get ready for playoffs, get the sleep schedule sorted, feeling good. I think coming in towards this one, it's a very interesting game. B&E, in my mind, are the clear favorites coming in, but we're seeing good Counter-Strike out of Movistar, so who knows?
I think both teams are in reasonably similar positions. They just haven't played that many LANs. Of course, bit of recency bias said, you know, B&E looking really good shape, but that was only one LAN. They didn't play it pro. They didn't play other LANs around that minus CCT earlier in the year. So I still think B&E's in this position where we need to get more consistency offline outside of that major cycle. Of course, earlier, they had their good moments and they're bad. Got through there in the end, but I still like to see a little bit more class, I think, Mike.
It feels like maybe there was a little bit of similarity in some of the ways that this was playing out, where for B&E, they went out to that really hot start. They looked like they were just dominating, and then maybe they get a little loose. For Movistar, it was almost the opposite story, where they started to build into it. They start to get that comfortable lead, and then you have just a little bit of magic for Rare Adam to take it into overtime, but still, for Movistar, they stay the course. So a similar tale of managing to right the ship just in the nick of time, but now it's going to need to be polished from the get-go and all the way through, because both these teams are so dangerous that if you give them the opportunities, if you make those mistakes, they'll punish you.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing Movistar fix a lot of their fundamental problems. That's the really important thing for me. You've highlighted Alex and how important he is to this team, but Mopos as well, on the T side especially, finally going back to the Counter-Strike he was playing in the latter stage of 2022, when this were a very, very scary side. So for me, I'm feeling a lot more positive about Movistar than I was maybe prior to the tournament itself. I still felt there was a lot of key problems here to the Spanish roster, but they seem to have plugged it. So for me, I'm feeling a little bit better. However, it's just, can you stop the superstar potential and power of the likes of Juan Fletcher or a GXX or even Rigon when he finally finds his form too? How do you shut down those guys?
And of course, this is to find the 1 seed from Group B. So if you win here, not only do you make the playoffs, you avoid an early matchup against Greyhound. And considering how strong that crowd is feeling in terms of buoying Greyhound into it, maybe you don't want to be playing the hometown favorite in the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even, you know, very likely going to meet complexity, even if you did win the group, but you can't think about that right now. You just need to win. You need to get through, just get into playoffs. It's a different ball game once you make it there. And I think these two teams are really interesting. They're, of course, kind of mainstays, let's say, of the Tier 2 scene. And I think they're complete polar opposites. I think Movistar don't necessarily have, they don't have the depth. Well, actually, neither team is an amazing player pool, but somehow B&E have managed to coalesce so many amazing individual players. Movistar win off team play, fundamentals, playing together. That was slipping a bit during that lower period, but it has come back into form. Whereas B&E, they're adding in the team play, the structure, the fundamentals. So, I don't know. It's a really, really interesting matchup. The thing that tilts it for me is I just feel like B&E can add in the structure, whereas I'm not sure the players can advance themselves that quickly on Movistar. It's going to take years for them to grow into it. And as good as Martinez has been, not quite the speedy progression everyone hoped he would have.
Perhaps, but I mean, if you're looking at the rest of this roster, right, someone we highlighted in their earlier matchup was Davi G, who hadn't necessarily been bringing the form. He was good. He was good up against Rare Adam. If he can elevate that floor as well, if you get some consistency out of Mopaz, I mean, I think the team as a whole was firing, right? You had consistency across the board. You had like everybody above 20 kills towards the end of that game as well. And now if you bring that level again, if you bring that consistency in, the Bad News Eagles, they're not, shall we say, known for steadiness in their play. There's a little bit of variation, shall we say. Let's see what map we're going to be in. This is our last of the best of one, so we do have one more BO1 veto here. Just one map to figure out. You can see they're very eager over on that B&E side. Let's see, where are we taking this, boys?
There's kind of two maps which they share kind of similar comfortabilities in my eyes. Inferno's the main one that kind of reaches out. I know B&E love it, but also we kind of were surprised we didn't see earlier today when Movistar played. And Angel's another one. Movistar haven't gone there yet, but it's a map in which we know they can play. It's just a case of do they want to swing in that direction. For me, Inferno, Ancient, the only ones on paper that really seem to be kind of solid. The rest of them either seem heavily weighted one way or the other.
Yeah, the ancient one's the really bizarre one from Movistar. You feel like it should be a middle ground on their map pool. It was a very good map for them with previous lineups, but for whatever reason, it's fallen out. Vertigo is another one as well that used to be their perma pick. They would pick it every time first pick in series, and it's fallen out. Meaning we go on to Inferno, which of late hasn't been great for Movistar. It might have had stints in the past, but recency says B&E are in a lot better form on this map, and I think Movistar really should have put it to Ancient.
It's an interesting one there. We were talking about it a little bit. You feel like maybe they don't trust their own Ancient a little bit. And it feels like for Movistar, maybe it is about finding trust in what they do well. Whereas, B&E trust themselves wholly, completely. The confidence is never an issue with them, right? They know what kind of CS they like to play. They know where they're good. They know where their strengths lie. And they love leaning into them.
I think one thing for me that may be the reason why is we know that Movistar have had problems in terms of their anchoring role, right? Even when we talk about Davi G, we kind of give him, when Hooksy joined G2, that sort of treatment. Just go neutral, right, at the moment. And the rest of the team can start to find their form. Alex can do enough. Martineza can do enough to make this team very, very compatible and at least comparable in terms of the firepower at times over towards B&E. But over towards the Bad News Eagle side, just because of the raw kind of individuals they've got who can step up in their anchor role, rig on, if he really wants to, can just lock down a site single-handedly. That for me just leans maybe that Ancient is not something that where they want to go. I mean, that A site's always going to be locked off. While Flatcher will play heavy over towards B, play a lot of the contact, and they're going to struggle. I can't really see any other reasons to why. Maybe they don't trust themselves or think that B&E have some sort of edge against them.
This is not the first time they've done this and continue to play into Inferno in recent times. The assumption has to be that behind the scenes, they do think it's a really good map. They do still, Alex must still feel confident in calling it. Maybe someone like Martinez does say internally, this is a great map for me. Problem is, I haven't quite seen it materialize on the server. And if I just look at it on a base value, I really don't favor them in this matchup. I don't think they beat it to the right map.
It's an interesting one. It's an interesting one for sure. And let's hear what they think about it. But I think first we're going to give a listen over to the Bad News Eagles side of things to see how they're feeling heading into this game.
The vibe coming into this tournament is really good. We know we have our chances to win, and we are fully prepared, and we will give everything to win this tournament, and we're really confident we can do it.
I think confidence is the key, right? I mean, we mentioned it already. This is a team that always feels like they favor themselves, but one of the things that they're looking to do here as well is build that confidence even that step further headed into the major, right? That's really the big thing that's on the horizon for a Bad News Eagles team, a team that's done better in the majors, frankly, than at any other point. So powering up into that level, is this going to be the best Bad News Eagles we've seen yet?
You'd hope so. I mean, they looked pretty damn good at the RMRs, and I do think it is actually truthful with this team and the amount they rely on the individuals, and in some senses their play style, having the ultimate prize to aim for, to practice for, to get into individual form for, is why they peak at them, is why they get so much value out of playing in the major cycle, because they're of such enormous value to them as a team. And not to say that a tournament like this would be of lower value, but for them, this is more of a breeding ground, an experience gainer, and they should treat it that way.
Well, we've got our Twitch vote up here. We've changed the hashtags around. We're no longer Movi. We're hashtag misses. So let us know whether you're feeling bad or whether you're feeling misses. I don't know what feeling misses exactly would mean, but the MRS is the hashtag here. So let's go ahead and give a listen to the riders, because they've been talking a little bit about it and how they're feeling coming into Melbourne.
Just we are just mostly preparing just mentally, because inside the game we didn't have enough time. I mean, we just got the call like a few days ago, and like we are getting super happy to be here, because as I told you before, it's an opportunity for us, and I think that if we are mentally prepared, we just rest well and we play our game, we are going to reach the finals.
Sometimes it's the event you never expected to be at, where the pressure is the lightest and where you can just feel free to take where it's going, all right? It's house money. This is house money. It's free. whatever they do here, it's a better result than they would have before they were here.
Yeah, they have a pretty good track record at Challengers. Valencia was very good for them, obviously, you know, home ground for them. So hopefully we can kind of see a little bit of a run back. Obviously, a little bit of a different roster, but all things considered, they have a pretty decent track record when it comes to this sort of caliber of opponent and this sort of caliber of competition on lands. They're a decent side. So for me, I'm hoping we can see Movistar make a deep run. I'd love to see them in playoffs. They're a side who we know can be impressive. We're just waiting to see them kind of polish those diamonds in the rough.
Well, going for diamonds. That's what they're looking for. But you know, a little bit of gemstone potentially out here. Let's see who's going to be shining a little bit more brightly right now. Who's got their polishing stone out? Polishing... I don't know what you actually polish gems with, but I don't know that. But what I do know is that we've got two analysts here who are going to tell me who they think are winning this map. Neo, who's winning?
B&E, all day. I can't see a world in which B&E don't take this.
B&E for sure. It would take a monster performance on B from Alex and Mopos, which has not been the case of late.
Well, that's a lot of confidence coming through from you two guys, and I'll be honest, I was gonna lean the other way just to be a contrarian, but then I caught a glimpse of Devilwalk's mustache once more, and it just inspires confidence in me. It's just comforting, warm, solid, in full control. That is a real lip duster that he's got going on there, and I just can't pick against it. So I'm also gonna lean towards the Eagles to take it here and triumph over the Movistar Riders. But I think I'm a little less confident than you guys, and let's see what Twitch chat's feeling. How confident are you guys in the chat? Let's find out. They're very confident. They are extremely confident. Wow. I did not expect that to be so one-sided. I think the Riders have a little bit more fight in them than everyone's expecting, and I think this one could be a little bit of a banger. We'll have to find out if it is when we come back from this break.
like a wind. Say it again.
It doesn't matter. We seem too young to understand. And for the better. The weather changes when we dance. Belong together. Catching sunsets, riding waves. We stay forever. Where the rhythm never ends. 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 We seem too young to understand. And for the better. The weather changes when we dance. Belong together. Catching sunsets, riding waves. We stay forever. Where the rhythm never ends. 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 Where
G'day and welcome back to the land down under. You're watching ESL Challenger DreamHack Melbourne. Bad News Eagles and Movistar Riders going head to head for that last progression slot into the playoffs. They'll join Greyhound, skipping tomorrow. The winner of this, very happy. We'll get a bit of extra tourism time in Melbourne.
Or a bit of extra time to sleep. I was having a chat with the Bad News Eagles on the way into the computers, and they just woke up. A couple of them went back to the hotel, had a bit of a nap. So hopefully they're feeling fresh coming into this one. Of course, you do want tomorrow off.
Yep.
And the Spaniards just saw what they can bring to the game earlier up against Rare Adam. But look, that being said, Bad News Eagles on Inferno, they've got a pretty good track record as of late.
They do. I mean, I was listening to the analyst desk talking about it. I'm looking at it in front of my eyes as well. This is looking like it's going to be a tough map for Movistar Riders. But with that said, obviously, they've really got nothing to lose coming into this event. They were basically not even supposed to be here. The Mongols pulled out. Movistar Riders, they got pulled in. And they're going to give it their best crack. We'll see what they can do. That said, I think on the other side of the coin, when you look at Bad News Eagles, right, everyone has really high expectations for this team at the moment. They've done really well in recent events.
Yeah.
They come into this as perhaps the favorite to win. So if things start to go a little bit awry in this best of one, that's when some questions start to get asked.
Like what? What kind of questions?
Like, are they the best team here?
Oh, are they? I don't know.
That's it.
I mean, what does the crowd think? I know Twitch chat said that it was pretty Eagles favored in this one, but what do you reckon? Bad News Eagles? Yeah? But do you like Movistar? Yeah, we like Movistar. Okay.
I think Bad News Eagles got a little bit of a louder cheer, though, if I'm being honest. So
a little bit more volume there.
I tell you what, Mac, it's time for us to find out as we head into Inferno. It is our last best of one of the event. After this, best of 3 times. So here's your best chance if your Movistar Riders of causing an upset. And they'll get to start on the CT side as well. Not sure if that's a good thing, but let's see how this pistol does play out. Sourcel gets a lot of info.
Let's see what Davy G can do. Nice headshot line going to be played, but looks like Bad News Eagles are going to try to go for the wrap. Happy with the bracket control. Mopos. Oh, going to be stuck in the archers, but no one's gone in with Synopsy, so the trade won't come through initially. Rigon going to be able to do it, but it is going to be a solid crossfire from Backslide here, and the Graveyard Sourcel not going to be able to do too much. It's all Davy G. He's farming, and he might have done enough.
He has indeed, Mac. A very nice start to the map for Movistar Riders. And they'll be happy with it, as you can see. So a bit of a wake-up call maybe for Bad News Eagles, like you said. Some of them went back to the hotel, had a bit of a nap. Are they still napping? Maybe. Nah, that's just really straight, clean shooting from Davy G. Let's be real. Did a lot of work dancing around in Graveyard. 1-0 the scoreline, though. Movistar Riders. What are they going to be able to do here in round 2? Should be pretty straightforward for them. Not really much of an investment from Bad News Eagles.
Let's see what's going on towards Banana. A couple of P250s brought in. Saneri going to be dropping that flash and allowing that first pick to come through. Alex farming. MP9 up against the unarmored T's is going to do a lot of work, and that's plenty of money in the bank. $1,800 for Alex there. And Movistar keeping it clean in the second.
Yep, we take those wins. But this is where things start to get a little bit more difficult. Gun round going to get pulled out straight up here by Bad News Eagles. So this will be where we get to see them start to flex their muscles on the map a little bit. No real upgrades for Movistar Riders as well. So bonus round. If they win this one, then they're off to a great start.
Shifting some of that util, of course, over towards the B site before Davy G makes his way back to A. The Bad News Eagles just dropping Synopsy over towards Broom here. Slowing things down. Very deep approach. Look how far back they are. T-Apps just waiting for some kind of apartments control from Movistar, but respect's being shown in both regards.
Look, it hasn't been an overly aggressive CT hold in this round from Movistar Riders, is it? I mean, they've got MP9, so you'd expect almost to see some aggression into brackets or see some aggression into Banana particularly, but hasn't been the case. They're more than happy to sit back in their sights. Bit of a late look into mid there from Davy G. Doesn't see too much. But B&E is starting to work their way through the map now. They've taken control of most of Banana, and in fact now all of Banana. Movistar Riders, though, doing a good job of keeping a bit of util in the back pocket here. Opos has a smoke. Dorsal has a smoke. So that's the last smoke on the B bomb site used. Perfectly timed, though. Sends BNE packing.
They're going to have 20 seconds to make this execute happen. And there's not a lot of space already found. Alex, he's just going to be facing in the smoke here, but who's quicker? It's Synopsy. And one flat row, able to find a pick on the other side of the map now. And with that noise made, they've counted some of the numbers at B, but there's still one here and living. Davy G has that one way. He's dropping the bomb with 15 on the clock.
Yeah, this is dangerous actually for BNE. Davy G popped off in that pistol round. Can't quite deny the bomb crossing into sight, but he's going to be a big problem for BNE if he can lock down this position in pit. He knows he's really under pressure. He needs his teammates to bail him out of a bit of trouble here. But if he can get the space, maybe he can do the damage. One flash row very low. Needs to be careful against this MP9. Mopos is going to go straight past. Catches GXX in the back. And Movistar Riders are making this one happen. One flash row. I'm not sure that he's in the position to do anything about it.
Little too flat, little too far away. And won't be able to stop that defuse from coming through. 3-0. A solid start on the defense coming through for Movistar Riders. And there's a couple of smiles coming through. Looking like there's not too much stress here. Of course, showing what they're made of. And going straight into the tactical from Bad News Eagles.
Yeah, early one, isn't it? They've got Delverwalk behind them, which is obviously quite an experienced member. And look, he's got a lot to say.
Delverwalk is laying down the law right now.
Did you know this is actually not his first time in Australia, Mac?
Oh no, he was here many moons ago.
2016 he was here for a local Australian LAN. He was casting. Delverwalk
Right
and Khan when they were with Fnatic. So that's a long time ago, but he's running it back. And let's see if BNE can make something happen in this round. Bit of a chat they've had. They've gone for the Hero AK onto one flat row. So obviously their option of choice.
GXX. Just throwing a shot out there, hoping he could maybe crack an entry at mid, but that's not the case. And we are going to see things slow down for the moment. Alex looking for damage through that bottom banana smoke. And Movistar, they are happy to keep on getting aggressive, keep on showing this pressure, knowing that it's pistols, but the timing for Synopsy was good. The shots aren't though. Oh no, the ball has been dropped.
Really paints the picture around Dorsal. Bullets all along the wall. And this is not going well for BNE at all. Movistar Riders, they've come maybe a little bit more prepared, a little bit more fired up and ready. Inferno is their playground at the moment.
Well, he's got Ruin his name. Let's see how good he is at hopping and if he can make his way out of apps here. Or if he's going to find anything at all.
With 12 HP, I don't give him much of a chance.
Sorcel's on 3. He's drawn attention, and that could be just enough. Now we've got a 2v2 on the B side and maybe an opportunity. Rigon's over here. And if he lets GXX take this contact first, he can trade.
Well, you'd have to see some absolute banger entries here from BNE. GXX with the Deagle. Lands a couple of shots onto Alex, but Mopos is there for the trades. And has done a good job of that. Bombs dropped now. Time of the essence. One flat throw. 12 HP has to get that bomb plant down, and that'll be denied. So Movistar Riders 4-0. Off to a stellar start. Full investment this time around, though, from BNE. So last time, bit of an unorthodox round. Hero AK. This time, though, is the real test for Movistar Riders.
It sounded like the only believer that was around was Mike. And even then, he still thought it was Bad News Eagles' way. But this is a very slow start. It's like they haven't woken up yet. Maybe they're going to have to try to, wait a few more rounds out. Movistar, of course, not playing too long ago.
Well,
it's like 1 or 2 hours ago.
With that said, Mac, this is the round. BNE, okay, they looked a little bit sleepy. They lost the pistol, blah, 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 whatever. They had a force buy through. This is the round where they have to wake up. They've got the guns in their hands. There's no more excuses. You've had a few rounds to warm up. So if we're going to see something, let's see it now.
Oh, Molly's going everywhere. Top, mid, dig, all burn it. BNE. They might be able to find Davy G. He's all on his own here at dig. And if we see the numbers start to come through, then he's in trouble. But that might not be happening. It's Banana they're worried about. What? Oh, my Lord. Martinez hitting that one.
Yeah, and Alex swings for another one as well. So Movistar Riders, they are just dictating this game right now. B&E are being caught off at every angle. Let's have another crack at it, hey? Here's your chance. Hits the shot, actually. But not the killing blow. Movistar Riders, though, I mean, just look at the way they are controlling this game right now.
Yeah.
There's another one. Mopos. Very proactive with that push into brackets. Gets the information from Movistar Riders, and you can already see the fast rotate in from B. Might not even be necessary. It's also 5-0 for Movistar Riders. And it's looking clean, Mac. There's been 7 kills in 5 rounds for the T side. That's just not good enough.
That's not a lot. That is a very slow start, considering a lot of us were saying Bad News Eagles were the favourites of this tournament.
Yep.
Coming in after the performance we saw over at the RMR.
I mean, I think a lot of people would have had Bad News Eagles, Complexity, Greyhound if you're an Australian. And then beyond that, the waters get a little bit muddy up. Fast push in toward mid from Movistar Riders. This is against an eco. It's a ballsy play. Juan Flatro has got himself an AK here again. Bad News Eagles not really making it work, but damage is being done by the pistols.
Oh, but knife's out, and that's going to be Rigon down. One Flatro in a 1v2 after the rest of the damage has been done. Wangles that one back barely, but doesn't have a read on Martinez's position.
Well, Martinez also doesn't know exactly where Juan Flatro is now. Enough time has passed that he could be in apps, but he could be gone B, which is exactly what he's going to do. So he swindled it a little bit, made it winnable. He's also got a molly in the back pocket there, Max. So if it gets to a time situation, then that's going to be a factor as well. So there's the info.
Martinez has everything he needs, though, to make this retake happen. A well-placed nade, a molly as well to the right position.
Yeah, I mean,
and One Flatro's just got to swing.
If he throws that incendiary onto One Flatro's position, then I think it should be pretty much wrapped up. There's the nade. That might do enough damage.
Oh,
it will.
Great bowling.
Anti-climax. And Movistar Riders, though, up to 6.
Yeah. Keeping it damn clean. But they need to keep the trend going, or things could get dangerous. You never know. Counter-Strike at the moment, definitely a game where streaks are a reality.
Yep.
And they're taking the tactical. Look at all the notes.
Yeah, again, guys, like, what's plan B? What are we going to do here?
Where's plan B? Where's plan C gone, guys? Plan B didn't work.
I'd love to be a fly on the wall in this conversation.
Yeah.
Hear what Devil Walk's saying. Not really looking like as much conversation happening on the Movistar side of the field. Maybe if it ain't broke, don't fix it is all that they need to worry about right now. That one did come down to a 1v1 though, so some of the money does start to get pulled out of the coffers of Movistar Riders, but they've got plenty left.
Yeah, some clean rounds before the last one.
Nade stack, that's great!
Beautiful. Free pick. One Flatro gone. And he's the only one really getting those kills at the moment. Synopsy, though, says it's his turn to put that hand up.
Yeah, you needed that really for B&E because that would have been so tilting, right? You've called attack timeout. You've said, we're going to do this or whatever in this round. Instantly, you're playing 4v5. But at least, good trade back, brings it back to 4-on-4. You've got some faith back in the round and a little bit more momentum going your way. It's looking like a good read from Movistar Riders, though. Sending that extra player over toward B.
Ooh. XX. Well, Alex rather going to start to make his way forward. He was waiting for that flash, but it never damn came because the smoke went over towards Coffin side. And now there's a prog one forward as well for Mopos to try to play around, but this is looking good for B&E. They've got the read. They knew exactly where Movistar were coming from, and that's a full sight take. Yep. Davy G. Oh, he's not going to have a whole chance in this round, and he's not going to go for it.
It's very disappointing for Movistar Riders, isn't it? They had the players in the positions that they needed. They had 3 over toward B. They had the read.
Yeah.
But they can't convert any kills.
Close on a few. but no cigar coming through.
They would have really just continued to grind that boot into B&E if they would have won that round. But a little bit of a pressure release. One round, B&E gets close. The next round, they actually convert. Gauntlet's now been thrown down to Movistar Riders. Let's see what they'll do in the next round. They've got enough to buy with.
Not bad, not bad. So, a nice clean round with 4 alive at the end to start to get back into the game. Better late than never. Movistar definitely a healthy lead and a healthy economy even after that round. Solid entries. You can see Sceneri ready for everything. Now into the 8th we go. Martinez, I thought he wanted to go for the aggressive approach there, but it looks like he's going to call the cancel, just rely on the util, which has gone everywhere. And it's given Rigon a whole bunch of space to just take Banana for free.
Yeah, very fast up Nana. Might even start to look for a little bit more. That Molly's going to push Martinez off of his line. Still contested for it. Rigon is not stopping. He is just pushing forward as much as possible. Now he has to try and get out. Oh, how's he gotten away with that? Rigon, that's unbelievable. He should be dead to rights every day of the week. But he pops off with a couple of quick kills and almost finds the 3rd on the entry to B. Won't matter. They're over towards A.
He saw that shadow as well, just peeking around the corner, but Martinez, a little too sharp. Will get the late trade. But the numbers of B&E are going to make this A take a little bit easier unless they can't get past Sourcel. Davy G reveals his hand. Smoke going down just at the right damn moment. Davy G, though, not going to be able to do anything. And that bomb's on site. Sourcel still with hit control. And B&E, they're just going to let him have it.
Yeah, I mean, Sorcel's going to have to activate here somehow if he wants to survive. And obviously that's not going to happen. So that'll be the round. Martinez more than happy to save.
Keep the AWP alive for the next. Give themselves some kind of chance. But that money finally getting cracked.
Yeah, very slow start from B&E, but now really getting their way back into the map. CT money is broken.
Yeah.
Might be able to scrounge a little bit behind that AWP. I mean, Davy G will have enough. But the rest are scraping the bottom of the barrel at the moment.
Terrorists win.
Oh. Sceneri, very lucky to be alive there. 4 points of health. That new bomb explosion radius. It's just so big. It's just so potent. Well, into the 9th we go. And Movistar going to be taking what will feel like their first eco.
And also their first tactical timeout.
It's one of those rounds where you want to try to position that AWP in the right spot. You need to try to make the read. Where are the T's running? Where are they coming? And where do you want that scope looking? Should be a little extra in the bank, so some upgraded pistols will come through, maybe some util. Inferno.
This is unreal.
Of course, of the most important.
I can't believe he gets away with 2 there.
Yeah, that second one was nasty.
Yep. I mean, even the first one, he was just sort of tap firing the coffin and peeked into it. So, yeah, I mean, a couple of pistol upgrades for Movistar Riders, but this round is really hinging on the AWP. Martinez is going to have to find a way to activate early. Is looking for it. There it is.
Okay, that's an opening. That's what you need to win a round like this. But let's see how the conversion goes. Juan Flatro has been loving Carps, and he's got a couple of friends here as well. So we'll see if they can push their way out onto the balcony. Only a pistol to stop them here. And you can see Martinez, he's taken that AWP to the other side of the map as well, but B&E, they've got a decent read at the moment.
They're just playing with the CTs at the moment. Movistar Riders, though, are making the intelligent choice to try to retake Banana right now. So they get a lot of info off of that, and not only that, but they're also going to start to get some map control. They may well come up behind B&E.
2-tap,
2-tap, 3-tap.
Hello.
That is not good news at all for B&E. They were really starting to get the ball rolling, but now they've got to work hard to win this round. I mean, if Sourcel can even get 1 on the bomb side, then Movistar Riders, I think they might win it.
Oh, he hasn't looked at Cole and Sourcel.
He'll get another. It's all up to Ceneri, who's managed to make his way up short there, but Alex creeping in from behind. And a round where Movistar should never win. Never, ever. They've gone and done it.
Yeah, just a round out of nowhere, isn't it? BNE, they're going to be reeling. It felt like they had taken control of the half back, right? They win those 2 rounds. They're looking pretty good. Movistar Riders on an eco, and then that happens. And then this happens. And it's just one thing after the other. And all of a sudden, 7-2 scoreline, Movistar Riders back in control. Money blooming again. Look at that. Util in Banana.
So much. Nades aplenty, 2 mollies, smoke at the bottom.
There's 3 mollies.
If you walk in there, if you're not dead, you're bloody low. And Synopsy knows it as well, so he's given the respect, given the map control, but hunts for something with the spray, won't connect.
Yeah, again, the re-smoke at the bottom of Nana for Movistar Riders, so they really want to take control of that area of the map. BNE are recognizing that fact, though.
Yeah.
They know if there's a lot happening toward B, maybe we can get into brackets. But Martinez is there, ready and waiting. Hasn't really been missing a beat with the AWP so far. We'll get pushed off by the flash. Sorcel's got a nicely timed incendiary in there, so let's see if Movistar Riders will take advantage of it. Ceneri, what is that flick? Push comes through though from Sorcel. Movistar Riders, they're still fighting for brackets, and BNE can't batter down the door. One Flatro finds a timing, but his head is lost as well. And GXX has to clutch 1v2.
It's messy, but there's 40 on the clock. Bomb about to be retrieved, and no eyes from the CTs. They're gonna wrap in through apps. And GXX is hoping to find an isolated fight, and he might be gifted one, but he's looked the wrong direction, and Alex takes an 8th.
Yeah, Movistar Riders, it just seems like they can't put a foot wrong at the moment. Bad news, Eagles. They've used 2 timeouts. They have broken Movistar's money. And yet they can't get anything happening on this T side. This is supposed to be a good map for them. Where's the adaptation? Where's the change up? It's getting a little bit tired. Do they want to go to bed? Going to be sent packing pretty quickly the way this is going.
Yeah.
Rigon maybe has something else to say about it, but he's only on 14 HP. He'll be lucky to get away with his life, and Alex does trade it back. And again, looks for a bit more control in Banana. Trades happening all over the place.
Okay.
But it's 3v3, and that's splitting the defense up a bit.
Generally, you'd expect this to favor BNE from the position they're in, but Sorcel, he's dropped the ball, and that might just be the round from here. But Daffy G, he's sniffing, he's smelling, he's looking for anything over towards the top of mid here. He's got some info, and he's got a clear position, so he might just try and find something. But BNE, look, double pit set up. That's hard to get past. So it might just be exits here for Movistar.
They look really well set up in this post plant, BNE. I'd be surprised if Movistar Riders go for it. They know that they've got such a massive lead that they don't need every single round right here.
They've got the lead, but they also know that BNE haven't been able to stabilize that economy, which is why they're hanging around, why they're risking their lives to try and rid the AWP from the round, get those AKs out of the hands of the Eagles.
Gonna have a chance to do it. Davy G doesn't really quite find the timing, but the molly's good. Alex is there as well. I think he's gonna go down to the bomb. Everyone's gone down to the bomb. So it ends up being a very expensive win, but a win nonetheless for BNE.
I saw there's still some money there for Movistar though. So this is keeping BNE's economy at bay. If Movistar swing another round here or there before the half, then it could just crack that economy.
Yep, big conversation to be had right now for Movistar Riders. This is a swing round. This is a big one.
Yeah. Well, 8 on the CT side is pretty good considering the competition, but if they can get to 10, maybe 11, who knows? Ooh. Who knows, mate? Who knows?
We're being greedy tonight, aren't we, Mac?
Hey, I love a little bit of greed.
We've already got a Greyhound win. Don't know if we can ask for much more. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. You tell them.
So, obviously, investment from Movistar Riders. The same can be said for Bad News Eagles, but they have no money left.
Yeah.
2.4k loss bonus. It's not really enough to afford to buy next round for B&E. Not a good one, at least. So if Movistar wins this one, I mean, they're in full control of the map already, but it would just be another nail in the coffin for B&E.
He had the support from Martinez as well. Just keeping eyes on T-stairs, making sure no one would swing and trade. And with this man advantage, Moby Riders have been pretty good on the conversion rate. Let's see what a faster B looks like for B&E. Mopos over towards the back of sight, mollied out. The Famis is good enough, and that's a two-man advantage, but how long can he live here? What? He gets more done. It's worked out perfectly as Alex rears his head in for 3.
How does he live?
A clean round coming through from Movistar.
It should not be that clean, Mac. That's the problem.
It shouldn't.
The util was good from B&E. The timing looked good. And the guy with the FAMAS is surviving on the back of the site for 15 seconds. It's just not, it's not coming together tonight for B&E, is it? Movistar Riders are getting away with so much. Alex helps his mate out as well. Really, really does.
Yeah. It's good footy from Movistar.
And 9-3. As we spoke about, money's not too great for B&E here. Wasn't enough to afford a buy. They can at least get the pistol and armor. But if they're not getting it done with the rifles, what do you expect in this round?
Well, look, apartments is a good place to be when you have these Tech 9s. B&E, well, bracket might be hard trying to get past Davy G, but they'll give it a crack. Plenty of util. Taking this progressively. Molly at top mid, but there's still plenty of time for Bad News Eagles to play with.
Yep. Martinez is waiting for anyone to peek mid, and he might get his wish in a second, but does get smoked off before that fact. So now it's onto the riflers on the site. The entries are coming through, but they're not quite landing. Sorsal through the air, catches Teneri. It's like skeet shooting at this point. And Movistar Riders are just deathmatching, aren't they, at the moment, aren't they? Like, it's not even looking difficult. It's not even looking like they're getting shot back at.
I was looking at their stats on HLTV. I was thinking, oh, this one's over. Bad News Eagles, you know, too damn good. Beaten FaZe on this one.
Yep.
Pretty cleanly. I think it was 16-10. That was only the other week.
Yeah.
But maybe one team had better sleep than the other on the plane over. Who knows?
It is absolutely a conversation point. I know we haven't brought it up a lot, but it happened last year, right? We had OG down here. Everyone sort of said, look, OG, they're going to be the team to beat, blah, blah, blah.
Osterwings up.
They got knocked out on day 2.
Yep.
And they did cite, obviously, some of that jet lag was an issue. And it's not something that a lot of these European teams are actually used to dealing with. Aussie teams, Asian teams do tend to deal with it, but maybe it's affecting B&E tonight, as it does get a little bit later here in Melbourne. Another opening pick goes the way of Movistar Riders, who do not seem to be too concerned about it.
Or Synopsy playing on the edge of the smoke. They're able to maybe find an answer for the round, and big damage, but both players here still living. Smoke at the half wall to slow things down. One flat throw trying to go over the top. But the headshot from Alex is a little too much to deal with. And Movistar with a man advantage and Synopsy on 1 digit of health. Mate, this is looking like it might be 11 on the board.
Martinez still has 2 flashes and a smoke, so they're going to throw some retake util here to retake the top banana. Alex does a great job with it. B&E have got 1 smoke, and they've been spotted as well. Martinez gets his smoke down in time, but, well, GXX might have a bit of a chance here if he can win the 1v1 against Alex, get the bomb plant down. Rotation is coming in quick, though.
Oh, but he's gone the perfect way as well, trying to find something in CT, but look where Movistar have come from.
There's no way he goes back to A.
He's made the read. He's found no one here. He's got space.
Sorsal's got his running shoes on, though. Can he beat him there, or can he at least get there in time to deny the bomb plant? Doesn't look like it. He'll take a position in carpets instead, which is quite potent, I'll say.
Nice out.
And GXX has no idea, not prepared for it all. He did well to get the bomb plant down, Mac. But that's going to be 11 up for Movistar Riders.
Oh, hello. Little bit of bad manners in the building. That's all right. That's all right.
I don't know. I didn't quite see. Was that a call for attack timeout there, maybe? I don't know. But I thought maybe the coach of Movistar Riders just gave someone a little bit of a whack on the head there.
Hey.
Don't.
You calm down.
Settle down. And that's perhaps what is going to be happening in this conversation as well. Like, guys, like, what's going on?
Yeah.
We've used 3 tack timeouts in the first half.
Well, look, if they don't get something going, if they can't find a 4th round here, then this might be a map gone, Jordan. Look, T-side, it's not this bad on Inferno at the moment.
1 round per tack timeout. I don't think that's worth it. I mean, I guess when the alternative is, what, a 15-0, then maybe it is, but...
Yep.
Geez, it's not really happening at all. B&E, last chance in the half. Can they find at least 4? Is 4 even enough, Mac? I don't know. I don't think so.
We shall find out. For the moment, though, David G just dropping that molly over towards bottom of mid, and BNE looking like we are going to see a second mid to bracket bust. The CT's not really positioned for this. Davy, the only one with eyes on the prize, double haul set up and double at B, but it's only 1 remaining now.
Good entry from Rigon. Almost loses his life doing it, and Mopos gets deleted. Okay, that's a little bit more of the fire that we're looking for. Davy G, though, bounces back, responds in kind. Bomb still needs to be retrieved.
Oh, that's awkward. Little slow on the rotation there from GX.
He might get caught in banana if they're quick. Not quick enough.
They're staying sneaky. Flash forward, deep smoke as well. What do you do if you're Movistar? It's last round of the half. They have to go for it.
Of course.
But they're just taking their sweet time. They know there's going to be a trap set up somewhere, and this time Movistar decided to go double CT instead.
Well, flash up over the top from Davy G. Isn't going to clear anybody out. Double set up in toward construction. Can be an awkward one to deal with. The flash, though, does force Rigon off the line, but GXX hits a clean shot. Now it's really onto Sorcel. They've given up banana here. Synopsy, he expects the push coming through from CT. But I think Sorcel might have a bit too much to do here. 1v3.
Maybe.
A bit much to ask with the time that is left. Flash is coming over the top, and he is out of it.
Yeah.
So, still a very solid first half there from Movistar Riders. Up 11-4 over the favourites, BNE. Well, it was a devastating first half for Bad News Eagles, but completely the opposite, of course, for Movistar Riders, who just charged away with an 11-4 lead. Mac, you got to say, that was an impressive first half.
It certainly was. But look, I'm just happy we might be getting the first upset of ESL Challenger Melbourne nice and early on day one. Certainly could happen. BNE making a lower bracket run. That's a bit of hell for everyone else in the group. But look, we'll see. We'll see how this last game goes today and how this one even ends. BNE on the defense now.
Yeah, a couple of taps in here, back and forth, but no connections. Probably a good thing if you're a Movistar fan, given the range of that engagement. They are starting to work their way up Banana Max, slowly but surely.
Yeah.
Very defensive hold on the B-bomb site from BNE.
Real sneaky contact coming through. Deep CT line with Rigon as well. Just trying to play wide, trying to play off.
Got two smokes right here for Movistar Riders, so they'll be able to throw the progression smoke and they'll start to rack their way into construction here. Bopos isolating that angle, but now it's onto Rigon. He doubles down. And now he might even be able to deny that bomb plan. He would be... Oh, he's run out of bullets. He's run out of bullets. A disaster, but he's able to recuperate at least for one more. And Alex has now lost his head as well. So Sorsal, what can he do? Can he put a nail in the coffin of Bad News Eagles?
Well, he's looking pretty sharp, and it's gone through the wood this time for GXX. Man, don't miss with those pistols. And Bad News Eagles fans and the Eagles themselves can all take a sigh of relief. Getting that second pistol means a comeback is that little bit easier.
Lots to chat about. You can see them. Bit of back and forth there.
Yeah. Well, bomb plan as well for Movistar means you're probably expecting those Galils to be coming out, and that's exactly what you're going to see.
Yeah, I mean, Movistar would love to get this one, wouldn't they? Would just set them on the right track to winning this map. But once again today, will we have another comeback victory?
We've had a couple of fake comebacks.
We haven't had any really one-sided maps, though.
It's been good. I'm loving the teams that we have here in the tournament. But for the moment, banana control is going to be the name of the game. Spam's going both ways. No one really getting hit there. But Movi Riders allowed to take said control. Unless BNE, they go back late. Nade across the top of half wall. Putting Rigon as far forward as possible. And the trickle smoke. This is going to be awkward for Movistar. Rigon going up over the top, and there's that spray transfer. 2-man advantage, even a third now. Man ain't done, he's pushing forward.
Yeah, very clean stuff. You've got to be expecting that if you're Movistar Riders, and it just seemed like they were completely caught off guard by it. Rigon's going for more. Hasn't quite worked out in his favor. Scenario is at least able to find the trade for it. Sorsal, sharp shots with the Galil.
3 left, 1v4 angle.
Yeah. I mean, he's got time. That is fair.
But that bomb is in the roughest of positions. He's got one above him, one coming in, and expecting him tucked away in the corner. But the timing allows him to make a move here.
He does know that GXX is above him somewhere in the bedroom. So he's going to go hunting for that frag, try to isolate it. Does a pretty good job of it, but now only 22 seconds to work with. So he'll have to move quickly if he wants to win this round.
This one's over. BNE just need to let him have the bomb, let him be alive, and that'll be a 6th secured. M4 upgrade for Sorsal, a consolation prize. But now that's going to be 5 rounds the difference. As everyone has a couple of handshakes. Hey, hello. One Flatro thought he might have seen a little noggin through the window, but not to be the case. And into the 18th, Movistar. Oh, they have to put this M4 in a good position, maybe just recycle it. That's probably your best bet here without having to invest. Insane round from Rigon, though. Just after getting those two. You don't peak Banana. This man, he's just got confidence for days.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough, right? He's sort of activated on that CT side. Pistol round was good.
Yeah.
Second round was good. He's feeling confident. BNE do need someone to step up on this CT side and make plays happen if they're going to pull it back from the deficit they had. And that right now is Rigon. He's 15 and 15. Oh. Unfortunately, he's now 15 and 16. So, again, bit of a caster curse in there. That might open things up a little bit for Movistar Riders, particularly if Sorsal's able to work with this M4 and catch another BNE. This would be a bad round to lose.
Ooh, that's a gun retrievable. And you can see that's going to be delivered straight into Lightroom. Shuffling the guns around and ready for the aggression. Oh, that's going to be bomb on the ground. DaviG unable to get that trade. And now with the bomb on the ground, this round has just collapsed for Movistar. GXX as well, ready for the swing at Boiler. Sourcel, can he make anything happen? Knows the answer. Saneri finds him with the spam through the smoke. And that's going to be 7. BNE, a solid half so far.
I mean, I think at a certain point in the back of the minds of Movistar there, they almost knew that was going to happen, right? They had the player with the bomb jump across almost to try to bait the shots.
Yeah.
And you just wonder if they would have slowed things down a little bit. Like, they had time. If they would have slowed things down a little bit, could they have gotten the bomb out there, wrap into second mid, something like that? Either way, they take a bit of a risk. It doesn't pay off. They have done at least a lot of damage in that round.
Movistar really struggling to find anything on this T side so far. Some close rounds, but none converted. Maps control for DaviG. He's got a friend here, Sourcel as well. And a triple dig setup for BNE. We'll see how this one goes. Synopsy boosted up. And Movistar trying to stay as quiet as possible there. So I don't know if we'll see a spam come through the off position. Juan Flatro as well, turning this into a high-low. It's going to be hard for Movistar to get past.
Indeed. First shots will go through onto DaviG. He does survive. Gets the info that there's a player up on top of the roof. But Synopsy changes his position up, and that's good enough to catch Sourcel off guard. They look like they want to go for the recontest into brackets as well. Juan Flatro is leading that charge, and he's done enough to grab himself the 1-for-1, but Movistar Riders are trading it down relatively okay, and GXX almost denies the cross from the bomb. Mopos is going to be a big difference maker right here. Timing doesn't favor him. Oh, this is aggressive from BNE. They want to get on top of Martinez. Oh! Well, he goes down, but he hits a nice shot on the way out.
Not bad, not bad, not bad, but BNE clean in the second half.
Yep.
Good to see the crowd filling up again. Quick tactical. Movistar having a quick chat as well.
Everyone's settling in for a big night, I hope, because we do have another best of 3 after this one. Let's go RA, I'm hearing. And Vertex, of course. You guys at least are on the ball. You know who's playing. I'm impressed.
Yeah, you're here early. They're here for the next game. But this one's pretty good, isn't it? We're diehard fans from Rare Adam in the crowd.
Listen, all I'm going to say is I'm a big Rare Adam fan as well. But they did let me down at the Asia Minor, so I don't know. Anyway, that's a conversation for later on in the piece.
Yeah.
Back into the round, and Movistar Riders haven't really been able to add to their total in this half, Mac.
Not just yet.
Which is starting to get a bit problematic. Not yet.
Let's see if this is the one. You know, Mac 10's a bit of banana aggression. Could catch BNE napping, which is what happened in the first half. But, ooh, decent damage with the nade now. Flash forward, Rig gone. He's ready. Zaneri right behind him.
Yep.
And that's full banana control.
That's perfect from BNE, isn't it? CT side, it looks like it's going to be the premium side in this map. Between these two teams, at least.
Yeah.
Not a single round on the T side so far from Movistar Riders.
And what do you do here? You got a molly, smoke, flash, and standing at the bottom of mid against long-range weapons. It's so hard because Juan Flatro, he's there at top mid, able to swing off that contact. Hints are in on those angles, and it just makes things so much harder. Movistar looking like they don't know how to find an answer at all here. CT side, healthy as anything, extremely solid. 11-4 is a score I feel like I haven't seen a lot lately. You know, I've seen a lot of strong T sides on this map, but BNE, look, loving it on the CT side as well.
Yep, sometimes it is what it is, right?
Yeah.
Just sort of see these little bit of mini metas develop, or teams have their tendencies and they're able to take advantage of those. Rigon is very aggressive. He is definitely feeling it tonight, at least on the CT side. GXX is getting involved with the AWP. Not something we've really been able to say so far on Inferno. But that is a good sign for BNE. If they're going to be able to activate that AWP early in rounds, turn them into 4-on-5s, and they've done a lot of damage to the rest of the Movistar squad as well. And retake util out from BNE straight away to the top of Nana.
Oh, boost.
That's a big boost from Martinez.
More than enough. GXX, oh, gives it a crack back. So, AWP's doing the heavy lifting this round. Alex wants to start to make his way forward. Flash across the back sight and the flood through the con smoke. It's good for another GXX. He's hungry, he's aggressive, and he's turned it into a two-man advantage.
Well, still winnable for Movistar Riders if someone from BNE makes the mistake of walking into the AWP. Ooh. There it is.
Hello.
Back to 3-on-2. Martinez wants to bait another one in, but hasn't quite stuck around long enough. This is where it gets a bit awkward now. 20 seconds left. You're going to have to pick the pace up to get into one of these bomb sites, and we've still got Synopsy to get past on A.
15 seconds. You've got to make noise at some point, but now is the time. 5 seconds to get there and plant. Jordan, I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. Synopsy in the way, and there's no damn trade. Martinez.
He won't hold on to this, surely. They won't let him.
He's got space. He's got space.
Oh, he's being chased.
Oh.
He's all right.
It's ticking. All right.
Don't worry about it. Ooh. Lucky they didn't have a nade.
Oh, no pressure. No pressure. Ooh.
But big round to win. BNE knows it.
One more, and we're tied up. 10-11 now.
What a drought on the T side. Movistar Riders, they looked so good on CT. It seemed like almost a sure thing.
Yeah.
But BNE are showing exactly why they come into this tournament as one of, if not the favorite.
Nades traded over towards Banana. That's where half of Movistar's util just disappeared to. And now they're looking for bracket again. This time, slight difference in the setup from BNE. You can see them opting to try and keep them away from brackets. Boost across the top. It's lovely. Martinez finding entries like it's nobody's business. All spotted in the bottom of the smoke now. And Synopsy, he keeps going forward.
That's ballsy, but it might be the kind of play that they need to win this round. They've got no idea there's a player in second mid from the CT side. And if he gets his timing right, he could end up behind 2 or 3 members. One Flatro has been able to chime in as well.
He's drawn the attention. Look at Mopos. He's looking at Banana and Synopsy. He wants more. He knows that someone's close. He's got 2 out of there. David G. I thought he was going to be able to save the day. But now in the 2v3, 40 on the clock.
They're going B.
Who knows what's going to happen here?
Well, Scenari seems to. He's keeping an eye on things, but he doesn't have anything to delay them getting into B. He doesn't have a smoke, he doesn't have a molly, doesn't even have a flash. Bit of spam, but you'll be lucky if you get a kill there. And so Movistar Riders have put this into a winnable position. Double AWP though, for the hold. One back of sight, one in Banana. Mopos has to hit this shot and will.
Oh, that's big. No util for BNE right now, and Movistar, they are in solid positions to play off one another.
Oh, well, it starts to get awkward. The gun spotted. Mopos already. One Flatro jumps up onto the coffins, but Mopos has got it done himself. It might as well have been a 1v3.
No flashes and AWPs, able to post, able to be sneaky around impenetrable objectives, impenetrable positions. Oh. That was a recipe for disaster for Bad News Eagles, and now Movistar able to find that round they were looking for just when they needed it.
That is the last tactical timeout that Bad News Eagles are going to use.
Yeah.
Saw how liberal they were with those in the early stages of this map. They'll get no more assistance.
Big Blade trying to keep the players calm, trying to hope that the Movistar members are able to string a second together, get that little bit closer to the win here, because Bad News Eagles, they are flying. They are soaring back into the game.
That is true. But the wings were clipped a little bit last round. So this is the opportunity for Movistar Riders to really put the brakes on that BNE comeback. They win this round, Money is done for BNE, and already you see the opening pick go their way of Martinez, that AWP versus AWP battle.
Yeah, he's ready. They've been going for these little cheeky boosts over and over.
Double smoke, bit of a miscommunication from BNE.
Yeah. A little chaos caused.
Getting a little bit
pressure.
rattled, yeah.
Couple of mistakes coming through there. But either way, what do we have here? Two smokes, all that remain at 1:12 of the clock.
Movistar riders would have picked up on that. They would have heard both those smokes go down. They'll be aware that there's now a lack of util toward the B site.
There's only one remaining. That's on Synopsy. Again, BNE just using so much util in the early round.
Yeah, I mean, there's basically no util on B at all. And as you say, one smoke for the A bomb site. Movistar riders are taking it slow, though. Perfectly timed smoke. Absolutely perfectly timed.
A-Rap util. That was that last piece of utility from BNE. And it was useless. They just went straight to it, invested one flash, but now there's only one flash. Util's been used. It's 30 seconds. It's just going to be contacts everywhere.
Yeah, Synopsy's in the perfect spot to play that, though. He's got the AWP. Looking around the corner, will miss the shot. And Alex escapes. We're starting to see players work toward the B bomb site. Bombs headed in that direction as well, but this is scary. Rigon is there on the CT angle. There's a crossfire setup. Alex eliminated. There's no smoke for the T side. They can't smoke CT spawn. They just have to take the fights. Mopos will jump across, set the AWP up on the line. 5 seconds they've got to plant, and they haven't. They haven't. BNE will win the round.
Oh, big work done from One Flatro, from Synopsy, and they take him down. I think it was just on that final second.
Yeah.
So Movistar will still have a little bit of money in the bank.
I think I saw someone with 2.9. I'll have to have a look when we get back into game.
It's not a healthy round. It's not a nice round to be in for Movistar. But at the same time, bad news, Eagles are swiftly coming back into the game.
Movistar did not have that much money. Mopos has gone for an AK only. Has got no armor with it. Interesting choice. BNE are taking all the luxuries in this round, though, aren't they? They've got the extra util. They have their weaponry advantage, so they'll take all the banana. Movistar riders are getting backed into a corner a little bit.
BNE opting for the stack with that full banana control. Rigon only has that one flash, so there might be a smoke left somewhere for him to retrieve. But we'll see how he plays this one. Making noise jumping. If Mopos can pick his timing right, maybe there's a world where he can catch Rigon napping, but Rigon has been so solid at banana, multi-fragging every time he needs to, and it's all down to the timing. But that crosshair was in the wrong position this time, and that's B for free. Movistar, they had nothing in the round. They've got an M4, they've got the B site. Sceneri, the only one to stop him here, and he doesn't even have a shot.
That Hero AK is coming up absolutely massive. Mopos has no armor, Mac. He doesn't need armor. No one gets to shoot back.
Work with what you've got with. Synopsy now trying to find a way on in as that flash, Davigi, the sacrificial lamb, and there's another as well. Trying to set up Sorcel for success. I mean, they've spotted him, they've cleared him. Synopsy might have brought this one back, but that time's ticking away.
It's such a weird round. They had a player still on A. There was a player still in Graveyard on A. I don't even think they wanted to commit to this, but they're getting the frags. They don't have the defuse, though. They don't have the time. Surely not. They're on it. Let's see if they can get it.
He's giving it a crack. And
he hasn't got it.
Oh, no time.
What is going on there for BNE?
That was a round of Counter-Strike.
What is going on there? They did not know that whether or not they wanted to get that retake happening. I think they didn't expect to get that many kills entering the bomb site. I can't remember who it was that was over at A.
I think it was Sorcel. I think he was still there.
He was sitting in Graveyard until 3 kills had happened on B, and then he started to rotate, which is obviously way too late to do anything. And then BNE, like, they're committing, and then they're defusing the bomb when they clearly don't have it. I mean, what's going on?
That was miscommunication or split decision-making. Either way, that's a cracker of an opening, and Movistar very close to a 14th. But we'll see what the Pistols can do. Man disadvantage and a quick rotation from the 3 remaining members, but A is there for the Riders.
you got to save here as B&E, right? I mean, they're not getting an AWP next round. Bomb's going down on A. That nade lands right at the feet of Rigon.
Great catch.
Yeah.
Beautiful hands.
This has got to be a bit of pill to swallow for B&E because they really could have had that retake. If they committed to it straight away with 3 members, would have probably gone their way. But it's obviously a hard call to make when it's 5-on-3 on B. But
yeah, it's hard to say. It's so hard to say.
It ultimately ends up being like kind of worst case scenario because they do all the hard work. They lose their guns. They don't win the round. And then they're in a position like this where instantly, as soon as this round starts, they lose a player straight away to the AWP of Martinez, who's been really good on those openers. And they lose the site straight up too. So you don't really feel like you've gotten the chance to play this round. You've had a bit of an awkward round last round. Now you're down 14-11. Pressure's starting to mount. You can't call any tack timeouts. It's kind of worst case scenario for Bad News Eagles. Movistar Riders, they put themselves in pole position to win this map.
Yeah.
And that's going to put them through to Sunday. Which is crazy because they're just a, quote-unquote, just a replacement team.
Saturday off in Melbourne, go to the zoo, get caffeinated.
And B&E, I mean, look, again.
Check out DreamHack.
How many times do we have to say it? But they came in as the favourites. And they are getting a wake-up call.
Well, GXX is looking to poke his head down again. Martinez, he's already posted those, so could have been a dangerous decision. Hall's pop is starting to come through. Smoke over towards that moto side, and GXX, he's got no idea what's going, but no one's made it into Dig. That could have been a free kill. It could have been a smorgasbord. But now it's awkward. Dig control is there. It's a slow approach. Synopsy going to be able to find himself an upgrade with that pick. And it might just be a retake they have to play.
Oh, what's going on here? GXX, he could really find a timing through this smoke. Looks like the bomb has at least managed to get across into the site. Alex with a crucial kill. Looks for a little bit more, but can't land it. Sorsal spots Teneri and finishes him off. This AWP is just not quite being able to find its way into the round, and Martinez is coming through from the backside as an insurance fund if necessary. Movistar Riders will go to map and series point.
They clean up. They make it happen.
Oh, what are we witnessing right now, Mac?
Off that, the back of that bloody eco round.
I'll pay that one.
AK, no armor.
I'll pay that one.
And it was enough to crush Bad News Eagles' spirit.
Well, yeah.
They don't look like they're in a good way at the moment on the player cams.
This has got to be a scary prospect as well if you're expecting to play Bad News Eagles tomorrow, which, if I'm correct, I think it would be Complexity that plays Bad News Eagles. Which some might have said...
No, it's lower bracket in the groups, so winners of the next best of threes going to play the losers here.
Okay, so it would be Rare Atom or Vertex.
Yep. So, little rematch on the cards, potentially.
I mean, it's a scary prospect, for sure,
Yeah.
Would not want to be meeting B&E in a best of 3 tomorrow. So for the winner of the match after this, look, still a lot more work to do, but right now, it looks like Movistar Riders will book themselves that cheap ticket through to Sunday.
Yeah.
B&E are running out of util, and they're running out of map control as well. Brackets taken quickly by Movistar Riders.
The Riders are running straight through mid, running through arches, running through smokes. They got their bloody joggers on right now.
Yeah, they're feeling confident, aren't they? Davy G, maybe a little too confident. Gets his head ripped off by Juan Flatro, but Sorsal is going to get the better of another. So, numbers even up. Alex has a hole in the smoke looking towards Moto, and he'll catch one Flatro as well. It's all coming up rainbows for Movistar Riders here in Melbourne.
Yeah. GXX, has he found the ticket back into the round? He's already used this smoke now, but there's no mollies to dislodge him. Rigon as well, stopping Mopos on the cross.
The bomb is not on the bomb site, Max, so that's a bit of a problem right here for Movistar Riders. Martinez has to get across, and with a player in pit, he's going to cop some damage, fakes the plant. Martinez, 1 from 3 to put B&E down in the lower bracket. That's insane. 16-11, Movistar Riders. They'll join Greyhound on Sunday.
What a game. What a game. What a finish. Martinez coming through with the big 3 kills to close. Nasty flicks
a crucial piece of the puzzle to make that one happen for Movistar. The last-minute call-ins after the Mongols couldn't make it, and they're in the semis already.
Yeah, no one predicted for them, but there was at least one voice that gave them a chance. Let's hear from Mike.
Yeah, a chance that they seized, a chance that they took. Does every Movistar map have to end with a banging Martinez clip? Because if so, give me some more. This guy is electric, and he was a big piece of putting them over the line. I mean, they stymied Bad News Eagles from the jump there. Movistar looked far and away to be the more put-together team.
That CT side was an absolute clinic. I mean, that was brilliant. Alex locking down Banana. Sourceful was on fire as well. I mean, that is just Counter-Strike at its finest. Movistar Riders, who weren't even meant to be here originally, are now proving themselves to be an elite team. And B&E, they just got completely shell-shocked from the get-go.
That was one crazy game of Counter-Strike. The first half, Movistar were absolutely sensational. They played amazing CS, a lot of dynamic Counter-Strike, and they really made it so difficult for B&E to default. So many opening picks, Martinez on the move, and those two players on B were absolute monsters. What a performance on that CD side. Got a little bit hectic towards the end, but winning's Mike, and they're in the semi-finals.
They're straight through. An incredible opportunity, a team that wasn't even supposed to be here. The last-minute invite after the Mongols pulled out of the tournament. They come through, they see, they conquer, they make their way into Sunday.
Yeah, like we said, that CT side was brilliant. The T started a little bit rough around the edges to kickstart things, but then they found form. Then a couple of those rookie errors start to creep in towards B&E, and they punish them. And that's what it's all about, right? This Movistar side can adapt on the fly. They can find these opportunities to really make this side feel uncomfortable, and they did. And this is now really exciting times to looking forward, right? Because this is a side who actually could cause further upsets down the line. I mean, who knows how far this team can go?
They've got the 1 seed. They've got the spot. They've got the playoffs. They get Saturday off to go out and experience the beauty of Melbourne. And there were a few critical rounds that really did swing things here. There was one we wanted to talk about, round 24, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, indeed. This was one of the eco round wins, one of 3 during this game. And this one was less egregious if you're looking from the B&E perspective. These 2 entries from Mopos are just absolutely unreal. Just absolutely unreal. He just completely dominates, and he is that sort of player who can be a bit mellow for the whole game and then just has that one, click moment, bang, wins you a very unlikely round. And yeah, I think, as good as Movistar was, Devilwalk is going to be furious. He's going to be absolutely furious. He also lost a lot of his pauses, of course, in the first half when strategically they're getting outplayed, and he needed those in that second half when they were losing anti-eco after anti-eco after anti-eco, and 3 of those in a match. I'm sorry, at this level, you're not winning a map.
Well, I'm sure we'll get into the headaches for Devilwalk in just a moment, but in the meantime, we've got Conky standing by to hear from the Movistar guys about how it feels to make their way into the playoffs.
Alrighty, here I'm down with Davey G, who after, coming in last minute to the event with the Mongols dropping out, you guys are now in the playoffs immediately. How are you guys feeling so far?
I mean, it feels great. Like, we didn't expect to be in this tournament since we didn't qualify and we didn't have the points to qualify. So getting the last minute goal was like a boost for us since we shouldn't be here. And it's going to help us a lot with the points if we go further, obviously. So yeah, it feels great and hope we can go even further.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, look, you guys have obviously a very close game against Rare Adam, super back and forth, overtime to win in the end, but looking awesome. And then to take down Bad News Eagles, arguably the favorites for this event, right? Do you guys think you can take it all the way?
I mean, of course, we're coming here so confident. I mean, at least myself and I think everyone in the team don't really think about who are we going to play or if it's the favorite or the non-favorite. We're just confident every single match, especially when we play on LAN. I think it's helping us a lot. Like the vibe is different. Also, the cross was pretty insane as well. Not to disrespect them, but I didn't actually expect that much. So yeah, I really enjoyed it playing here.
Yeah.
So
beautiful. There you go. And obviously, how outside of that are you really enjoying your time in Australia so far? Is it your first time here?
Yeah, it's my first time here, and I'm actually enjoying Australia. The only thing I don't like is the travel. It's kind of long.
Yeah.
We traveled for more than a day, but I think it's worth it. I really like Australia. Melbourne is pretty cool. We didn't visit it yet. I guess we will visit it tomorrow since we have a free day. So yeah, I really like it. The weather is pretty good as well. So.
Yeah. All right, well, enjoy your day off tomorrow. We'll see you back on Sunday for the playoffs. Take care.
Thank you.
Back to you guys on the desk.
Davi G gonna get his touristing on. I mean, look, they know the value of a hometown crowd at one of these ESL Challenger events. It was that hometown crowd in Valencia that really buoyed them into one of their first titles ever. And now taking that energy in, finding a little bit of strength from the crowd, perhaps they're not the hometown team here, but there's still a little bit of the vibes to catch when that crowd is bumping.
And, well, they're on the opposite side of the bracket, so they don't have to face up in terms of that arena matchup up against Greyhound initially. So, yeah, Movistar should be incredibly happy. This is already a win for them, making it into playoffs.
Yeah.
They probably had very little expectations coming into this tournament. You can imagine, a week ago, they probably don't think they're even playing. And then they get the call up, sort out flights, fly over, limited preparation, no surprises. And they just came and they just played their own game. They played good Counter-Strike, and they're already in the playoffs.
Well, they took a dub, and you down in chat can take a dub as well, because it's time to get ready for the DHL drop.
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel.
And you're not going to have to stay too alert because it's happening right now, right here, right now. We didn't want to make it too difficult for you there in chat, so go ahead and get ready. Here's our question. What is the name of the team that won the last ESL Challenger event? We know because we were, in fact, there, but no secrets. We'll give nothing away here. Is it A, Eternal Fire, B, ENCE, C, Mouse, or D, Outsiders? Who could it be? Who could it be? You'll have to find out. You'll have to get your entry down in towards Twitch chat with the hashtag DHL drop for your entry. And if you get it correct, you could win fabulous prizes in the DHL drop. Some exciting things going on this year with that as well. So we'll see. We'll see who it's going to be. I'm not even going to ask you guys who you think because I know you both know the answer. So we're not even going to have to pretend. I won't test your acting skills here.
I appreciate that.
It's Movistar.
Yeah,
it should be at this point. I mean,
Must
they
be.
win everything.
Yeah.
They won Valencia, and I mean, they're on the good path to winning this one here. I mean, it's looking very good for the Movistar Riders. It's a team that needed a bit of an upswing, and it's actually funny to think about a year ago, right? That Valencia event represented a huge turn in the way we thought about the Movistar Riders as well. It was the upswing for that roster. They had been largely stagnant for 6, 7, 8 months before that event buoyed them in, and they started to believe. And then after that, they took that energy into Cologne as well and had a phenomenal performance there. So maybe it's time to start another Movistar season.
I mean, for me, this just feels like justification of the work they've been doing over the last, 2-3 months when the start of this year was horrible for them, right? And they've been working hard to kind of really rectify the situation. It's obviously paying off. They had no preparation coming in towards this event. They get, a week's notice maybe? So there's no, counter-stratting really too deep looking in towards the opponents. All you can do is focus on yourself and hope that the work you've done over the last month or so would be able to make it work for you. And of course, so far it has.
Well, that was another team sent through to playoffs, but now it's time to send our first team home. We do have to say goodbye to one team here on the first day. When we come back from the break, it'll be time to figure out who of Vertex or Rare Atom is going to survive to fight another day.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'll keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You still live free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind right now, you're not too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. You keep slipping away. I learned the hard way. But something's gotta stay. Don't let it go to waste. Do you remember all of the long nights, warm in my bed, nightfall to sunrise? That's what you said. You held me so tight each time again. I keep your picture in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. Done with silly games. Don't leave me hanging on. Keep me hanging. Said it once, I'll say it again. Your love is what I want. Do you remember all of the long nights, warm in my bed, night for the sunrise? That's what you said, and you have me so tight each time again. In my room, I'll keep you safe. Don't stay up way too long, pulling back and forth. Still got me paralyzed. Got what you came for. One thing that I've kept. I'll keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You're still free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. I keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You're still free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get
back, relax, there's no rush in wrapping things up for good. Feels like you're my first crush back then in the neighborhood. And higher we fly, higher, the beautiful things you do. And higher we fly, desire, these moments just with you. With you, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh, yeah. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. I can't believe it's all true. Whenever you touch my hair, I'm feeling closer to you. Nothing else can compare. And higher we fly, admire the beautiful things you do. And higher we fly, desire these moments just with you. With you, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh, with you, with you, with you, oh. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. It never felt so right with you. I'm gonna hold on to you, hold on. Hope you feel the same way too. I'm gonna hold on to you.
One last chance, we can keep it on the low, 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 low. Back and forth, we don't wanna let it go, 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 go. Feels alright, so how can it be wrong? Oh, work, work, work if you want me to be yours, yours. Lose control. Give your mind and give your body true control. I want all of you. When you say my name, don't worry, I won't play no game. When you say my name, I love it. Want you here every minute of the day. You bring sunshine even in the rain. If I'm sad, you always make me smile. Hold me close and stay all night, all night, all night. Lose control. Give your mind and give your body true control. I want all of you. I love it dynamite. Got plenty of reasons to take you home. Shining bright with those diamond eyes. Ain't no way I'm ever letting go. Boy, I'll be loyal to you. No need for drama. Feel royal with you. Cry like Impala. Is it important for you? There ain't no bother. No, no. Hey, 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, boy. Oh, I feel like you and me got this chemistry. One look at you and my heart explodes. Just let me be the one you keep. I'll be right here through the hot and cold. But I'll be loyal to you. No need for drama. Feel royal with you. Cry like Impala. Is it important for you? There ain't no bother. No, no. Hey, 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, but alright. 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, but alright. Just come over. Won't you come closer? Yeah, just come over. Oh, oh. Hey, 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near. I need you in my life, but alright. 1, 2, 3, just get over here. No need to be shy, no. 1, 2, 3, oh, I want you near.
Let's love for the night, slow dance, dance till the sun comes up. Let's touch under lights, slow dance, dance till we're high on love, high on love, 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 till we're high on love. Till we're high on love. Till we're high on love, high on love. Till we're high on love.
ESL Challenger is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, 1xBet.
Welcome back to ESL Challenger Melbourne, where we have a very unfortunate mission in this next match. We've got to send our first team home. One team will not make it to day 2 of the competition. Our first best of 3 is on the docket, and that means elimination is at stake here. I'm Darth Mike, and we're bringing back Heggy. Hedgie, I sort of blended the two there, your actual name and your gamer tag, into that one. You're back here. You had a nice little nap. How are you feeling? Refreshed?
Very refreshed indeed. I'm just having a little bit of a nightmare up on the on the lounge in the sofa, you know. Woke up, thought I had overslept for for call time. You know, when you wake up and you just are completely panicked, you know, just like, oh, what's going on? Okay, I'm watching Counter-Strike. I had my little phone there, watched all the action, and yeah, but at least feeling quite refreshed.
That's good. That's what we like to hear. Now, we do hope that these two teams are going to be refreshed as well, because this is where it all matters, right? This is Vertex, who never really got the chance to even get started in their matchup against the Bad News Eagles. And then we've got Rare Adam as well, who got so close to making it through against the Movistar Riders. This is our Group B bracket to give you a sense of where we're at. They're looking for a rematch with the Bad News Eagles if they're Vertex, but it's about getting through Rare Adam first.
Yeah, and recent history just doesn't look good for Vertex here, right? These two sides played at the RMR all of, what, a week and a half ago? 16-6. They got battered by Rare Atom. So for Vertex, things aren't looking too good on the forefront. But the good thing, of course, in the RMR was best of 1. Now we're into best of 3s. There's a little bit more longevity, a little bit more space to work with in terms of kind of the veto coming through, which we'll get in just a second, right? And this, for me, is where we need to see changes coming through. And already a great change being made by Vertex, getting rid of Ancient. They got battered 16-6 a week and a half ago. No, we're not going back there. I think it's a very smart decision coming through from them, and now they can tailor the veto elsewhere.
Yeah, and well, we have a little bit of a vertigo pick from Vertex. This is their favorite. They like to pick into it. That's why we call it Vertexigo. And of course Inferno for Rare Atom. Oh, look at the good boys here batting out Mirage. That's what I love to see. And we have a decider between Anubis and Overpass. And it's a little bit peculiar here, perhaps, that after we saw them kind of get a little bit close, it was overtime on Anubis, to see Rare Atom ban it out. But I think the reason why is that they've actually only won the map one time out of the 5 times they have played it. So
one thing we've learned about Rare Atom is that we can never quite read where their veto is going to go.
No. I think on paper, actually, this veto looks better for Vertex, but you've got to take that with a massive grain of salt, because the vast majority of the stats coming through are kind of domestic opponents, a little bit in the lesser side, right, for them, so you can't really take it all too well. But I think that Vertigo pick is really interesting. It's a very good pick for Vertex, and it's a punish pick to Rare Atom. They're not a good Vertigo side on paper, so this could actually work out pretty well. If Inferno goes lopsided, who knows?
Well, now it's time for you to let us know. Who knows? It might be you. you might knows. And so get in chat, let us know. Use the hashtag Radam if you're a Rare Adam fan for this one, or hashtag Vertex with no vowels in it if you think they're going to take it. If you're up for the Aussie boys, look, they've watched the compatriots booked a spot in the playoffs already. They don't want to go out in day one. They want another chance to play in front of that hometown crowd, in front of that roaring, adoring fan base. And now they have to earn it up against some very tough competition.
Yeah, but both teams, also touching up on that, both teams actually have a big crowd cheering for them, which I think is just brilliant to see. They are the Chinese fans have showed up in heaps to support the Rare Atom, and you know, we already knew that there was going to be a lot of Australians in the crowd, but this is going to be a battle of the viewers as well.
It definitely is. Now we've got a little bit of a focus in here to hear how Vertex is feeling about their squad in general coming into this event.
I think the current state of our team is like really good. We've had lots of preparation against like local opponents the past month. Jared was sort of the missing piece of the puzzle coming into this team. He sort of fit the right roles that we needed, and it sort of gave everyone a bit more space to play the roles they wanted to play. So yeah, he's been really good coming in, and yeah, he's really sharp. So Kingfisher's been really good. Obviously, he's come from Greyhound, so he's got a lot of experience behind him. But he's really good at analysing our play and sort of making sure we're doing all the right things. Last year when we played here, the crowd was just roaring every round we got. It really boosts our play when we can hear the crowd. Yeah, this is the most prepared we'll be in any tournament we've ever played, so yeah.
Well, I can guarantee one thing, which is I don't think that crowd's going to be very quiet this time around either, so they can count on that boost, that lift again. They're letting us know right away.
Hey. Love it.
Not a quiet crowd here in Melbourne. Let us hear you. Make some noise.
Oh.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Oh, they're going to need all the energy that you've got here. Nao, how are you feeling about Vertex heading into this matchup?
They've got a lot of good individuals, right? And I think as well, with Kingfisher coming from Greyhound, they've then got a bit of a strategical advantage coming through as well. There's a lot to like about this Vertex side, right? They've got the crowd behind them too, which I think can really help out. We saw what it did to Greyhound earlier. They caused a pretty big upset, taking down Complexity. We're hoping Vertex can do the same. On paper, they're not the favorites, but with the crowd on their side, if they get confident, get the individuals online, if Hazard starts to play the way we know Hazard can, this game could go up in air, and who knows what can happen.
Yeah, the only thing I'm a little bit concerned about is that in their match against Bad News Eagles, Hazard was performing phenomenally, right? He was doing his utmost to get some rounds on the table for Vertex. The rest of the team, though, they were lacking and slacking, and we really need the rest of the team to show up and put in the numbers here, because otherwise it's going to be a 1 versus 5 kind of show, and, you know, that doesn't really bode for a good matchup, does it?
No, it certainly does not. And against the competition on the other side, it's been a little up and down for Rare Atom of late, but we know what kind of deadly form they can bring. They were late into it on Anubis. They still managed to get to overtime. Now they're going to be looking to do one better, and here in their own words, we got a little bit of a listen in to how they're feeling in this tournament.
Right now, I would say our mood for this tournament is quite positive, I would say. So we're gonna play and try our best and see what we improve more. Me and Edwin are the oldest in the team, I would say. 2 young players, they have improved much, know how to adapt. We kind of guide them in game as well, like what to do and share our experience, our past experience to them. Europe is the best to practice, I would say, because there's a lot of team. Even win or lose, we still win in terms of experience or whatever things we learn in the server, like see what style we can learn from the Europeans and how the way they play, I would say.
Win or lose, they get some experience, but if they win today, they get more experience because they survived to day 2. So a lot on the line here for Rare Adam, but I always love the perspective from Kaze. It always feels like he's got a very holistic view of every individual game and what it means to be in the tournament, what the opportunity presents for them.
Yeah, and when you're saying the word, I have to take it. The opportunities, right?
Yes.
on Anubis, on the CT side, I was just absolutely blown away. I was supposed to be sleeping, but Kaze's AP on the CT side just kept me awake the whole game. That was such a nail biter, and I would have to say that if there's one person on the team, if Advent had just pushed a little bit more, that game might have gone in their favor.
No, you're not going to be expecting necessarily. If you're waiting for Advent to top the scoreboard, you're going to be waiting a long time.
Not topping the scoreboard, but just putting in maybe getting 2 more frags, 3 more frags. Like every single frag counts when it's overtime. And today he was underperforming.
I think it's a similar situation for both of these teams where you're looking at the young guns to potentially be the firepower pieces, the newer additions to the team to be really where you're looking for the fragging prowess to come, and then it's the experience from the others maybe to temper that. But for Rare Adam as well, they've had a lot of that experience, right? They've had stints in Europe. They've had play here in ESL Challenger tournaments, and now I think it's about showing the fruits of that labor against a lesser experienced team at Vertex.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on, right? We look towards Rare Atom, it's Mercury and Jam Young. They're the 2 we're looking for. In terms of firepower, they're just unbelievable. Jam Young is a ridiculous talent. The only thing is he just needs to be micromanaged a little bit. He needs to get reined in. I think he gets very overexcited, very overzealous, hunting for frags, because he knows mechanically he's better than the vast majority of players. I would say like in the entire region, right? I think there's very few who can keep up with the likes of Jam Young and Mercury right now. But he gets too excited, and you see, he pushes too far forward, and then he gets punished. When he goes down to a man disadvantage, that's when Rare Atom struggle. You're talking about Advent as well. He's left lurking alone on the site, and that, for me, is where things get very worrying. They just need to rein them in a little bit, and that's when we all look into the older players, Advent and Kaze, just to keep them in their position. When they do that, this side can be unstoppable.
Yeah, so basically what you're saying, if I'm translating it correctly, is that Advent is so busy micromanaging Mercury and pulling in the rates. No, don't push, don't go there. No, you did good, and then he just can't really 100% focus on his own job, right?
Sometimes you got to be the general, right? Maybe he's just the mech pilot, engineering the weapons into the right place. That's what you need here. But we do have our veto here, so the question becomes, who do you think is going to win it? That's the real question, Neo.
I'm going to go Rare Atom. I just think individually this side is just ridiculous. And I think just recent history, right? That RMR result in itself, 16-6, it wasn't close. The individuals really stepped up, coming through over towards Rare Atom. For me, that alone should do it. But I think the veto actually favors Vertex on paper. Overpass as well is not really a great map for Rare Atom. We know the punish pick of Vertigo is really good for Vertex, really bad for Rare Atom too. If Inferno goes the wrong way, we could see a complete upset coming through. But I'm just going to go with my heart and say, Rare Atom, I have faith in Jam Young.
It's taking the Radam. What are you thinking, Hege?
Yeah, you know what? I'm feeling kind of in the Christmas spirit here. Advent time has begun. I believe in the boys.
April still. It's April still.
But you can start your Christmas shopping already. It's never too early.
Please don't.
Yeah, no, okay, back to the topic. I believe in Advent and the rest of the team. I think that they are... they learn from a lot. They got a lot of experience.
There you go.
From that loss against Movistar, and they're gonna come here. It doesn't matter which map it is. It's a good reason they decided to go for that overpass as the 3rd map potentially, and I think they have this in the box.
Now, I think you're both picking with your head, and I think that that's smart and that's reasonable. But you know what? I'm going to listen to a different organ. I'm going to listen to the heart a little bit. I'm going to say, I think I'm buying into the Aussie spirit here. We saw Greyhound get buoyed over complexity, and this crowd, I mean, they're just unreal. The energy they're bringing, I think it's going to propel Vertex forward. I think it's going to give them a lift that they desperately need as a younger team. And I think, you know what? Maybe I'm getting a little crazy here. but I think they can pull off the upset and live into day 2. So I'm picking Vertex. I'm excited for the boys. I'm excited to see what they can bring.
Hey, I mean, fair play.
Crowd's with me. Crowd's with me.
Of course they
And
are,
that's
of
the
course.
value of pandering, folks. Shout out to the Aussies.
But the thing, there is slight logistics to it as well. I think for me, Malta's another really important puzzle piece over towards his side. And when you consider that Advent has these slow performances at time, Malta, as a leader, as someone who has the experience on this side, can actually make a huge difference. And I think if he himself can micromanage and keep the likes of, Hazard and PZ farming, who knows, man? Oh, and the Twitch
chat's
results.
with me.
Wow,
Twitch chat's with me.
all right.
I'm a man of the people. The voice of the people right here. That's what's going on this desk. Your will is that Vertex managed to pull this off. But the question for me is Rare Adam stability, right? We've seen good Rare Adam. We've seen bad Rare Adam. It feels like Jekyll and Hyde at times, sometimes within the same map.
Do you know why?
Why?
It's because the rarest atom or the rarest element is actually a radioactive element. And, it's derived from like uranium and thorium. So, of course, you're going to be a little bit like up in the air of how rare atom is going to do things.
Well, much like radioactive elements, I know that we have 2 casters here who give off limitless energy, and I know one of them is going to be very conflicted. I'm talking about the #1 Rare Atom fan / Australian man, Elfish. And I'm really curious about where you're actually going to lean in this one. Where's the heart?
I don't know at this point. I think it's obviously quite hard to say, Mac. I will say I want both of these teams to win. I wish both of them could go through to tomorrow. If I have to go with my head, I think it's going to be very difficult for Vertex to get through this series. I think Rare Adam is a really, really strong team. I think Rare Adam underperformed at the most recent Asia RMR, and even at that event, they played a map against Vertex and they destroyed them on Ancient.
True.
I will probably put my eggs in the Rare Adam basket here for my prediction, Mac.
All right.
But I'm not going to be disappointed if Vertex wins.
Oh, look, you got a pretty big head, and I don't usually trust people with big heads. So, Jordan, you're in my bad books here. I reckon Vertex have this. What do you guys reckon? Yeah. I'm with the people.
Hang on a minute, Mac.
No bias.
Hang on a minute, Mac. Who here thinks Rare Adam will win?
We had more thunder.
There was definitely more thunder for the Vertex lads. I will admit that. But there is actually quite a strong Rare Adam contingent as well in the crowd. So I think this game's going to be really fun. I think we're going to get a lot of crowd involvement, whether Vertex is winning or whether Rare Adam is winning. It's going to be a great one. It's a best of 3, obviously, to close out the day 1 here for ESL Challenger Melbourne. It's been a fantastic day. We've had some upsets. We've had some exciting games. Question is, can we get an upset again, Mac? I mean, I guess what is your definition of an upset? Is it Vertex winning? Is that an upset?
100%. But look, that's my head saying that. Recent form as well. Rare Adam definitely looking pretty good. Coming 3rd at the RMR, making a nice lower bracket run.
Yep.
But Vertex, they had their number with a veto, catching Rare Adam off guard over at the RMR. But now, this ain't the RMR anymore. We're here on LAN again. We're here. Things have been running cleanly. It's been a long day. It's been a lot of Counter-Strike. And we've still got maybe 3 maps to go. And Vertigo is a solid place to kick off this series. Vertex, what do they got for us on the T side?
Let's hope we get 3 maps here, Mac. I think it would be a fantastic send-off for day 1. Rare Adam to start on CT side here. Mercury will take a bit of a pick down the ramp.
Yeah.
Can't land himself a shot. Got the dualies out there for Kaze as well, so he is going to be a very dangerous prospect for Vertex to get past.
Well, let's see how far they can get through mid, and if the B split is going to be successful. Advent ready for any pressure on the stairs, and in comes this util brace, going to be lobbing 2 flashes across the top, and Kaze, he's got 2 big guns, but he's unable to do too much damage just yet. Advent dinked down to 6 HP, but he's still living. The hold is good, and Mosaic comes through with 2. This round's done.
Yeah, indeed. I don't mind the strategy from Vertex. We'll talk about that in a second. See what Brace is going to try to opt for. But of course, he gets decimated. And let me tell you, for those of you who are at home, there is very much a divide in between the two crowd favorites. I don't know. I mean, both teams seem like a crowd favorite at the moment. That's a crazy thing to me.
I won't be surprised if I see a fight.
What I wanted to say, Mac, was I think something that Rare Adam do have to be aware of when they're playing pretty much anybody is that teams do just like to run at the bomb side that Advent is playing. That's exactly what Vertex did there. Advent's kind of solo on B. Kaze's kind of watching mid. Mosaic is sort of hanging around there as well. But the reality is that I think a lot of teams do like to focus on Advent's bomb sites, which generally tend to be the B bomb sites, generally tends to play the small site. So I'm kind of keeping an eye on whether or not Vertex are going to continue to do that, continue to run at that B bomb site and try to abuse that perceived weakness.
We've seen that be a strategy in the past from many, many teams that go up against Rare Adam. But at the moment, look, Advent's been playing well today, man. He's hitting some shots, a couple of cheeky clutches, decent trades coming through. Oh, but who knows what's going on. It seems we've got a quick technical pause. We're just organising how to get out of it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I will say Rare Adam, I've cast a lot of their games, and I've done them a lot on LAN now as well, and they are, for some reason, one team that there always seems to be tech issues. Every single game, we play one round, and it's like...
Every single time.
Tech timeout, rather. I don't know whose side it is on, but I heard that there was a bit of a microphone issue, so I think maybe might be on the Vertex side of the field right here. Has still got his headphones on. Anyway, it doesn't really matter at this point. Obviously, that's going to get worked on in the background, and it gives us a bit more time to add a bit of context to this matchup. And look, this is a matchup that I'm really excited for because these are obviously two teams from our region. Yeah. Right? I'm a big Asian CS fan. Obviously, everyone knows I'm a big Rare Adam fan, but also we've got Vertex here who are kind of running it back, right? This is not only a redemption arc for Vertex from the last DreamHack Melbourne, but also a redemption arc from the RMR, where they played against Rare Adam and they got knocked down into the lower bracket in that first round. So I think there's a lot of storylines here. There's a lot to sort of talk about between these two teams, and I'm just really excited for this matchup. Asian CS, it's kind of my passion, and I'm really, really stoked that we get to watch it on LAN here in Australia.
Well, I'm so glad that you're the only passionate person here because these fans are too quiet for my liking, Jordan.
Oh, okay. Well, we better get the game back on for you, Mac, so that they can fire up again. Vertex are going to try something a little bit quicker on the ramp side. Kaze all over at those spots, the info early.
Yeah. Couple of warning shots. Mercury comes through. Nice little burst at range to pick up the first onto PZ. Juicy kill as well with the SMG. And a bit of noise is going to be made as well. Vertex, they're just doing loops. They're just playing silly buggers and trying to bait out as much of that util from Rare Adam as possible.
Yeah, I mean, look, Rare Adam is still kind of holding on to a fair bit. Kaze, he's got 3 pieces of util and a fair bit across the rest of the lads there as well. It doesn't really seem like Rare Adam are particularly rattled at the moment. They're going to do it again.
Constantly making noise. Jam Young. He's hearing everything.
All he's got to do now is walk up to the ladder, stand on top of it with the MP9, and he's going to get 4 free kills.
But will they do it?
They're doing the Cobra!
Oh, the rattlesnake. They're shaking. They're loving it. And Jam Young, oh, he's heard this one coming. And he's hungry for a little more. The smorgasbord is his for the taking. He'll fall.
I'm not even sure what the crowd's cheering for at this point. Are they cheering for Rare Adam or are they cheering for Vertex's strat?
They're cheering for fun. They're cheering for Counter-Strike.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, look, it's getting a little later here in Melbourne. 9:30 p.m. local time. But we've still got a pretty good contingent out in Margaret Court Arena. What's Advent got to say?
He's saying something. That's my 2 cents.
Are you experiencing loss? He's saying. That was that old chestnut that came up
and
a couple times.
Gave us a face as well.
All right, let's see what's on the screens here, guys. Please,
who is it?
Nothing rude. All right. Pictures of danking.
Is it all danking?
Pictures of danking are acceptable.
He's not on this team, but we love him.
That one's definitely danking. He's got red hair.
Angry danking.
Oh, there's Tyloo fans as well.
Tyler's not here. We love Tyloo.
Well, I mean, look, I'm just going to say I like Rare Adam better than Tyloo. Bit more of a Rare Adam fan personally.
FaZe isn't here either. Crazy. Crazy fans in the crowd. They're lost. Well, I'm seeing movement. I'm seeing hands. Hopefully we'll be back in a moment, and that seems to be the case. All right, unpaused. How good is a live game of Counter-Strike? That's what we're here for. A 3rd round in a series. And the first gun round for Vertex. AKs across the board. Malta dropping to the Galil to get the extra bit of util. And Hazza. Ooh, playing it sneaky, but that Molly's going to force him forward.
Yeah, well, Hazza in a bit of a spot of bother, but you're already starting to see some damage come through onto Rare Adam, and he's found the timing there as well. Decapitates Mercury. That's the numbers advantage for Vertex. First time they've had that. In fact, that's actually, you know, one of their first kills for the map.
It's been a slow start for them. Slow start for everyone. But the best position that Vertex have been in at the moment. Brace playing a dangerous game. He'll go on his own and takes another head, takes another name. 2-man advantage. Is that going to be enough to convert?
You would think so. You would hope so.
On paper, it makes sense.
If you're Vertex, this should very much now be your round. They're going into a completely open bomb site as well. Look, Advent is there-ish.
There-ish?
I mean,
he's on jump up. He's got a good vantage point.
Yeah, but it's not exactly committed to the bomb site, right? He's more than happy to just back off, give the site, and
look
pretty much give the round.
Brace has got freebies. There goes Advent. He's heard another bit of util coming, but over towards sandbags. Mosaic was saving already. So Brace falls, but that's info, and Vertex will get the single digit on the board.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about the redemption arc maybe for Vertex in this matchup, that kind of a storyline, but I also think there's a redemption arc for Rare Atom, right? We've multiple times seen them go to the Asia RMR, miss out on qualifying to the major. They did the exact same thing actually when they were in Melbourne last time. They did not qualify for the major. They very recently also suffered the same fate in Mongolia. So I think for Rare Atom, they're kind of a team that needs a bit of a good result here to get that momentum flowing again, because they've suffered a string of pretty rough results. And I think that's kind of what we're looking for from Rare Atom here at ESL Challenger Melbourne. If they got knocked out on day one again, like it would just
problems.
You'd just be thinking, like, what on earth is going on with this team? Because they can dominate in Asia, they can dominate domestically online, but when they get to these LAN events, the domestic LAN events as well, like it's not even the international LAN events. Like we've seen them play okay at ESL Pro League, for example.
Is it just me, or does Malta look heaps different today?
He's got a haircut.
Maybe that's it. He looks like a different person.
No, he's had a haircut, I reckon.
On the side of the camera over there.
He's freshened up.
We got something else going on. Guys, why were you mooing?
Mooing?
They were mooing. Oh, they said boo. Don't do that. Silly buggers up there. We're here to celebrate things, all right? Celebrate Counter-Strike, celebrate esports, gaming, fun, you know, DreamHack. Celebrate Melbourne. Celebrate friendship. Give the person beside you a hug. Right now. No one did it. That's okay.
They did it. I see.
They're hugging. Look, they're hugging. The Dan King. Is that Dan King?
I can't see it.
They're hugging. They're friends. That makes me happy. Now's your chance to go and grab one of those banners. Oh, hello.
All right, we're back into it, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for the delays, but round 4
is here.
It is, and there's not a lot of util actually to use for Rare Atom. They've opted to go for pretty much all the upgraded rifles. So they've had to sacrifice the mollies in particular. And Vertex are playing it relatively slow for their own right. But we're going to go back toward the B bomb site again, Mac. This is kind of what I have seen in the past from teams. They just like to hit B.
PZ on that lurk duty. Bit of util to make a move with. And just drawing all his attention. Trying to stop these rotates from happening. In the meanwhile, we've got this boost up to Danger. We've got a push up to White. And Hazza, he's expecting this play towards Quad, or is he? There's noise being made now. And he seems to be aware. It's a certain possibility off the back of the flash, though. It's awkward for him. He'll still win it. But in the meanwhile, bombs rotating in through Maze. It's going to be that A hit.
Yeah, definitely. Advent down already, and that's exactly what Vertex are looking for, isn't it? That's exactly why they're going to this side of the map, because they feel like they can open it up, make it a 4v5.
They're taking so long. They're taking their sweet damn time. Mercury still deep.
They're just playing with the rotations of Rare Atom, who are now worried about that B bomb side. But as a result, Vertex just reroute back over to A, get the bomb plant down there easily. Mercury is able to catch PZ a little on the timing, which does bring it back to 4-on-4. But how do you retake this bomb site with only a HE nade?
A good question. And we're about to find the answer. And we're about to find out if it works. Rare Atom going real slow, waiting for Vertex to make that first move. Jam Young. He's playing an anti. They're expecting some util to be thrown, but Vertex have none. and it's going to boil down to the timing.
You have to
push
save.
From Mercury to lane side. The time is ticking. They're trying to bait the swings. Kaze fragging, but there's no time to defuse. It's gone. That's the round, and it's just financial damage that they'll find.
Am I crazy, Mac?
that was a very late retake attempt.
What? Why are they going for that when they don't have a smoke? They're never ever getting that defuse.
Are you questioning Advent?
Absolutely.
Okay.
In this situation, they have no smoke. Half the defuse time has already ticked away. They haven't found a pick. It's 4v4. Do they expect to win that?
Well, look, the 3-hour time difference or whatever it is from China, you know, that can take a hit. They're probably jet lagged as well.
I mean, if you're Vertex, you're pleased. You're stoked. Not only have you won the round, but you've also taken 3 guns away from Rare Atom.
Of course.
So, back to the drawing board here for Rare Atom. Mercury has been able to hold on to the M4.
Oh, no. Not like this.
Yeah. I think listening to Alan talking about Mercury, it was really sort of nice to hear someone kind of giving him props, because I think for a lot of people who don't watch a lot of Asian Counter-Strike, Mercury is sort of like a bit of an untapped player at this stage. A lot of people don't really recognize his talent just yet. Yeah. Everyone talks about, you know, Jam Young. They talk about Kaze.
Ooh, but
we'll see what Mercury can do with the M4 in this round. Advent's kind of opened the door a little bit there.
He's done something. There's 2 rifles in the hands of the 2 remaining Rare Atom gamers. And Mercury's right here. Won't be able to stop the cross, but Brace is not pushing the point yet.
Yeah, Mercury very much a rising star, and Jam Young already the star for Rare Atom. These are the 2 that you'd want in a scenario like this one, and that's what I'm talking about. Mercury, he's found himself a couple of kills. It's probably an unwinnable round still, but he's going to give it a crack, and PZ does have head armor. That's going to be, well, maybe not a factor, actually, considering he's on 75 HP, but Mercury's certainly looking for it. As of yet, not able to really find much, and so he's going to have to try to draw that peek through. Mercury not landing much. USP in hand, and PZ gets it done. But what I will say is that's way too close for comfort for Vertex. Letting it go to 1v1 when Rare Atom comes in with pretty much just pistols.
Well, a decent start. Vertex able to get across to a 3rd round. And Mercury, look, he tried. He almost did it all himself. But that 3rd kill, he just couldn't find it. Balls of steel from PZ to just drop the molly, drop the nade, not check the bomb at all. Full faith in the util. And now it's a faster approach. We're 10 seconds in, and Hazard, he's made his way into Scaff again. But Mercury can't quite find him. Util being traded back both ways.
Yeah, big round here actually ahead for Vertex. Money's getting low for Rare Atom. So you're still sort of playing for multiple rounds at this point if you're on that T side. And they'll try to explore the ramp this time around. But it does mean you're going into the bomb site that's currently being held by Jam Young and Mercury. It's a scary prospect.
Nice little cheeky molly over towards the sandbags, allowing Mercury to keep on going forward. Jam Young ready. He spotted Hazard over the smoke, but there will be an answer for Vertex. Finding one more. Back to the 4v4 we go. Still so much util for both sides here. But plenty of time. I mean, Vertex don't need to commit.
Yeah, like Rare Atom are not in this bomb site at all. So once these pieces of util come down from Vertex, they're more than happy to just walk their way up and get that bomb plant. This will have to be a retake from Rare Atom. At least what I'll say in this case is this time they've got a couple of flashes and a smoke, and they're already here before the bomb plant has gone down. So they might be able to harass Vertex on the way out. Malta gets spotted by Kaze, and that's the kind of thing you need to be seeing from Rare Atom.
Oh, Brace. He's tucked against the wall at lane. Will fade away through the smoke. But the number's strong this time for Rare Atom. Kaze locking it down from the back, but
they didn't smoke the bomb.
Will they take too long this time?
They did not smoke the bomb, so they couldn't tap it. They couldn't try to draw that peek in from Vertex until later on. And eventually they do. Brace is just going to run away and save. He doesn't think he can win it, which is maybe fair enough. But it's the full 10-second defuse from Rare Atom. And this time they make the retake happen.
It works, it works. The number's a little stronger. The gun's a little more accurate this time. Vertex line up, get picked apart on that swing. I think Brace flashed for them to go for that, but either way, it didn't work. And it's back to the drawing board. But crisp shots all around. And that's that shot. Kaze, he is feeling it at the moment, and that is when Rare Adam can look very damn dangerous.
It is, but I think you kind of need someone else alongside Kaze. Mosea under a little bit of pressure right here. He's got Jamyoung to back him up and has, by the looks of things, got out to safety. He's been tossed a couple of pieces of util, so he's going to now shift back again onto that support role that we have come to expect from him.
See what Vertex opt to do. Brace has kept his mitts on that AK from the previous round, but he's taken a little bit of damage. No one else with armor, so they're just going to try to put him in position to try and open up a site advent. He's been playing at what? So many rounds now. And what? Toby Brace Barnes doesn't hit those.
Apparently he does, Mac. He does on land. Jamyoung, though, might have something still to say about this round. Dancing around Generator. There isn't actually a commitment into B just yet from the bomb, but slowly making its way there. Flash comes through. Jamyoung can't land his shots initially, but gets a second chance and catches Malta. PZ down as well, and Jamyoung now starts to push forward. Can't deny the bomb plant, but we'll get the defuse quickly, and Addict's not even there to do anything about it.
He is away. He was hoping it was a tap, and he'll fall as well afterwards. And Rare Adam taking that one in their stride. Jamyoung, too sharp.
Yep.
And he's just got such a good read on the game. Probably going to be leading the charge again. Kaze doing well. If Jamyoung's here as well, then it only takes Mosea or Mercury to be fragging, and then Vertex might be in trouble. And of course, this is the first best of 3. Don't forget that. This isn't just a one-map affair.
Yes, indeed.
We have a whole series ahead of us.
It is the only BO3.
Early.
It's the only BO3 tonight. But it's the first BO3 of the tournament, and Brace, he's picked up another couple of entries in this round. Not sure how he's done it.
He's had enough.
He has. He's 11 and 5. I mean, Malta with 1 frag, Addict 2 has a 3, PZ 2, and then Brace has 11.
The fragging IGL, the trading IGL.
What is going on there? He's not even trading.
Nah, he's really...
He's getting entry frags.
He's just doing it himself.
This is not at all the storyline that we were told to expect. I mean, Des was talking about Hazard after his performance a little bit earlier. I tend to look toward Addict and PZ in this roster personally, but I think Hazard is definitely one of those players that when he's on, he's on. But no one really would expect this from Brace necessarily. Not that you shouldn't, but it's not really his role.
Well, Rare Adam, 2-man disadvantage, playing deep from the B side, and if Kaze can't connect, then there's probably not going to be an attempt at a retake, and it looks like, they're going to have a sniff here. Mercury just on the other side of Gen, waiting for someone from Vertex to maybe go a little too far forward. That's going to be the bomb on the ground with 30 seconds, and Jamyoung, he's done a little bit more, swinging the tides again. He's not done yet.
Rare Adam, they're so confident. They keep trying to take these numbers deficit retakes. I know in this case it's not a retake, but let's be real, they've pretty much lost control of that bomb site, and they're still trying to fight 3-on-5. So I'm not sure whether this is just like an early play from Rare Adam to try to dominate Vertex, to try to get on top of this series early.
Yeah.
If they're just that confident in their ability against this team. But for mine, that's now the second time it hasn't worked, where they've tried to take a numbers deficit fight, and they've lost a lot of guns. Kaze will be able to save the AWP at least.
Vertex a little more worried about their own economy. PZ with the big green, you want him saving that, him striking. Slower start from him so far, but we'll see what he can do. Vertex still keeping it even, 4 rounds each now. And into the 9th. Kaze might have to be the man to make a difference. We've seen a fair few rounds tonight over the games of, one gun being saved across and it winning rounds.
Yep.
Off the back of big individual efforts.
It's a good shot from PZ.
Nasty line.
So it's not even just going to be that one gun taken in here by Rare Adam. They want to continue to fight. They've got the AWP, sure. Mercury and Jamyoung both on M4s, and then so for Mosea and Advent, who do tend to take more supportive roles in the team, they've gone back to obviously the FAMAS and the MP9 respectively, but lots of util.